The overall food standard of the Han tribe was decent. At the very least, the commoners had enough to eat, and meat was frequently on the table. This was largely thanks to the domesticated rabbits and sheep. Of course, the Han tribe's black and white spotted pigs were also gradually being promoted, though castration techniques hadn't been fully popularized yet. The variety of vegetables was somewhat lacking, but at least there was food to go around. However, this level of diet was only achievable in the Han tribe's 8 veteran counties. Other regions, having developed later, still lagged behind to some extent, and the quality of one's diet directly affected their eyesight. Therefore, a firearms unit, which demanded exceptionally sharp vision, could only recruit from the 8 counties of Hanyang. As Han Feng toyed with the rifle in his hands, he pondered the formation of the firearms unit, the source of recruits, the selection criteria, and the military organization. The Han tribe's current guard system wasn't suited for a firearms unit, so a reform was necessary. The surrounding personal guards, having just witnessed their leader's incredible feat of hitting 3 out of 5 shots at 500 meters, suddenly found their interest in the rifle surging. Those holding rifles began attempting to shoot at distant targets. Chu Bing had arrived late and was still holding a shotgun. Seeing Han Feng spacing out with a rifle he wasn't even using, Chu Bing wanted to go over and ask for it, but the captain of the personal guards grabbed him. Chu Bing looked at him in confusion, and the captain explained, "The leader is thinking about something. Don't go bother him." "Oh," Chu Bing replied, reluctantly sidling up to the others to watch them shoot the rifles. These guards, who constantly followed Han Feng, knew that their leader would frequently fall into deep thought. Having seen this situation countless times, they were completely used to it. At this moment, Han Feng was analyzing exactly what kind of military organization would suit this newly formed firearms unit. Military organization was a highly meticulous subject. Simply put, it was determined by the different weapons equipped and the different tactics employed, followed by considerations for command structure. Take the 3-3 tactical system used by the military in his past life's early nation-building days. A standard infantry squad consisted of 9 men, pursuing a tactical goal of absolute firepower supremacy. At that time, the nation already had the capacity to produce its own weapons and ammunition, so firepower supremacy was no joke. The 9 men in a squad were divided into 3 combat groups of 3, hence the name 3-3 system. Among them were a squad leader, a deputy squad leader, and a light machine gunner. In combat, the 3 groups were led respectively by the squad leader, the deputy, and the machine gunner. The squad leader and deputy were equipped with Type 56 submachine guns, domestically produced AK-47s, to provide suppressive fire. The other 2 members of their groups used Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, acting as designated marksmen. The machine gun group was equipped with a light machine gun, and its 2 members also used the semi-automatic rifles. During combat, the 3 groups provided covering fire for each other, spreading out widely. 9 men formed a single combat cluster, and one squad could control a front line spanning a full 800 meters. The entire battlefield would look sparsely populated. Such tactical groups were highly flexible and prevented soldiers from clumping together and becoming prime targets for enemy artillery. This set of tactics had been popularized since the founding of the nation and was utilized to its absolute limits during the Korean War. Therefore, foreign reports claiming the PLA used human wave tactics were utter nonsense. The most glorious achievement of the 3-3 system occurred during the Sino-Indian War. A 3-man group lost contact with the main force. Under the leadership of a squad leader, the 3 men penetrated 7.5 kilometers behind enemy lines, fought 5 consecutive battles, wiped out 3 Indian artillery positions, routed 2 artillery regiments, and captured 7 artillery pieces, 2 vehicles, and countless firearms. Such an unbelievable combat record wouldn't even be written in a novel, yet it actually happened. However, the enemies and situations the Han tribe faced were different from those times. Han Feng's primary reason for forming a firearms unit was largely to deal with the cannibals, among which the giant apes possessed terrifying individual combat strength. Therefore, this sparse 3-3 system wasn't suitable for the Han tribe. Furthermore, the Han tribe didn't have heavy automatic weapons, making their situation entirely different from the PLA of that era. The best weapon against a giant ape was, of course, a shotgun. But shotguns were only effective in close combat. This was where rifles came in as a supplement. But how many men should be in a squad? How many should use shotguns, and how many should use rifles? This ratio needed careful consideration. Han Feng pondered for a long time before suddenly slapping his forehead and laughing. He wasn't trying to build a modern army of hundreds of thousands. The total number of troops would only be around 3,000 or 4,000. There was no rule saying each person could only have one weapon. The Han tribe's entire industrial capacity was more than enough to supply 3,000 or 4,000 men. So, in the end, Han Feng still chose the 9-man squad, 3-3 tactical system. However, unlike the tactical standard of pursuing maximum firepower and minimizing casualties, Han Feng's 3 groups of 3 had a different tactical purpose. His idea was for one person to be equipped with a shotgun as their primary weapon, responsible for charging head-on. Because shotguns were only effective at close range, they had to get close enough to the enemy. The other 2 members of the group would use rifles as designated marksmen, setting up their guns to provide precise long-range covering fire for the shotgunner ahead, and giving the shotgunner opportunities to reload. 2 people providing covering fire for one assaulter ensured sustained firepower. These 2 marksmen could also alternate their shots, one firing while the other reloaded. This continuous cycle would keep the forward assaulter constantly protected from behind. Even if the shotgun ran out of ammo, there would be ample time to find cover and reload. Simultaneously, the 3 assaulters at the front would advance in a triangular formation, maintaining a distance of 50 meters from each other. This distance was still within the effective range of a shotgun. Therefore, no matter which of the 3 suddenly faced danger, the other 2 assaulters could focus their fire on the target. There weren't many giant apes to begin with. Using this tactic, if a giant ape appeared near any member of the assault group, it would immediately face the concentrated fire of 3 high-powered shotguns. No matter how tough its body was, it would be forced to drop dead on the spot. Not to mention that the Han tribe's shotguns could practically fire continuously, as chambering a round took less than a second. At the same time, to ensure that the designated marksman providing cover in the rear also had the ability to handle sudden close-quarters combat, Han Feng would equip them with rifles while also giving each of them a short-barreled, 3-round shotgun as a sidearm for close-range firepower. After all, when it came down to face-to-face melee combat, wielding a 1.65-meter-long rifle was incredibly inconvenient. Furthermore, to supplement the long-range capabilities of the forward assaulters, they would also each be equipped with a rifle. In other words, every soldier in the Han tribe's firearms unit would be equipped with 2 weapons, though the configuration of primary and secondary weapons would differ slightly. Each member of the 3-man assault group would be equipped with a rifle and a small amount of rifle ammunition to use as a secondary weapon. Their primary weapon would be an 8-round shotgun for heavy firepower output, along with plenty of shotgun shells. They would also be issued a sword-style bayonet with a 40-centimeter blade. The bayonet could be mounted on either the rifle or the shotgun, making the bayonet lugs identical on both firearms would achieve this. The 6-man designated marksman group would be equipped with a rifle as their primary weapon, carrying extra rifle ammunition. They would also be equipped with a bullpup-style, 3-round short-barreled shotgun as a secondary weapon for close-quarters firepower, carrying 12 spare shells. Since they would rarely use it anyway, carrying more rifle bullets was the right path. Additionally, the 6 men in the cover group would each be equipped with a multi-purpose bayonet with a 25-centimeter blade. Its stabbing function wasn't as important as its utility. A knife was incredibly useful in the wild, whereas a 40-centimeter military spike was practically useless for anything other than stabbing. A shorter blade that could slice, chop, and whittle was much more appropriate. Having planned out the soldiers' equipment, Han Feng now had a solid idea of the required production volume for the weapons. The only tasks left were selection and finalizing the designs. Han Feng quickly led his guards to continue testing the firearms, spending 3 consecutive days at the shooting range. While evaluating the weapons, Han Feng also gained a clear understanding of the quality of the thermal weapons produced by his tribe and proposed a series of improvements. 3 days later, still under the canopy at the shooting range, Han Feng looked at the row of firearms laid out on the table, the neatly lined-up guards beside him, and the technical consultant from the Research Institute. He finally spoke to Hu Jin. "I'm going to outline the finalized designs and the process improvement suggestions. Make sure you write them all down carefully." "Yes, sir." Hu Jin immediately pulled out his paper and pen, leaning over the table, and glanced at Han Feng to signal he was ready. "First is the selection. We are finalizing 3 types of firearms this time. One is an 8-round, side-loading shotgun with a bayonet lug. It must have an internal hammer design. This structure prevents water and sand from getting in, giving it an advantage in maintenance. There's also a 3-round, short-barreled bullpup shotgun, which must also have an internal hammer. Finally, the rifle. Han Feng glanced at the 6 rifles, his eyes finally settling on one of them. The rifle needs a downward curved bolt handle, a U-notch rear sight, a coaxial blade front sight, and a half-ring front sight guard. First, this prevents glare. Second, it's wear-resistant, preventing the front sight from wearing down over long periods of use and reducing shooting accuracy. After Han Feng finished, he looked at Hu Jin, who had finally stopped scribbling furiously, and asked, "Did you get all of that down?" "Got it. Don't worry, Chief." Hu Jin nodded affirmatively. "Good. Next, I'll go over the process improvement plan. First, all the wooden components for these 3 firearms must be made from red cedar. We have plenty of these trees in Hanyang County. The wood is hard enough, and its crack resistance is excellent. However, during mass production, all wooden parts must undergo an acid-soaking anti-corrosion treatment. I'll have the Lake Island Research Institute provide you with the acid formula when I get back. Absolutely do not just apply a single layer of tung oil like on these current prototypes," Han Feng instructed repeatedly. "Yes, Chief, I've noted it all," Hu Jin confirmed again. Han Feng nodded and continued. "Next is the machining of the steel parts. Whether it's the external barrel and receiver, or even a tiny internal spring, everything must undergo a surface blackening treatment." "Chief, how do we perform this surface blackening treatment?" Hu Jin asked immediately. "Don't rush, let me finish. The blackening method is simple, oil quenching. You need to use a mixture of animal and plant oils. All metal parts, except the barrel, must first be heated until red, but not too red, and then quenched in the oil. Once quenched, the surface will naturally turn black. However, blackening the barrel is a bit more troublesome." Han Feng wiped his forehead and continued. "The current hardness of the gun bore is still insufficient. The smoothbore shotguns fire soft, pure lead slugs, so the wear isn't obvious. But the rifled bores firing jacketed bullets suffer severe wear. After just 1,000 rounds, the rifling shows significant wear, and shooting accuracy drops sharply. By 2,000 rounds, the rifling is almost completely smoothed out. This consumption rate is simply too high. If mass production stays at this level, the guns we make probably won't even be enough for training. Therefore, the hardness of the barrel must be increased." Hu Jin rapidly jotted down Han Feng's key points and immediately asked, "Chief, does the barrel need to be quenched too?" "Of course," Han Feng nodded, then added, "but the quenching method is more complicated. The inside and outside must be quenched separately." Seeing Hu Jin's confusion, Han Feng explained, "First, machine the mechanical shape of the barrel. After cutting the rifling, quench the bore first. To quench the bore, you must wrap the outside of the barrel in fire clay, leaving only the bore exposed. Then heat it until red and quench it with water. Once the bore is quenched, seal both ends of the barrel with clay. Heat it until red again, then quench it in the mixed oil for the surface blackening treatment. In short, use 2 different methods to separately quench the exterior shape of the barrel and the interior bore." After Han Feng finished, Hu Jin took a moment to write it down, then asked again, "Chief, do the other 2 shotguns need to be produced the same way?" "Of course. Although shotguns experience less wear, when it comes to barrels, the harder the better. This increases the overall lifespan of the firearm, thereby saving costs," Han Feng confirmed with a nod. Finally, seeing that Han Feng had finalized the weapons and briefly outlined the required loadout for each soldier, Chu Bing completely relaxed. After 3 consecutive days of live-fire testing and shooting thousands of rounds, Chu Bing could confidently say he loved all these weapons. If it were up to him, he would want every single firearm finalized and equipped. But he knew that was impossible. Yet, he desperately wanted both a rifle and a shotgun. Fortunately, Han Feng finally stated that every soldier would be equipped with 2 weapons, 1 shotgun and 1 rifle. This put his mind at ease. Now he wouldn't have to agonize over which weapon to choose. Having arranged all of this, Han Feng returned home to wait for the weapons to be produced. As for recruiting soldiers, there was no rush. Han Feng planned to wait until next year to consider forming the firearms unit. Otherwise, even if he formed it now, they would likely face the awkward situation of not having enough guns. Furthermore, the Han tribe would launch its conquest of Bamboo Island this winter. He wanted to wait until Bamboo Island was completely pacified. By then, he could transfer some officers over. When forming a new unit, Han Feng couldn't possibly teach them everything personally, starting from basic marching drills. By the time Han Feng returned from the Tang tribe, it was already October. Upon his return, he first tinkered with the steam engine, then busied himself with firearms research and development, and midway through, spent nearly half a month on the camera. By the time the firearms were officially finalized, it was already late December. On the day he handed the finalized firearm standards to Hu Jin, Han Feng ordered him to begin stockpiling gun-making materials, but did not have them start production immediately, as the Han tribe's current need for firearms wasn't that urgent. The Power Research Institute's most pressing objective right now was the mass production of the Iron Horse Type 1 and Iron Bull Type 1 steam engines, and then installing them into various machines. Most importantly, they needed to convert all existing minting equipment to steam power to increase currency production, preparing for the market vacuum that would be created by the impending population surge. Han Feng's idea was much like the PLA's process of liberating the country back in the day. Conquer a region, and the renminbi immediately follows. In the territories he conquered, the Han tribe's currency naturally had to keep pace. Hu Jin also understood the gravity of the situation, so he rushed back, without stopping, and threw himself into the work. Currently, the industrial county in Xin'an County was still very small. Basically, there was only one research institute and one factory primarily producing steam engines. The institute was still conducting various studies on steam engines while also having to spare technical personnel to train workers on how to use them. The institute was already short-staffed. They couldn't possibly participate in production themselves. But even so, the institute, with its mere 30-plus members, was experiencing a severe manpower shortage. They were needed everywhere. The mint on Lake Island needed people, training workers required people, and those left behind had to participate in researching new models. A severe labor drought had emerged. Left with no choice, the institute wrote to Han Feng for help. Han Feng had no other option but to look to the schools. A batch of liberal arts students had just been transferred to Tuahai County with Sang Qiu to serve as officials, and now dozens more were being drafted to the institute. The selection method was the same as before, holding temporary exams simultaneously at the 4 schools in Hanyang City, Riyang City, Xuefu County, and Luyang City, selecting those with outstanding grades to take up posts at the institute. This time, a total of 100 students were selected from the 4 schools. Han Feng then had someone take them on a tour of the 2 research institutes. Ultimately, based on their own choices, some went to the Power Research Institute, which specialized in machinery, while others went to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lake Island. Both places offered different development paths, and neither had poor benefits. As for what they chose, it depended entirely on their own interests. After allocating the personnel, Han Feng transferred some metallurgy craftsmen to the Power Research Institute, finally solving their manpower shortage. However, right after this series of arrangements, Yun Ji, the acting governor of Riyang County, sought out Han Feng. "Chief, didn't you select a bit too few people from the schools this time?" The 2 schools in Riyang County and Xuefu County, only had a combined total of 40-something students taken. There are still hundreds, if not thousands, of students in the schools waiting for job assignments. What should we do with them for now? They've all finished their primary curriculum, and these schools have been open for over 3 years now. Why ask this all of a sudden? Are the students causing trouble? Han Feng asked, sitting in his office on the top floor of the Hanyang City government building. They haven't caused trouble, but there are complaints. I heard a minor official complaining to others while on duty, saying his younger brother's grades weren't bad either, just 1 point short. Otherwise, he could have gone to the institute too. In the end, he said the chief selected too few people this time, only taking 20-something from such a large school. At this point, Yunji sneakily glanced at Han Feng's reaction. Seeing that Han Feng hadn't even lifted his head and was still looking at the documents on his desk, he continued. I asked around later, and quite a few people have similar complaints. Seeing that their children are getting older but haven't been assigned jobs, and the schools won't let them graduate, while others who left have already started families and settled down, and so on. I thought such discussions might lead to trouble, so I came to report it to the chief. MHM. Han Feng still didn't look up, continuing to stare at the document in his hand and giving a non-committal hum. Yunji didn't know what that meant, so he tentatively asked again. Then, Chief, you? Me what? Han Feng suddenly closed the document and looked up, his face dark as he retorted. Those students and parents don't understand, but do you not understand either? They're actually just jealous of the top students selected for the institute. Envious, jealous, and hateful. Everyone knows the institute pays well, offers many opportunities for merit, and promotes titles quickly. Who wouldn't want to go? But is it a place just anyone can enter? If they want to blame someone, they should blame themselves for having worse grades than others. Han Feng paused before continuing. Also, I've been holding off on assigning them jobs for a reason. They can't see it, but can't you see it either? Being scolded by the chief made Yunji feel wronged and displeased, but he grumbled internally. How am I supposed to know what you're thinking? Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. Since Han Feng put it that way, he analyzed recent events and suddenly had a thought. The tribe's cooperation with the Tang tribe had been expanding recently, and just a few days ago, Sangqiu from their Ruyang County had been transferred away. With the Great War against Bamboo Island imminent, perhaps the chief had other plans for this batch of students. Thinking of this, Yunji immediately asked tentatively, "Chief, do you have other arrangements for these students?" "You know, and you still ask?" Han Feng glared at him. With a brain like that, how is he a county governor? Then he spoke again. Bamboo Island has a population of 100,000. The three Honghu counties have nearly 70,000, and the Tang tribe has 80,000. These places are gradually accepting our rule. Just unifying the language for so many people is a massive problem. Don't we need teachers to teach so many people Chinese? Aren't those students in the schools the perfect fit? Hearing Han Feng say this, Yunji suddenly saw the light. He really hadn't thought of this problem. He originally thought Han Feng was going to train all these students to be officials and craftsmen, forgetting about the need for teachers and popularizing the Chinese language. Yunji hadn't thought of it, but Han Feng had. Of course, he only thought of it over the past 2 days while recruiting for the institute. The new territories the Han tribe was taking over were vast, and the population was enormous. If they couldn't communicate effectively with each other, how could they develop? However, using the Han tribe's current teaching system, teaching a student Chinese characters and the spoken language meant starting from character recognition, which was incredibly tedious. Children who grew up hearing Chinese naturally didn't need to be taught, but the people of the Xian tribe and the herdsmen of the grasslands were a different story. Previously, the Han tribe's school curriculum used a character recognition method similar to the ancient 3-character classic. In short, you were given a set of characters that covered almost all the pronunciations in Chinese. Once you learned all these characters, you could pretty much speak Chinese. But that wouldn't work now. Teaching that way was too slow to quickly popularize the language among a population of over 200,000. So Han Feng thought about it for several days and finally decided to introduce Hanyu Pinyin. With this Pinyin curriculum, even if they didn't recognize Chinese characters, they could learn Chinese pronunciation in the shortest possible time. And over the past 2 days, he had been compiling this Hanyu Pinyin textbook and already had a promotion plan in place. In fact, ancient Chinese teaching also utilized phonetic methods, but since the Latin alphabet hadn't been popularized yet, they relied on the direct notation or Fanxia methods. The difference between these phonetic methods and modern Hanyu Pinyin was that they required memorizing common characters by rote first, and then using those common characters to indicate the pronunciation of unfamiliar ones. Ancient foundational education relied on texts like the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic. Essentially, once a student memorized these entirely, they could use those characters to learn the pronunciation of new ones. Simply put, the process was learn the characters first, then learn the phonetics. Modern Hanyu Pinyin teaching is the exact opposite. Learn the pinyin first, then learn the characters based on the pinyin. In ancient phonetic teaching, the direct notation method was similar to how some modern students like to use Chinese characters to annotate English words. For example, the word apple might be annotated as ai pao and orange as ao runji. It was the same in ancient Chinese. When a student learned a new character, like the E in Yisheng, doctor, the teacher would tell them it sounded the same as E1. When learning Wu, martial, it would be noted as sounding the same as Wu, 5. But these were mostly single-syllable characters. When encountering characters composed of 2 sounds, the Fanxia method was used. The Fanxia method was similar to modern double pinyin, divided into an upper character and a lower character. The upper character represented the initial consonant, onset, and the lower character represented the vowel, rhyme. For example, the character chong, prosperous, would be annotated as chi liang. Chi provided the initial ch, and liang provided the rhyme ong. Combined, they formed chong. The origins of the Fanxia method are widely debated, with no clear record of exactly where it came from. However, it definitely existed by the Han Dynasty. Of course, some people in the Song Dynasty claimed it came from the western regions, but others countered that China had double-syllable characters long before the Song Dynasty. So how did their ancestors learn Chinese characters before then? Everyone had their own arguments, and ultimately there was no definitive conclusion. But one thing was certain: their ancestors were truly brilliant. However, despite undergoing several improvements, the Fanxia method still had its limitations. It wasn't as clear and standardized as modern Hanyu Pinyin, which uses phonemes for annotation. The earliest use of letters to annotate Chinese characters, complete with published books, occurred in the Ming Dynasty. It was invented by the Western missionary Matteo Ricci, based on the Latin alphabet. At the time, he creatively devised 26 initials and 44 finals. Later, another missionary, Nicholas Trigault, officially published a dictionary-like vocabulary book using letter annotations called Aid to the Eyes and Ears of Western Literati. Although it wasn't widely popularized, it had a profound impact on the future. It wasn't until the late Qing dynasty and the early Republic of China that a phonetic spelling method more closely resembling modern alphabet pinyin emerged. After further improvements, it became the alphabet pinyin system popularized after the founding of the PRC. Currently, the Han tribe had not yet published an official dictionary. Chinese character teaching relied entirely on oral transmission from teachers. The teacher would point to a new character, tell the students how to pronounce it, and the students would repeat it. But most of the time, the direct notation method was still heavily used. Sometimes, when Han Feng read letters from soldiers to their families, or even reports written to him by officials, he frequently spotted typos. Most of the time, the writer had momentarily forgotten how to write a character and substituted it with a homophone. This was the essence of the direct notation method, using homophones to represent sounds. Han Feng didn't want to tread the old path of his predecessors and mess around with the outdated Fanxia method. No matter how it was improved, Fanxia had limitations. With so many Chinese characters, it was impossible to always find the perfect characters for Fanxia annotation. Moreover, the characters used for Fanxia had to be common ones. Otherwise, if you used two obscure characters to annotate another, people still wouldn't know how to read it. Another major drawback was that the Fanxia method couldn't indicate tones, which was quite awkward. Therefore, Han Feng prepared to directly introduce phonemic pinyin, the modern Hanyu pinyin composed of 26 letters and 4 tones. Although there were more initials and finals than that, simply memorizing the 26 letters by rote was very easy. Coupled with the fact that the students in the schools already had a foundation in reading and writing characters, teaching them would be relatively fast. Han Feng planned to use this winter to first teach pinyin to the students in the Han tribes for existing schools. Then, when spring arrived next year, he would send them out to teach in various regions. This process wasn't overly complicated. Just like when they first started teaching Chinese characters, they would teach a small group first, and then have those people spread and popularize it. And so, Han Feng first had the Hanyu Pinyin textbook he drafted printed using woodblock printing. There wasn't much content anyway, just the size of a small booklet. Woodblock printing was quite convenient for this, and it allowed illustrations to be printed alongside the text to increase the students' interest in learning. It was essentially a crash course literacy pinyin booklet. Then, he gathered the school teachers for intensive training. Utilizing the evenings, he taught the teachers 3 pinyin lessons a day, and during the day, the teachers would go teach the students. The teachers from the 4 schools took turns coming to Hanyang City to learn pinyin. It took a little over a month to finish teaching almost all the pinyin lessons. Meanwhile, during the teaching process, Han Feng kept a close eye on the front line in Tohai County, the envoy station on Bamboo Island, and the defensive deployments of the Ecchi tribe. During this period, Han Feng maintained very frequent correspondence with the southern regions, with letters going back and forth almost every day. It was either intelligence on the Ecchi tribe provided by Yu Ji or updates on the military training progress in Tohai County. At the same time, supplies from the rear were being mobilized to the front in batches, weapons and armor for the 2 newly formed guards, as well as consumables like gunpowder, artillery shells, and arrows. Cargo ships arriving at the port docked directly at the Tohai County pier, kept in reserve to be used as troop transports. Finally, in early the 13th month of winter, Han Feng seized the opportunity to start the war. It was intelligence sent separately by Yu Ji and Shoya, but the content was identical. The main piece of information was singular. The Ecchi tribe's final grain crop of the year had ripened and was currently being harvested. Upon receiving this news, Han Feng immediately issued the combat order. All frontline land and naval forces, a total of 8 guards, were to assemble, board the ships, and set out immediately. Starting from the day they landed at the envoy station, they were to launch the attack according to the established plan. After conquering each county's territory, comprehensive military control was to be implemented. The guard commanders would oversee military and security affairs, while the military saimas would manage logistics, civilian affairs, and politics. During the combat phase, battle reports were to be submitted daily. The orders took effect the moment they were issued to each unit. After issuing this combat order, Han Feng sent separate orders to Shoya, instructing him to prepare to receive the Grand Army and to constantly monitor enemy movements around the station. He then issued an order to Yu Ji. From the moment he received the order, all intelligence regarding the Xian tribe must be made in duplicate, sent simultaneously to both Han Feng and Xue Tu, to avoid delaying military opportunities. The order to Deshu was to comprehensively coordinate logistical supplies for the Grand Army in Tuahai County. Simultaneously, he ordered Shu Da, the commander of the Fubo Guard Navy, to take command of all participating vessels and undertake the combat missions of troop transport, logistical shipping, and coastal fire support. After thinking it through carefully and finding no omissions, Han Feng finally set his mind at ease. With this, Bamboo Island would belong to the Han tribe. The reason Han Feng chose to attack during the enemy's grain harvest was to secure this batch of grain, specifically, to secure it for himself, rather than allowing it to become capital for the Xian tribe's resistance. He received the reports from Shoya and Yu Ji on the same day. Both letters stated that the Xian tribe had begun harvesting their final crop of grain. It took 2 to 3 days for a message to reach Hanyang City from there, even via Eagle Messenger. This meant that by the time Han Feng received the news, the enemy had already been harvesting for 3 days. By the time Han Feng's orders reached them again, the enemy would have been harvesting for 5 or 6 days. Even if Xue Tu and the others set out the very day they received the order, it would take about a week to reach Bamboo Island by ship. Adding it all up, the Bamboo Island grain harvest would have been underway for about 12 or 13 days. Harvesting, threshing, sun-drying, transporting, and storing. Given the Xian tribe's speed, it was absolutely impossible to complete all this in 13 days. If the Han tribe launched a sudden attack at this moment, the enemy wouldn't have time to transport the grain away. That left only 2 outcomes: either burn it on the spot, or leave it all for the Han tribe. Han Feng could accept either outcome. In short, attacking now guaranteed the grain wouldn't fall into the Xian tribe's hands, and that was enough. It prevented the enemy from having a surplus of food to hole up in some remote corner and fight a war of attrition. Han Feng had no intention of getting bogged down in a drawn-out conflict with them. 2 days later, in the dead of night, exactly at 3 a.m., the first giant eagle dispatched by Han Feng finally arrived at the Grand Army's camp south of Tohai County. However, the camp was dead silent. Aside from the sentries on night watch, most of the soldiers were resting. A few patrols carrying carbide lamps roamed the perimeter, and even the central command tent had only a single lamp lit. Fortunately, Han Feng, with his military background, understood the duty roster system. In modern terms, regardless of the unit or the time, the highest command post must have a duty officer on combat standby. This role was generally rotated among the military commander, the political commissar, and the chief of staff. In any case, someone had to be in charge at the command post 24 hours a day. The Han tribe was no exception. Within the Han tribe's Grand Army, every guard command post operated on this duty system, rotating between the guard commander, the guard sima, and the guard adjutant. At this moment, in the central command tent of the Huban Guard, it happened to be Adjutant Yang Feng's turn on duty. At 3 a.m., Yang Feng was slumped over the desk in the tent, his head nodding constantly, completely drowsy. Just then, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. A gust of cold wind, accompanied by a messenger, rushed in, making the drowsy Yang Feng shiver and instantly waking him up. Reporting to Adjutant Yang, a letter from the chief just arrived. It's marked urgent. Yang Feng frowned and reached out his hand. Bring it here, let me see. The messenger hurriedly presented the letter. It was a bamboo tube sealed with wax, and an urgent seal was indeed affixed to the joint. Not daring to delay, Yang Feng quickly twisted the tube open, poured out the scroll of letter paper inside, and walked over to the lamp to examine it. With just a brief glance, his eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Afraid he had misread it, He carefully read it again, then repeatedly examined the chief's imperial seal stamped on it. Finally, he pulled a piece of paper bearing the imperial seal from a wooden box on the desk and, after multiple comparisons with the letter, confirmed its authenticity. He didn't dare delay. He quickly put the letter away and told the messenger, "Go quickly and wake up the commander and the Sema. Tell them the chief has an important order and they need to come to the main tent immediately to discuss it." "Yes, sir." The messenger saluted, turned, and ran out of the tent. Less than 5 minutes later, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. Shwetu and the Sema walked toward the central command tent, still tying their belts, followed by a group of personal guards. Before even entering the tent, Shwetu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Old Yang, what's so urgent? Did the chief order us to march?" Hearing their footsteps, Yang Feng had already come to the entrance to wait. Seeing Shwetu approach, he didn't speak in riddles and immediately nodded. "Coming quickly. This is an urgent military order from the chief. You two take a look. I've already read it." Shwetu had been in frequent contact with Han Feng these past few days and knew Han Feng might order an attack soon. But when he actually held the deployment order in his hands, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Yang Feng and the Sema beside him were no exception. They had known this battle was coming and had been looking forward to it for over half a year. Now, they had finally received the order. "Men!" After reading the letter, the thrilled Shwetu immediately roared. "Here." 2 personal guards instantly appeared at the tent entrance. "Send orders to the commanders of all guards. Have their units immediately start cooking and prepare 1 day's dry rations for the army. In half an hour, sound the reveille, beat the assembly drums, strike the tents, and break camp." "Understood." The 2 messengers acknowledged the order. Adjutant Yang Feng quickly handed them a stack of black wooden tokens carved with tiger patterns. They went outside, called a few more men, mounted their horses, and rode off immediately. "Men!" Shwetu shouted again, and 2 more personal guards entered. "Send orders to the Fubo Guard. Have them immediately prepare enough ships to transport the Grand Army for deployment early this morning." Shwetu tossed another token over. The messenger caught it, acknowledged the order, and sprinted off. Having arranged this, Shwetu turned to the Sema and the adjutant. "We set out at dawn today. You two start preparing as well. Sema, go check the logistical supplies. Bring everything we can. Adjutant, go supervise the units packing up their tents. Everything that needs to be taken down must be taken down." "Yes, Commander, rest assured. We won't drop the ball." The 2 quickly saluted and turned to leave. Shwetu also saluted back. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly called out to the Sema, "Sema, feed our warhorses less fodder, and it's best to feed them some hallucinogenic mushrooms to keep them quiet, to avoid any accidents at sea." "Don't worry, Commander. This isn't the first or second time our Han tribe has transported horses by ship. We have experience," the military Sema quickly replied. "Good, then that's it. Go on," Shwetu replied. He then called 2 of his personal guards to help him put on his armor. Once suited up, he had the remaining guards start dismantling the tent. Clad in silver scale armor, Shwetu looked up at the pitch-black sky, the final darkness before dawn. He excitedly clenched his fists and planted his copper-plated iron staff into the ground, his heart swelling with heroic ambition. However, with the Grand Army about to march, as the commander-in-chief, he didn't dare be too impulsive. He quickly reined in his excitement, pulled out Han Feng's order, and read it 2 more times. Finding that he had prepared almost everything, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He called another personal guard and ordered him to ride to Tohai County to deliver a letter to Deshu, informing him that he was about to lead the Grand Army out and telling him to prepare logistics and await further news to resupply the army. Only after arranging this did he completely settle down. The messengers who had been sent out arrived at the camps of the various units one after another. Upon receiving the orders, the several guards all sprang into action. However, the first to move were the logistical cooks of each unit. In truth, they were already awake at this hour. Even if there were no deployment orders today, the cooks would have gotten up early to prepare breakfast for the entire army. It was just that today, it was temporarily changed to marching rations, and they were required to prepare a full day's dry rations, so they had to immediately increase the quantity. When Shooter received Shwetu's deployment notice, he was also thrilled for quite a while. He immediately ordered the ships docked at the pier and elsewhere to assemble at the Tohai County pier according to the predetermined plan. The Grand Army would board the ships uniformly from the Tohai County pier. At the same time, They had to load a massive amount of logistical supplies, which they could start preparing the moment they received the order. The Shu in Tuahai County also received the news and began leading his subordinate officials to open the warehouses and resupply the fleet and the army. Between 3 o'clock and 4 a.m., although there wasn't much major movement in the military camps, the Tuahai County pier was already a forest of masts and a sea of people. Horse-drawn carriages hung with lanterns formed a fiery dragon stretching from the pier all the way into Tuahai County. The endless stream of vehicles looked magnificent from the city walls. By 4 a.m., the reveille sounded early in the camps of the various units, and the assembly drums were beaten. Although the soldiers grumbled about waking up so early, they reflexively crawled out of their tents. Even the guard recruited from the Tang tribe, which had received the latest training, had been training for over 4 months. The concepts of military orders are like mountains, and military law is merciless, were already branded into their minds. Not a single one dared to slack off. Just as a touch of white appeared in the eastern sky, the soldiers of the various units assembled on the drill grounds. They were informed of the good news by their respective commanding officers. There would be no morning exercises today. The soldiers were overjoyed, but just as they were celebrating, they were immediately told to strike camp and prepare to march. Everyone's joy vanished instantly, but for most, it wasn't fear, but nervousness. They were about to go to war. Whether they lived, died, or achieved merit all depended on this. No one could remain calm, especially since most of the people here were still recruits. By 5 a.m., the Tuahai County pier had finished loading supplies. The military camp had also dismantled all tents and other facilities that needed to be taken down, loading them onto carts. After a 10-minute break for food and rest, they immediately began to assemble. Tens of thousands of men and horses formed a long column and marched toward the Tuahai County pier. Along the way, banners fluttered, and the crowd was immense. Tens of thousands of men, wearing uniform red military tunics and silver armor, looked exceptionally orderly. The commotion of the Grand Army's departure even startled the Tang tribe on the opposite bank. The endless procession was simply too long. It was impossible not to notice. Upon hearing the news, Tang Ji quickly sent someone across the river to Tuahai County to ask the Shu what was happening. After being informed that the Grand Army was about to set out to attack Bamboo Island, Tang Ji quickly spread the news. Some of the commoners living in Tangqing County had family members who had enlisted. Hearing that their families were about to head to the front lines to fight, they rushed to the riverbank to see them off. Unfortunately, they couldn't casually cross the river to Tuahai County on the opposite bank, and with the Grand Army departing, the military wouldn't let them cause trouble anyway. Tens of thousands of troops occupied the entire Tuahai County pier. In the river channel along the pier, the fleet stretched for several miles. The first to dock were several double-masted warships of the Fubo Guard. They had to first load the Huban Guard's artillerymen and 20 cannons onto the ships. This way, if they encountered enemy resistance during the landing, these small ships could sail up Bamboo Island's inland waterways to clear the path. Each ship carried 4 cannons, placed on the front and rear decks, with sandbags piled around the gun carriages to prevent them from moving on the deck. After the Army's artillerymen, cannons, ammunition, and other equipment were hoisted aboard, it was the Shaoqi Guard's turn to board. The Shaoqi Guard had 3,000 men, not a huge number, but they had over 10,000 horses. It took dozens of deep draft, 3-masted horse transports to load all these warhorses. After the warhorses were loaded, double-masted sailboats and 3-masted tower ships were used to transport the soldiers. Then came the Shangjian Guard, Highland Guard, Baotao Guard, and Feixiong Guard. The tens of thousands of men and horses from these 4 guards boarded one after another. The Yingyang Guard was formed by the Fisher tribe of Bamboo Island and was already training secretly on Bamboo Island, so they were just waiting to board ships and land. After all these guards had boarded, Shuetu finally bid farewell to the Shu and led his Huban Guard, the grand finale, to board. The Huban Guard, with nearly 4,000 troops, was the largest of all the deploying guards. Based on the calculation that one 3-masted tower ship could carry 500 men, it would take at least 7 ships to transport these soldiers. As for the missing personnel, they were basically all artillerymen who had already boarded the warships and gone ahead. With the Grand Army aboard, Shuda, seeing that everyone was loaded, began notifying all ships to hoist their sails and set off. This fleet, the largest in history, consisted of hundreds of vessels of various types. If one were to simply count the masts, The phrase, "a forest of 1,000 sails," would be the perfect description for the scene before them, without any exaggeration. Unfortunately, Hanfeng hadn't sent the cameras over yet, so they couldn't photograph this spectacular and rare scene. But pity aside, even if Hanfeng had given them cameras, without learning exactly how to operate them and develop the photos, they couldn't possibly master the cameras immediately. By now, the sky was fully bright. At 8 a.m., the shores on both sides of the Luyang River estuary were surging with people. A massive number of commoners from Tuahai County and Tangxing County on the opposite bank had come to see the Grand Army off. The soldiers who had just boarded didn't return to their cabins. Instead, they stood on the decks, holding their banners high, waving enthusiastically to the commoners on both shores. The sailors hoisted the sails high one by one, and the fleet began to move slowly forward. The thousands of sails looked like a forest on the water, rolling forward with crushing momentum. They would return, and they would certainly return in triumph. When that time came, they would be crowned with glory, and Bamboo Island would forever become an inseparable part of the Han tribe. The Han tribe's double-masted sailboats were designed for inland rivers. They had low freeboards and only one hold below the waterline, along with a single layer of cabin above the deck. Ships with this structure couldn't transport many people. Even packed to the brim, they could only hold about 80 to 100 men. Calculated this way, double-masted sailboats weren't suitable for troop transport. However, considering that they might need to use these small ships to deploy forces along Bamboo Island's inland rivers during combat, quite a few double-masted sailboats participated in the transport operation. There were 300 such ships in total, though only 200 actually carried soldiers, amounting to 15,000 men. The remaining 100 were used to carry supplies. The rest of the personnel and horses were all transported using three-masted galleons. Though called galleons, they were different from the historical galleons with low freeboards, shallow drafts, and exceptionally high superstructures. The Han tribe's galleons were standard ocean-going hull designs. They had 6 decks in total, all below the freeboard, 2.5 decks below the waterline, and 3.5 above, not counting the stern castle. The internal layout of these ships featured flush decks. With a length of 40 meters and a width of 10 meters, the total area across all decks was nearly 2,000 square meters. A ship like this could easily carry several hundred people. Based on a maximum capacity of 500 men per three-masted sailboat, it would only take 50 ships to transport the remaining soldiers and warhorses. Adding the 8 warships of the Fubo Guard fleet, the entire expeditionary fleet consisted of a staggering 358 sailboats. After these hundreds of ships formed a long line and exited the estuary, they organized into a formation and headed toward Bamboo Island. All the small double-masted ships were lined up in the center, with the Fubo Guard leading the way and bringing up the rear. The larger three-masted sailboats flanked them on both sides. The entire fleet formed a long, narrow diamond shape, moving rapidly forward. The 13th month in the South Sea wasn't the windy season, but compared to inland areas, the wind was still significant. Most of the Han tribe's sailboats used a fore and aft junk rig propulsion layout. As long as the sails were kept at a certain angle, wind from any direction could propel the ships forward. Therefore, this was the best opportunity for the Han tribe. The sea was calm, presenting no major dangers, yet it didn't hinder the fleet's progress. This was also why Han Feng specifically chose to launch the war in winter. The smooth sailing excited most of the soldiers, who were on a ship for the first time. After surviving their first day at sea, they gradually adapted to the swaying motion of the gentle waves. The novel experience of traveling by ship also diluted some of their nervousness. But accidents are unavoidable. Even with such smooth sailing, many people on board still suffered from severe seasickness. There was nothing to be done about it. They just had to adapt as quickly as possible. While the fleet sailed day and night toward Bamboo Island, the people on the island weren't idle either. Shoya was preparing for the Grand Army's arrival according to Han Feng's orders. The most pressing issues were, of course, the pier and the encampment. Although the army would begin their attack the moment they disembarked, a temporary campsite still needed to be selected in advance. Even if it was only for one night, it had to be prepared. The defensive position Shoya prepared for the army was the newly harvested farmland. The farmland was vast enough to easily accommodate a temporary camp for tens of thousands of people. As for permanent barracks, those would have to be carefully planned after the war, taking civilian construction into consideration so that military camps wouldn't interfere with civilian development. Regarding the pier, The one controlled by the envoy station obviously couldn't accommodate hundreds of ships. For operational reasons, only the small double-masted ships would enter the inland river. The other large ships would enter the port first to unload, and then quickly withdraw, allowing other double-masted sailboats to anchor in the inland river. If the pier couldn't hold them, they would simply drop anchor in the middle of the river. This was why all military supplies were loaded onto the small double-masted ships. They could directly enter the inland river to provide resupply for the main force at any time. On the Ecchi tribe's side, they were also actively preparing, though recent defensive construction had been temporarily halted to rush the transport and storage of grain. The Ecchi tribe's staple food was corn. After harvesting, corn needed to be completely sun-dried, then threshed, bagged, transported, and stored. This entire process took over 10 days, and they had only just reached the bagging and waiting for transport stage. The commoners of Bamboo Island had to store a portion of the grain for themselves, and the grain handed over to the tribe had to be collected and counted at various settlements before being transported by carts. Previously, the Ecchi tribe relied on pack horses for this transport work, but now they had quite a few carts. They had bought many from the Han tribe earlier, and now that they had mastered cart making themselves, the number of horse-drawn carts had increased even more. However, because the Ecchi tribe's vehicular transportation had been popularized too late, many roads were still impassable for carts. Some steep sections still required pack horses, which undoubtedly slowed down the grain transport progress. Shipping by boat. Impossible. The Ecchi tribe used to have no boats, only bamboo rafts. Rafts couldn't carry much to begin with, and they leaked, making them completely useless for transporting grain, which was susceptible to moisture. This made the grain transport even slower. Of course, this was also partly due to certain individuals intentionally dragging their feet. However, the Ecchi tribe's upper echelon wasn't anxious. The Han tribe's envoy had been getting along very well with them recently, showing no signs of an imminent attack, nor any signs of evacuating or fleeing. This indicated that the Han tribe hadn't planned to officially tear up their relationship yet. Naturally, these were the Ecchi tribe's own judgments, though it couldn't be ruled out that the undercover Elder Jean was deliberately misleading them. In terms of military construction and equipment, Elder Jean also thoroughly executed Han Feng's delay orders. He played a significant role in this area, using his unique insights into technology to fool the entire Ecchi tribe leadership down the wrong path. Previously, Commander Ecchi had reached a cooperation agreement with Maden's subordinates. Both sides worked together to gather Maden's old troops on the grasslands. Maden's subordinates agreed to help the Ecchi tribe fight, but their condition was that the Ecchi tribe must provide living spaces and necessary survival conditions for the families of these herdsman warriors. Simply put, I'll fight for you, but you have to provide room and board for my family, and give them a piece of land to survive on. Otherwise, why would those herdsmen abandon their life on the grasslands and run to this completely unfamiliar island? Without sufficient profit driving them, who would settle in a completely strange place? If you can't give them a home, who will fight for you? Commander Ecchi naturally understood this. He was very reluctant to part with these conditions and resources, but Bamboo Island had a small population and lacked the capacity to form a massive army to counter the Han tribe. So, he had no choice but to recruit soldiers from outside. Otherwise, he would never have gone to the grasslands to recruit. The conditions offered by the Ecchi tribe were both heartbreaking and moving. On one hand, the herdsmen had to leave their familiar grasslands. On the other hand, they could receive help from the Ecchi tribe. Otherwise, given their status as Maden's followers, they would eventually be swallowed up by the Han tribe anyway, with unpredictable consequences. Now that they had the opportunity to move away from the grasslands, although they were extremely reluctant, quite a few ultimately chose to migrate to Bamboo Island. Thus, through the joint efforts of both sides, the Ecchi tribe recruited over 20,000 people from the grasslands. Of course, this included the families of the herdsmen. In reality, the number of young, able-bodied men who could fight for the Ecchi tribe was only 5,000. These 5,000 grassland soldiers, plus 5,000 young men contributed jointly by the families of several elders, totaled 10,000 troops. This was the maximum military force the Ecchi tribe could muster. 10,000 troops. Based on the Han tribe system of roughly 2,000 men per guard, these 10,000 men could be divided into 4 or 5 guards. However, the Ecchi tribe didn't have such a perfect military system. They still divided their forces based on clans and factions. 1,000 clan soldiers plus 1,000 grassland soldiers formed a 2,000-man legion. 5 such legions were formed in total. Just near the Han tribe envoy station in Yashan County and Xinhua County, 2 legions, 4,000 men, were deployed. This was their preparation to stop the Han tribe from sending a large army to land. The remaining 3 legions were deployed along the route from the envoy station to the Ecchi tribe's main base, which Han Feng had designated as Jiahai County. One blocking point was set up on the waterway, another in the mountainous area northwest of Guanhai County, and the final legion was placed at the Ecchi tribe's main base in Qingchuan Valley. The troop numbers weren't small, and they had the geographical advantage of knowing the terrain. Therefore, facing the Han tribe's impending attack, they weren't entirely without the strength to fight. However, equipping these 10,000 men was a massive problem. The Ecchi tribe's technology was backward. Only their bronze casting technology was relatively good. But cast bronze weapons held no advantage against the Han tribe's steel. This didn't matter, though, because the Ecchi tribe had already traded for a large amount of steel from the Han tribe after opening up currency issuance rights. But forging all this steel into weapons was no simple task. To fight the Han tribe's elites, they first needed sturdy armor, followed by sharp, durable weapons. Regarding armor, it was practically impossible to equip all 10,000 men with iron lamellar armor. Setting aside whether the Ecchi tribe even had that much iron, the production process alone was a problem. Without the Han tribe's rolling mills and stamping presses, their only method of making iron armor was to hammer it out piece by hand. Commander Ecchi naturally wasn't foolish enough to undertake such a high-consumption, low-efficiency task. So, in the end, they chose to equip their soldiers with bamboo armor. They drilled holes in sawn bamboo strips and wove them together with hemp rope to resemble lamellar armor. Although this bamboo armor looked a bit thick, its advantage was its light weight, and its defensive power wasn't exceptionally low. It didn't matter if it couldn't stop swords and spears. As long as it could stop the Han tribe's arrows, it was sufficient. As for helmets, the Ecchi tribe, reluctant to use metal, uniformly equipped their soldiers with woven bamboo conical hats. The brims were large, providing some defense against arrows shot in a high arc that fell vertically. Armor and helmets could be skimped on, and they could copy the Han tribe by using wooden plank shields. But they absolutely could not skimp on weapons. Otherwise, facing the Han tribe army's super-strong iron armor and military formations, they could forget about breaking through their defenses. Previously, Modern had captured some Han tribe equipment during battles. Although not much, it was enough to understand the Han tribe's equipment situation. All Han soldiers were equipped with iron armor, and their weapons were either sword and shield or spear and halberd, supplemented by a massive number of cast iron arrowheads. Arrowheads went without saying. The Ecchi tribe also had metal casting technology, and it was no worse than the Han tribes. The Ecchi tribe also had no shortage of thin bamboo for making arrow shafts. The only dilemma the Ecchi tribe faced was choosing between swords/blades and spears/halberds. Initially, the Ecchi tribe tried casting weapons using the traded steel, but the finished products couldn't compare to the Han tribe's standard weapons. The inherent brittleness of cast iron was an unavoidable flaw. The newly appointed Elder Jean, who had come from the Han tribe, told them that the Han tribe's iron tools were all hand-forged. Only forged iron tools could reach the standard of the Han tribe's weapons. Commander Ecchi had iron and naturally wanted to equip his men with weapons no weaker than the Han tribes, so he ordered Elder Jean to run trials. The result was that it took a full week just to forge a single ordinary waist saber. At this production speed, when would they ever equip a 10,000-man army? Commander Ecchi was naturally dissatisfied. Moreover, this waist saber, which took a week to forge, hadn't been quenched, nor did it use the inserted steel technique. It was merely hand-forged into the shape of a blade, fitted with a wooden handle, and directly ground sharp. On the day of the test, Commander Ecchi wielded the iron saber to chop wooden stakes and shields, and even beheaded a live sheep with a single strike. But ultimately, when clashing against a captured Han tribe combat saber, their self-made waist saber immediately chipped. The Han tribe's combat saber, however, was completely fine. After 2 more strikes, their self-made waist saber snapped in half on the spot. Although the gap between them and the Han tribe was still vast, it was much better than cast iron. However, this forging speed was simply unacceptable. 1 sword a week. How many years would it take to equip the entire army? Commander Ecchi was very unhappy about this. so he summoned the newly appointed Elder Jin to reprimand him. Elder Jin, both are forged iron tools. Why is the Han tribe so fast, equipping so many troops, while our speed is so slow? You're not lying to me, are you? Elder Jin wasn't the least bit flustered. He had prepared his excuses long ago when he decided to use this method to stall. To answer the great commander, the Han tribe builds them fast because they have many blacksmiths, while we have too few people who understand iron forging techniques. Including myself, there are only a handful. Furthermore, the Han tribe has windmills and watermills. These large machines can automatically drive forging hammers using wind and water power. In other words, the Han tribe doesn't use human labor to forge iron tools. This way, people don't get tired, and the production speed and efficiency are exceptionally high. But we don't have these conditions. If the great commander wants our Xian tribe to have that kind of weapon production speed, I suggest we directly negotiate with the Han tribe envoy station and see if we can trade for their windmill and watermill technology. Once we have automated forging hammers, our sword-making speed definitely won't be slower than the Han tribes. At this point, Elder Jin even revealed a sly smile. Commander Xian, anxious to equip his army with weapons, naturally wanted these watermills, windmills, and automated forging hammers. He agreed to Elder Jin's suggestion and began negotiating with the Han tribe's envoy station to demand these technologies. The envoy station's attitude was ambiguous. They didn't say yes, but they didn't explicitly refuse either. Thus began the daily routine of haggling. Of course, all of this was a cover provided by Shoya for Elder Jin's intelligence transmission. Every few days, Elder Jin would visit Shoya at the envoy station. His overt excuse was seeking the automated forging hammer technology, but in reality, he was continuously leaking the Xian tribe's defensive deployments to Shoya. Elder Jin's frequent visits to the Han tribe envoy station naturally aroused Commander Xian's suspicions. In truth, he was just anxious. It wasn't that he deeply distrusted Elder Jin, but rather that despite so many negotiations, there was no actual progress. Commander Xian was understandably impatient. Whenever this happened, Shoya and Elder Jin would put on a two-man show. Shoya would leak a little bit of technology while simultaneously demanding an exorbitant price from the Xian tribe's upper echelon, specifically requiring the Xian tribe to provide a certain amount of copper ingots. They were trading copper ingots for windmill and watermill technology, with the explicit clarification that these were only agricultural models for lifting water or milling grain. As for the automated forging hammer models, the envoy station absolutely refused to hand them over. However, this perfectly dispelled Commander Xian's suspicions. If the Han tribe were that easy to talk to and gave them the technology so readily, that would be truly suspicious. Furthermore, Elder Jin was right there advising him. Great Commander, as long as we have the windmills and watermills, regardless of whether they are used for lifting water or milling flour, can't we just modify them ourselves? Can we really modify them properly ourselves? Commander Xian was somewhat hesitant, primarily lacking confidence. Rest assured, Great Commander. In my early years, I saw those windmills and watermills in the Han tribe. Although I don't know how to build them from scratch, if we have the Han tribe's technical support to set up the framework, I am absolutely confident I can handle the modifications. Elder Jin immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Hearing Elder Jin's guarantee, Commander Xian was thrilled. He enthusiastically patted his shoulder and said, Elder Jin, although you were not born on my bamboo island, you have made great contributions to it. Don't worry, as long as you get this done, I promise to make you a great clan like the other elders, and your descendants will inherit the position of Elder Jin forever. Elder Jin was so moved he couldn't speak, even squeezing out 2 tears on the spot. He expressed profound gratitude for Commander Xian's appreciation and made another heartfelt vow of loyalty, which made Commander Xian even happier. Such a highly skilled talent, without any deep roots or a massive clan to challenge him like the other elders, a useful and obedient elder. What smart commander wouldn't love that? And so, the Xian tribe embarked on a vigorous iron forging campaign. The envoy station agreed to support the windmill and watermill technology, but during construction, they had to follow the Han tribe's arrangements. Wherever the Han tribe said to build it, it had to be built there. Shoya also took advantage of this opportunity to collaborate with Elder Jin on reconnaissance, sending a steady stream of defensive deployment intelligence to Han Feng's desk. Meanwhile, the delay tactics continued. Elder Jean sent people to assist in building the windmills and watermills according to Shoya's instructions. However, the envoy station claimed the Exian tribe's building materials were substandard and demanded they first build kilns to fire bricks. Only with qualified building materials could they construct the windmills and watermills. This undoubtedly further slowed down the weapon production progress. To prevent Commander Exian from becoming dissatisfied, Elder Jean ordered his subordinates to start learning how to forge iron immediately, cultivating a large number of blacksmiths. He finally managed to increase the number of blacksmiths to a respectable size, reaching several dozen. Of course, this process also consumed a massive amount of pig iron, as each blacksmith needed an anvil weighing over 100 caddies, along with numerous hammers and other tools. The supply of iron weapons finally saw some improvement. Initially, they could only produce one iron sword a week. Now, with so much fresh manpower, they could produce hundreds of iron swords a week. It was a significant step forward. However, at this speed, equipping a full 10,000-man army was still a lengthy project. Commander Exian naturally wouldn't let his hard-assembled army fight with fire pokers. Although swords were slow to make, preparing more spears and bows was a viable alternative. Over the course of several months, by the time the envoy station finally helped the Exian tribe finish building the windmill mill, Commander Exian's 10,000-strong army had mostly completed its equipping. Of course, this equipping referred to basic weapons. Iron and bronze spears were the most common, along with bronze halberds and dagger axes modeled after the Han tribe's iron halberds. In short, there were many polearms, as Bamboo Island was rich in bamboo, so shafts were never in short supply. However, the number of high-quality iron swords was only around 1,000 or 2,000, and they were all forged blades that hadn't even been quenched. By the time Commander Exian finally saw the windmills completed and urgently pressed Elder Jean to modify them, the Han tribe's military operations had already begun. The two Exian tribe legions deployed in Yashan County, totaling 4,000 men, were the first to be fully equipped. Almost all of them wore bamboo lamellar armor and conical bamboo hats. Among them were 1,000 sword and shield infantry equipped with iron swords and wooden shields, 2,000 polearm infantry equipped with spears, halberds, and dagger axes, and 1,000 archers, primarily composed of herdsmen. They also had a small number of horses, mainly used for reconnaissance and transmitting intelligence and military orders. These two legions were stationed in the coastal mountain forests opposite the envoy station. It was a stretch of forest in Yashan County, close to the sea. To the north was the strait separating them from the mainland, which was over 20 kilometers away. To the east, they faced the envoy station across the river. However, they were hidden, believing their position hadn't been discovered by the envoy station. Shoya, of course, cooperatively pretended not to know. While secretly building their camp in the mountain forest, erecting palisades of wood and bamboo, digging trenches, and setting traps, they also took turns drilling troops on the other side of the mountain. At the same time, they built observation posts on the cliffs near the strait, keeping a tireless, day and night watch on the ships passing through the Qingshui River estuary, recording how many Han tribe ships came and went, and how often. They originally thought that since the envoy station had recently been helping them build brick kilns, windmills, and watermills, relations between the two sides had somewhat eased, and the Han tribe wouldn't attack so soon. But the Han tribe's actions vastly exceeded their expectations. The massive fleet of over 300 ships sailed along the usual route between the Han and Exian tribes. Because this route had been traveled for over 2 years, the Han tribe was incredibly familiar with it. Plus, it was currently winter. Although the southern coast wasn't as cold as the Han tribe's northern regions, the season without hurricanes and torrential rain was perfect for sailing. Led by the Fubo Guard Navy, the fleet rode the wind and waves, advancing rapidly toward Bamboo Island. Sailing day and night, the journey that normally took a week one way was completed in just 5 days at full speed, bringing them to the entrance of the strait, the area filled with reefs. This was the usual operating area of the Fisher tribe of Bamboo Island. Since the Fisher tribe had already submitted to the Han tribe, this reef area naturally became the Han tribe's de facto territory. The fleet anchored here, first transferring necessary supplies to the Fisher tribe at sea, and simultaneously issuing orders for coordinated combat. Yu Jiao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, was also ordered to wait here to receive the supplies. 2 of the 4 dedicated fishing boats the Han tribe had promised the Yu clan had already been delivered. When the entire Yu clan saw the two fishing boats sail up to them, and the crew personally confirmed that these two boats belonged to the Yu clan, they were all thrilled. The military families whose husbands and sons had been forcibly conscripted by the patriarch to fight for the Han tribe no longer had any complaints. Although war was dangerous, the Han tribe hadn't deceived them. They had received the Han tribe's promise. Even though only half had been fulfilled so far, looking at the brand new boats, they understood that the Han tribe had custom-built these ships for them. They couldn't possibly be built that quickly, so there was no dissatisfaction. While the Han tribe was busy fighting, Yu Jiao led his selected clansmen to learn how to operate the fishing boats from the Han tribe, as well as how to use trawl nets and fishing techniques. However, today their boats weren't conducting trawling operations. Instead, they sailed straight toward the reef area in the northeast corner of Yashan County, specifically waiting for the arrival of the Han tribe's Grand Army. The Ingyang Guard, formed by 2,000 men from the former Fisher tribe, was commanded by Ing Hong, a young man barely 20 years old who had originated as an officer in the Huban Guard. He was both the commander and the chief instructor of the Ingyang Guard. Ever since Yu Jiao explicitly submitted to the Han tribe and agreed to provide troops for cooperation, Ing Hong had been dispatched to Bamboo Island, leading a group of instructors/officers to the Fisher tribe to lead and train this army. This time, he also came with Yu Jiao on the fishing boat to receive equipment. It was nearly dusk. Ing Hong stood at the bow of the fishing boat, looking northeast through his binoculars. They had contacted the fleet yesterday and agreed to meet here this afternoon. But now it was almost dark, and there was still no sign of the fleet. Ing Hong, who had been away from home for months, missed his family dearly. Of course, what he desired even more right now was to see the Han tribe's Grand Army, so he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The old patriarch, Yu Jiao, patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Commander Ing, don't worry. The sea is very calm this season, with no strong winds or heavy rain. Besides, the Han tribe has the most experience with ships, and they've been running this route for 2 years. Nothing will go wrong." Yes, the old patriarch is right. Hee, I'm not worried, just missing them a bit. Ing Hong smiled helplessly. Ha 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 ha. Young people are prone to homesickness. I hear you have quite a few children now. Yu Jiao chatted with the young officer with a smile. Yes, I have 3 children at home. Unfortunately, I haven't been home for years. I reckon when I go back, the kids won't even recognize me as their father. Ing Hong sighed helplessly. Yu Jiao didn't know how to respond, so he took the opportunity to pick up the binoculars Han Feng had given him and look northeast. Suddenly, he saw a massive expanse of sails appear on the sea, which gave him a fright. Yu Jiao had been mingling on the fishing boats for 2 or 3 months now, so he had naturally seen the sailboats traveling from Tuai County to the envoy station. When spotting a sea vessel from afar, the first things you see are the upper masts and sails. Although he didn't understand the reason, he was used to this phenomenon. However, the number of sails appearing in the binoculars this time was terrifyingly large. From a distance, it looked as if a curtain had materialized out of thin air over the ocean. He quickly alerted Ing Hong, who was lost in homesickness beside him. "Commander Ing, look over there. Is that the fleet? Why are there so many?" Ing Hong quickly raised his binoculars and indeed saw a massive expanse of sail shadows, too many to count, densely packed together, blocking out the rising sun. Shortly after, the outlines of the hulls also emerged from the sea. The sheer size of the fleet was intimidating, but in his eyes, there was only intense pride and excitement. He suddenly sighed. In this world, besides our Han tribe, who else could muster so many ships? Yu Jiao nodded in agreement. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have resolutely chosen to submit to the Han tribe back then. People are always realistic. Following the Han tribe could give his clansmen a better life, so what was there to hesitate about? Seeing so many massive ships, Yu Jiao knew the Han tribe was bringing a substantial force. This made him even more relieved. At the very least, with so many soldiers deployed on Bamboo Island, the Han tribe would absolutely not fail easily, making his clan much safer. Yu Jiao ordered the 2 fishing boats to hoist their sails and head out to meet the fleet. Before long, the 2 sides converged. Leading the Han tribe fleet was the Fubo flagship. Yu Jiao had seen this massive ship when he went to Tuahai County and knew it was currently the Han tribe's flagship. The fleet commander and the overall campaign commander were both on this ship. As the ships met, Shuda ordered a rope ladder lowered to bring the 2 men aboard. Upon meeting, Shuda smiled and said, "Sorry to keep the old patriarch waiting. Besides bringing supplies for the Ingyang Guard on the chief's orders, we also brought the remaining 2 fishing boats for you. They just came out of the Luoyang County shipyard and sailed for 2 months, finally catching up with our expedition. The chief was afraid the old patriarch would be worried, so he specifically told me to deliver the fishing boats to you first. Yu Jiao was overjoyed upon hearing this. The 4 trawl fishing boats Han Feng had promised were finally all in place, settling his last lingering concern. Not at all, not at all. The chief is unparalleled in his righteousness. How could I be worried? For this grand army's operation, whatever the chief needs our clan to cooperate with, just say the word. Our Yu clan is duty-bound. Yu Jiao immediately expressed his excited gratitude. There's no rush for that. I've already had the supplies loaded onto the 2 new fishing boats. You can just take command of them later. Let's rest here for the night first, Shuda replied promptly. Oh, is the Grand Army not planning to land today? Ing Hong asked from the side, as he didn't yet know the specific attack plan. The fleet has been sailing day and night for days. The crew and soldiers are exhausted. It's getting late, and we aren't familiar with Bamboo Island to begin with. Commander Shue's intention is not to land at night, as that would be disadvantageous to us. We might as well rest outside the strait for the night and officially launch the landing assault tomorrow during the day. You came at the perfect time. Come with me to the command room. Commander Shue has specific battle plans to assign to you. Shu De explained immediately. So that's how it is. Let's head to the command room then, Ing Hong said, also missing his old superior. The group ascended to the command room in the stern castle, where Ing Hong finally reunited with his former superior. However, Shuetu didn't give them much time to catch up. Seeing that they had arrived, he immediately led them to the sand table. The Ingyang Guard's current position is here. I want you to return immediately and lead your troops north. By tomorrow evening, you must arrive at the southeastern border of Yashan County. Conceal your forces there and await my orders. Your responsibility is to guard the southern flank of the envoy station. If the station sends a distress signal, you must provide immediate support. But you can rest assured, if the frontline battle goes smoothly, you probably won't see much heavy fighting. The most likely scenario is the enemy sending small squads to sneak over and cause sabotage, attacking our fleet and logistics. Therefore, you must heighten your vigilance. You absolutely cannot let the station fall. Do you understand? After detailing the battle plan, Shuetu stared at Ing Hong, simultaneously glancing at Yu Jiao beside him. Although Ing Hong was the commander, this unit was entirely composed of troops from the Fisher tribe, so Yu Jiao held significant implicit control over it. Rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, although our Ingyang Guard is newly formed, we will absolutely not hold the Grand Army back. Ing Hong immediately saluted and replied. Yu Jiao beside him also quickly saluted. Our Yu clan will also give our full support. Please rest assured, Commander Shue. Yu Jiao naturally supported this, because the task Shue Tu assigned them wasn't a hard-fought battle, nor did he intend to use them as cannon fodder. Their orders were entirely focused on defense, vigilance, and guarding the envoy station's flank. He was more than happy to accept such an arrangement, so he unhesitatingly voiced his stance on behalf of the Yu clan. Good. Since that's the case, hurry back and prepare. Don't delay official business. We can catch up at the victory banquet. Shuetu nodded in satisfaction, secretly noting Patriarch Yu Jiao's tactfulness. Of course, this was definitely related to him delivering the remaining 2 fishing boats today. At the very least, this gesture made them clearly realize that only by following the Han tribe's lead could they develop better and live better lives. Yu Jiao and Ing Hong received their orders and disembarked to return. They had come with 2 boats and were returning with 4. The Yu clan sailors were beyond thrilled. Back at the fleet, Shuda directed the hundreds of ships to lower their sails, drop anchor, find their positions, and begin resting. The Grand Army would rest at the entrance of the strait for the night and launch the official landing assault early tomorrow morning. However, before that, Shuda also dispatched a double-masted sailboat to the envoy station to contact Shoya, inform him of the Grand Army's plan in advance, and simultaneously confuse the enemy troops stationed on the coast of Yashan County. Thus, as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the 2 enemy sentries hidden in the cliffside observation post saw a double-masted sailboat flying the Han tribe flag suddenly sail toward the Qingshui River estuary. This greatly surprised them. Old Chi, look, is that a Han tribe ship? One asked his comrade. Isn't that a stupid question? If it's a ship, it's definitely the Han tribes. Who else builds ships these days? And who else would sail here? The sentry called Old Chi who was dozing in a protruding shack on the cliff, grumbled in dissatisfaction. He sat up, poked his head out, and looked toward the estuary. Sure enough, a double-masted sailboat was heading toward the Qingshui River with full sails. He scratched his head, watching the sailboat enter the Qingshui River and gradually disappear from his line of sight. Old Qi, this isn't right. The Han tribe hasn't sent a ship to the envoy station in half a month. Why send one now all of a sudden? His comrade asked again. How should I know? But it's probably normal, right? I heard it's winter over at the Han tribe right now. The water freezes into ice, and ships can't sail. It's normal for them to come less often. Old Qi replied, still not sensing anything wrong. Then I should go back and report this. The elder said we must tell him whenever a ship comes. The other man grew nervous and stood up, ready to run back. What are you worrying blindly for? It's just one ship. Even if it's full of soldiers, how many can it hold? I think you just want to slack off. Let me tell you, you can go report, but come back quickly. Old Qi grumbled again, and then lay back down in the shack. How am I slacking off? Isn't this what the elder ordered? The other muttered softly. He then nudged Old Qi's shoulder. I'll be right back. Don't fall asleep. Ugh, I know. If you're going, go quickly. Old Qi waved his hand impatiently, without even opening his eyes. The other man sighed, said no more, and turned to run down the narrow cliff path toward the Legion camp in the rear. He needed to report this news to the elder as soon as possible. Although Old Qi was a bit lazy, he still did his job, just in a more comfortable way. He shifted his body, adjusting to a comfortable angle where he could lie down and still see the estuary opposite them. But he didn't see any other activity until his comrade returned. The two continued their assigned routine, taking turns watching the estuary not far from the cliff. Until early the next morning, they still hadn't spotted anything unusual. The ship that sailed to the envoy station last night hadn't left again. But this was no different from usual. Every time a Han tribe ship came to Bamboo Island, it would rest for a while. No matter how urgent, they would definitely wait until daytime to leave. Although the Han tribe had ships, they were more cautious than anyone when using them. Old Qi cursed his comrade as a coward in his heart, then took the initiative to go back and fetch breakfast. Just as he and his comrade were eating, he began to complain dissatisfiedly. Sigh, when will these days end? Tell me, this Han tribe, if they're going to attack, they should just hurry up and do it. Dawdling like this just drags us down, making us suffer in this godforsaken place. He complained to himself, but suddenly realized his comrade hadn't reacted at all and wasn't eating the breakfast he had brought back, even though he was clearly hungry. Hey, are you stupid? Shoo! Old Qi, look over there. What is that? Are those Han tribe ships? Mother of God, why are there so many? Before Old Qi could finish his question, he heard his comrade's extremely suppressed shout. Even though it was impossible for anyone to hear them here, his comrade still nervously lowered his voice. The Han tribe sent ships again? Old Qi asked in confusion, poking his head out of the shack to look toward the strait. This single glance nearly scared him right off the protruding platform on the cliff. In the distance, a dense, uncountable mass of ship silhouettes was speeding toward them, their backs to the rising morning sun. Smack! The corn cake in his mouth suddenly fell off the cliff, eventually splashing into the seawater. At the entrance of the strait, a fleet of over 300 sailboats of various sizes rolled toward the Qingshui River estuary like a tidal wave. The dense shadows of the sails blocked out the newly risen sun. What did a forest of 1,000 sails mean? What did banners blotting out the sun mean? The scene before them was exactly that. Mother of God! Old Qi scrambled up in terror. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself hard a few times. His damn jinxed mouth. Why did he have to go and wish for the Han tribe to hurry up and come? He was just complaining a bit, and the Han tribe actually showed up. Hey, you didn't have to give me that much face, all right. The two were filled with terror. Watching the Han tribe's fleet crush forward, they didn't forget their duty. With just a single exchanged glance, they immediately turned and ran back, intending to report to the elder. This wasn't to say the two were highly responsible, but rather that facing the Han tribe's flood of sailboats, they simply didn't have the guts to stay. What if they were discovered? On the Han tribe fleet's side, after about 12 hours of rest, the fleet began advancing at full speed toward the estuary at 5 a.m., finally arriving shortly after 6 a.m. Over 300 sailboats, large and small, had a combined displacement of absolutely over 120,000 tons and a full load displacement easily exceeding 150,000 tons. Such a massive number of ships might not stand out much on the open ocean, but pouring all at once into a strait only 20 to 30 kilometers wide was a different story. It could only be described as jam-packed. This many ships was enough to blockade the entire entrance and exit of the strait. It was no wonder the two sentries were scared out of their wits. What does a total displacement of 150,000 tons mean? The active Indian Navy ranks high globally, known as the hegemon of the Indian Ocean, yet its total naval displacement is only about 320,000 tons. Although the combat power of the Han tribe's 300-plus sailboats couldn't be compared to modern warships, and their displacement was less than half of the Indian Navy's, with 90% being civilian vessels and the number of dedicated warships not even reaching double digits. This mixed military-civilian fleet was still a maritime force capable of dominating the entire world. Besides the Han tribe, who else could muster 150,000 tons of shipping? Old Chi and the other sentries stumbled and crawled back to the frontline Legion camp, shouting as they ran, "I need to see the Elder. The Han tribe is attacking. The Han tribe is attacking. Let me see the Elder quickly." At this moment, Chi Yun, the overall commander of the two frontline legions, was watching the soldiers practice with dagger axes, spears, and bows. Hearing someone shouting, he immediately frowned. He glanced at his cousin, Elder Chi, beside him. Both wore deep frowns and unfriendly expressions. Chi Yun was Elder Chi's full brother. Within the clan, his prestige was second only to Elder Chi's, which was why he had been specifically sent to serve as the frontline legion commander. Hearing the shouting, he immediately shouted angrily at his subordinates in a mix of shock and fury. "Bring them to me." Before long, the two sentries were brought before him and Elder Chi. Seeing that they were both young men from their own clan, they instantly grew furious. "What happened? Weren't you two supposed to be standing guard at the cliff? Even if you spotted something, only one of you should have come back to report. Why did you both run back together? What exactly happened?" "Elder, second patriarch, it's terrible. The Han tribe is attacking. So many large sailboats came, too many to count, a dense mass covering the entire sea. They're already at the estuary, heading straight for the envoy station." "What? The Han tribe is attacking?" Elder Chi shuddered in terror, almost forgetting to breathe, feeling his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chi Yun beside him wasn't much better, but he was still somewhat better off than Elder Chi. His older brother had only been appointed as the elder in charge of weapon manufacturing because he was skilled at making tools. He rarely managed clan affairs. Unlike Chi Yun, who, although the second patriarch, single-handedly controlled all matters of the clan, big and small. When it came to the courage to remain calm in a crisis, he was indeed much better than his elder brother. He immediately issued orders. "Go gather all the clansmen training outside back to the camp immediately. Close the camp gates, don armor, take up weapons, and prepare for battle. Big brother, you should hurry back too. I'll send a few men to escort you. You must stay with the great commander at a time like this. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news. You also need to find a way to get us reinforcements. The survival of our clan's young men depends entirely on you." Without waiting for Elder Chi to object, he waved his hand. Several direct descendants of the clan immediately took Elder Chi away by force, riding horses to escape from the other side of the mountain forest. Watching the 4,000 warriors rapidly running back to the camp to assemble, Chi Yun took a deep breath. He had a considerable number of men, their weapons and armor were relatively fine, and they held the geographical advantage. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. He steadied his nerves, ordered all the soldiers to wait in the camp first, then called a few trusted clan youths and took the two sentries with him. They quietly sneaked toward the estuary near the envoy station. He needed to see with his own eyes exactly how many men the Han tribe had brought. Meanwhile, at the Qingshui River estuary in the strait, the soldiers on the ship that had arrived the night before had already met up with Shoya. They were currently standing on the high ground of the cliff on the other side of the estuary, acting as port dispatchers. Several soldiers beside them were vigorously waving large flags, using semaphore to guide the sequence of ships entering the port. On the Fubo flagship on the other side, Xuetu and Shudo were also rapidly dispatching warships to enter the port in batches, guided by the semaphore. According to the battle plan, the first wave would deploy the main force of the Huban Guard, nearly 4,000 men, to secure a foothold on the west bank of the Qingshui River. Then, the Xiaoqi Guard and their warhorses would be deployed, followed finally by the soldiers of the other guards. On the other side, Qi Yun and his 5 or 6 trusted guards quietly hid behind a large boulder at the top of the mountain. Peering down, they indeed saw an uncountable number of ships densely gathered at the estuary. However, they had no idea exactly how many people were on board, or whether the Han tribe was truly planning to fight. Just then, the fleet in the strait moved. Over 20 large 3-masted ocean-going ships suddenly broke formation, hoisted their sails, and advanced at full speed toward Bamboo Island's inland river. Looking at the river section near the envoy station, Qi Yun and the others were instantly startled. On the west bank, the side closer to them, over a dozen floating piers had suddenly been erected at some unknown time. Hundreds of 8-meter-long sampans were neatly lined up along the shore, tightly linked together and covered with thick wooden planks. In the water on both sides of the piers, human figures could faintly be seen soaking in the water. These thinly clad figures swam together, jointly maintaining the stability of the pontoon bridges. Seeing the scene before him, Qi Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. He knew where the Han tribe's weakness lay. Qi Yun knew these were the Han tribe's landing ships. However, what he hadn't expected was that the Han tribe would choose to land directly on the west bank of the Qingshui River instead of resting at the envoy station first. By doing so, they were essentially deploying their forces right into his territory, catching him completely unprepared. But with the Han tribe's landing imminent, he had no time to lament. Seeing the pontoon bridges set up in the water and the people guarding them, he knew this was the Han tribe's weakness. As long as he could find a way to attack those pontoon bridges, the Han tribe would definitely be unable to come ashore. They would be forced to retreat to the envoy station's pier to land, which would buy him time to devise a countermeasure. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately ordered his 2 trusted aides to return to the camp and mobilize troops. They were to bring all the archers, along with plenty of torches and fire arrows. He intended to launch a mid-crossing strike while the Han tribe was traversing the river, burning down those pontoon bridges first. As he watched the Han tribe's ships draw closer and closer, about to begin their landing, Qi Yun noticed something else amiss. Not all of the dozen or so ships were landing vessels. Some didn't stop when passing the pontoon bridges but sailed straight past, as if they had accidentally overshot. But he knew the Han tribe would never make such a rookie mistake. They were definitely preparing something. However, the current situation afforded him no more time to prepare. The first wave of over 20 ships entering the port quickly spread out along both sides of the pontoon bridges. The towering hulls of the 3-masted sailboats stood like city walls on the water, exuding an inexplicable, oppressive aura. Countless ironclad warriors began pouring out of the cabins to assemble on the decks. On the ships in the center that had already aligned their broadsides with the pontoon bridges, soldiers began setting up makeshift gangways, extending thick, wide wooden planks onto the bridges. It looked like they were about to start landing. Just then, the Ecchi tribe legion, which had been preparing for battle in the rear, was finally brought up. Over 1,000 archers, holding torches and bows, suddenly charged out of the mountain forest in a scattered formation, howling to boost their own morale as they ran. Although these Ecchi tribe warriors were nervous, they weren't particularly terrified. They had just received orders that they didn't need to engage the Han tribe in close combat. They only needed to use fire arrows to attack the pontoon bridges, soldiers, and ships. Furthermore, with their side having the advantage in numbers, over 1,000 men gathered together. Their courage naturally swelled. When they reached the foot of the mountain and saw that the Han tribe only had 20-something ships, they feared nothing. How many people could those few ships hold, no matter how big they were? Thus, without waiting for Qi Yun's command, many of them knocked arrows to their bamboo bows while running. Using the torches held by the men beside them, they lit the arrowheads and fired at the pontoon bridges and landing ships as they charged. With a flurry of thwack 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 sounds, countless arrows rained down on the wooden planks of the pontoon bridges and into the surrounding water. Some arrows even struck the large ships preparing to land. A few arrows landing on the decks caused a brief commotion, but it was quickly suppressed by the accompanying officers. The fishermen from the Fisher tribe, who had come specifically to help the Han tribe set up the pontoon bridges, suffered over a dozen casualties from the archers on the shore. Soaking in the water and relying on their excellent swimming skills, they quickly dove underwater to evade. Some simply swam underneath the pontoon bridges to hide from the arrows continuously falling from above. The open flames on the arrows quickly ignited the wooden planks of the pontoon bridges and some of the gangways. However, Due to a lack of combustible material, the fire didn't cause much damage to the damp wood. Watching the 1,000-plus enemy troops closing in on the shore, the officers on the ships immediately launched a counterattack according to their prearranged plan. From the ships flanking the pontoon bridges, the ones that had never intended to land, the sound of war drums erupted, mixed with the shouts of men. But the Ecchi tribe archers on the shore couldn't see what was on the ships because their viewing angle was too low. The sailboats were like walls on the water. To see what was on top, they had to crane their necks upward. But when they did look, they were instantly terrified. They heard someone on the ships shout, "Soldiers of the Xiangjin Guard, hear my command. Fire at will at the targets on the shore." The next moment, a dense row of silhouettes appeared along the gunnels of the ships, flanking the pontoon bridges. The Han tribe warriors, clad in red robes and iron armor, held fully drawn divine arm crossbows. Exposing half their bodies over the gunnels, they aimed at the enemy archers on the shore and pulled the triggers upon their officers' commands. In an instant, the swish-swish-swish of flying crossbow bolts and the twang-twang of releasing bowstrings echoed across the shore. The Ecchi tribe archers, who had just reached the shore and fired 2 or 3 volleys, had over 100 men mowed down by this single volley. Some were hit by multiple bolts, their chests turned into pincushions. At such close range, even bamboo lamellar armor couldn't stop the domineering power of the crossbows. The length of the deck was limited, so the entire force of the Xiangjin Guard couldn't deploy all at once. After the first small group of soldiers fired their bolts, they didn't have time to reload. They immediately stepped back, and the second row of soldiers instantly appeared at the gunnels, unleashing a second volley at the enemy on the shore. Qi Yun had somehow run to the back of the archers. In truth, he had been hiding behind a rock higher up. From his vantage point, he immediately saw the Han tribe crossbowmen pouring out of the cabins. Crying out in alarm internally, he tried to rush down and order his soldiers to retreat, but he was a step too late. By the time he got there, the Han tribe had already fired 2 volleys, and nearly 300 of his men had fallen. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The Han tribe's bows have a longer range than ours. Retreat quickly, Qi Yun shouted frantically as he ran. But given the current situation, any fool could see it was disadvantageous. Without needing Qi Yun's command, the archers had already started running back. Who wouldn't run at such close range, waiting to be picked off one by the enemy's crossbows? However, the Xiangjin Guard on the Han tribe's side relentlessly continued firing at the fleeing enemy. When the enemy ran from 50 meters to 100 meters, they kept shooting. At 200 meters, they switched to high-angle fire. At 300 meters, all the crossbowmen on the deck began firing at maximum elevation, instantly forming a rain of arrows that blanketed the fleeing enemy. Only when the enemy had completely run out of range did the Xiangjin Guard commander order a ceasefire. Within the 300-meter range from the shore, the ground was sparsely littered with enemy archers, at least 400 of them. Some were dead outright, while others were only lightly wounded, stumbling to their feet and trying to retreat. But as soon as most of them stood up, they were focused down by the crossbowmen on the ships. Dozens of bolts would instantly cover them, turning them into pincushions, dying a death far more gruesome than the severely wounded. Meanwhile, the overall landing commander on the central ship, seeing that the 300-meter range on the shore had been cleared by the Xiangjin Guard's long-range strikes, immediately gave a shout, ordering his personal guards to beat the war drums. Sword and shield infantry of the Huban Guard, land and form up. The Xiangjin Guard is covering us. Don't be afraid, charge. Charge, brothers. The time to build merit and establish our careers has come. Kill one and get a title. Capture one and get a horse. Brothers of the 6th Banner, follow me. Following the orders of the Huban Guard officers, sword and shield infantrymen hoisted their heavy shields and vaulted over the gunnels. Clad in heavy armor, they landed on the gangways with a clatter of armor plates, their thick leather boots stomping out the open flames on the wood as they charged toward the shore. The fishermen hiding underwater, seeing the Ecchi tribe driven off, quickly emerged from beneath the pontoon bridges. Some swam over to steady the swaying wooden planks, while others used their conical hats to splash water and extinguish the fire arrows on the bridges, creating favorable conditions for the landing Huban Guard officers and soldiers. From over a dozen landing ships and 30-something gangways, countless sword and shield infantrymen swarmed down. The moment they hit the shore, they drew their steel swords from their waists and surged toward the half-dead, arrow-riddled enemy troops lying on the ground. When they encountered the severely wounded, they directly decapitated them with a single stroke. For the lightly wounded, they first smashed them unconscious with their heavy shields. Capturing an enemy alive yielded a higher reward than killing one, a rule Han Feng had established because the Han tribe lacked labor. A lightly wounded soldier with an arrow in his leg had fallen during the second volley. Later, when he tried to flee, he saw those who stood up instantly focused down by dozens of arrows. Terrified, he simply lay on the ground playing dead. But he hadn't been playing dead for even 2 minutes before the Han tribe's sword and shield infantry landed and began slaughtering the half-dead, severely wounded soldiers. He lay there trembling. Beside him, a comrade with 2 arrows in his chest was gasping for air, clearly not going to make it. Suddenly, a shadow blocked their vision. A flash of white light followed, and with a squelch, the wounded man's hot blood sprayed all over the face of the one playing dead. A large head rolled right next to his face. He opened his eyes and saw the gruesome sight of his comrade's decapitated body. He instantly screamed in terror, struggling to his feet to run, which startled the Huban Guard soldier who had just claimed a head. What the? This guy was playing dead. Scared the crap out of me. Cursing angrily, the soldier swung his oak shield with his left hand, smashing it into the back of the man's head. With a dull thud, the poor guy, who had already been scared half out of his mind, failed to escape and ultimately became a prisoner of war for the Han tribe. The first 1,000 Huban Guards sword and shield infantry to land quickly pushed the front line to the edge of crossbow range, clearing out all the fallen enemy troops within 300 meters. They then rapidly gathered to form a shield wall, defending against any potential counterattack from the Ecchi tribe. The Ecchi tribe clan soldiers, who had little experience with war, were terrified to the point of wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves upon seeing the Han tribe so ruthlessly chop off their compatriots' heads and hang them from their waists. Some soiled themselves, trembling as they crawled backward to escape. Others, slightly braver, wanted to avenge their brothers and kin who had died tragically under the Han tribe's blades. However, they were ultimately called back by Qi Yun. He knew very well that his 1,000-odd men were absolutely no match for the Han tribe's 1,000 men. Quick, retreat to the camp. We'll use the traps and palisades to block them, Qi Yun shouted, taking the lead and running back with the remaining archers. He only had this many ranged troops. He absolutely couldn't waste them here, or the subsequent defense would be even harder. On the shore by the farmland, under the combined defense of the Xiangjin Guard's long-range strikes from the ships and the Huban Guard's sword and shield infantry on land, a safe landing zone 300 meters wide was finally established on the west bank of the Qingshui River. Seeing the time was ripe, the officers on the ships immediately ordered the remaining spearmen, halberdiers, and crossbowmen of the Huban Guard to land. In just over 10 minutes, the entire 4,000-strong force of the Huban Guard was deployed ashore. Adjutant Yang Feng of the Huban Guard, having landed, immediately organized the troops to form defensive arrays and continued pushing the front line forward. They finally carved out a landing zone a mile wide in the coastal farmland, providing a safe guarantee for the subsequent troops to land. The emptied ships quickly hoisted their sails, turned around, and headed back toward the strait. The subsequent horse transports and troop transports quickly followed, deploying the 3,000-strong Shaoqi Guard ashore, along with over 10,000 warhorses, the Huban Guard's 20 vehicle-mounted field cannons, and a massive amount of ammunition and supplies. Just deploying these 7,000 men and over 10,000 warhorses took an entire morning. During this time, the 2 frontline legions of the Ecchi tribe commanded by Qi Yun never came to harass them again, all turtling up within their mountaintop defensive line, refusing to come out. The Han tribe's landing continued. Such a massive commotion, the mobilization of tens of thousands of men and horses, was naturally noticed by the nearby commoners. Some bold individuals from the food tribe villages near the foot of the mountain ran over to check on their farmland, only to see countless men and horses occupying it. Everyone wore the same uniform, red robes and iron armor, with helmets on their heads, and some even had bloody human heads hanging from their waists. Terrified, they screamed for their mothers, stumbling and crawling back to their villages to hide. Shuetu, who had already landed with the Grand Army, paid them no mind. He continued directing the landing of the subsequent troops, deploying the 2,500 men of the Baotao Guard, recruited from the Tang tribe, ashore. They were closely followed by the Hailing Guard, Feixiong Guard, and Xiangjin Guard. At this point, all participating units, except the Fubo Guard Navy, had landed. Although the Ingyang Guard, formed by the Fisher tribe, wasn't here, they had already arrived at the rear flank of the envoy station, ready to guard it. After all personnel had landed, the subsequent double-masted sailboats continued streaming toward the Qingshui River, delivering boatloads of supplies ashore, not just rations, but also horse-drawn carts and currency. Xuetu only cared about fighting. He could ignore everything else. But the military Sima was responsible for the local political situation. The Han tribe's Grand Army had just arrived, and the first priority was to pacify the local commoners and clarify the legitimate reasons for their tribe's attack on Bamboo Island. They couldn't let the locals think the Han tribe was here to destroy and massacre, lest they provoke unnecessary resistance. Therefore, once all troops and supplies were ashore, Xue Qingyao, the military Sima of the Huban Guard, immediately took the logistics troops and the Simas of the other guards to the nearby villages to deliver gifts. Meanwhile, Xuetu was writing today's battle report, detailing the combat process and specifics. He immediately sent it to Han Feng via Eagle Messenger. He hadn't forgotten Han Feng's requirement of 1 report per day. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for the battle report to fly back, so we'll set that aside for now and focus on Huban Guard military Sima, Xue Qingyao, leading his men to pacify the commoners of Bamboo Island. Xue Qingyao was the second military Sima of the Huban Guard, sharing a clan relationship with his predecessor, Xue Dongliang. Both were members of the Xue tribe, which had joined the Han tribe early on. Their commonality was that both had organized large-scale engineering projects involving thousands of people, such as building cities, digging rivers, and constructing schools. In plain terms, they started out as foremen. Being a foreman was a major advantage. They possessed experience in large-scale logistical support, making them the prime candidates for regular army military simas. Xue Qingyao first led his men to the nearest village. To minimize the locals' panic, he specifically brought along soldiers who hadn't directly engaged the enemy earlier. These soldiers were clean, without any bloodstains. Among them were even some who had recently disguised themselves as merchants to promote currency. It could be said that the locals found these soldiers somewhat familiar, making it easier to establish a friendly rapport during conversations. Accompanying them were translators jointly dispatched by the Jinwu Guard and the envoy station to ensure smooth communication. If the locals weren't familiar enough with the soldiers, they were definitely intimately familiar with these translators who constantly operated on Bamboo Island and at the envoy station. The group, riding horses and driving carts, totaling about 100 people, arrived at the nearest village. However, the village, which clearly showed signs of recent activity, was now completely deserted. The bamboo stilt houses in the village had their doors and windows shut tight, but many peeking eyes could be seen through the gaps in the bamboo. Clearly, the commoners hadn't fled. Some were even holding makeshift weapons, hiding in the livestock pens beneath the bamboo houses, guarding their most important property, their cattle and sheep. Seeing the locals' reaction, Xue Qingyao couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand, and 2 soldiers immediately went to post a pacification proclamation on the trunk of a large tree in the village. This was also per Han Feng's instructions. When dealing with unfamiliar tribes, Han Feng always adhered to formal, written communication. Whether you could read it or not was your problem. Anyway, we are a civilized nation with writing and culture. If you can't read it, then you are barbarians. First, crush them with an imposing aura, letting them know exactly what kind of entity they are facing. After posting the proclamation, seeing that no one had come out yet, Xue Qingyao gestured to a translator beside him to start calling out to the villagers. He would speak a sentence, and the translator would shout it out. Could the village elder please come out for a chat? Our great Han army has just arrived and means no offense. We have mobilized our troops to Bamboo Island solely because Commander Xin broke his promises and acted recklessly. He colluded with grassland warlords, acting in cahoots with them, and attacked our Han tribe's Kaiyuan County first, killing over 1,000 of our great Han soldiers and intercepting our salt transport caravans. To avenge this grievance, we have brought our army here. However, our Han tribe's chief is benevolent and cannot bear to see the people suffer or to cause senseless slaughter. He has specifically ordered that this battle is only to punish the chief culprit, Commander Xin, and his military accomplices. We must absolutely not make things difficult for the local commoners. Fathers and elders, please rest assured. Our Han tribe's army is strictly disciplined and well-governed. We will absolutely not bully the local elders, nor will we take a single needle or thread from you. If any soldier violates this order, You may report them to our station troops. We will not be lenient with offending soldiers and will certainly execute them publicly to give you an explanation. This was the content written on the pacification proclamation. Xue Qingyao was merely reading it aloud. After the proclamation was read, the scene fell unusually silent, leaving only the rustling of leaves blowing in the evening breeze. However, Xue Qingyao knew very well that the commoners hiding in the bamboo houses were definitely listening. Sure enough, less than a minute after the proclamation was read, the door of a bamboo house opened, and an old man with graying hair and beard walked out. This was undoubtedly the elder of this place. To be honest, the surrounding villages had a fairly good impression of the Han tribe. This good impression was primarily built on the envoy station's behavior in the area over the past 2 years, fair trade, even a willingness to take small losses, and teaching the locals many techniques. The nearest villages were major hubs for learning hemp cultivation and weaving from the envoy station. They interacted frequently with the station and felt the Han tribe wasn't the type to come here and burn, kill, and pillage for no reason. If it weren't for the young men of the village stumbling back and insisting that the Han tribe was killing people in their fields, the elder of this village would never have believed it. Now that the Han tribe had actually sent people and explained the reason, the village elder thought for a moment and decided to come out and talk face to face. They could figure out what was true and what was false through conversation. Anyway, the Han tribe had many people now. If they really wanted to burn, kill, and pillage, this small village couldn't stop them. He might as well risk his old bones to get things straight with the Han tribe. The bamboo door opened, and 2 figures, one old and one young, wearing coarse hemp clothes and straw sandals, climbed down the stairs. The younger one was the elder's eldest son. He frequently interacted with the envoy station and could speak some basic conversational Chinese. Facing the 100 or so armored and armed soldiers before him, he showed no fear, steadily supporting his father as they walked over. Of course, their willingness to come out and communicate, rather than immediately treating the Han tribe as invaders and blindly resisting, had its reasons. First, the concept of a nation hadn't yet emerged in this era. Most ideologies were based on tribes, families, and clans. Therefore, in their eyes, the Han tribe's clans and their own village weren't much different. Everyone grew up farming and eating grain. The Han tribe and the ecchi tribe weren't much different either. Both were large tribes with multiple clans. The only difference was that the Han tribe had more clans, a larger scale, and was more developed in all aspects. Second, the ecchi tribe's control over Bamboo Island wasn't very strong. For the commoners of Bamboo Island, it was entirely a free-range, hands-off model. Although Commander Xian also collected grain and animal skins from the Bamboo Island commoners, it wasn't quite like collecting taxes. It existed more as a form of bartering. Because the Xian tribe's territory occupied the only passage from Bamboo Island to the mainland, the Hidden Bridge, and they controlled the island's only metal vein, other clans and tribes could only obtain cattle and sheep for farming from the grasslands through the Xian tribe. If they wanted metal agricultural tools, they also had to go through the Xian tribe. The commoners of Bamboo Island paid a certain quota of grain to Commander Xian in exchange for metal tools and livestock. This was the relationship between the two sides. Commander Xian didn't care at all about the livelihoods, economy, or laws of the smaller tribes and clans below him. It was similar to a suzerainty system, where the subordinate small tribes and clans possessed considerable autonomy. This was unlike the Han tribe. Han Feng's rule over the Han tribe managed absolutely everything, from household registration to land distribution and farming, to recruiting soldiers to defend the tribe, and collecting taxes for basic tribal infrastructure. That was a proper state management model, with a level of control far beyond what the Xian tribe could compare to. This resulted in the commoners of Bamboo Island having little sense of identity with the Xian tribe. In contrast, the commoners of the Han tribe clearly understood a fact. They paid taxes to the Han tribe. They enjoyed all the welfare policies of the Han tribe, and they also had the obligation to build and defend the tribe together. Therefore, they all identified as members of the Han tribe, as Han people. This was the difference between the Han and Xian tribes. Therefore, the elder and his son weren't averse to communicating with the Han tribe, provided, of course, that the Han tribe truly wouldn't harm them. May I ask this Han tribe envoy, is what you just said true? Does it count? The white-haired elder asked this as his first sentence upon reaching Xue Qingyao. Of course. Please rest assured, old sir. Everything I just said was ordered by our chief. We naturally wouldn't disobey the chief's orders. Otherwise, we would have to bear the punishment. The elder nodded in agreement. He had heard somewhat about the Han tribe chief's status and power within the tribe. After all, this was the village closest to the envoy station. They frequently heard the people from the station talk about how their chief was this or that, how their chief told them to do this or that, and so on. In short, the elder felt that the people of the Han tribe worshipped their chief immensely and were extremely obedient. Whatever the chief said, went. Based on this logic, if what this man just said was truly their chief's order, then they probably really wouldn't harm this village. The stone in his heart dropped a little lower, and the old man asked again, I just heard the young men in the clan say that your Han tribe's grand army has occupied our farmland. When will you be able to leave? You won't occupy our fields forever, will you? Xue Qingyao smiled again, trying his best to show his affability. Please rest assured about this, elder. Our grand army has just landed and temporarily has no place to stay, which is why we chose the empty farmland for a temporary camp. However, the army won't stay long. Most of the troops will withdraw tomorrow, and the rest will leave within 7 days. We absolutely will not affect the farming of the elders and fellow villagers. Additionally, as compensation for temporarily occupying your farmland, our Han tribe is willing to provide a batch of rice seeds free of charge and send technicians to help you popularize rice cultivation. I wonder if the elder is satisfied with this answer. The Han tribe's willingness to vacate the farmland as soon as possible was undoubtedly the most satisfying answer for the two of them. They could accept the 7-day limit. Anyway, they had just finished harvesting the final crop of grain for the year. Even if they wanted to plant grain, they would have to wait until next year. Their bottom line was for the Han tribe to vacate the farmland before spring next year. Otherwise, they would have to figure out how to reclaim wasteland. But what they hadn't expected was that the Han tribe, having merely occupied some idle fields for a few days, would actually offer compensation on their own initiative. And the compensation was teaching them how to grow rice. Rice was a good thing. They heard it was the Han tribe's staple food. Not only was it high-yielding, but more importantly, it was delicious, easy to eat, and good for the body. The people at the envoy station ate that white rice every day. Because their village was close to the envoy station, the elder's eldest son had the fortune of receiving some husked rice as a gift from the station. He and his father had both tasted this unfamiliar grain at home. Bamboo Island was a region where corn was the staple food and soybeans were supplementary, so they had a very long history of eating corn. Corn was high-yielding, so they didn't worry about filling their stomachs. But there was always one persistent problem. It was difficult to eat. This wasn't to say eating corn was strenuous, but rather that corn, at its core, was a coarse grain. Eating it for a short period or intermittently was good for the human body, but eating it over a long period caused severe wear and tear on the teeth. Not to mention, these people grew up gnawing on corn. By the time they reached the elder's age, they basically had a mouth full of rotten teeth. If they wanted to gnaw on corn again, the spirit was willing, but the flesh was weak. Wanted to eat meat? They could only look at the meat and cry. It wasn't that they didn't have any, but they couldn't chew it. In the end, they could only drink some broth to live out their remaining years. But the Han tribe's rice and wheat were different. Rice and wheat were refined grains. Not only were they highly nutritious, but the key was that they were easy to eat and didn't wear down the teeth as severely. More importantly, they heard that rice and wheat were much easier to store than corn and could be kept for several years. Therefore, ever since rice and wheat appeared on Bamboo Island, they had always been the immortal grains that the locals scrambled for. Although the envoy station had brought them wheat seeds and planting methods when they arrived, and they had successfully grown wheat still had significant disadvantages compared to rice. First, the yield wasn't high. Second, if wheat was eaten directly as grains, the texture wasn't good. The most suitable way to consume it was to grind it into flour and then make various wheat-based foods. The local village elder's favorite Han tribe food was noodles. When he wanted to eat meat, he would use a steel knife to chop some meat scraps into a sauce and pour it over the noodles. Slurp, slurp. He didn't even need to chew with his teeth, just slurped it right down. This was the most suitable meal for the elderly. Unfortunately, making flour required a stone mill, and they couldn't make this thing themselves. Even if they grew wheat, they could only take it to the mill built by the envoy station to grind it into flour. Therefore, compared to wheat, rice, a refined grain that could be eaten directly after husking, was their top choice for large-scale cultivation. So, hearing Xue Qingyao offer to provide them with rice seeds and teach them how to grow rice, how could they not be thrilled? May I ask this envoy, Is it true that you will teach us to grow rice? The old man immediately asked in disbelief. Of course, I am the highest-ranking military Sima of this grand army. All these men are under my command. What I say naturally counts. Please rest assured, Elder. Once this battle is over, our Han tribe will definitely fulfill our promise and teach you how to grow rice. Xue Qingyao immediately patted his chest and guaranteed the elder and his son. As soon as these words were spoken, the doors and windows of the surrounding bamboo houses opened one after another. Numerous figures poked their heads out from the doors and windows. Men and women, old and weak, women and children, adults and kids, all stretching their necks to look over. Their eyes no longer held fear, but rather more pleasant surprise, curiosity, and inquiry. Those young, able-bodied men and women, the main workforce for farming, even carried a trace of excitement. The Han tribe was actually willing to teach them how to grow rice. How could they not be excited? Many local villagers emerged from the bamboo houses, gradually gathering behind the elder and his son. Looking at the Han tribe soldiers before them, they engaged in hushed but heated discussions. Envoy, if the Han tribe can truly teach us how to grow rice, we won't ask for any compensation. Even for the rice seeds, we are willing to pay for them, as long as what you say is true, the elder stated very earnestly. After he spoke, the countless commoners behind him all looked toward Xue Qingyao, the leader of the Han tribe group. Of course, our Han tribe always keeps its promises. If we say we'll provide the rice seeds for free, we definitely won't make you spend a single coin. However, speaking of money, I have another matter to inform everyone about. Our grand army has just arrived in your esteemed land, and our need for firewood, forage, and meat is immense. If you wish to earn some money, you are more than welcome to deliver firewood, grass, cattle, and sheep to our garrison. The troops will certainly pay you at market prices and will absolutely not shortchange you, fathers and elders. Furthermore, after this battle, our Han tribe will not be leaving. Those of you who have saved Han tribe currency can trade with us at the markets anywhere, at any time. You can also use it when trading among yourselves. From now on, we will open all commodity trading rights to all the people of Bamboo Island. As long as it is something our Han tribe sells publicly and our Han tribe citizens can buy, you will be able to buy it too. This statement sparked even more intense discussion among the locals. It was well known that although the Envoy station had been selling some items previously, the variety was extremely limited. Many of the Han tribe's goods were not open to Bamboo Island. Even if they wanted to buy them, they couldn't get their hands on so many good things. Everyone knew the Han tribe was developed and had everything, but they couldn't get it. How could that not be frustrating? But now, the Han tribe was actually saying they would open all commodity trading rights to them. Instantly, everyone's minds began to race. May I ask, Envoy, can we buy carts and boats? The elder's son was the first to ask. Of course you can. As long as you can afford it, we will sell it. It's the same as for the citizens of our Han tribe, Xue Qingyao replied immediately. Then if you drive Commander Xian away, will you sell us cattle and horses in the future? Without livestock, we won't be able to farm, a young man in the crowd asked. Ha. How could we be the same as Commander Xian? When he sells you cattle and horses, he has to trade for them from the grassland people. But our Han tribe has 3 large counties right on the grasslands, with lush pastures stretching as far as the eye can see. The cattle and horses we raise ourselves are enough for the hundreds of thousands of citizens in our entire tribe. So, in the future, buying cattle and horses from the Han tribe will only be more convenient. Moreover, in our Han tribe, even if a family is poor and cannot afford cattle or horses, they can rent them from the local government. We will absolutely not let any household delay their farming. Plowing fields, planting crops, wearing clothes, and eating food were the top priorities for the commoners. Hearing that the Han tribe had such excellent conditions and such great welfare policies, the villagers were instantly thrilled. During the Xian tribe's rule, they had never enjoyed such benefits. The commoners chattered excitedly, asking Xue Qingyao more details about the Han tribe's policies and commodity trading. Xue Qingyao handled all the questions with ease. After this exchange and understanding, the Han tribe's favorability among the locals skyrocketed. They were no longer as terrified as they were initially, and even began to secretly look forward to the Han tribe truly defeating Commander Xian and ending the Xian tribe's rule over Bamboo Island. The chatter in the crowd continued, with people constantly discussing with those around them. So it turns out Commander Xian colluded with the grassland people to attack the Han tribe first, and even killed so many of their people. No wonder the Han tribe sent an army to attack him. And you just believe whatever the Han tribe says? Couldn't it be that the Han tribe just made up an excuse to start trouble? Someone retorted skeptically. You don't know shit. Are you blind or just stupid? Can't you see the facts right in front of you? Let me ask you, when Commander Xian sent the elders to collect grain this time, why did they have us deliver the harvested grain directly to that military camp on the North Mountain? Didn't you see what kind of people were in that camp? There are several thousand grassland people in there. Grassland people wear their hair in 2 braids on the sides of their heads. You can tell they're different at a glance. You couldn't see that? Isn't this ironclad proof that Commander Xian colluded with the grassland people? If they didn't collude, why would the grassland people help Commander Xian fight? This barrage of questions left the skeptic speechless. He didn't know the truth of the matter, so how could he know why? And think about it. When did they take those grassland people to set up camp on the North Mountain? That must have been 2 or 3 months ago, right? At that time, the Han tribe hadn't even sent their grand army over. Since that's the case, why did Commander Xian and the others start preparing there with a bunch of grassland people so early? The person who retorted raised another suspicious point, and without waiting for anyone to answer, continued his deduction. Isn't it because they had a guilty conscience? They attacked the Han tribe first, and were afraid the Han tribe would seek revenge, so they started preparing early. Otherwise, how could they have sent people to fight the Han tribe the moment they landed? After finishing his deduction, he looked at the surrounding crowd, who were gazing at him with expressions of, so that's how it is, you're really smart. He immediately grew smug, as if his guess was the absolute truth, and everything he said was an axiom. However, these words could only fool ordinary commoners. Someone as shrewd as the elder obviously wouldn't be fooled. The Han tribe claimed that Commander Xian attacked them first, so they came for revenge. He couldn't judge this statement because he hadn't seen the truth with his own eyes. It was really hard to say who was right and who was wrong. But what did it matter to them whether the Han tribe was right or wrong? The elder only knew that the Han tribe's policies were more beneficial to them. The Han tribe's currency was more convenient to use. They could provide better grain seeds and planting techniques, and their manufacturing was more developed, bringing them richer material conditions. Knowing this was enough. Therefore, even if the Han tribe had fabricated the excuse, the elder decided to treat it as true. Being ruled by the Han tribe was more advantageous than being ruled by the Xian tribe. Any fool knew which to choose. So, hearing his clansmen discussing Commander Xian's collusion with the grassland people, he said nothing. Let them discuss it. It perfectly cemented Commander Xian's guilt. Despite this, the elder had no intention of helping the Han tribe. The struggle between the 2 great powers, Han and Xian, wasn't something a small village like theirs could interfere in. If the Han tribe won, that would be fine, and they might even get some credit. But if the Han tribe lost, who knew if Commander Xian would send people to retaliate against their village? Therefore, the old man could only hedge his bets and help neither side. He couldn't afford to offend either of these 2 great powers. Since the Han tribe wanted to dominate Bamboo Island, let them fight it out themselves. It would also be a good opportunity to see if the Han tribe truly had the strength. After pondering for a moment and making his decision, the elder spoke up. Please do not take offense, envoy. Our village is small and weak, so we cannot offer you much help. If the Han army needs firewood, grass, and meat, you can send people to our doors to collect it. We will sell whatever we can. But asking us to deliver it to the military camp ourselves is absolutely out of the question. If Commander Xian's people find out, they might very well make an example of our village. So, we can only trouble you to do the hard work yourselves. As the elder spoke, he imitated the Han tribe's etiquette, cupping his hands toward Xue Qingyao and bowing in apology. Xue Qingyao naturally knew what the old man was worried about. He cursed the shrewd old fox in his heart, but smiled and said, There is no need for such formalities, old sir. What are you saying? We are the ones who have disturbed your lives. Your willingness to sell firewood, grass, and meat fairly to the Han army is already a tremendous help. How could we dare ask you to put yourselves in danger? Don't worry, we will send someone to contact you first when we need something, and only send people to collect it after we've agreed. We absolutely will not cause you too much trouble. Xue Qingyao also cupped his hands in return. The envoy is truly righteous. Then this old man will congratulate the Han army in advance on a swift victory and successful revenge. We will. That day will come very soon. Xue Qingyao smiled confidently again. The conversation went very smoothly. Xue Qingyao bought several carts of corn stalks to use as firewood and over a dozen goats in the village before heading to the next one. He visited several surrounding villages in succession, and the situations were all similar to the first one. Most of the local commoners believed the Han tribe's reasons and the contents of the pacification proclamation. Part of this was due to the good image the envoy station had cultivated locally. On the other hand, it was an undeniable fact that Commander Xian had gathered a group of grassland people to form an army here. Finally, the new policies temporarily announced by the Han army were extremely attractive to the locals. Therefore, they were not averse to the Han army's arrival and were even quite happy to see the conflict between the Han and Xian factions. Xue Qingyao also successfully purchased enough meat and firewood from the surrounding villages. On the way back to the camp with the soldiers and the convoy, Xue Qingyao instructed the other Sima officers from the various guards traveling with him. You are all newly promoted Simas, but you are also veterans of our Han tribe. You all know military discipline, what should be done and what shouldn't. I hope you all keep that in mind. You all witnessed everything today and saw how to interact with the local commoners, so I won't say more on that. I just want to emphasize one last point. After the main force leaves, the station military Simas must manage the local political situation well, pacify the emotions of the local commoners, and strictly enforce the discipline of your respective units. Anyone who commits an offense, whether officer or soldier, must be dealt with severely and heavily. I do not want to see the Han army's reputation ruined because of the reckless actions of a few individuals, leading to the betrayal and mass rebellion of the local commoners. The chief especially does not want to see that. If that really happens, you gentlemen had better wash your necks and prepare for the worst. The other Simas, who hadn't been in their positions for long, quickly cupped their hands and said, "Please rest assured, Sima Xue. We will strictly follow your teachings and absolutely will not fail the expectations of the Sima and the chief. Good that you understand. This battle is a war to expand the territory of our great Han. If you do well, you naturally won't be short of merit. You are all the political officers of your units, and with military merit under your belts, your future prospects are bright. I hope you will all work together, for the tribe and for yourselves, to win this battle, manage the local situation well, and pave the way for the chief's next moves. Understood. We will definitely not fail the high expectations of the chief and the Sima." The Simas cupped their hands again in acknowledgement. Xue Qingyao smiled in satisfaction. He had been the Sima of the Huban Guard for over half a year now, and had previously managed engineering construction at various sites for quite some time. He had long since perfected the carrot and stick routine, and it never failed. By the time the group returned to the army camp, all the troops and supplies that needed to land had been brought ashore. The Grand Army began setting up a temporary camp and cooking meals. Xue had also immediately sent out all his scouts, focusing their reconnaissance on the defensive deployments of the Xian tribe's 2 frontline legions and the various traps they had set in the mountain forests, based on the intelligence previously provided by the Jinwu Guard and the envoy station. Until dusk, just as it was getting dark, the first batch of dispatch scouts finally returned and began compiling the various intelligence reports at the command post. The adjutants of the various guards also began compiling the intelligence, marking it on maps and sand tables to help the commanders analyze the battle situation. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the enemy has a total force of 4,000 men. After losing over 400 men in the battle with our forces this morning, they have about 3,600 left. They are holed up in the mountaintop camp on the North Mountain along the coast. They have ample fresh water and rations. They only have a small number of cavalry used for communication, no main cavalry force. The rest all wear bamboo armor and wield iron weapons, but the quality cannot compare to ours. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, we extracted a piece of information from a captured prisoner. One person said they have prepared 5 hidden paths, allowing them to silently sneak to our envoy station and landing point from the strait, cliffs, jungle, river, and other locations. They plan to secretly ambush our logistical supplies and fleet after our main force leaves. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, we have taken the surrendered prisoners and found all the traps they set on the mountain. The traps have been cleared by the reconnaissance units. The Grand Army can launch an attack at any time. One scout after another delivered intelligence to the command post in the central tent. Xue rapidly analyzed the enemy's deployment and their own attack methods to maximize the battle results. Total annihilation wasn't Xue goal. He knew Han Feng preferred prisoners who could work, so figuring out how to capture more prisoners was the right path. Moreover, they couldn't suffer excessive casualties during the capture process. Looking at the sand table and analyzing the situation, Shui had a flash of inspiration, and a trapping plan quickly formed in his mind. Men, call the commanders of the Feixiong Guard, Xiangjin Guard, Hiling Guard, and Baotao Guard. Have the Shaoqi Guard restore their warhorse's combat capability as quickly as possible. They have no tasks for now. The other guards will await my orders, Shui immediately commanded. Understood. The messenger acknowledged and immediately ran out to call for them. Because the several guards were temporarily camped together, it only took a moment for the summoned commanders to arrive at Shui main tent. Shui led them to the sand table, which had just been marked with the intelligence information before speaking. This is our first battle after landing. The objective is to completely annihilate this enemy force entrenched on the northern coast within the Yashan County jurisdiction. According to intelligence, this army is primarily composed of the core strength of several super-large clans under the Xian tribe's banner, as well as Madan's remnants from the grasslands. It can be said that as long as we eliminate this army, the enemy will no longer have the strength to resist, and our goal is to completely annihilate them. Of course, complete annihilation doesn't mean killing everyone. Whether killed or surrendered, as long as not a single one escapes, it can be called complete annihilation. However, as you all know, the chief values captives, laborers, more. After all, once we take over Bamboo Island, there will definitely be many places that need construction, and construction requires a massive amount of manpower. So, during the battle, try to capture them alive whenever possible. The commanders all nodded. Shui was setting the tone for the battle before it even began. Complete annihilation, with a primary focus on capturing prisoners. However, this undoubtedly magnified the difficulty of the operation. Any fool knew that killing was easier than capturing alive. This would certainly increase the casualties among their own warriors, so the commanders began to frown. Seeing their reaction, Shui couldn't help but smile and continued. Although the main focus is capturing them alive, it's absolutely not as difficult as you think. Remember, we are fighting a battle of abundance. This time, I will mobilize 6 guards, a total of 14,500 land troops, along with the assistance of the Fubo Guard Navy, to fight an enemy force of only about 3,600 men. Our numerical advantage is so massive that you really don't need to worry. As for the operational plan for capturing prisoners, I already have an idea. Shui paused here, picked up a pointer, and tapped a mountaintop on the sand table. I wonder if everyone still remembers the methods used in hunting? When hunting large beasts or herds, we usually coordinate from multiple directions. One group drives the herd, while another sets traps in advance, driving the prey into our encirclement, and finally annihilating them in one fell swoop. I trust none of you have forgotten. The commanders immediately nodded. Everyone present hailed from various small tribes and were the cream of the crop among them. Who hadn't hunted before? Even those who hadn't participated in a large-scale hunt had at least taken part in one or two after joining the Han tribe, or at the very least, heard others describe the process. So, they were all clear on the methods of a drive hunt. So the commander-in-chief's idea is to use our numerical advantage to set up an encirclement first, and then have the rest of the men drive this enemy force into our preset ambush? But intelligence shows the enemy has built extensive defensive works on the mountaintop and stockpiled a lot of rations. They plan to hold their ground and fight a war of attrition with us. Will they abandon their camps so easily? The commander of the Highland Guard was the first to ask. Of course they won't come out easily, Shui nodded, acknowledging his point, but then immediately added, but we aren't vegetarians either. Those defensive works of theirs, can you even call them defensive works? They have neither high city walls nor personnel and material support. They think they can block our Han army's attack with just a ring of wooden palisades? It's not that I look down on them, but even if we don't attack and just besiege them, we could starve them to death in such an isolated situation. But that would take too long and is completely unnecessary. With their wooden palisade walls, they can't prevent fire, nor can they withstand our artillery bombardment. What are they going to use to stop our Han army? After a few rounds of artillery fire, I guarantee they'll run faster than anyone. The commander-in-chief is right. Exactly. Even if we didn't have cannons, we could force them out just by using fire attacks. Choosing to defend in a mountain forest was a mistake to begin with. They only thought about hiding their troops, but didn't consider how effective such a defense would actually be. The commanders nodded again in agreement, their doubts about the hunting plan dispelled. With the tactical conditions met, All that remained was execution. Everyone look here. This is a river valley 30 li west of the enemy's defensive line. There's a small tributary of the Qingshui River here, flanked by mountains on two sides, with an entrance facing the enemy's defensive line to the east. We can set the final battlefield here. The Feixiong Guard's 3,000 troops will ambush here, ready to close the net. The other guards will join the Huban Guard in driving the enemy. 30 li is not a short distance. It will be very difficult for soldiers in heavy armor to complete the task of chasing the enemy from behind. Therefore, we must fully utilize our numerical advantage and divide this 30-li** route into sections, driving the enemy in a relay. The specific arrangement is as follows. The Baodao Guard is responsible for blocking the enemy's eastern flank and sending men to cut off the small paths leading to the envoy station and our fleet anchorage. You will not participate in the driving plan. Just guard Yashan County and the envoy station well. The Fubo Guard is responsible for the northern flank facing the strait. On one hand, they will provide fire support. On the other hand, they will prevent the enemy from jumping the wall in desperation and escaping by sea or committing suicide by jumping into the ocean. As for our Huban Guard, we will specifically be responsible for blocking the southeast direction and handling the first 10 li of the driving task. The remaining Highland Guard and Xiangjin Guard will respectively handle the remaining 20 li of the driving route. Do you all understand? If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask them now. After assigning the specific tactical roles, Xuetu looked at the commanders beside him again, wanting to know if they had any differing opinions or if there were any loopholes in his proposed plan. The commander of the Highland Guard immediately asked, I have another question. Looking at the intelligence, the enemy doesn't have many horses, so there's no cavalry. In that case, isn't setting a 30-li* driving route too long? Relying solely on manpower, and in a pursuit combat situation, it will be very hard to run 30 li. I'm afraid the enemy will be annihilated by us before we even reach the ambush circle. As soon as he said this, the other commanders immediately laughed. Everyone was full of confidence and very certain of this battle. Only the commander of the Feixiong Guard looked a bit unhappy upon hearing this. Hey, that won't do. If you finish them off before they even get there, wouldn't our ambush at the finish line be a complete waste of time, and we wouldn't even get a single hair in the end? The soldiers definitely won't stand for that. Xuetu also nodded secretly. Yes, the soldiers also wanted military merit to advance. If you don't give them battles to fight, where will the military merit come from? Military merit and discipline are the two magic weapons of the army. Even so, leading troops is hard. If casualties are high, morale drops. If there are no battles to fight, there are no opportunities for meritorious promotion, which is also unacceptable. That's why in movies and TV shows, there are many plots where military officers fight over combat assignments. There's no helping it. Sometimes, if the commanding officer doesn't fight for opportunities for his brothers, he'll be cursed by the soldiers when he returns to the unit. Look at our commander. Can't even snatch a main assault mission. Is it that we can't fight? These were common complaints. However, Xuetu naturally had his own thoughts, so he said, the 30-li* driving distance was carefully considered. Our Han army can march 30 li a day normally, and 50 li, or even more on a forced march. So it's good that everyone has confidence, but we can't underestimate our opponents too much. We don't know the enemy's training situation, so we must make foolproof preparations. Over a distance of 30 li, the enemy will be constantly pursued by us, so their exhaustion should be even greater. The original intention of such a long-distance raid is to drain the enemy's stamina. That way, when they reach the ambush circle, they'll be too tired to run, making it easier for us to capture them alive. And you from the Feixiong Guard, what are you anxious about? The other units will transition to defense after fighting these 1 or 2 battles. Your Feixiong Guard will fight the entire campaign alongside the Huban Guard. There will be plenty of battles for you to fight later. Even if you don't get to fight this time, hold it in for now. Just don't complain about being tired when we need you later. Alright, that's the battle plan. Does anyone have any more questions? Reporting no. Several people answered in unison, standing at attention. Good. If there are no problems, get moving quickly. Go back and have all units eat immediately, and prepare 1 day's dry rations. We must be prepared to fight for a whole day tomorrow. We might not have time to eat then. After you go back, the Huban Guard will move out overnight. I want you in position and ambushed before noon tomorrow. The Highland Guard and Xiangjin Guard must also move out tonight, and arrive at their designated positions before dawn. My unit and the Baodao Guard will launch the attack at dawn tomorrow. Once the battle starts, I don't want to see any of you drop the ball. Otherwise, you will be dealt with by military law. Shuetu concluded, officially issuing the combat orders. Understood. We will obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders. The men immediately clasped their fists in salute, then quickly returned to begin preparations. After they left, Shuetu urgently contacted the Fubo flagship currently anchored in the bay, requesting their assistance in launching the attack at dawn tomorrow. The two sides would coordinate their actions, using the sound of cannons as the signal. With all this arranged, the various guards of the Han army began to move tensely. Because the Feixiong Guard had to set up an ambush 30 li away in advance, the entire army ate dinner and, before it was even dark, began a forced march toward their target location under the guidance of guides provided by the Jinwu Guard and the Envoy Station. The Hailing Guard and Shanjing Guard also quietly slipped toward their ambush locations at nightfall. Finally, the remaining Hobin Guard and Baotou Guard, guided by frontline scouts, approached the mountaintop defensive line on the northern coast in batches. Using manpower to push, horses to pull, and shoulders to carry, they transported the 20 land warfare cannons equipped by the Hubin Guard to the frontline battlefield. The soldiers carried ammunition as they climbed toward the mountaintop. Because Shuetu had no intention of fighting to the death, but merely wanted to drive the enemy out of their defensive line, the frontline troop deployment was a two strong, one weak, one facing the sea layout. The sea direction was covered by the Fubo Guard. On land, Shuetu deployed heavy troops and artillery, several times the enemy's number, on the eastern and southern sides of the enemy's defensive line. On the western side, he only prepared a small force, ordering them to feign defeat once they engaged the Exine tribe, leaving an escape route for the enemy on the western front. Otherwise, if he left the western front completely empty, Shuetu worried the enemy might not take the bait. At night, tens of thousands of soldiers holding torches and horse lanterns formed long lines resembling fiery dragons, marching toward their mission locations. However, lacking an air force, the Han tribe didn't have to worry about being discovered by the enemy. Their march was basically done with great fanfare. No one could see them anyway. It wasn't until 4:10 a.m., the darkest moment before dawn, that Shuetu finally moved his command post to less than 3 li from the mountaintop defensive line. The frontline soldiers of both sides had closed in to within 3 bowshots. The situation was extremely tense, and a massive battle was on the verge of breaking out. Chi Yun led the remaining 3,500 men, including dozens of wounded soldiers who had taken arrow hits, huddled behind the wooden palisade defensive line on the mountaintop. Listening to the incessant neighing of horses, shouting of men, and patches of firelight at the foot of the mountain, the entire camp hadn't dared to sleep all night. He constantly sent people to check where the Han army was now, how many had come, and what equipment they had. He was panicked, but knowing he was surrounded and couldn't escape even if he tried, he hardened his heart and decided to fight to the death here. The scouts sent out continuously reported the Han army's movements, which allowed the panicked Chi Yun to relax slightly. Patriarch, the main force of the Han army has left. We don't know where they went. Looking at their banners, it seems they only left 2 guards here. A scout reported. 2 guards. A Han army guard only has a little over 2,000 men, right? Then 2 guards is only 4 or 5,000 men, not much more than us. This Han tribe is really stupid. They clearly have so many troops, yet they insist on dividing their forces, using only 2 guards to deal with us. I don't know if they are too arrogant or truly capable. Hearing that the Han army only left 2 guards, Chi Yun immediately let out a long sigh of relief. 3,500 men against 4,000 or so wasn't that huge of a disparity. It seemed he still had a fight in him. But before he could rejoice for long, another scout, a grassland soldier, returned and immediately shattered his illusion. Patriarch Chi, although the Han army only has 2 guards here, I looked at their banners, and one of them is the Hubin Guard that was previously stationed in Kaiyuan City. The Hubin Guard, is there something special about them? Chi Yin felt a sense of foreboding and quickly asked. The Hubin Guard is one of the first 2 guards established by the Han tribe. They are the elite of the elite. This single guard has around 4,000 troops. Most importantly, they are equipped with that terrifying weapon that can shoot several li away. I don't know if they brought it this time, but whether they did or not, we must be on guard. Back then, our chief Madan's army of 60,000 was defeated by this very guard. Chi Yin almost fell on his ass listening to this. The absolute main force of the Han tribe, a divine long-range weapon that can shoot several li? Even without those, just the suppression in troop numbers, the human guards 4,000, plus a new guard he hadn't heard of, meant they had at least 6 or 7,000 troops, right? That was nearly double their own forces. The Han tribe's military strength was already stronger than theirs, and now they had a 2-to-1 numerical advantage. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Damn it, if only the Han tribe had come 2 years later, allowing them to build a few city walls, they wouldn't be in such a passive and difficult situation now. Patriarch, Patriarch. Just as Chi Yun was scared out of his wits, not knowing what to do, another scout ran back. What now? Chi Yun cursed in annoyance, terrified of hearing more bad news. Patriarch, a massive ship has arrived on the sea behind us. It has 6 huge sails and is as tall as a dozen bamboo houses. Its length is equal to 2 3-masted sailboats. It's currently anchored on the sea north of our camp. What? A ship that big? Chi Yun was stunned. And just in that moment of distraction, he suddenly saw a flash of light in the eastern sky in his field of vision. Immediately after, a series of thunderous, booming roars erupted beside his ears. Shwetu, having gathered his forces in front of the Xian tribe's frontline camp and deployed his formation, had been waiting for daybreak. He communicated back and forth with Shu De on the sea several times, confirming that both sides were in position and ready, before finally aiming the cannons at the Xian tribe's wooden palisade camp. Commander-in-Chief, what charge number should we use? What kind of shells? How many rounds? The artillery captain of the Huban Guard ran over to ask Shwetu after the 20 cannons were brought to the front line. This bombardment is primarily to destroy the enemy's palisade walls, not to inflict personnel casualties. Just fire chain shot. Destroy all the palisade walls in the southeast, the 2 main attack directions. You can scout the specific firing angles, charges, and number of volleys yourself. Once you're ready, wait for my command, Shwetu ordered after a moment's thought. Understood. The artillery captain immediately saluted and left. After reconnaissance by the frontline scouts, firing parameters were quickly provided to each gun. Considering it was high-angle fire from a lower elevation, and they were firing chain shot which was twice as heavy, the artillerymen directly chose to use the maximum powder charge. Otherwise, chain shot already had a short range. With less powder, it wouldn't fly far at all. After a round of tense adjustments, all guns were aimed at their designated targets, waiting only for Shwetu's signal to fire. Out on the sea, Shuda encountered a similar problem. His ship was in the strait, and his firing position was even lower than the army's. It was incredibly difficult to hit the mountaintop on the flank using direct fire cannons like his. Shuda looked at the dark cliffs to the south through his binoculars, feeling a bit anxious. He was still waiting for the ballistic calculations from the lower gun decks. First gun deck reporting. The target is too close, we can't hit it. For the best trajectory, we need to reverse 500 meters and use a double charge to fire round shot to hit the target. Just as Shuda was growing impatient, a voice reported from one of the brass speaking tubes on the command console in front of him. Shuda understood immediately. As the commander of the Fubo Guard, a fleet whose primary weapons were cannon-armed warships, he had spent a lot of time studying how to use cannons. In this situation of firing from low to high, if even the first gun deck below the main deck couldn't hit the target, then the 2 decks below it certainly couldn't either. Not only could they not hit it, they might not even be able to see the target. So Shuda immediately issued an order to the ship's captain. Command the gunship to translate 500 meters south. Immediately. Right now. Yes, sir. The captain acknowledged and hurried to coordinate the various units. Turn, hard to starboard, hoist sails and come about. The captain quickly issued a series of ship-handling commands. Then, fearing Shuda wouldn't understand, quickly explained. Commander Shu, translating is difficult. Our sailboats don't have the ability to reverse. It's better to just turn around and make a half circle. We'll use the starboard guns to fire. Shuda nodded upon hearing this. This was simple. Having sailed for over half a year, he understood immediately. So without questioning the captain, he issued an order to the gun decks below. All gunners transfer to the starboard gun positions. Prepare to recalculate immediately. Understood. The deck sailors quickly hoisted the sails, and the helmsman gripped the ship's wheel tightly. The Fubo, with a full load displacement of over 4,000 tons, quickly carved a half circle on the sea, using a medium turning radius of about 500 meters. After this half circle, The ship was on the exact same horizontal line as its previous position, still with its broadside facing the Exian tribe camp. The only difference was that its bow now pointed east instead of west, and the cannons had switched from the port side to the starboard side. Once the ship dropped anchor and stopped, the gunners below quickly recalculated the trajectory. This was actually quite simple to calculate. The Han tribe's cannons couldn't shoot very far anyway, and it was basically direct fire aiming. So, as long as the target could be seen visually along the axis of the cannon, it could generally be hit. The gunner's observation results were quickly relayed back. Reporting, first deck, double charge, 7-degree elevation, ready to fire. Reporting, second deck, maximum charge, 10-degree elevation, can hit the target. Reporting, third deck cannot hit the target, can only see the edge of the cliff. Voices came from the 3 gun decks one after another. Shooter frowned. The lowest deck couldn't hit the target, which meant an immediate loss of 20 cannons worth of firepower. But he had finally gotten a chance to fight a battle. He couldn't waste this opportunity. So Shooter said, hitting the edge of the cliff is fine too. Even if you don't hit anyone, knocking loose a few rocks to scare them is good. Yes, sir. Third deck understands. Maximum charge, maximum elevation, preparing to fire. A reply quickly came from the brass speaking tube on the command console. The combat preparations had begun. On the Exian tribe's side, Chi-Yun also began to realize something was wrong. He listened to the reports from the scouts beside him, but suddenly noticed that the previously bustling Han army had suddenly gone quiet. Seeing that it was almost dawn, it was impossible for the enemy to suddenly go to sleep at this time, right? That would be too ridiculous. But if the enemy wasn't sleeping, did that mean they were preparing to attack? He listened to a young clansman beside him reporting about the massive ship on the sea, but his eyes looked toward the eastern horizon, which could light up at any moment. Just then, a touch of fish-belly white suddenly burst forth in the eastern sky, instantly tearing through the pitch-black mountain forest just before dawn. But before he could react, 10 or 20 bright fireballs suddenly flashed from the foot of the mountain outside the camp, accompanied by massive plumes of grayish-white smoke. Immediately after, just as everyone's attention was drawn to the flashes of fire, a continuous, thunderous roar echoed in their ears. The sound of thunder was so terrifying, as if it were right beside their ears, a scene they absolutely did not want to experience. However, before the crowd could even feel fear from the thunderous sound, the next moment, 10 or 20 unidentified objects, flashing in and out of sight in the air, smashed rapidly toward them. Most people instinctively threw their hands up in front of them, closed their eyes, and turned their heads away. This was the human body's instinctive self-preservation reaction when attacked. But against artillery fire, such actions were basically useless, especially since this was the first time most people present had witnessed an artillery attack. Heavenly punishment. Get down. It's the Han tribe's heavenly punishment. Everyone get down. Just as Chi-Yun and most of the Exian tribe clan soldiers were standing there dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do, many grassland soldiers who had seen a similar scene before were the first to react. They quickly threw themselves to the ground while constantly shouting at the people around them. This was the only effective method they knew to avoid being hit by artillery shells. As for fighting back, that was completely impossible. Chi-Yun, who had been forcefully shoved to the ground by someone, also reacted. Just as he was about to order all his soldiers to get down and take cover, he heard another series of thunderous booms in his ears, followed by the cracking sound of wooden stakes snapping. Countless people looked up and saw over a dozen spinning chain shots smash head-on into the palisade walls they had worked so hard to build. The next moment, the sturdy wooden palisade walls instantly shattered into a field of splinters under the heavy blows of the chain shots. Broken wooden stakes and bamboo splinters flew wildly like scattered flowers, instantly turning the nearby soldiers into pincushions. My younger brother just finished his college entrance exams, and I helped him move yesterday. Sorry everyone, I'll make up for it with 10,000 words today. 2180/10,000. The roar of cannons accompanied the dawn, tearing through the long night. Chainshot howled as it smashed into the palisade walls. In a mere instant, the encampment that served as Chi-Yun's greatest reliance against the Han army was effortlessly shattered by 20 spinning chainshots. Wood chips and bamboo splinters scattered across the ground, and the fate of the soldiers standing nearby was unknown. The destructive power of the chain shot was immense, but due to the resistance of the palisade walls, the two forces canceled each other out. The chain shots that broke through the walls had little energy left to cause further harm to personnel. Many chain shots, after knocking down the palisades, had their iron chains tangled in the wooden stakes, failing to even produce a secondary ricochet. They spun a few times on the ground, and then lay completely still. But even so, this was enough to scare the Exian tribe clan soldiers, who were witnessing the power of artillery for the first time, half to death. The grassland soldiers fared slightly better in comparison, but only slightly. Unlike the Exian tribe, they had personally experienced the horrific scene of being ravaged by the Han tribe's artillery shells. Recalling it now still filled them with lingering fear. If the Han tribe hadn't suddenly unleashed this mysterious weapon of mass destruction back then, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Some people lay on the ground howling in terror, while others ran around like madmen. Some, noticing that there was no artillery fire from the north and west, hurriedly retreated in those directions. Qi Yun panicked, watching his soldiers run amok without knowing what to do. But at that moment, just as the cannon fire at the foot of the mountain ceased, massive booming sounds erupted from the sea behind them. Qi Yun, lying flat in the camp, couldn't see what was happening, but he soon saw countless small black dots flying from the northern sky. These black dots emitted a piercing shriek as they flew through the air, and the next moment, they smashed down like raindrops. Shriek, boom. An artillery shell flew in a parabolic trajectory and smashed viciously into a boulder within the camp. The rock instantly shattered into 4 or 5 pieces, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. This immediately dealt a severe blow to many of the clan troops and grassland soldiers who had just fled to the north side. However, because these were solid round shots fired in a high arc, the damage they caused was extremely limited. Shells that landed on rocks were one thing. They could shatter the stone and then ricochet to injure people. But shells that smashed into the dirt, unless they had the dumb luck to hit a few soldiers before landing, would simply bury themselves in the ground. They wouldn't even form a ricochet. Such shells had basically no lethality. Yet, the continuous roar of the cannons, along with the flying debris and shells, still exerted immense pressure on the Exian tribe forces. This was the first time they had experienced a battle where they suffered terrifying strikes without even knowing where the enemy was. Some people ran wildly through the camp, only to tragically collide with a flying shell, having half their bodies smashed to pieces on the spot. Others simply lay flat on the ground, holding massive wooden shields over themselves. The lucky ones remained basically unharmed. Qi Yun was out of ideas, but the grassland people already had experience. They quickly realized that this artillery bombardment was different from the one at Kaiyuan City. The Battle of Kaiyuan City took place on completely flat terrain, making the shell's lethality terrifying. A single shot could plow a bloody path, and after landing, the shells would ricochet, causing continuous casualties to the army. But this time was clearly different. The enemies to the east and south were firing entirely chain-shot, seemingly just to tear down the palisade walls. The shells fired from the large ship to the north were shot from too far and too high. By the time they reached here, they were basically falling vertically. They only caused a bit of damage when they hit rocks. If you were lying on the dirt and still managed to get crushed to death, you could only blame your bad luck. Therefore, the leaders of the grassland soldiers quickly passed orders to the warriors around them. Get down. Everyone get down. Don't run around, and stay away from the rocks. Hearing their comrades' shouts, the grassland soldiers quickly found a patch of dirt or lay down under a tree as instructed. Seeing this, the Exian tribe clan soldiers also lay down with them. The chaotic situation immediately improved, and basically everyone was lying flat on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. 60 massive cannon blasts echoed continuously from the sea, one after another, making it impossible to count. By the time the last shot of the first volley rang out, the second volley was already halfway through. The roar of the cannons was incessant, and the shells flying over the camp never stopped, though they no longer posed much of a threat to the Exian tribe's forces. Soon, the second round of artillery fire came from the east and south, still firing chain shot. Seeing this situation, a grassland soldier chieftain quickly found Qi Yun while holding up his shield. He lay down beside him, nudged him, and asked, "Patriarch Qi, the Han tribe isn't aiming for people. They want to destroy the camp's palisade walls. I'm afraid they'll launch an infantry assault soon. Once all our walls are down, their thousands of men will swarm in all at once. What do we do now?" Qi Yun thought to himself, "How should I know what to do?" He originally thought fighting a war meant both sides lining up their troops, shooting arrows at each other, and then sending infantry to charge and hack at each other once the arrows ran out. Who knew the Han tribe didn't fight like that at all? You fought the Han tribe before. What do you say we should do now? Out of ideas, Chi Yun directly asked the grassland soldier chieftain beside him. The Han tribe is too powerful. Now that we've lost our palisade walls for defense, and our soldiers are pinned down and unable to lift their heads, our morale is gone. We definitely can't beat them in a fight. I think we should run first. Let's shake them off, then find a place to set up camp and block them. Meanwhile, we can ask Commander Xin for reinforcements. Dividing our forces like this makes us no match for the Han tribe. We need more men. Hearing this guy suggest running away, Chi Yun immediately glared at him. But he also knew the man was right. Fighting the Han tribe now offered no chance of victory, and he himself might end up dying here. He was the second patriarch. He hadn't enjoyed enough of the good life yet. How could he be willing to die now? But right now, where can we run? Sigh. Chi Yun suddenly sighed. To the north are cliffs and the sea. We definitely can't go there. To the east and south are the Han army's main forces. We can't deliver ourselves into their mouths. Only the west has fewer people, and there are no heavenly punishment weapons from the Han tribe there. Let's concentrate our forces and break out to the west. Once we escape, we can meet up with the great commander and have him send more troops. On our own, we are absolutely no match for the Han tribe, the grassland soldier chieftain suggested again. Sigh, all right. Then tell everyone to get up and quickly break out to the west. Hurry, or the Han tribe will charge up here. Chi Yun sighed, forced to bow to reality. 4205/10,000. The rumbling of the cannons continued, and the palisade walls of the Ecchi tribe's camp were rapidly collapsing. Chi Yun and the others knew that it wouldn't be long before the Han tribe's army swarmed up the hill, so without hesitation, he immediately issued the order to break out to the west. The soldiers had wanted to run for a long time. For many, seeing their clan brothers die tragically beside them, or even just seeing people who looked like them die so gruesomely, was an incredibly intense psychological shock. So, when they received the order to break out to the west, they immediately scrambled up from the ground and began gathering toward the western side of the camp. However, as soon as these men ran to the west, they were met with a head-on strike from the Huban Guard. In the previously dim forest, countless torches were suddenly lit. The next moment, those torches were hurled toward the western side of their camp, instantly illuminating the area. Some soldiers charged forward, trying to exit through the camp gate, but as soon as they stepped out, several arrows flew at them, dropping them to the ground. At a distance of less than 100 meters, even their bamboo armor couldn't provide adequate defense. But since the entire Ecchi tribe force was breaking out to the west, and the Han tribe hadn't stationed many troops there, the Han soldiers only fired a few sporadic volleys. After shooting down 20 or 30 men, they began to slowly retreat according to plan, giving the Ecchi tribe the illusion that this enemy force wasn't very strong and could be defeated. At this moment, after 3 rounds of chainshot attacks, Shwetu had basically destroyed the palisade walls on the southeast sides. Coupled with reports from scouts that the enemy had begun breaking out to the west, Shwetu immediately ordered a ceasefire and had the buglers sound the charge for an all-out assault. Quick, don't let them escape. Charge, brothers. Charge, brothers. The time to build merit and establish our careers has come. Don't let a single enemy get away. With the doot-doot-doot of the bugle, the sword and shield infantry of the Huban Guard were the first to charge up, howling battle cries. The spearmen and halberdiers followed closely behind, with the crossbowmen forming the final echelon. But shortly after deploying into attack formation, some of the lagging crossbowmen and halberdiers had already sprinted to the front. The soldiers of the Baodao Guard were still a bit nervous and hesitant, but they also excitedly followed the charge. However, they were immediately called back by Shwetu. Commander-in-Chief, what is it? The commander of the Baotou Guard asked, confused. You don't need to charge so far forward. Stay in the back and receive the prisoners. Remember, don't charge down the mountain. Once you reach the foot of the mountain, escort the prisoners back here and establish a new camp, Shwetu ordered immediately. Why, Commander-in-Chief? Although our Baotou Guard hasn't trained for long, we can fight too. Let us join the pursuit, the Baotou Guard commander said, somewhat unconvinced. Is your Baotou Guard the same? These are all soldiers recruited from the Tang tribe. They are mercenaries. Even if they go up and earn military merit, the chief can't grant them noble titles. What's the point of letting them earn merit? It's better to leave the opportunity to the brothers in the other units. Besides, if there are casualties, we'll have to pay the Tang tribe a lot of compensation. Don't forget the Bao'Tao Guard's duty. Stay here and guard Yashan County. Guard the envoy station, the logistical supplies, and the fleet. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Shuetu reprimanded in a low voice. Understood. I will obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders. The Bao'Tao Guard commander panted heavily a few times and finally agreed, but he was filled with regret. He originally thought being promoted to commander was a good thing, but he didn't expect that after taking charge of this unit, his superiors wouldn't even let him fight. Without fighting, how could he earn merit? How could he get promoted? If he had known, he would have refused the commander position. It would have been more satisfying to just be a past commander in the Haben Guard. As the vanguard, the Huban Guard had already engaged the tail end of the Ecchi tribe's breakout force. The enemy had no will to fight. Seeing the dense mass of Han troops pursuing them, they immediately accelerated, running faster than rabbits. Everyone had heard that the Han army was terrifying and would definitely chop off their heads if caught, so they were all running as if it were a race. Their speed was 30% faster than during normal training. They were practically using every ounce of strength they had. However, haste makes waste. Some people ran so fast they were shoved to the ground by their comrades. Before they could even get up, a shadow loomed over them, and the next moment, a massive shield smashed down on their heads, instantly knocking them unconscious. Ha 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 ha, I caught one. I caught one. I've earned merit. I'm getting a title. The warrior who had knocked the man out with one shield bash immediately yelled in excitement. Motherfucker, you got lucky. This guy tripped on his own, and you just picked up a cheap win. Another passing soldier cursed enviously. He had been just 2 steps away from claiming the man himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. Stop whining. It's your own fault for running too slow, otherwise you would have picked him up. What are you looking at? Keep running. If our banner captures fewer men than the others, I'll skin every one of you. Their general banner officer scolded, then immediately led the others to continue the charge. It wasn't that this general banner officer had high awareness, but rather that he was envious too. Whether soldiers killed or captured enemies, they earned merit. But for low-level officers like them to get promoted, they not only needed personal merit, but also had to compete with other general banners. Those with the highest total accumulated merit would be considered first when suitable vacancies arose. This wasn't determined by individual merit alone, but by the combat capability of the entire team. But then again, a general banner who led his troops well would definitely have a strong squad, and it was normal for the whole squad to earn more total merit. Superiors would naturally consider promoting such capable low-level officers first. Thwip! A crossbow bolt accurately struck the calf of a soldier at the tail end of the Ecchi tribe force. The man, running at high speed, felt a sharp pain in his leg and instantly crashed to the ground. Seeing the Han army about to catch up, the Ecchi tribe clan soldiers screamed in terror. Big brother, save me. Save me quickly, I don't want to die. Thud! Just as he finished shouting, a shield smashed down from behind, instantly knocking him out cold. The soldier's big brother, who had just been calling out, heard his brother's cry for help. He whipped his head around, just in time to see his brother being smashed unconscious by the Han army. Seeing the glaring blood on the shield and his brother's head, he thought his brother had been killed. His eyes instantly turned red. Raising his shield and iron sword, he let out a roar and suddenly charged back. You killed my brother. I'll fight you to the death. The man charged fiercely at the Han troops behind him, his iron sword raised high, his shield held in front of him, seemingly intending to directly bowl over the enemy in front of him. The next moment, with a loud thud, this Ecchi tribe sword and shield infantryman collided head-on with a Huban Guard's sword and shield infantryman. One was red-eyed from his brother being killed, the other was eager for merit and riding high on morale. Both used every ounce of their strength. Under this collision, neither could overpower the other. Both took a step back, resulting in a draw. The next moment, the Ecchi tribe warrior swung his iron sword at the Huban Guard warrior's head. Startled, the Huban Guard warrior hastily raised his sword to block. With a clang of metal striking metal, followed by a crack, the iron sword in the Ecchi tribe warrior's hand snapped cleanly in half. The broken upper half of the blade continued its trajectory, grazing past the Huban Guard warrior's cheek and slicing open a massive gash. The flesh peeled back, and blood poured out like water. You dare hurt your grandpa. Go to hell. The Huban warrior roared in pain. He swung his steel sword at the enemy in front of him. The intense pain from the wound on his face made him ruthless. He had no thought of leaving the man alive. This strike was meant to take the enemy's life. The Ecchi tribe warrior had swung his sword only to have it break, while the Han army's sword was completely fine. Panic set in. Seeing the Han warrior swinging his sword at him, he hastily raised his shield to block the blow. With a shing, the strike sheared off half of his shield. Although the shield was ruined, it had saved him from the blow and given him a chance to counterattack. The man immediately thrust the broken half of his sword toward the Han warrior's body. The Han troops had all undergone uniform training and frequently sparred with each other. Their combat skills were highly mature, even forming conditioned reflexes. Seeing the enemy thrust the broken sword at him, the injured Huban sword and shield infantryman instinctively executed a habitual, fluid motion. He raised his shield with his left hand and violently thrust his body forward. It was this instinctive action that saved his life again. The enemy's fierce thrust was blocked by his shield, and the collision coincidentally injured the man's sword-holding wrist. The enemy cried out in pain, dropping the sword, and was subsequently knocked flat on his back by the shield bash. Before he could roll over and get up, with a shing, a gleaming steel halberd accurately pierced the ground next to his neck. The horizontal blade protruding from the halberd perfectly pinned his neck. If he tried to get up, he would absolutely be decapitated. "Don't move," the Han tribe halberdier shouted in a heavily accented Bamboo Island dialect, glaring fiercely at him. The pressure from the steel halberd increased, the blade already pressing a bloody line into his neck. Knowing he had no way out, the Ecchi tribe soldier simply closed his eyes and lay there waiting for death, two streams of hot tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. He knew he couldn't avenge his brother, and now he had thrown his own life away too. "Motherfucker, you actually dared to hurt me. Watch me beat you to death." The Huban sword and shield infantryman, his face covered in blood, raised his shield and began smashing it down on the man, making the halberdier beside him frown continuously. "All right, brother, stop hitting him. He won't be worth anything if you beat him to death. You should fall back and bandage your wound. Your face and neck are covered in blood. Are you okay?" The halberdier quickly advised his ferocious comrade. "Fuck, I'm the one who knocked him down. You don't think the merit is yours now, do you?" The sword and shield infantryman immediately glared fiercely at the halberdier beside him. The halberdier shrugged helplessly. He knew he was in the wrong. He had only pinned the man after he was knocked down, and the other guy had even gotten injured subduing the enemy. He really didn't have the face to steal this merit. "Fine, the merit is yours, brother. I wouldn't dare take it. Tie him up. I'm leaving." The halberdier replied helplessly, pulled his weapon from the ground, turned, and left. The injured sword and shield infantryman didn't want to pursue anymore either. He had a wound on his face and merit in his hands. He simply tied the man up and sat on the ground, waiting for the friendly forces behind to come and receive the prisoner, and for the logistics personnel to bandage his wound. Meanwhile, Chi Yun and the remnants of the Ecchi tribe legions breaking out at the front were running for their lives. They constantly had to deal with sneak attacks from the Han army on their flanks, while guarding against the pursuit from behind. The column stretched longer and longer. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, their numbers had dwindled to about 3,200. The other warriors had either been killed or wounded in the artillery bombardment, or had their tails caught by the Han army during the breakout. At the cost of 300 to 400 men, Chi Yun finally led the main body out of the Han army's bowshot range. But the Han army behind them remained in hot pursuit, so they couldn't relax. They could only run desperately westward, unaware that they were getting closer and closer to the Han tribe's ambush circle. Xue Tu, riding a horse at the very rear of the column, raised his binoculars and glanced in the direction the Ecchi tribe was fleeing. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "These guys took the bait so easily." 7870/10,000. A modern soldier's 5-kilometer armed cross-country run requires a passing time of under 26 minutes. The Ecchi tribe naturally couldn't compare. They had no training in this area, and their diet was poor. Eating enough to be full was one thing, but eating well was out of the question. Not to mention, the Ecchi tribe had spent the entire previous night in fear and anxiety. Before the sky was even fully bright, they began enduring the Han tribe's attack. Up until they fled, they hadn't even had a bite of breakfast. In terms of both physical stamina and psychological state, They were completely incomparable to the elite Huban Guard, who had all eaten a full meal in the rear before taking the field. But regardless, with a group of enemies constantly ready to kill them trailing behind, the two legions led by Qi Yun, no matter how tired or hungry, performed beyond their usual limits in their desperate flight. They managed to cover the 5-kilometer distance in about 35 minutes. The two sides bit tightly onto each other, front and back. The fresh troops of the Huban Guard hung just 200 to 300 meters behind them, occasionally firing a few arrows at the tail of the Exine tribe legions. If they were lucky, they could pick up a few unlucky stragglers along the way. In truth, at the Huban Guard's normal speed, they could have easily closed the short distance and engaged the enemy. However, to avoid direct hand-to-hand combat and unnecessary casualties, or rather, to minimize enemy casualties, Xuetu had been suppressing his troops' speed. The Exine tribe legions hadn't received this kind of training, but the Han tribe practiced it every day. The physical endurance of the two sides wasn't even on the same level. Qi Yun led the troops from the front, running in constant fear. He didn't actually have to run himself. No matter how poor the Exine tribe was, they still had some horses. But even though he was riding, he didn't dare go too fast. If he left his troops behind, he could forget about ever rallying them again. During this unprecedented grand pursuit, Qi Yun and several grassland chieftains considered breaking out in other directions to temporarily widen the gap with the Han army, at least to shake them off and give their warriors a chance to catch their breath. But breaking out wasn't as simple as they thought. To the east, their rear, was the ferocious Han army. To the north were cliffs bordering the sea. They wanted to break out to the south, but every time they turned south, they were ambushed by an elusive Han cavalry unit. This cavalry unit wasn't large, only about 100 or 200 men, but using their infantry to fight the Han tribe's cavalry was simply asking for a quicker death. The remnants of the two legions attempted to break out to the south several times, only to be beaten back by this cavalry unit. Not only did they fail to break through the Han army's blockade, but it also slowed their westward flight, allowing the Han main force behind them to close the distance significantly. After several such ordeals, they lost another 600 or 700 men over the 10-Li* distance. Knowing that friendly forces would take over ahead, the Huban Guard didn't slow down as they approached the 10-Li* mark. Instead, they pursued even more fiercely, terrified that the merit about to fall into their hands would be snatched by other guards. The remnants of the Exine tribe's two frontline legions were pursued to the point of utter misery. Some ran until their stamina gave out, suddenly foaming at the mouth and collapsing on the ground. Others stopped, leaning against trees and vomiting violently. Some, vomiting uncontrollably against trees, caught sight of the Han army closing in from behind and simply plopped down on the ground, refusing to go any further. Motherfucker, the worst that can happen is getting hacked to death with a single stroke. At least that's quick. If I keep running like this, even if the Han army doesn't kill me, I'll die of exhaustion. One soldier cursed in his heart. When the Huban Guard pursuers arrived, the guy simply leaned against the tree trunk, closed his eyes, and shouted between gasps, "Just kill me. I'm not running anymore. What the hell are you yelling about? Get up. Who brought water? Give this kid some water. Sitting down right after a run will kill you, and you're worthless dead. Hurry up, pull him up and pour some water down his throat." A Huban Guard warrior running at the very front saw another straggler, immediately rushed up, grabbed the man by the collar, and hauled him to his feet. The captured straggler didn't resist. He simply had no strength left. Right now, he just wanted to lie on the ground for a while. If he could get something to eat and drink, even better. Even if he didn't, he'd rather they just kill him with one stroke. He felt like his lungs were about to explode from running. But contrary to his expectations, this captured straggler wasn't hacked to death. Instead, he was forcibly hauled up and made to walk around. It made him want to die even more. "Motherfucker, I'm lying here letting you kill me, and you still won't let me go? You're making me walk around. Walk around your mothers." The captured soldier cursed weakly and angrily, but he had no strength to resist the Han army's atrocities. Under their threats, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. The moment he showed any intention of lying down, he was met with a brutal, inhumane beating. Fortunately, the Han tribe wasn't completely heartless. They actually found a bamboo tube and poured water down his throat. The captured straggler didn't care about anything else. Seeing the water, he immediately gulped it down, glug, 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 and then promptly threw it all back up. Although he didn't manage to keep much down, he still felt significantly better. And so, the two sides continued, one fleeing, one pursuing. After running for several li, the Ecchi tribe remnants at the front began discarding their armor and weapons en masse. The road was littered with discarded bamboo armor and conical hats, and even many shields and weapons. These items severely restricted their running speed, so when they saw one person doing it, those around them immediately followed suit. Finally, they reached the 5-kilometer boundary. The Hubin guard was also exhausted. Their originally neat formation was now sparse and scattered. Seeing the pursuing Han army behind them growing fewer and farther away, the Ecchi tribe stragglers at the rear breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were about to finally shake off the Han tribe pursuers. However, right at this moment, over 2,000 Han troops suddenly sprang out from both flanks. They wore the same uniforms as the Hubin guard, but the banner carried by their leader bore the emblem of a divine arm crossbow. These men had been waiting in ambush, conserving their strength. Spotting the Ecchi tribe remnants passing through their guard's ambush zone, they immediately charged out with howling battle cries. The Ecchi tribe remnants at the front were so terrified they couldn't help but curse in shock and anger. Mother of God! The Han tribe swapped out their men. Quick, run faster, brothers. Fuck it, you guys keep running. I can't run anymore. I'm going to fight the Han tribe to the death, one man shouted. He immediately turned and charged toward the newly pursuing Xiangjin guard. But before he even reached the pursuers, he dropped to his knees and raised his hands in surrender. This guy had been running at the very back and had long noticed a phenomenon. The clansmen captured by the Han tribe weren't killed immediately. The Han tribe even seemed to give them water. Seeing this, the guy instantly decided to surrender. Although he knew falling into the Han army's hands wouldn't end well, he couldn't care less right now. Rather than running endlessly like this, he'd accept it even if surrendering meant he only lived for a few more months. So, while shouting about fighting the Han tribe to the death, he was actually trying to avoid his own people's line of sight to surrender to the Han army. This way, he wouldn't be discovered by his familiar compatriots, saving his close cousins and brothers from suffering the patriarch's wrath by association. After this fresh force of the Xiangjin guard joined the pursuit, they quickly bit into the tail of the Ecchi tribe legions. Hundreds of men from both sides engaged in a chaotic melee. But because the Ecchi tribe was already at the end of their rope, many soldiers unable to even stand steady, the hundreds of men lagging at the rear were quickly taken down one by the Xiangjin guard. The results of this single encounter were no less than what the Hubin guard had achieved over their 10-li run. Of course, they were taking advantage of the enemy's physical exhaustion. After rounding up this batch of surrendered soldiers, the Xiangjin guard continued their pursuit. More and more enemy troops fell behind along the way. Many, realizing the Han army wasn't killing people outright, simply stopped and refused to run. The Xiangjin guard pursued for another 4 or 5 li, and the Ecchi tribe remnants ahead were basically captured clean. They truly couldn't run anymore. Coupled with the Xiangjin guard's abundant stamina, they were practically charging right into their midst. Seeing the Han army catch up, those Ecchi tribe soldiers simply lay on the ground playing dead, thinking to themselves that they'd accept their fate even if they were killed. They absolutely refused to run like that ever again. The Han army had begun their pursuit at 4:30 a.m., and this chase lasted until 6 a.m. in the morning. Over a distance of 16 or 17 li, they finally captured the vast majority of the Ecchi tribe's 2 frontline legions. Only about 100 or 200 men were still fleeing. Some had broken into smaller groups and fled into the ravines to play hide-and-seek with the Han army, while another portion, the mounted high-ranking officers and scouts, were fleeing frantically along the road. When Xue Tu, riding up from the rear, received this news, he immediately issued a kill order to the frontline Xiangjin guard. He also notified the scout cavalry driving the enemy on the flanks to immediately annihilate all remaining enemies. If they encountered resistance, they were authorized to kill. There was no need to take prisoners anymore. They absolutely could not let a single enemy escape. Only when all the soldiers began searching the mountains in the final sector according to his orders did Xue Tu finally breathe a sigh of relief. This first battle after landing was finally coming to an end. The Han army's mop-up operation was swift. When it came to the final stage of a large-scale manhunt for fleeing soldiers, Xue Tu directly summoned the Highland Guard, who had been lying in ambush further west, to join the Xiangjin Guard in hunting down the enemy troops who had fled into the mountain forests. The newly joined 2,500 men of the Highland Guard hadn't earned any merit yet, so they were particularly zealous in their search. The two guards spent only a single morning completely clearing out the remnants. As for the Fashion Guard, ambushed furthest to the west, they truly lived up to the pre-battle prediction. The enemy was basically annihilated before they even ran 30 li. They didn't even catch a single hair, leaving the officers and soldiers of the Fashion Guard thoroughly depressed. However, Shwetu had already done the ideological work with them before the battle. The battles the Fashion Guard would fight were yet to come. They would be facing the enemy's main force directly, so there was no need to fight over this momentary merit. Therefore, after the initial victory, Shwetu didn't call them back, but directly ordered them to transition to defense in place, awaiting his subsequent arrangements. Following this battle, Shwetu ordered the Grand Army to begin converging on the Ecchi tribe's original frontline camp. The Highland Guard, Huban Guard, Xiangjin Guard, and the Baodao Guard in the rear, all four guards returned to the mountaintop camp. Naturally, accompanying them were the over 3,000 prisoners of war they had captured. The Ecchi tribe prisoners were also bewildered. Initially, they thought their brothers who had fallen behind had been brutally murdered by the Han army. But as they were escorted back to the camp, they were astonished to find the number of prisoners growing, from a few hundred to 1,000, from 1,000 to 2,000. By the time they all returned to the camp, they realized the Han army had captured over 3,000, nearly 4,000 of their men. They only had a total force of 4,000. This meant the Han army hadn't killed many of them at all, but had captured almost everyone. This left them both surprised and utterly confused, unable to fathom the Han army's intentions. The captured prisoners were all temporarily detained in their original camp, surrounded by a dense throng of Han soldiers watching them. Furthermore, most of them were physically exhausted and hadn't received any food, so they couldn't even muster the thought of resisting or escaping. In this regard, the Han tribe already had mature experience. As long as they controlled the food of newly captured prisoners, starving them for a few days and only providing enough to sustain life, the prisoners basically couldn't cause any trouble. Even if they wanted to resist, they wouldn't have the stamina. Shwetu returned to the main tent of the temporary camp and began writing today's battle report. It was now the second day after landing, and the first full day. Less than 20 hours had passed since they landed, and they had already won their first battle. It was a victorious first strike, and he naturally had to report the merit to the chief. Commander-in-Chief, we captured an enemy leader named Chi Yun. I hear he's the brother of the Ecchi tribe's elder Chi, the actual patriarch of the Chi clan. There are also several minor chieftains from Madan's remnants. How should we handle these people? Adjutant Yang Feng suddenly lifted the tent flap, walked in, and asked Shwetu. Hand this over to Sima Shue. He's in charge of the political situation in the war zone. Also, my opinion is to interrogate them first. Once we've squeezed all the necessary intelligence out of them, execute them publicly. Not only must the prisoners see it, but the local commoners must see it too. Before the execution, publicly read their crimes and have them confess in front of the commoners. This will solidify the charge that the Ecchi tribe colluded with the grassland people to attack our Han tribe. It will also clearly establish our reputation as an army of justice, which will benefit the Han tribe's subsequent rule. Just tell the Sima, and he'll understand. Shwetu spoke without even lifting his head, clearly having planned this out already. However, he was the military commander and didn't have the final say on war zone politics, so he could only offer suggestions. The specifics of how to handle it were up to Sima Shueqingyao. Adjutant Yang Feng nodded, then asked again, what about our next move? And how do we handle the guarding of those prisoners? As for the next move, Shwetu finally stopped writing, looked up, stroked his rather short beard, pulled a map from the desk, and said, immediately dispatch all scouts to the front to reconnoiter the enemy's defensive deployments. Also, have the Zyoki Guard restore their warhorses' combat capability as quickly as possible. Our next move urgently requires the mobile support of the cavalry. Then there's the issue of deployment. Having eliminated these two enemy legions, there are no longer any enemies in the eastern part of Bamboo Island that can affect us. The Ingyang Guard stationed in Chaoyang County, the Baotao Guard stationed at the Yashin County Envoy Station, and the Zyoki Guard stationed in Xinhua County. The 8,000 troops of these three guards must transition to defense. So the first thing to do is find permanent garrisons for these three guards and have them set up their defenses. As for those 3,000 plus prisoners, don't let them sit idle. First, have the Simas of all levels give them ideological education. Make it clear that they were aiding the Ecchi tribe's tyranny, and that submitting to the Han tribe is the only right path. Also, let them know that as long as they are obedient, our Han tribe won't kill them easily. Otherwise, we wouldn't have wasted so much effort capturing them. Finally, make them clearly understand their own value. Our Han tribe will put them to work. It's labor reform. Only through labor can they wash away the mistakes they've made. For those who perform well, we will eventually let them go home or restore their status as free commoners in other parts of the Han tribe. This will stabilize the prisoners' emotions. Knowing they can keep their lives, they definitely won't cause trouble. Then, after the public trial and executions are over, divide these 3,000-plus prisoners into 4 groups. The Beotao Guard, Ingyang Guard, and Zyoki Guard will each take 1,000 prisoners to supervise the construction of permanent military camps and temporary local government offices. We must seize actual political power in the occupied territories as quickly as possible. The remaining few hundred men will be handed over to the envoy station. Having these prisoners transport logistical supplies for us is also a good idea. In short, don't let them sit idle. When people are idle, their minds wander. Don't give them that time. Yang Feng nodded continuously, but after Xuetu finished, he asked, "Don't we need to request instructions from the chief for such arrangements?" The chief values prisoners very highly. It's wartime, and the war isn't over yet. These are just temporary arrangements. Once Bamboo Island is completely pacified, the chief will naturally arrange the prisoners' final disposition. We haven't overstepped our bounds by doing this. Don't worry, the chief won't blame us. Xuetu knew what he meant, so he offered a word of comfort. Power can make people lose themselves. Yang Feng was precisely worried that making private arrangements without reporting or requesting instructions would incur the chief's displeasure, hence his question. He couldn't say for sure whether the chief valued power too much, or if the chief was afraid they would grasp power too tightly, but he was somewhat worried regardless. Seeing Yang Feng's unsettled state, Xuetu smiled, stood up, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Little Yang, don't worry. The chief isn't as petty as you think. Although the chief holds most of the power in his hands, it's also a necessity of the system. Can you guarantee that if the chief delegates power, others can lead the tribe better? You can't, right? In this regard, no one compares to the chief. So, the chief holding on to power isn't selfishness, nor is it greed for power. On the contrary, it's for the sake of dedication. He has poured too much blood and sweat into this tribe. You interact with the chief less, so you don't know how tired he is every day, how many things he has to think about. Our situation here is a bit different. We're so far from Hanyang County that even an eagle messenger takes 3 days. If we have to request instructions from the chief for every little thing, it will definitely delay military opportunities. How are we supposed to fight our battles then? Be confident. We must make the decisions we are supposed to make ourselves. In this battle against the Ecchi tribe, who's to say it isn't also a test from the chief for us? Perform well. Don't act like a child who hasn't grown up. You must have your own opinions. What the chief needs are capable helpers with ideas, not machines that only know how to follow orders. Do you understand? More to come later. The Han tribe's expansion in recent years had been incredibly rapid. Whether it was territorial area or the population under its jurisdiction, both were growing at an explosive rate. The same was true for technology, military, agriculture, and education. The problem brought about by this explosive development was also very obvious: a shortage of talent in all areas. Take this campaign against Bamboo Island as an example. Han Feng had actually formed 6 new guards in one breath. New guards certainly needed a large number of junior officers, right? Where would these officers come from? Naturally, they would be promoted from the veteran guards. For the officers and soldiers of the Chinyo Guard and Huban Guard, this was an excellent opportunity for advancement. Whoever had the ability would rise. It was that direct and that swift. Every expansion was a wave of collective promotions, an opportunity. It was foreseeable that in the near future, the Han tribe would absolutely make a move against the Tang tribe. When that time came, whether through military conquest or peaceful resolution, the Han tribe would certainly form new guards for the Tang tribe. So where would the next batch of guard officers come from? You didn't even need to think about it. They would definitely be promoted from experienced personnel with military merit. No one could say for sure if this war against the Ecchi tribe wasn't Han Feng's assessment of the collectively deployed troops. That was why Xuetu gave Yang Feng such a reminder, such a hint. The chief needed capable, opinionated helpers. There would be many opportunities for promotion in the future, Whether you could seize them depended entirely on yourself. Of course, this was just Xuetu's own speculation. While it might not be entirely accurate, the logic was sound. Even if the units Han Feng expanded in the future were non-combat sequences, they would still need a large number of junior officers. That was absolutely certain. Regarding the Han tribe's subsequent military reform system, the establishment of railway troops and engineering troops, Han Feng had so far only revealed this to Chu Bing. No one else knew about it. However, even Han Feng himself couldn't say exactly when these units would be established. Railway troops and engineering troops were all meant to serve the Han tribe's grand strategic transformation, and such a strategic transformation required a prerequisite, a breakthrough in steam locomotive technology. Without even having trains, what kind of railway troops and engineering troops could you possibly organize? Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I understand. I'll go arrange the things you just mentioned right away. Yang Feng took a deep breath, solemnly cupped his hands towards Xuetu, and then exited the tent. As an adjutant, he didn't have many tasks. He was neither a military commander nor a political officer. His role was entirely auxiliary. What he needed to do was to assist the two main commanders to the best of his ability. Doing his job flawlessly would be considered a success. After Xuetu finished writing today's battle report and his plans for the subsequent arrangements, he sent the report to Han Feng. He then began studying the map to find the best permanent defensive garrisons for the three guards. This would require discussing it with Sima Xueqingyao when he had the time. Where the army garrisoned wasn't actually that important. The key was that it needed to be separated from local and civilian development areas. During wartime, it didn't matter where the army camped, but in peacetime, civilian development had to take priority. The army couldn't just camp on the commoners' farmland. That was a point that needed attention. Xueqingyao was incredibly busy. First, he convened a meeting with the Simas of all levels from the various guards to arrange the political tasks within each garrison's territory, pacifying the local commoners and managing relations with the local clans. Next was the imminent public trial and executions, clarifying the Han tribe's political intent as an army of justice forced to counterattack, and minimizing the local commoners' hostility as much as possible. This was a top priority for the Han tribe's future takeover and rule of Bamboo Island. What Han Feng wanted was a new territory that could continuously and stably provide population and resources for the Han tribe, not a war-torn land with political turmoil, frequent rebellions, and a constant need for the Han tribe to bleed resources to suppress uprisings. What Bamboo Island would become in the future depended entirely on the performance of these frontline Simas. I've analyzed the situation in Xinhua County based on the intelligence provided by the Envoy Station and the Jinyu Guard. A long time ago, Xinhua County was the territory of the Food Tribe. The land is flat and fertile, and fresh water resources are abundant. It is the region on Bamboo Island that produces the most grain and has the largest population. The local clan commoners have always been held by the throat by Commander Xian. Because they primarily rely on farming, the metal agricultural tools and draft cattle they need most all come from the Xian tribe. Therefore, they dare not disobey Commander Xian's rule. Furthermore, because Xinhua County is landlocked and has no rock salt or brine salt, the table salt they need must be traded from the Salt tribe in Xianfeng County, so they have always been under the control of others. But now that our Han tribe is taking over, we have our own draft cattle and can fully provide for them. Even if they can't afford them under the new system, we can help the commoners achieve cattle plowing through official leasing. As for metal agricultural tools, it goes without saying. Our steel tools are of better quality and lower price than the Xian tribe's bronze tools. The advantage is absolutely crushing. Regarding table salt, we can also produce it ourselves and provide it to the local commoners, and it will be sold at official fair prices, which is also highly advantageous. This way, we can solve Xinhua County's 3 rigid demands. We can even do better than the Xian tribe in other areas, such as a wider variety of livestock, breeding techniques, planting techniques, rice seeds, and in terms of clothing, we can also popularize cotton cultivation to replace the previously promoted hemp weaving. Overall, we have an advantage over the Xian tribe in every aspect. I believe that as long as we can implement these policies locally, the local clans will definitely stand on our side. The problem won't be significant, I have confidence. The Sima of the Xiaoqi Guard, which was about to garrison there, analyzed during the meeting. The Simas of the other guards listened carefully, studying and discussing the administrative methods involved. Han Feng had previously ordered that the political situation in the occupied territories be temporarily managed by the respective garrison Simas. To put it bluntly, although they belonged to the military sequence, they were also temporary local officials appointed by Han Feng. They were all figures at the level of a county governor, in charge of a county's politics, holding real power. Although it was only temporary, who could say for sure that the chief wouldn't make this temporary position permanent? Your ideas are very good. Our Han tribe's various governance systems are much more perfect than the Exian tribes. In this regard, we have an absolute crushing advantage. As long as we can implement our Han tribe's set of policies, gaining the support of the local clan commoners will be a piece of cake. Coupled with our Han tribe's abundant resources and technology as backing, I believe that in the face of absolute benefits, those local clans will definitely be able to distinguish whether Han or Exian has the advantage and who can bring them a better life. However, I must remind everyone of one point here. While managing relations with the prominent local clans, do not give them too much influence. Whatever we can do ourselves, we must do ourselves. We need to elevate the status of the name Han tribe in the hearts of the local lower-class commoners. Our Han tribe implements a centralized system. The clan patriarchs and those minor chieftains will become obstacles to our governance in the future. Therefore, whenever possible, try your best to reduce their influence over the local commoners to provide a good foundation for future rule. Of course, for now, the priority is still to stabilize them. Once we have completely overthrown Commander Exian's rule, the chief will make further arrangements. Additionally, another important cornerstone of our Han tribe's centralized system is household registration, bianhu qiming. During wartime, the population is unstable and the political situation is unstable, so I don't require you to immediately register the households of the local commoners. But you must have a clear idea in your minds. Visit all the population distribution points within your jurisdiction, investigate the living standards and actual difficulties of the local commoners, and provide a good foundation and clear direction for future civilian construction. Furthermore, when the chief requires household registration, you gentlemen will know exactly where the population in your jurisdiction is distributed, enabling you to quickly and accurately register the households for the commoners. Xue Qingyao commented on the Shaoqi Guard Sima's governance strategy, affirming this method of governance. He then expressed his own views and points of attention for subsequent operations, finally concluding, "All right, that is all I have to say. I hope you Simas can implement our Han tribe's excellent policies. I hope officers at all levels can work together with one heart to properly develop this new territory for our Han tribe. Let us encourage each other, gentlemen, and hand in a satisfactory answer sheet to the chief." Understood. We will strictly obey the Sima's military orders and absolutely will not fail the chief's expectations and Sima Xue's trust. The Simas immediately stood up and cupped their hands in acknowledgement, finalizing the direction of post-war work. In the 3 days following the landing, the entire massive Han army operated rapidly and methodically. After 2 days of careful feeding and restorative training, the over 10,000 warhorses brought by the Han army regained their combat capability. The Zioki Guard, an elite main force, was finally put to use, allowing the commanders of the various guards to breathe a sigh of relief. It must be known that during the war games for the entire campaign, the Shaoqi Guard, as the only force capable of rapid mobility, held immense strategic significance. Another matter was the public trial and execution of the captured enemy leaders. After undergoing brutal torture, Qi Yun, several of his clan confidants, and several chieftains of Madan's remnants confessed everything they knew. They even revealed the exact time and place of Modun's death, as well as the location of the small tribe where they had previously hidden. This was the first time the Han tribe had obtained concrete news of Madan's death. Previously, there had been rumors that Modun was dead, but without a body or confirmation from relevant personnel, the Han tribe's official stance was to never assume he was truly dead, and secret manhunts had never ceased. However, once Madan's death was confirmed by his former trusted subordinates, Xuetu immediately relayed this crucial intelligence to Han Feng and Yu Ji, the Han tribe's intelligence chief and commander of the Jinwu Guard, who had been operating in the 3 Honghu counties. He requested Yu Ji to immediately assist in investigating and verifying the authenticity of this news. Qi Yun's interrogation also went very smoothly. This old man didn't have the backbone of the Grasslanders. Just making him and his clan confidants watch the interrogation process from the sidelines was enough to scare them into wetting their pants. When it was their turn, before any torture could even be applied, they spilled everything they knew. This intelligence included several operations where the Exian tribe colluded with Madan's grassland forces to attack and defend against the Han tribe. It primarily detailed the Exian tribe's initial secret troop formation to attack the Han tribe's Kaiyuan County alongside Madan, as well as the fact that Commander Exian secretly had people manufacture a large number of weapons and military supplies for Madan's allied forces. Because Elder Chi controlled all of the Exian tribe's weapon manufacturing projects, these words coming from the mouth of the actual patriarch of the Chi clan were highly credible. On the third day, during the public trial, Xue Qingyao gathered all the nearby commoners who could be summoned. Under the collective gaze of the over 3,000 prisoners of war, Xue Qingyao re-asked the questions from the previous interrogation, and Qi Yun answered them all one by one. Under the intense pressure and threats from the Han tribe, he didn't dare play any tricks and ultimately confessed to all the Han tribe's accusations. Several other confidants close to Qi Yun, who knew some details, also provided corroborating testimonies. Finally, coupled with the ironclad evidence personally confirmed by several grasslanders, the local commoners finally believed the claims made in the previous pacification proclamation. The Han tribe truly had no choice but to counterattack after being attacked first by the Exian tribe. As for why the Han tribe waited over half a year to seek revenge, Xue Qingyao's explanation was that mobilizing such a massive military force required too much preparation. In fact, ever since the Exian tribe attacked Kaiyuan County, the Han tribe had investigated the truth and began preparing for revenge, preparing for over half a year before finally executing it. Of course, this was just Xue Qingyao's rhetoric, but it wasn't entirely false. Because of the formation of 6 new guards, the Han tribe had indeed been preparing for the past half year. This unprecedented public trial was undoubtedly a success, achieving its intended political goals. It truly made the Han tribe a righteous army with a legitimate cause, avoiding the hostility of the local commoners. This provided a solid political foundation for the Han tribe's subsequent takeover and rule. After the public trial, Xue Tu personally arrived at the scene as the supreme representative of the Han tribe's army. Holding the battle axe bestowed by the chief, representing military authority, he ordered the dozen or so individuals who had stood trial to be beheaded. The scene was so bloody, cruel, and terrifying that it was unprecedented in the world. The local commoners had never seen someone's head chopped directly off their neck. Those who witnessed the execution instantly branded this Han tribe army with labels of dangerous and terrifying in their hearts. However, immediately afterward, Xue Tu and Xue Qinjiao delivered a speech to pacify the people, once again suppressing the unease in the hearts of the native commoners and prisoners of war. Fathers, elders, fellow villagers, and captured prisoners. Our Han tribe's chief is unparalleled in his righteousness. When he learned that citizens of his tribe had been brutally murdered by the Exian tribe, he immediately ordered us to lead an army here for revenge. However, the chief does not wish to cause senseless slaughter, and he repeatedly instructed us before our departure. The chief said he believes the commoners and soldiers of Bamboo Island are innocent. You were merely deceived and fooled by Commander Exian and his lackeys. The Exian tribe is at fault, but the fault does not lie with you. It lies entirely with the high-ranking decision-makers. Therefore, the chief said that this battle is only to punish the chief culprits. We will absolutely not pursue the commoners who are unaware of the truth. As for the soldiers who aided the Exian tribe's high-ranking officials in their perverse actions, we will not kill them if we can avoid it. We only need them to undergo labor reform, deeply realize their mistakes, and be willing to contribute to Bamboo Island to wash away their sins. Then, these soldiers will regain their freedom in the future and become normal commoners under the Han tribe's rule. Additionally, the chief asked us to pass on a message to you, fathers and elders. Opposing the Han tribe is meaningless. The Exian tribe high-ranking officials who dare to murder Han tribe soldiers and civilians will eventually be destroyed. We hope you, fathers and elders, can assess the situation, see the future clearly, and recognize who truly has the ability to bring you a beautiful life. We hope you, fathers and elders, will actively and voluntarily cease all support for the Exian tribe's high-ranking officials, such as delivering grain or allowing your relatives to join the army and sell their lives for the Exian tribe. If the Han army discovers such actions, we will treat all involved personnel as collaborating with the enemy. Therefore, I appeal to you here. If you have family members serving in the Ecchi tribe's army, find a way to get them back as soon as possible. Our Han army will not pursue soldiers who voluntarily return home before engaging in battle. If high-ranking officials of the Ecchi tribe send people to collect or transport grain from you, you can stall them first and then send someone to report it to our garrison. If such a thing happens, our Han tribe will not only not punish you, but will also reward you. I hope all the fathers and elders present today will strictly abide by the requests we have made today and inform those around you as soon as possible, leaving a way out for your relatives who might be serving in the Ecchi tribe's army. I hope you, fathers and elders, will treat this matter seriously. Xue Tu and Xue Qingyao took turns giving speeches, which were then repeated and relayed by the military saimas of all levels, soldiers, and translators. Finally, all the commoners and prisoners heard these words, which deeply moved them. The commoners cared most about their future lives and their own tangible benefits, while the prisoners were more direct. They cared about their own survival. When they learned they wouldn't be executed and had hope of gaining freedom and becoming ordinary people, the prisoners' mindset changed. They were no longer as passive and resistant. They became willing to put in the effort to gain their freedom and strive to become ordinary commoners as soon as possible. Labor reform, and then going home, became their most urgent desire. At this point, the prisoners became proactive. Some took the initiative to ask the Han army officers and translators around them, Han envoys, what do you mean by labor reform and contributing to Bamboo Island? When can we go home? The ideological commissioners, who had already attended meetings and taken classes, immediately replied, labor reform means working. Contributing to Bamboo Island means working for your own hometown. Our Han tribe wants to popularize rice cultivation on Bamboo Island. This requires modifying river channels and digging irrigation ditches. These are the things you will be doing. There's also paving roads, building bridges, mining in the mountains. In short, it's all work to build your hometown. The time required might be several years, at least 5 years. Then, based on your performance, we will decide who among you gets to go home. Those who perform well and work actively will be released first. As soon as these words were spoken, the prisoners immediately began chattering and discussing. It must be known that they were all adults in their late teens or early 20s. In an era where the average lifespan wasn't high to begin with, 5 years was not a short time. Some of the slightly older men instantly felt their entire lives had lost hope. Setting aside whether they would get sick or injured, even if they survived the 5 years, what could they possibly do when they went home with their remaining short lifespans? The teenagers in their mid-teens didn't care as much. Some were only 14 or 15. After 5 years, they would only be 20, right in their prime. But those who were already 18, 19, or even over 20 felt much worse. Someone immediately pressed further. Han envoy, during these 5 years of labor reform, can we go home to visit? Perhaps feeling that as a prisoner, making such a request was somewhat excessive and the Han tribe probably wouldn't agree, he quickly lowered his demands and asked again. Even if we can't go home, could we at least have our women and children come see us? Is that possible? Such requests or policies regarding prisoners hadn't actually been discussed in previous meetings. So the translator thought for a moment before answering earnestly. I cannot answer this question for you because I cannot make the decision. However, whatever requests you have, you can tell me. I will truthfully report your needs to my superiors. Whether your requests can be fulfilled will depend on the higher-ups' intentions. But I can tell you one thing first. The higher-ups' decision will also depend on your attitude. If your attitude is good and you reform actively, I will have more confidence when relaying your requests to my superiors. If you slack off at work all day and anger the higher-ups, they naturally won't spend any effort specifically providing welfare benefits for you prisoners. I hope you understand this yourselves. Do you understand? Understood, understood. We will definitely work hard. We also hope the envoy will relay the matter we just mentioned for us. 5 years is too long. If we can't contact our families, we're afraid we'll never see them again. A group of slightly older prisoners immediately stated. That is natural. Our Han army is an army of justice. If your Ecchi tribe hadn't attacked our cities and murdered our soldiers and civilians first, we wouldn't have traveled all this way here. Don't worry, as long as you perform well, I will try my best to fight for better treatment for you from my superiors, the translator told the prisoners again. Yes, 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 we will definitely perform well. A group of prisoners nodded repeatedly, like chickens pecking at rice. Some even directly revealed that they knew so-and-so in other Ecchi tribe legions. expressing their willingness to act as liaisons to persuade them to surrender voluntarily and not oppose the Han tribe, hoping only that the Han tribe would spare them, not treat them as prisoners, or at the very least, not kill them, and so on. This important information was also quickly reported up the chain by the grassroots translators and junior Simas. The prisoners' willingness to help the Han tribe incite rebellion in other Exian tribe legions was something Shue and Shue Qingyao hadn't anticipated. The two quickly discussed the situation to study its feasibility. The Exian tribe's legions had a very strong sense of clan identity because the several legions were basically divided and managed with clans as the primary unit. The batch they had just captured was a legion primarily composed of the Qi clan and Grasslanders. The other legions were armies primarily composed of other clans. Having this current batch of prisoners go and incite rebellion in a legion of another clan probably wouldn't be very effective, and there was also the risk of prematurely exposing their own military operations. Therefore, it wasn't really worth executing. But having hope was always good. If the conditions were truly ripe, and the Han tribe had absolute certainty of victory, they could indeed send people to give it a try. However, they absolutely shouldn't count on this to win the war. All victories still had to be built upon their own absolute strength to be realized. Over the next few days, after reconnaissance by scouts and analysis by the Simas, the locations for the permanent garrisons of the Shaoqi Guard, Inyang Guard, and Baotao Guard were finalized. Shue then ordered these three guards to immediately march to their garrisons, naturally accompanied by the prisoner labor force assigned to them. The situation in the rear gradually stabilized, and batches of supplies and rations took advantage of this time to be rapidly transported to the front lines. The forces of the other guards were assembled once again. With troops, rations, and weapons in hand, Shue immediately looked at the map and began formulating the next phase of the operational plan based on the intelligence gathered by the scouts over the past few days. With the stationing of the Baotao, Inyang, and Shaoqi guards, the Han tribe had effectively gained actual control over 3 of Bamboo Island's 6 counties. The next step was naturally to attack Xianfeng County and Guanhai County, further securing the victory of the war's second phase. Ultimately, the Feixiong Guard and Hubin Guard would carry out the final strangulation of the Exian tribe remnants in Jiahai County. Therefore, the military plan for conquering Guanhai County and Xianfeng County was also quickly finalized amidst the discussions of the military high command. Meanwhile, in Hanyang County, Han Feng finally received the long-awaited frontline battle report. Although he had completely delegated the command of this war to Shue, he naturally couldn't avoid worrying in his heart. Every day, he counted the days. When would the Grand Army land? When would he receive a battle report from the front? Would the frontline situation go smoothly? But when Han Feng finally saw the report from the front, he breathed a sigh of relief. Winning the first battle within 24 hours of landing, and achieving the proud record of 0 casualties on their side, while completely annihilating 2 enemy legions of 4,000 men and capturing over 3,000 alive. This was enough to prove that he hadn't misjudged his people. The leadership team composed of Shue and Shue Qingyao not only fulfilled his strategic requirements, but even exceeded them. Capturing over 3,000 prisoners alive to serve as a labor force was their most brilliant achievement. Because these people knew very well that in the eyes of their chief, there was simply too great a shortage of population. Upon receiving the first-hand battle report, Han Feng immediately summoned his personal guards, instructing them to make multiple copies of the victory dispatch and send them to the other counties and districts of the Han tribe, allowing the commoners to share in the good news. The front line had won a victorious battle, and with 0 casualties on their side. Such news was a day of celebration, not just for military families, but for all commoners. At the same time, this was an opportunity to further boost national self-confidence, and Han Feng certainly wouldn't let it slip by. As for Han Feng's reply to Shue, it was very simple. He merely offered a few words of praise, acknowledged the report, and told them to keep up the good work. He said nothing else, keeping his response extremely plain. Han Feng understood that at this juncture, whether it was excessive praise, directly promising rewards for merit, or urging them to act quickly, it would be detrimental to the war effort and could easily disrupt the commander's emotional state. If Shue and the others chose to advance recklessly due to his urging, falling into an enemy trap or suffering massive losses, the gains would not make up for the losses. And handing out rewards and making promises now would only make officers at all levels arrogant, complacent, or greedy for merit and prone to rash actions. This was absolutely not the situation Han Feng wanted to see. Given the Han tribe's military strength and the strategic guidelines Han Feng had established, there was no need to worry about victory or defeat, because victory was guaranteed to belong to the Han tribe. The only variables were the scale of losses and the size of the battle results, which might fluctuate based on actual conditions. What was needed most right now? In truth, it was just one word: stability. As long as they remained steady, they could crush the Xian tribe with a direct, flat push without needing any tactics. So Han Feng really had nothing to worry about. The issue that troubled him the most right now was actually the future integration of Bamboo Island. 3 of Bamboo Island's 6 counties had already become Han tribe territory, including Xinhua County, which had the largest population and produced the most grain. Setting everything else aside, the various supplies needed for these new territories were a massive figure, and the most important of all was currency. Han Feng wasn't worried about seeds and agricultural tools. They had already traded a batch of iron tools to the entirety of Bamboo Island previously, and there was quite a bit of iron ingots stockpiled there. If it really wasn't enough, they could just have them forge their own. Regarding currency, the Han tribe currently had plenty of raw copper. Previously, when trading iron tools on Bamboo Island, they had basically collected all the Xian tribe's bronze wares and shipped them back to the Han tribe boatload by boatload. The purity of these bronze wares was quite high. The copper smelting technology the Xian tribe possessed was primarily focused on pure copper, or perhaps the quality of their copper was better, and they hadn't mixed in other elements to make bronze. So, for the most part, as long as it was cleaned, remelted, refined, and had a small amount of lead added, it could meet the Han tribe's requirements for minting coins. In short, raw materials were extremely abundant. The only thing limiting the quantity of currency right now was the insufficient production capacity for coin stamping. Water-powered and wind-powered machinery could no longer meet Han Feng's needs. Reforming the entire mint with steam power was an imminent necessity. Therefore, while at home, Han Feng was primarily focusing on this matter. After handling the battle report, Han Feng proposed an inspection tour of the Power Research Institute in the industrial county of Xin'an County, followed by an inspection of the mint's improvement progress. This entire circuit would probably take another half a month, but Han Feng didn't hesitate. One day in the middle of the 13th month, heavy snow was falling in the 8 counties of Hanyang in the north. Han Feng bid farewell to his 2 wives, whose bellies were swelling again, and led a detachment of personal guards on horseback toward the industrial county in Xin'an County. Accompanying him was Chu Bing, who had recently gotten engaged. Previously, Zhang had intended to introduce a match for Chu Bing, and Han Feng had agreed. Sure enough, within a few days, Zhang found a beautiful girl from her maternal clan named Zhang Yu. She was the same age as Chu Bing, and by seniority, she was a distant niece of Zhang Ying's. She was the very girl who had suddenly appeared to bring Chu Bing breakfast before. Chu Bing had been completely bewildered at the time, not knowing why a beautiful girl he didn't know had suddenly appeared at Han Feng's house and offered him food. Later, after Zhang Ying's introduction, he realized she was the wife being introduced to him. The kid was instantly overjoyed. The girl was beautiful, and Chu Bing had nothing to complain about. He liked Zhang Yu very much. After Zhang Ying's introduction, Zhang Yu also learned that Chu Bing was actually a founding-level figure of the Han tribe. Although he was young, he had a very good relationship with Han Feng and was currently serving as a personal guard by Han Feng's side. His future career path would naturally not stop there. Furthermore, the kid looked sharp in his military uniform with a saber at his waist, and he was quite intelligent. It was said that he even had half the credit for that miraculous photography technique. Whether Chu Bing went on to become a high official or a businessman in the future, he would definitely live well. Therefore, Zhang Yu was also very satisfied with Chu Bing. The two had a formal meeting at Han Feng's house, and later went strolling through the market in Ruyang City themselves. Their relationship heated up quickly. They even took a few photos together and exchanged them. These photos were incredible. After taking them home to show their respective parents, both sides were extremely satisfied. Zhang Yu's and Chu Bing's parents even sighed in amazement. These photos are good stuff. You can see what a person looks like without even meeting them. Where can we get photos made? If this thing could be popularized, it would definitely be a great tool for matchmaking. In the future, if the kids are busy, the parents could just exchange photos and settle 70 or 80% of the matter. Zhang Yu's reply left her parents both regretful and excited. Father, mother, this photography technique, the technique for taking photos, was only recently developed by Chu Bing and the chief. I heard it was just successfully tested, and the commoners outside don't even know about it yet. I only got the chance to take a few photos because I was riding Chu Bing's coattails. Others wouldn't have the chance even if they wanted to. But Chu Bing told me the other day that he wants to talk to the chief. In the future, after we get married, he wants to open a photography shop himself, specifically to take photos for the commoners. By then, all the commoners will be able to go to a dedicated shop and pay to have their photos taken. That's wonderful. This Chu Bing is really something. Not only is he the chief's personal guard, but I heard even his name was given by the chief. When he was sick as a child, the chief cured him. I didn't expect him to be so capable grown up, actually knowing how to take photos. Amazing. Zhang Yu's parents continuously praised Chu Bing, finding their prospective son-in-law more and more pleasing to the eye. The situation on Chu Bing's side was similar. Their son was successful, and they didn't covet anything from the girl's family. As long as the girl was beautiful, thrifty in managing the household, filial to her parents, and their son liked her, they had no complaints. Just like that, the two families smoothly exchanged betrothal gifts and invited their immediate relatives for a small engagement banquet, officially settling the marriage. However, because both children hadn't yet reached the age of adulthood, they had to wait another year or two to process their adult household registrations and marriage procedures. They weren't in a hurry about this. On Chu Bing's side, the group rode their war horses, wearing cloaks, struggling through the wind and snow toward the industrial county. In the freezing weather, white mist continuously puffed from the mouths and noses of men and horses. Chu Bing spurred his horse to catch up with Han Feng, riding beside him and discussing his idea of buying photography equipment and opening his own photography studio. Han Feng was bored riding in the wind anyway. Hearing Chu Bing mention the photography studio, he wasn't opposed to it. Photography, after all, would definitely follow a model of official research and development combined with private operation in the future. Therefore, he was actually very supportive of Chu Bing wanting to open a private photo studio, and didn't mind chatting with him about it. You can open a photo studio, and photography equipment can be sold, but the government must hold a 40% stake. Moreover, the government won't put up any money. We'll use the technology as dry shares. Consider it a condition for licensing the photography technology. Aside from the portion handed over to the tribe, the profits must also be used for subsequent technological research and development, Han Feng said after some thought. Chu Bing was instantly bewildered and asked in confusion, "Chief, what does it mean for the government to hold a stake and handing profits over to the tribe? Then does this shop belong to the tribe or to me privately?" Han Feng smiled and explained, "The government holding a stake means that this shop is considered jointly owned by the government and you privately. The business is co-owned by you and the tribe. A 40% stake means that out of the profits earned from operations, the tribe takes 4 parts, and you privately take 6 parts. However, because you hold the majority of the shares, the operational rights still belong to you. Once the shop is open, you will be responsible for all operational matters, and the government will only provide technical assistance. Do you understand now? Oh, so that's how it is. So the chief means, I open the shop, buy photography equipment from the tribe, charge people to take photos, and give 4 parts of the profit to the tribe. The tribe only takes the money and doesn't participate in operations. Is that right?" Chu Bing spent a long time untangling it and finally understood the meaning of holding a stake, though of course, his understanding was only superficial. "Yes, that's roughly it. But your business model can't be that one-dimensional. Besides charging people for photos, you can also sell cameras, teach photography techniques, and sell negatives so people can take photos themselves. Then your shop can charge them to develop, copy, and frame the photos. In short, besides charging for taking and developing photos, you can also make a profit by selling cameras and consumables like negatives. Think about it. Taking photos in your own shop is a novelty, but how many photos can one shop take? How much service fee can you earn? But selling consumables is different. Consumables are profitable to begin with, and the more photos others take, the more photos you develop. This way, you'll earn much more than just relying on your shop to take photos. Besides, you've played with photography. You should know that sometimes you encounter something particularly beautiful or an important event and want to capture it, and those opportunities are fleeting. You can't possibly think about taking a photo, then run to your shop to get it taken, or hire a photographer from your shop to go out and take it. It would be too late. But it's different if others take the photos themselves. If they have a camera in hand, they can record the moments they want at any time. Only this way can you mobilize the enthusiasm of the participants and your business will be better, Hanfeng prompted. Right, right, right. The chief is still the most brilliant. I often get the itch to take photos, but I don't have a camera on hand, so I can only fret. If I had to go to a shop to hire someone, it would be too late. The chief's idea is fantastic. This will definitely cultivate a large group of people who love photography. As one of the co-inventors of photography, Chu Bing naturally understood the logic Han Feng was explaining. However, when it came to business operations, Han Feng's vision and experience were clearly far superior to his. These were things Chu Bing hadn't thought of. His initial idea of opening a shop to charge people for photos was truly just taking photos. He hadn't expected Han Feng to expand his shop's business scope so vastly. And Han Feng's reason for demanding a stake also had its own underlying logic. The Han tribe's research institutes were money-swallowing beasts. Not only did various experiments require massive amounts of materials and equipment, but they also had to pay high salaries to the researchers. Where did this money come from? Naturally, it couldn't all come from the tribe's grain taxes. That was unrealistic. Therefore, monetizing scientific research results was one of the best methods. Among all the research results of the institutes, the most profitable items were definitely glass and carbide lamps. Carbide lamps were lighting fixtures, carbide was a consumable, and glass was a building material. These were currently the best-selling items in the civilian sector and the primary source of research funding for the institutes. In fact, beyond covering research costs, there was a massive surplus. To monetize photography, Han Feng's method of using technology for shares was an excellent approach. At the very least, for now, only the official research institutes had the capability to research and manufacture the equipment. Furthermore, in the Han tribe, where commercial law and commercial taxes didn't yet exist, official shareholding was absolutely the fastest way to generate revenue. Han Feng needed money very badly. He wanted to roll out ID cards with photos for the entire population, but who would pay for the production of these ID cards? The commoners in the 8 counties of Hanyang were generally quite wealthy and could afford the production cost of an ID card. After all, it was the Han tribe's old territory. But the commoners in the newly established counties and districts didn't have that much money, and you couldn't force them to pay for an ID card. So, the production of ID cards had to be free. But once it was free, you couldn't discriminate. You couldn't make it free for poor areas, but charge the wealthy 8 counties of Hanyang. After all, everyone had to be treated equally. Yet this was clearly not a small sum. Taking a photo for every single person required an astronomical amount of consumables. Where would the Han tribe get so much money and cover such costs? After much deliberation, Han Feng still felt that using the profits gained from holding a stake in photography to cover the funding required for this civilian project was the best solution. The two discussed as they rode forward, finally arriving at the industrial county before dusk that day. Here was another of the Han tribe's power research institutes, as well as the Han tribe's largest steam engine manufacturing and production center. It was the most important inspection site of Han Feng's current trip. The industrial county before them was rudimentary to the extreme. It bore no resemblance to a proper county seat. It was less a town and more a factory designated as a county-level administrative unit. Han Feng truly wished he could build a factory the size of a county seat, but for now, all he had was a prototype. The main body of the industrial county consisted of a few large, warehouse-style buildings. In reality, they were factory workshops. Scattered around them were single-story courtyard homes, residences for the workers and researchers. The industrial county was the most peculiar. No, the most unique county in the Han tribe. Han Feng had always intended for it to be a hub of heavy industry. The future railway would originate from here, so to facilitate track laying, they hadn't even bothered to build city walls. This wasn't a residential town. In modern terms, it was more like an industrial development zone, a concentration of factories not meant for living. Many of the personal guards were visiting this county seat for the first time, Chu Bing among them. He had seen the ammunition workshop in Hanyang City, with its steam engines that ran on their own with just coal and water. So this was where they were developed and manufactured. The realization piqued his interest in what went on inside the industrial county. Upon arriving, they tethered their horses, and Han Feng led his guards to the Power Research Institute. It was another massive workshop, rumbling with the sound of operating steam engines. A huge brick chimney on the roof continuously spewed black smoke into the snowy sky. Only 2 people came to greet them at the door. There was no grand reception. At any other county's government office, a whole crowd would have turned out. But at the Research Institute, all ceremony gave way to work. They couldn't just shut down all the machinery because the chief was here for an inspection. That would be an incredible waste of energy. Chief. The one who greeted him was Mu Xing, the head of the institute. Seeing Han Feng arrive, he immediately cupped his hands in salute. How is the progress on the institute's various projects? Han Feng nodded and got straight to the point. The guards automatically took up posts at the various entrances and intersections, leaving only Chu Bing and another guard captain to follow Han Feng into the workshop. Reporting to the chief, the institute's progress is slow, mainly due to a shortage of manpower. The students you approved for transfer are all working as assistants to the original researchers, learning theory while on the job. As for production and manufacturing, our R&D team is already stretched thin. We don't have the manpower to do the physical labor ourselves. We've had to pull skilled blacksmiths and carpenters from New Steel County and other counties for training. They're learning to use steam lathes and other machinery to help us process parts. I've found that carpenters and blacksmiths learn and adapt to mechanics relatively quickly. After all, carpenters have to build wooden machinery as well, Mu Xing explained, walking beside Han Feng. Han Feng nodded to himself. Carpenters, in any era, were absolute masters. Anyone who could single-handedly craft tools and furniture was certainly not illiterate. They were likely among the better-educated populace. Of course, this didn't include modern woodworkers who only knew how to use power tools. Those were just woodworkers, a far cry from the title of artisan. How is the development and manufacturing of steam engines coming along? Han Feng asked again. Chief, our main project right now is modifying the iron horse-eye model so it can be installed on various lathes to power machining. We're also modifying the Iron Ox I and developing the Iron Ox II. We've already designed an Iron Ox II steam engine, which is essentially an improved version of the first model. The main goal was to increase its ox power, so we used a larger diameter, long-stroke cylinder, and a bigger boiler. We've produced a few prototypes. We plan to use the Iron Ox II to power cranes, large stamping presses, plate rollers, and steel rolling mills. And for the steel rails you mentioned, we'll probably need the Iron Ox II to drive the machinery that rolls them, Mu Xing reported. The group walked and talked, eventually arriving at the Institute's design department. It was filled with researchers guiding the new students. As Han Feng walked past, his eyes were drawn to a set of blueprints on one team's table. He picked one up. What's this? The team leader saw the chief and immediately broke into a smile. This man was the teacher of everyone present. After a respectful salute, the team leader explained, Chief, this is our new design for a steam-powered bellows. We plan to use an iron horse-eye to drive the bellows, providing air for the blast furnace. Han Feng nodded as if in approval, but his tone was flat. Scrap this project. The design is a complete failure. Chief, this. The team leader and the students around him were stunned. They had spent over half a month on this project, running countless calculations and even building a scale wooden model for testing. Now, the chief was telling them to stop with a single sentence, calling their design a failure. How could they accept that? Han Feng, however, explained nonchalantly, your thinking has fallen into a trap. The success of the steam engine opened a door to a new world for you, making you think any machine can be powered by steam. That's not wrong, but your application of it is. Take this bellows device. Using a steam engine to drive a bellows back and forth to pump air into a furnace. How inefficient is that? The energy consumption would be massive. Most of the output power is wasted in the mechanical travel. A machine isn't better just because it's more complex. High efficiency, low energy consumption, and ease of maintenance. That's what makes a machine good. You want to send air faster. In theory, the bellows diameter needs to be large enough, and the piston's reciprocating speed needs to be faster. But that's too complicated. It would be better to just use a steam engine to drive a fan to blow the air. You know what a windmill is, right? It uses the rotation of 4 blades to generate wind. Remember this, rotary machinery is always more powerful than reciprocating machinery because it can directly transfer its output torque to the machine without needing to convert it into back and forth motion. When Han Feng mentioned the windmill, the team leader's eyes lit up. He knew what a windmill was. Such large machines were common throughout the Han tribe, but he had always thought windmills were for catching the wind, not creating it. Han Feng's new idea immediately intrigued him. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. We will revise the plan as soon as possible, the team leader said, bowing respectfully. Your idea was good, but you need to think more creatively. Don't let your thoughts be limited by what already exists. I look forward to you imagining things that even I can't. Also, regarding the fan, I'll give you a rough idea, and you can research and experiment on your own. If you get this right, it will be incredibly useful. Study it well. I have great plans for it in the future. As he spoke, Han Feng picked up a pencil, compass, and other tools from the table. On the back of their blueprint, he drew a circle and casually sketched a 4-bladed fan inside, then a 3-bladed one, a 2-bladed one, and a 5-bladed one. He also drew a simple side view, marking the angle of the fan blades. Forge the blades from metal, then drive it to rotate. It will generate wind in one direction. Forward is blowing, backward is sucking. This thing has a huge future. If you master it, you'll be set for life. Keep up the good work. Han Feng patted a few of them on the shoulder and continued on his way. Chu Bing was curious. He quickly glanced at the sketches Han Feng had just drawn, memorized their appearance, and hurried to catch up. Mu Xing was still following closely at Han Feng's side, ready to continue his report on the institute. Sure enough, right after the bellows discussion, Han Feng asked again, "How is the steam locomotive project progressing?" "Chief, we've nearly completed the theoretical design for the steam locomotive. Following the ideas and models you provided, we've finished the initial blueprints. But we've been very busy lately and don't have enough manpower to start experiments. Everyone is focused on the steam-powered conversion of the Mint right now. Also, we currently lack the ability to process many of the locomotive's components. So we can only consider trial producing a prototype after our machining capabilities improve." Mu Xing replied immediately. A steam locomotive wasn't something you could just whip up. Han Feng knew that, of course, and given the current situation, it was right to put it on the back burner. With limited manpower, projects had to be prioritized. Something like a steam locomotive, which wasn't urgently needed, could wait. So Han Feng didn't blame them. Instead, he hoped to offer some help. "Do you have any design ideas or practical difficulties you've encountered? Tell me about them. Perhaps I can help you solve them," Han Feng asked. Mu Xing was, of course, eager for the opportunity. The chief was a master of mechanics, their grandmaster. That was the consensus among everyone here. The chance to ask for his guidance was rare indeed. Seeing Han Feng's offer, Mu Xing immediately asked, "Chief, we've run through the construction process of the steam locomotive in our minds, and we've also encountered some machining difficulties while producing our current steam engines. What the Institute needs most urgently right now is a more convenient drilling tool, preferably one that's multi-angled, lightweight, and maybe even a handheld metal drill. It would be a huge help in manufacturing large boilers." "Drilling? What do you mean? What are you using now?" Han Feng asked, puzzled. "This way, Chief." Mu Xing led Han Feng to a rather large piece of machinery. "Chief, this is the large steam-powered drill press we're currently using. It uses an iron horse-eye steam engine to drive the drill bit, making holes in steel plates. Then we use a plate roller to form them into cylinders and use welding and riveting to make the steam engine boilers. This drill press is fine for producing small boilers, but it's a real struggle to produce the kind of massive boilers needed for a locomotive. And even if we wanted to build bigger steam engines, we're currently limited by our drilling technology. We just can't do it." Let me think." Han Feng nodded in understanding. Drilling holes in steel was indeed a problem, especially for oversized components. You couldn't just put everything on a drill press or a lathe. A handheld drilling tool was something the Han tribe desperately needed. But the Han tribe had no electricity, no generators, and no electric motors. So a handheld electric drill was out of the question. If not an electric drill, then what could be used for handheld drilling? Ruling out electrical equipment, Han Feng immediately thought of something else, a pneumatic drill, also known as an impact wrench. An impact wrench is a handheld rotary tool powered by high-pressure air. Fit it with a socket, and you can tighten screws. It's very common in auto repair. It's what they use to remove tire lug nuts. The sound it makes is very distinctive, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat whoosh. Take off the socket and replace it with a drill bit, and it becomes a handheld pneumatic drill. There were no major technical hurdles. The whole thing could be broken down into 3 parts: the tool itself, an air compressor to provide power, and a hose to transmit the high-pressure air. The impact wrench itself wasn't high-tech. It was just small parts like fans and ratchets. That wasn't a problem. The high-pressure air hose was also manageable. The Han tribe now had a large, stable supply of rubber, so making some rubber air hoses wasn't difficult. The only tricky part was ensuring the rubber tube could withstand the air pressure, as the Han tribe couldn't yet produce soft, plasticized rubber. This was a materials science issue that couldn't be solved for now. But there were workarounds, like adding a non-elastic canvas sleeve over the rubber hose to act as a soft protective layer, restricting its expansion. That would solve the air hose problem. Finally, there was the most important component, the air compressor. The mention of an air compressor suddenly made Han Feng realize its uses were incredibly broad. It wasn't just for powering impact wrenches. If the Han tribe had this, things like spray painting would no longer be a dream. The blow molding process for rubber products and glassware also required air compressors. How had he not thought of this before? With that thought, Han Feng had an idea. He said to Mu Xing, "I have a thought. We could invent a whole set of pneumatic tools that use high-pressure gas as their power source. You've seen the power of high-pressure gas as a power source in steam engines. So, all we need is a small, handheld pneumatic tool connected by a rubber hose to a high-pressure air pump. This would allow the tool to work within a radius defined by the length of the hose. Wouldn't that be convenient? How convenient are pneumatic tools? Let's just say that pretty much anything an electric tool can do, a pneumatic tool can do too. Electric tools have drills, screwdrivers, and hammer drills. Pneumatic tools have impact wrenches, air screwdrivers, and jackhammers. Electric tools have saws and angle grinders. Pneumatic tools have air saws and pneumatic angle grinders, not to mention things like pneumatic riveters and air hammers. Aside from heat-based tools like soldering irons, if it involves rotation or impact, there's a pneumatic equivalent. Of course, they couldn't compare to electric tools in terms of portability. You just plug an electric tool into an outlet, and it works. Pneumatic tools require an air compressor for power. And since the Han tribe had no electricity, they would have to use a steam engine to drive the air compressor. This meant that to use pneumatic tools, the Han tribe would have to lug around a boiler, a steam engine, and an air compressor, the air pump, not to mention a large supply of coal and water. It was impossible to run around with all that equipment, so the range of use for pneumatic tools was limited. But even so, even if they could only be used in a fixed factory workshop, it would still be a huge convenience. For the current Han tribe, it was the best option. What? You can make tools powered by high-pressure gas? Mu Xing was utterly stunned by Han Feng's wild imagination. Are you suggesting we create a super miniature cylinder and piston structure, all condensed into a small tool, and then make it rotate with steam? He marveled again. He muttered to himself for a moment, then immediately raised a doubt. But steam engines are so hot. If you pipe steam directly into a tool, won't it burn your hands? Han Feng chuckled and nodded. You're right. High-pressure, high-temperature steam would definitely burn your hands. That's why I said high-pressure gas, not high-pressure steam. For example, the air we breathe can be compressed by a machine and stored in a container to be used as a power source. A new world opened up before Mu Xing's eyes. He quickly pressed. Then, Chief, how is this air compressed? You know the principle of a tire pump, right? Han Feng prompted patiently. I do. A tire pump is basically a small bellows, and its principle is the same as our cylinders and pistons, Mu Xing answered immediately. The same group of people who had worked on the steam engine had also developed bicycles and tire pumps, so how could he forget the principle? Good. The air compressor I'm talking about, in principle, is just using a steam engine to drive a tire pump. The pumped air is then sent into a sealed steel cylinder, similar to a tire. Once the machine is running, the air inside the cylinder will build up, but it can't escape, creating high-pressure air inside. Then we just connect a hose from the cylinder to a tool, and it can be used to provide power. Brilliant. Chief, this method is absolutely brilliant. Mu Xing couldn't help but praise after hearing it just once. He wasn't just flattering him. He was genuinely impressed. He admired Han Feng not just for being a mechanical genius who could often come up with imaginative yet highly efficient mechanical principles, but even more for his ability to cobble together new things by combining existing technologies in different ways. Take the air compressor, for example. The steam engine was their existing, mature technology. A tire pump wasn't very high-tech. The so-called steel cylinder was just a container. But by rearranging these technologies they had already mastered, Han Feng had created something new and incredibly useful. That was what impressed Mu Xing the most. Han Feng just smiled. He couldn't very well tell his subordinate that this wasn't his idea, but just something he'd seen in his past life. Who would believe that? Arguing about it was pointless. In that case, I'll leave the air compressor project to you. You can select the people to form a research and development team. As for the pneumatic tools, I can give you two options. One is a tool that uses a fan to drive gears, and the other uses a piston moving inside a cylinder. Both structures have their advantages. You can decide for yourselves. Han Feng immediately delegated the development plan for the pneumatic tools. He had no intention of just slapping blueprints on their faces and saying, "Build it like this." How would the Institute ever develop its own R&D capabilities that way? They had to learn to be independent now. He would only provide the ideas and basic theories. They would have to figure out the specific designs themselves. This was the best model for now. Besides, the things they were building this time all used existing technology. If they still couldn't figure it out, then all the years of his careful teaching would have been for nothing. "Yes, Chief. Once we've sorted out the mint, I'll start arranging this," Mu Xing replied, cupping his hands and accepting the task. "Good. Now, tell me about this steam locomotive of yours," Han Feng said, pointing to the blueprints on the table. "Chief, this model is designed for use on mining tracks, as you specified. It uses a 70-centimeter narrow gauge. It has a cylindrical boiler with embedded superheater and smoke tubes. It's powered by 2 cylinders and pistons, one on each side of the locomotive's front. The chassis has a 2-6-2 wheel arrangement, 1 pair of leading wheels, 3 pairs of driving wheels, and 1 pair of trailing wheels. It's 3.5 meters long and can pull 15 3-meter-long cars. According to the design specifications, it can reach a speed of 40 kilometers per shounen at full load, even going uphill. Downhill, it could probably reach 80 kilometers per shounen, and on flat ground, it can manage 60. Mu Xing pointed at the blueprints, explaining the various design parameters. The speed, in particular, could indeed be calculated. The number of times the cylinder piston could work in a unit of time, multiplied by the circumference of the wheel, gave you the basic speed. However, the Han tribes still used shounen, 2-hour periods, not hours, so the speeds Mu Xing mentioned would have to be converted to kilometers per hour. In other words, the vehicle could reach a speed of 20 kilometers per hour even when fully loaded and climbing a hill. Downhill, due to gravitational acceleration, the speed could double, meaning they'd probably have to ride the brakes. Even on flat ground, it could reach 30 kilometers per hour. This thing wasn't particularly useful for transporting bulk cargo. Han Feng had them develop it mainly for use in the various mining areas, which would undoubtedly boost the Han tribe's mining capacity. Furthermore, this type of narrow-gauge small train had a low load capacity, which meant the requirements for the tracks weren't as strict. It was suitable for temporary or frequently moved simple railways, which was very important for mining areas. Also, the Research Institute could accumulate experience, find errors, and build up a technical reserve for manufacturing larger locomotives in the future through the development, manufacturing, and use of this narrow-gauge train. "Sounds pretty good," Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. "I just wonder when I'll get to see the real thing." "Chief, if everything goes smoothly, once we've completed the mechanical conversion of the mint, we should be able to see a prototype locomotive in about half a year," Mu Xing estimated. He wasn't boasting. Han Feng had been pushing hard for the steam-powered conversion of the mint, so they had been working around the clock without holidays. The mint's conversion was now basically in its final stages. Before the new year, they could start manufacturing the prototype. Although the Institute had many other tasks, like the air compressor and pneumatic tools the chief had just assigned, those didn't require many people. They could just assign 1 or 2 teams to work on them, and the rest could be fully dedicated to locomotive-related R&D. The Institute was getting more and more personnel. Soon, they would no longer be short-staffed. "That's good, but there's no need to rush. Take it steady and safety first. Just avoid any accidents." "All right, that's enough for today. I need to get to the mint as soon as possible, so I won't disturb you any longer." Han Feng nodded, gave a few words of advice, and prepared to leave. "Thank you for your concern, Chief. I'll see you out," Mu Xing said with a salute, then led Han Feng and his men out. The Institute had just sent several more machines to the mint on Lake Hard Island yesterday. If Han Feng moved quickly, he might even catch them installing and debugging the machines when he arrived. On the road, Han Feng and his guards rode on horseback. This time, they were heading directly to Weishan County, where they would transfer to a sailboat to reach the mint on Lake Hard Island. After inspecting the mint, if there was enough time, Han Feng also planned to visit the Comprehensive Research Institute on the island to check on their work and assign them the task of developing rubber gloves and rubber air hoses. By the time Han Feng and his group left the industrial county, the snow had stopped, but the wind was still blowing. Chu Bing once again rode up beside Han Feng and asked curiously, "Chief, is that steam locomotive the vehicle you mentioned before that runs on a railway?" "That's right. A steam locomotive is a machine powered by a steam engine that runs on iron rails. And since it needs a fire to move, you can also call it a fire car, train. It can also pull many carriages, so you can call it a column car, train. Any name works. Han Feng held the reins with one hand and covered his mouth and nose with the other to keep the cold wind out. Chu Bing was amazed and curious. He was incredibly impressed by Han Feng's imagination. To think of using a steam engine to power a vehicle, pulling a long string of carriages along 2 iron rods. What a mode of transport. But he couldn't help but ask, "Chief, why does it have to run on iron rails? Can it run on a normal dirt road? If it has to use rails, wouldn't that limit its range and route?" Exactly. Any normal person would have the same question. If your steam locomotive can run on rails, why can't it run on the road? But as it happened, Han Feng had exactly that in mind. Of course it can run on normal roads, but you have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Comparatively, a train has a much larger carrying capacity. Strategically, it's more important than a car that runs on the road. That's why I want to get the train and railway built first. Only after securing the tribe's development strategy can I free up my hands to research the car you're talking about that can run on the road, Han Feng explained again. Oh, so a steam locomotive that runs on the road is called a car. Chu Bing muttered to himself and fell into thought, saying no more. Han Feng, however, couldn't help but recall the history of his previous life. The steam car was nothing new. In Han Feng's past life, even in the era when internal combustion engines reigned supreme, steam locomotives hadn't completely exited the stage. For a time, the two even coexisted. World War II was a tragic war for all of humanity, but it was also a golden age for the explosive growth of human technology. All sorts of black technologies from that era were invented during World War II. Of course, the automobile wasn't one of them. Cars were already running all over the place before the war. The most famous car during World War II was undoubtedly the American Jeep. The little green military Jeeps were everywhere in the world at that time. But when it came to trucks, one had to mention the unique British Sentinel series of steam-powered trucks, an outstanding industrial product unique in the world. Britain truly lived up to its reputation as the country that invented the steam engine. They had played with steam engines in every conceivable way. They were the only ones to successfully put steam power on the road and put it into practice, and with great success. Besides the Sentinel series, you couldn't find a second example in the world. Even if you did, it would be a British company. The Sentinel steam truck had a long history of development. Initially, it was just a crude combination of a steam engine on a car chassis, with solid tires and a completely open top, not even a roof. But you couldn't deny that the thing could actually run on the road. Later, the fashion-conscious British became unstoppable, stuffing all sorts of new technologies into the Sentinel. When pneumatic tires became popular, the Sentinel got them too. But there was one thing that was always criticized: its transmission system. A front-engine steam-powered truck, with the steam engine under the cab and a coal furnace stuffed inside, was actually chain-driven. A front-engine, rear-wheel drive vehicle that used a chain to power the rear wheels. How bizarre was that? But no matter how bizarre, it transported plenty of supplies for the British Army. And after final improvements, the Sentinel's chain drive was replaced with the world-standard longitudinal drive shaft. If it weren't for its heavy pollution and the trouble of starting it up, it might not have been replaced by internal combustion engine vehicles. The problem was, to get the thing running, you had to fire up the furnace for an hour to build up steam pressure before you could drive it. But even so, for the current Han tribe, it was definitely a model worth promoting vigorously. Han Feng's new national development strategy was based on the North-South Waterway as the main artery, which the Han tribe had already achieved. The next phase of transformation was to use railways to extend into the vast, undeveloped inland areas to the east and west. With waterways as the trunk and railways as the branches, they would gradually expand outwards, continuing to increase the Han tribe's territory, occupying, developing, and searching for more human resources and other undiscovered resources. After the second phase of the strategy was complete, Han Feng might just whip up a steam truck to promote road transport. By then, with waterways as the foundation, railways as the branches, and highways as the network, they would completely weave the transportation of the Han tribe. No, by then it should be called the Han Empire, into a vast web. Only then could they achieve a comprehensive leap in technology and economy. Han Feng and his retinue spurred their horses onward, racing toward the Weishan County Pier. The journey of over 100 kilometers took them until nightfall. By the time they arrived, everyone was frozen stiff and had no choice but to spend the night at the local government office. Though it was winter, The Star of Dawn lighthouse at the Weishan Pier was still lit on time every night. Its massive white beam, driven by a windmill, rotated ceaselessly, sweeping across the land and lake for 100 li in every direction. Han Feng, his guards, and the officials of Weishan County sat in the government building, eating hot pot. Outside the transparent glass windows, the cold wind howled, but the room was as warm as spring. A three-legged iron coal stove sat in the middle of the room, its long sheet metal chimney extending through a hole in the wooden wall to the outside. A large kettle on the stove steamed continuously. Before long, the steam whistled from the kettle's lid. Lu Guangzhu, who had been transferred from Sitong County to serve as the magistrate of Weishan for the past 6 months, picked up the kettle and brewed several large pots of tea. He then added some water to the hot pot at Han Feng's table before sitting down to eat with him. Han Feng picked up 2 pieces of frozen tofu, riddled with holes from the freezing process, and dropped them into the pot. While waiting, he began to ask Lu Guangzhu about his administrative work in Weishan County. Guangzhu, how have the past 6 months in Weishan been? Is your work going smoothly? Lu Guangzhu started to rise to salute, but Han Feng quickly waved him back down. They were in the middle of a meal. All this getting up and down would make it impossible to eat. Yes, Chief. I am a dull man, and since being promoted to Magistrate of Weishan, I have found the work quite strenuous. Fortunately, with the help of my colleagues in the government office, I have just barely managed to carry on. Lu Guangzhu's answer was cautious. He not only showed humility before Han Feng, but also gave his colleagues ample credit, attributing his success to them. But one should never underestimate a man who could rise to the position of magistrate. With a political player like him, you had to carefully analyze every word for hidden meanings. And there was certainly a hidden meaning. Han Feng understood the subtext immediately. After all, he was the one who had orchestrated the removal and appointment of Weishan's magistrate. Why had he transferred the previous magistrate, Yunji, to Riyang County? Because the boy's ambition was too great. Yunji had joined later, but he was made a magistrate immediately upon joining the Han tribe. Why? Because he had promised to bring Han Feng 50,000 people. He had traded that promise for the position. If a man could truly bring 50,000 people to the Han tribe, his talent as a magistrate was more than sufficient. Just try and see if anyone else could do it. But as the number of people he brought in grew, so did his ambition. At that time, the entire Han tribe's population was small. The newcomers in Weishan County had all been introduced by him. So in the hearts of the tens of thousands in Weishan, Yunji's prestige was even greater than Han Feng's, the chief. Could Han Feng tolerate such a thing? Of course not. So he transferred a large number of people from Weishan to settle in other counties. But within 2 years, the boy had recruited another 20,000 people, replenishing Weishan's population and once again surpassing Han Feng in local prestige. Therefore, to assert his own presence, and also due to practical needs, Han Feng had built that godlike lighthouse next to the Weishan Pier, to let the local people know who the true leader of the Han tribe was. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he issued a transfer order, sending Yunji directly to Riyang County, the heart of the Han tribe, to serve as magistrate, where Han Feng himself could watch him from the neighboring Hanyang County. Without his people, without his power, without his backing, Yunji finally behaved. After he left, the vacant position of Weishan's magistrate was filled, by Han Feng's order, by Lu Guangzhu, the magistrate of Sitong County. It was a promotion for him. Lu Guangzhu was indeed capable. He had managed Sitong County very well. However, Sitong's geographical location wasn't ideal, half mountainous, half plain, and lacking a major water source. For agriculture, they could only grow drought-resistant crops like wheat, corn, and soybeans. They couldn't grow rice, the Han tribe's main staple. Although agriculture couldn't flourish, Sitong's location was a strategic key point. It was roughly equidistant from Hanyang, Riyang, New Steel, and Luyang counties, making it a transportation hub where goods and people flowed endlessly. Therefore, the magistrate of Sitong, besides leading the people in developing basic local agriculture, was also responsible for managing a large number of warehouses, registering passing caravans, handling incoming and outgoing goods, and overseeing the catering and lodging industries. This was an advantage brought by geography. Because of the numerous passing caravans, be they officials and soldiers on missions, or merchants and logistics teams, everyone had to stop there for supplies and rest. So, Lu Guangzhu had, without any formal training, set up a government-run canteen and inn, a hotel, in modern terms. It offered lodging, food, horse feeding and changing services, vehicle repair, warehouse storage, and even a message-leaving service for travelers. No other county had such a bustling place, and it was precisely through this sitong in that Lu Guangzhou had boosted the economy of the entire county. Since growing grain wasn't viable, they grew vegetables. With many mountains, they raised chickens. With such a government run and serving so many customers daily, where did all the meat and vegetables come from? The inn, which was the government, purchased them from the people. The people earned a considerable income just by selling vegetables, chickens, and eggs. For large cargo storage, the inn would hire laborers from the county to move goods, giving the local people odd jobs during the agricultural off-season to earn extra income. A horse pasture was also established on the flat land at the foot of the mountain. Lu Guangzhou encouraged people to grow more fodder grass there, which the inn also purchased in large quantities. After all, most of the passing caravans needed to change or board their horses, providing another source of income for the county's people. The service staff at the inn were all hired from the local population, providing employment opportunities. It was no exaggeration to say that this single government-run inn supported the several thousand people of the entire county seat, and it was all thanks to Lu Guangzhou. Of course, more crucially, Lu Guangzhou was also skilled at managing logistics, never making a mistake. Plus, he had extensive contact with traveling merchants and was familiar with the situation in Weishan County, which was why Han Feng had decided to make him the magistrate there. But the situation in Weishan was vastly different from Sitong. Besides the service industry of the inn, Sitong had almost no agricultural or handicraft output. Weishan, on the other hand, was highly productive. Weishan had a large population, with over 20,000 permanent residents. A large population base meant faster growth, and the trend was strong. In agriculture, being near the lake, it had a large amount of high-quality paddy fields. Its rice cultivation area was the second largest in the entire Han tribe, and its cultivation area for new crops like sweet sorghum was the largest. With abundant water, Weishan could also fish and raise several types of waterfowl like mallards, gray ducks, and spot-billed ducks. Its poultry and egg production was also very high. In handicrafts, Weishan's textiles weren't remarkable, but leveraging its advantage as the main producer of sorghum, it ranked first in the entire tribe for sugar and wine production. It could also produce porcelain and various handmade woven goods, reed mats, bamboo mats, straw mats, brooms, and dusters, all of which sold well throughout the tribe. In terms of transportation, due to its proximity to the lake and river channels, coal from Dongxing County and glass and coke from Lake Hart Island all had to pass through its pier for land transport to New Steel County. It could be said to be at the forefront of the Han tribe's technology. Any new technological output from the Research Institute on Lake Hart Island was always first deployed in Weishan County. Take the carbide lamp, for example. It first appeared in Weishan. And because the local people had all been brought over by Yunji, almost all of these local industries were controlled by factions loyal to him. This made things very difficult for Lu Guangzhou, the outsider magistrate. First, he was unfamiliar with a production-based economy. Sitong County was at most small-scale farming and a large service industry. But here, the economy relied on various handicraft outputs, and the people who controlled the handicrafts were uncooperative, making his job hard. What had he just said? Asterisk, I am a dull man, and since being promoted to magistrate of Weishan, I have found the work quite strenuous. Fortunately, with the help of my colleagues in the government office, I have just barely managed to carry on. Asterisk, on the surface, he was being humble and giving credit to his colleagues. But to Han Feng's ears, it had another meaning. Asterisk, Chief, my work here is incredibly difficult. I need my colleagues' cooperation to even barely manage. This means if they don't cooperate, I can't get anything done. Asterisk. This was clearly a complaint to Han Feng. Yunji's influence in Weishan County was deeply rooted. His own clan was here. He had later brought in so many new tribes, and in almost every clan that controlled an industry, Yunji had arranged for his own clan to intermarry with them. With blood ties, they were one big family. How could they not stick together? This was all reported to Han Feng by the Jinwu Guard. Who married whom? Such information was impossible to hide, and Han Feng could easily analyze his intentions. So, to completely dismantle Yunji's power, the solution was simple: continue to break them up. And so, Han Feng began his performance. He fished a piece of chicken from the hot pot and placed it in his bowl. Then, he smiled encouragingly. Guangzhou, how could a dull man be a good county magistrate? If you were a dull man, Wouldn't that mean I, the chief, am a poor judge of character? All right, you're not much older than me. You're still a young man. Young men should be full of drive when they work. How can you be so easily daunted by difficulties? Feeling the work is strenuous just means you don't understand it well enough. Just be more diligent in the future. Also, I authorize you to transfer some students from the school in Luoyang County. You can give them minor official posts and train them well. They can help share your burden. Also, the southern Zhu Dao is about to be reclaimed, and various industries need to be built. Our cooperation with the Tang tribe is also going smoothly. Their large-scale cultivation of sweet sorghum is about to be harvested. We are short of talent in winemaking, sugar production, and papermaking. I plan to transfer a batch of skilled personnel from your county to support them. You wouldn't have any objections, would you? Don't tell me it's difficult. I don't want to hear it. Lu Guangzhu was overjoyed. Tears welled up in his eyes. Whether from the spicy hot pot or from being moved, it was hard to say. How could he not understand the chief's meaning? The chief was arranging for him to have helpers, bringing in a batch of people with no local ties for him to train. And he was also transferring skilled personnel from his county to the south. Support was definitely support, but who was considered skilled? Wasn't it obvious? Whichever family had intermarried with Yunji's clan, their skills were surely the best. He would just pack them all up and send them away. Would he have objections? What a joke. He was afraid Han Feng wouldn't take enough people. It would be best to completely clean out Yunji's faction. Though he was ecstatic inside, he couldn't show it on his face, or it would make his future work difficult. So Lu Guangzhu played along with Han Feng, the two of them performing a duet. The chief is so considerate, even assigning students to me as minor officials. I am already endlessly grateful. How would I dare to go against the chief's wishes? The newly acquired southern lands are waiting to be developed. As a magistrate of the Han tribe, I would never dare to hold the tribe back. Compared to the south, all the industries in my Weishan County are stable. It's no problem to send more skilled personnel to support the chief. It's just that I don't know how to fill the vacancies after these people are transferred. Han Feng fished out a piece of piping hot frozen tofu that had soaked up the broth and popped it into his mouth. His eyebrows relaxed in satisfaction. Hearing Lu Guangzhu's question, he didn't even put down his chopsticks, mumbling indistinctly. Vacancies? Didn't I give you a batch of students? You can arrange for their training yourself and then place them in those factories. Yes, I understand. If the chief needs these people urgently, you can notify me at any time. I will definitely have their belongings and luggage packed and ready. I will absolutely not delay the chief's important matters. Please rest assured, Chief, Lu Guangzhu immediately promised. He had to agree quickly. The chief wouldn't be here for long. With Han Feng here, Lu Guangzhu had backing. Once Han Feng left, who knew what kind of trouble those people would stir up? Excellent. The sugar factory in Tuohe County is still under construction, but I have already promised the Tang tribe to teach them the traditional method of sugar production. Since you can provide the people at any time, let's start selecting them tomorrow. Han Feng then turned to his guard captain and ordered, later, you will write down a list of the required personnel and give it to me and Magistrate Lu. Do not delay tomorrow's arrangements. Yes, sir. The guard captain winked at Han Feng and acknowledged the order with a cupped hand salute. The matter of further dismantling Yunji's faction was settled. Han Feng's personal guards were, in fact, part of the Jinyu Guard. Because they were always by his side, they were privy to a great deal of the Han tribe's classified information, though this particular group wasn't required to go out and gather intelligence themselves. Most of Han Feng's personal guards had no connection to the intelligence department, but they were all bound by the same principles of secrecy. Yuji was responsible for intelligence concerning the southern regions like Zhu Dao, the grasslands, and the Tang tribe. For the counties closer to the Han tribe's core, intelligence was actually handled by Han Feng's guard commander. So when Han Feng asked him for a list, the man produced a roster of Yunji's in-laws that very night. Everyone in Weishan County's industrial departments who had marriage ties to Yunji's family was on it. The next morning, before setting off, Han Feng signed a transfer order. It commanded everyone on the list, along with their families, to relocate to Tuohe County within a set time to support the development of the southern industries. By the time a delighted Lu Guangzhu received the order, Han Feng and his guards were already aboard a boat heading for the mint on Lake Heart Island. The twin-masted, flat-bottomed river sailboat broke through the floating ice and snow on the lake's surface, making its way toward the mint. After several years of development by the Han tribe, this wetland of coexisting swamps and lakes had changed dramatically. Bamboo fences had been erected in the lake, and tall, spire-shaped stone markers had been built on some of the land masses. The entire wetland was divided into multiple zones: areas for fishing and hunting, areas for raising waterfowl, shipping channels, and protected areas off-limits to entry were all clearly demarcated by fences and spires. So, even though the area was covered in snow and ice, Hanfeng's sailboat could accurately follow the markers to find the mint. The journey took 3 hours. As they arrived at the mint's pier, they saw several other cargo ships from Weishan County. These ships were here to deliver copper, as well as silver and lead ore. The mint had its own metallurgy department and could smelt copper, silver, and lead ingots. However, because of the large quantity of bronze artifacts recently acquired from Zhudao, they had been sent to New Steel County for melting and reprocessing. By the time they arrived at the mint, they were already pure copper. Here at the mint, the copper would be melted again and alloyed, with 5% lead added to improve the fluidity of the molten copper. This lead-bronze alloy was necessary for the machines to press clearer, more detailed patterns and designs onto the coins. But there were clearly 2 other boats that weren't for transporting ore. They were flat-deck cargo ships, likely the ones Lu Guangzhu had mentioned were delivering new machinery. The sailboat docked, and Han Feng led his guards ashore. He greeted the Jinwu guard soldiers stationed there before heading toward the mint, from which black smoke was billowing. Of course, it wasn't on fire. The steam engines inside were working. The head of the mint, having been informed in advance of the chief's inspection, came out early to greet him and give him a tour. His name was Che Quan. He had no clan, no foundation, but he was one of the first savages to join the Han tribe. He had learned carpentry in the tribe, and his name was given to him after he arrived. He later joined the Jinwu Guard, and, because of his carpentry background and understanding of mechanical principles, was appointed as the person in charge here. Hearing of Han Feng's arrival, he hurried out of the workshop, his hands covered in black grime, and saluted Han Feng. Che Quan pays his respects to the chief. No need for formalities. Looking at your greasy, grimy hands, you must have been working, Han Feng said with a smile, making a gesture to help him up as he led the group toward the mint's workshop. Che Quan followed beside Han Feng. Reporting to the chief, 3 more machines arrived from the Research Institute yesterday. Everyone is busy installing and debugging them, which is why my hands are like this. I see. What are the new machines? Are they installed yet? Han Feng asked. Chief, they are 2 disc-type rimming machines, specifically for rolling grooves onto the sides of coins. The 2 for copper coins have already been debugged and are running. The 1 for silver coins is still being adjusted. Che Quan continued. Good, prioritize the copper coins. The demand for them is much greater. The silver coins can wait, Han Feng said as he led the way into the coining workshop. Upon entering, they were hit by a wave of heat and a cacophony of clanking and rumbling from the machinery. The workshop was filled with steel machines arranged in an assembly line layout, with many workers busy operating everything. Small carts transporting raw materials and coal bustled about. In front of each steam engine sat a stoker, responsible for adding water and coal and monitoring the engine status. However, on one side of the workshop, some equipment was still powered by a massive, cumbersome windmill. Seeing this, Han Feng asked Che Quan, give me an overview of the mint's current situation. What's the steam power coverage rate, and what's the daily currency output? Yes, Chief. Right now, the mint has no shortage of raw materials. We're close to the coking plant, so we have a plentiful supply of coke. Thanks to the steam engine reforms from the Power Research Institute, the melting, casting, and plate rolling processes have all been converted to steam power, so raw materials are abundant. However, those 2 workshops aren't here. If the chief would like to see them, we can go there first. All right, let's go have a look, Han Feng agreed immediately. Che Quan led them to the melting workshop. The group first went to the melting workshop. As soon as they entered, they saw a neat row of melting furnaces. Among them were 2 small blast furnaces specifically for smelting silver and lead. The rest were melting furnaces for crucibles. On the other side of the workshop were several huge scales for weighing raw materials. As Han Feng's group passed by, they saw a worker adding lead pellets to a red-hot crucible. He wasn't doing it by hand. Instead, an iron box filled with lead pellets was hoisted by a crane above the furnace and added via a downward-sloping chute. Che Quan began to explain. Chief, after the lead or here is refined, it's cast into cylindrical rods. Then, a steam-powered drawing machine pulls it into thin lead wires, which are then cut into lead pellets. Using finished lead pellets as furnace charge makes the bronze alloy more uniform, allows it to fuse faster, and results in the highest quality alloy. We usually put the copper ingots into the crucible first, heat them in the furnace until they liquefy, and then add the required lead pellets through the feeding port on the upper side of the furnace. The crucible is not removed during this process, so no lead vapor forms in the workshop. The fumes produced during melting are all vented through the chimney. Outside, after natural cooling, they are finally discharged into the swamp, releasing no heavy metal gases. And the stirring during melting is also done by a steam-powered stirrer. We've basically achieved automated melting. Well done. Lead vapor is toxic, so even if there are no fumes in the workshop, don't forget to wear masks when entering. This must be strictly enforced. Han Feng had noticed that all the workers in the workshop were wearing masks as Che Quan spoke, and he was very satisfied, but he still added a word of caution. Please rest assured, Chief. Everyone knows lead gas is poisonous. No one wants to inhale too much and become an idiot, so they are very diligent about wearing masks. We also have a workshop inspection department responsible for safety inspections in each workshop. Anyone found entering without following the requirements will have their salary docked, Che Quan explained again. Good. The workers need to be self-disciplined, but regulations are also important. This must be maintained. Yes, Chief. Please look over here. This is our casting section. Che Quan acknowledged and led Han Feng to another area. This is our sand mold processing area. We still use manual sand packing, but the workload isn't high, so manual labor is sufficient. That's why we haven't mechanized it. What they're making now are the molds for casting plates. Each mold has 200 cavities and can cast 200 thick copper plates at once. The cast plates are lead bronze alloy plates, 1.5 centimeters thick. After casting, cooling, and demolding, the copper plates are separated and then cleaned. Please look, Chief. This is the integrated washing and brushing machine. It's driven by an iron horse steam engine, which can power two machines simultaneously using a chain drive. It's specifically for cleaning the cast copper plates. This step has been mechanized, which has saved us a lot of time in the coining process. Han Feng watched the so-called washing machine for a moment. It was essentially a horizontal roller brush with pig bristles that scrubbed both sides of the copper plates. Below it was a trough filled with soapy water. On the side, a small water wheel linked to the roller brush lifted the soapy water to a horizontal trough above, which then dripped onto the copper plates through holes, washing both sides simultaneously. Finally, they were rinsed with clean water, and the gleaming copper plates were ready. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction and asked casually, "After this step, it's rolling, right?" "Yes, Chief. Let's go to the other rolling workshop." With Che Quan leading the way, the group quickly moved to another workshop. This rolling workshop was cleaner, and there were only 3 machines, but they were exceptionally large. "Chief, this workshop is equipped with 50-centimeter wide rolling mills sent from the Research Institute. They use multi-stage rolling for one-pass forming, directly producing finished plates." Che Quan pointed to one of the machines and explained its function. The first impression of this rolling mill was that it was very valuable, very expensive. It had a full 12 gleaming steel rollers of different diameters. The rollers, driven by chains and gears, rotated at a constant speed, continuously pressing the copper plates fed into them. The 1.5 centimeter thick copper plates from the casting workshop, after being subjected to 10 heavy pressings by this machine, emerged from the other end as 50 centimeter wide, 1.5 millimeter thick thin copper sheets. They were then rolled onto an iron pipe, becoming the base material for stamping coins. Between the different steel rollers of this machine were many threaded rods and thick springs. The pressure between the rollers could be adjusted with a hand-crank steel wheel to control the thickness of the finished copper plate. The worker operating the machine constantly used a specially shaped vernier caliper to measure the thickness at different points on the finished product. Unfortunately, the Han tribe did not yet have the ability to manufacture precision micrometers. The accuracy of their lathes wasn't that high yet. However, for coins, an error of 1/10 of a millimeter was within the acceptable range, and this was the highest precision the Han tribe could currently achieve. Next, the group looked at the other 2 rolling mills for silver and copper plates and assessed their performance. When he learned that the new steam-powered machines were more efficient and produced better quality products than the old equipment, Han Feng nodded in satisfaction. After watching this series of preparatory work, they finally went to the stamping workshop, the largest of the coining workshops. At the head of the coining workshop were more than a dozen stamping machines of different models. The rolled sheets of metal were mounted on them and then punched into coin blanks of various diameters. The Han tribe used a three-tiered currency system. The smallest unit, the won, was a round, pure copper disc. The jiao, level coin, was a bimetallic coin with a silver outer ring and a copper core the size of a fingernail, which were then pressed together by a machine. The largest unit, the yuan, was a pure silver coin. After being stamped, these coin blanks had to go through a grinding and washing process to remove the burrs and surface dirt. This step had also been converted from manual to fully mechanized. The cleaned and dried coin blanks were then sent to the three new rimming machines Che Quan had mentioned to have patterns rolled onto their edges. A circular track and a pattern steel wheel pressed an uneven diagonal line pattern onto the side of the coin. The coins entered the disc-type rimming machine's track in a line and emerged from the other side with serrated edges. Finally, these rimmed blanks were sent to an automated press, which stamped patterns on both sides of the coin simultaneously, and the coin was truly complete. A continuous ding-ding-ding sound came from the hopper behind the press as the finished coins fell one by one into a wooden box. Once a box was full, someone would haul it away with a small cart, count the coins, wrap them in paper, roll them into sticks, and finally pack them into boxes, looking much like the rolls of silver dollars seen on television. In fact, there wasn't much difference, as these were also silver and copper coins. Through Che Quan's introduction, Han Feng learned that the entire mint had now basically achieved full mechanization. The only parts that had not been converted were the rimming and stamping steps for the 1 yuan silver coins, which still used windmill power. However, the most common and widely used 1 level and jiao level coins had been fully mechanized. The Han tribe's copper coin production had now reached a speed of 18,000 coins per hour. This was the number of coins, not their face value. In terms of production speed alone, it was more than 10 times faster than the previous windmill-powered machinery. At this rate, they could definitely meet the market demand created by the growing population. This gave Han Feng a sense of security. It didn't matter if there were fewer large-denomination coins for now. The common people didn't use them much anyway. What they used most was small change. As for raw materials, the large quantity of bronze artifacts acquired from Zhu Dao provided a temporary guarantee. In fact, given the Han tribe's current population and economic scale, Han Feng felt that if they minted all the bronze from Zhu Dao into coins, they probably wouldn't even be able to use it all. So after the mechanization was complete, they might have to limit the operating hours in the future. Overall, Han Feng was very satisfied with this inspection. It was clear that the heads of the Mint and the Power Research Institute understood their priorities, putting the conversion for small denomination copper coins first. This gave the Mint the ability to produce a large amount of currency in a short time. Finally, Che Quan led Han Feng to the Mint's warehouse. Wooden boxes filled with coins already took up half the space. Seeing such a reserve of currency, Han Feng was very pleased and immediately said to his guard commander, "Start arranging for transport tomorrow. The sooner this currency gets to the south, the better. The journey will take a month or two anyway, so by the time it arrives, the war on Zhu Dao should be about over." "Yes, Chief. But should this currency be sent directly to the delegation on Zhu Dao, or should it go to Tuahai County first?" "To Tuahai County, of course. It's not far from Tuahai County to Zhu Dao, a week's voyage at most. If Zhu Dao needs it, they can just request it from Tuahai. Besides, the Tang tribe has a lot of cooperation with Tuahai County now, including the promotion of currency, so the Tang tribe will need a huge amount as well. Just send it to Tuahai and let them handle the distribution," Han Feng explained. "Yes, sir. I'll arrange for the ships shortly." "Chief, are we heading back now, or should we visit the Comprehensive Research Institute?" the guard commander asked after accepting the task. Han Feng walked to the warehouse entrance and looked at the sky. They had left early today, and even after inspecting the Mint, it wasn't even lunchtime yet. He hadn't been to the Comprehensive Research Institute in a year, so after a moment's thought, he made his decision. "Let's go to the institute. We'll have lunch there." "All right, I'll go arrange for the boat now," the guard commander replied and turned to find the captain of the boat that had brought them. "Chief, you're not having lunch at the Mint." Che Quan hadn't seen the chief in a long time. In fact, Han Feng hadn't visited at all since the Mint moved to Lake Heart Island. Now that he was finally here, Che Quan didn't want him to leave so soon. Unfortunately, Han Feng had many things to attend to, so he directly refused Che Quan's invitation. "No, your work is too busy. I won't disturb you. The South needs a lot more currency, so hurry up with the conversions and focus on production. Especially now with steam power, You must educate the workers on safety. Our medical conditions are poor, so it's best to avoid injuries. Tell everyone to be careful at work. Han Feng shook his head, not forgetting to give a few words of advice as he walked out. Yes, thank you for your concern, Chief. We will definitely pay attention to safety and ramp up production. Please rest assured, Che Quan said, following Han Feng to the open space by the pier before bidding him farewell with a salute. Han Feng and his group quickly boarded the boat again, heading straight for the Comprehensive Research Institute. The Comprehensive Research Institute was also located on an island in the lake, in an environment similar to the Mints, backed by a swamp and facing the lake, with convenient water transport and a place to discharge various heavy metal chemical substances without polluting other areas. After all, with the Han tribe's current level of technology, only the swamp had the natural ability to break down heavy metals. This was their only way of dealing with pollution for now. The Institute and the Mint weren't far from each other, and with the convenience of water transport, it only took them a little over half an hour to reach the Institute's pier. Just as the group stepped onto the pier, a melodious bell chimed from the island. Han Feng couldn't help but smile. Our timing is perfect. We can just make it for a meal. As Han Feng was speaking, the researchers who had just finished their morning work and were coming out of their labs saw the group on the pier. Han Feng, in his black brocade robe and hollowed-out gold filigree crown, was instantly recognizable. Chief, what are you doing here? The sharp-eyed Ao Fei spotted Han Feng and Chu Bing beside him at a glance and immediately trotted over. When the other researchers heard him, they realized the chief had actually come and hurried over to greet him as well. Greetings, Chief. Paying respects to the chief. We greet the chief. When Nome, the head of the chemistry group, also hurried over with a group of researchers to pay their respects. Han Feng smiled and waved at them. Hello, it's good to see you all. Ao Fei had already reached Han Feng. After a salute, he asked eagerly, Chief, why did you suddenly come in person? Is there a major project you need to assign to us? Everyone pricked up their ears. That was right. Usually, the chief would only come to give personal guidance when there was a particularly important project that he felt they might not be able to handle on their own. However, this time Han Feng was really just here for an inspection. Although he had a project involving rubber air hoses to assign them, it wasn't a particularly major one. Given the rubber research team's current capabilities, making a simple air hose with little technical content would, at most, require a few more experiments. There is a small project related to rubber. It has nothing to do with your optics group, so don't be nervous. I'm just here to see you all and inspect everyone's recent work, Han Feng explained with a smile. Oh, I see. That's great. Chief, we happen to have many questions we'd like to ask you. Hearing that it wasn't his business, Ao Fei wasn't disappointed. In fact, he became even more excited because his recent optical research had led to a new discovery, and he had many questions he wanted to ask Han Feng. It was hard to say whether the entry barrier for optics was too low or if Ao Fei was just incredibly lucky. After figuring out various basic optical theories and successfully developing the camera with Chu Bing, the boy had made another major discovery and invention. However, due to his limited perspective, he wasn't sure what his new creation was for or in which direction he should develop it. But now that Han Feng was here, none of that was a problem. Asking questions is fine, but I just heard your dining hall bell ring. I haven't eaten yet. How about it? Can you treat me to a meal before we talk? Han Feng asked the group of the Han tribe's top talents with a smile. Ao Fei grinned, lightly slapped his own face, and said apologetically, Look at me, Chief. I was so excited to see you that I forgot about lunch. Come. Although our meals are paid for by the tribe, this one must be on us. This is a meal from us apprentices to thank our esteemed teacher. Please don't refuse, Chief. It was a rare occasion for Han Feng to visit the Research Institute, so the meal truly became their treat. Not that they had a choice. The cafeteria on Lakehard Island prepared a fixed amount of food each day. Although the Han tribe didn't lack grain, the people had come from a time when they couldn't get enough to eat, so the habit of being frugal hadn't been lost. They usually cooked just enough for the people present. With Han Feng and his entourage arriving unexpectedly, the cafeteria wasn't prepared. The cooks had to make a fresh meal. Fortunately, there was no shortage of ingredients. The island raised its own chickens, ducks, and rabbits. A full meal was quickly served. Unfortunately, there were no decent vegetables. In an era without greenhouses, getting fresh vegetables in the northern winter was a luxury. The heads of several research groups sat at the same table as Han Feng. Chu Bing was beside him, and on his other side was Ao Fei. The two had become good friends after co-designing the camera. While waiting for the food, the group started chatting. Chief, I've recently made a new discovery, but I don't know if it has any research value. If it does, what direction should we develop it in? Could you give me your opinion? Ao Fei took out a photograph printed on albumin paper from his robes. The image on it was strange. It showed a bright circle with a shadow-like mass moving inside. It was impossible to tell what it was, but one thing was certain. The shadow in the middle was also translucent, as the center of it was lighter in color. To be honest, a black and white photograph could only capture the outline of an object. A high resolution was out of the question. What is this a picture of? Han Feng studied the photo for a while, but couldn't make sense of it. Chu Bing took the photo and couldn't figure it out either. Chief, this is a picture I took of a water droplet that fell from a tree onto my lens while I was testing a new lens outdoors. I looked at the droplet, and it was completely transparent, at least to the naked eye. But this photo, taken through the lens, shows a moving shadow inside the droplet. But when I look with my naked eye, there's nothing there. What do you think is in the water? Ao Fei explained after Han Feng's question. You're saying this bright circle is the water droplet, and this shadow inside is the moving thing? And you can't see it with the naked eye? Chu Bing asked in astonishment, holding the photo. That's right. Brother Chu Bing, do you have any insights? Ao Fei asked, seeing Chu Bing's interest. What insights could I have? You can't see it with the naked eye, but you can capture it with a camera. What does that mean? The chief must know. Chief, can you analyze it for us? Chu Bing was now in research mode as well. Just then, a cook from the cafeteria brought over a dish. Han Feng picked up his chopsticks and began to eat as he spoke. What's so strange about it? From a scientific perspective, your lens is nothing more than a magnifying glass. You can't see it with the naked eye, but you saw it through the lens. This means the thing is extremely small. Our eyes simply can't see it. We can only see its existence by continuously increasing the magnification. And you just said this thing moves, so I judge it to be a living creature. Looking at this photo, the blurry trail behind this shadow seems to indicate it's swimming inside the water droplet. So we can conclude, you, through a magnifying glass, saw a tiny creature that is imperceptible to the naked eye but can swim in a drop of water. Let's call it a microorganism for short. Microorganism. Everyone at the table was shocked, muttering the new, technical term the chief had just coined. Chief, are you saying that there are microorganisms we can't see living in the same world as us? Are they good things or bad things? When Nong from the chemistry group was the first to raise an objective question. This was how research was done. Constantly raising questions, making hypotheses, then conducting rigorous experiments to verify them, and finally drawing universal conclusions. This was the process of scientific research, so raising questions was the first and foremost step. Han Feng nodded. Of course, he knew about the existence of microorganisms, but he couldn't just say so directly. He had to guide these people to research it themselves and turn it into a specialized science. So he said, whether microorganisms exist or not is just a hypothesis I made. Don't we have the photo Ao Fei took? If we don't use the microorganism hypothesis to explain it, then what do you say it is? So right now, we can't make a correct verification. We are just analyzing hypotheses. Let's assume that what Ao Fei photographed is a microorganism, and that microorganisms are real. Then we shouldn't rush to conclusions, and we certainly can't use a narrow, emotional concept like good or bad to make a conclusion. Take living beings, for example. If there are microorganisms, then there are large organisms. You can think of them as the living things we can see with the naked eye: birds, beasts, flowers, fish, insects, trees, and crops. Anything that can grow naturally and be observed by the naked eye can be included in the category of organism. But can you say whether organisms are good or bad? You can't. The words good and bad should not appear in scientific verification. Instead, we should ask if they are useful to us. Everything has two sides. Our scientific research is a process of seeking truth, and our achievements are using the technology we develop to make various materials serve us. Who can say that microorganisms are not useful to us? As Han Feng spoke, everyone nodded. Bold hypotheses, rigorous verification. This was the scientific concept the chief had repeatedly instilled in them, and it was now deeply ingrained in their minds. This time was no exception. Looking at problems from a rational perspective was the only way to keep scientific research from going astray. Ao Fei had been listening quietly while eating. After Han Feng finished his hypothetical conclusion, he asked again, So, Chief, do you think this has research value? If we are to research it, In which direction should we explore? Han Feng took another bite of food before saying, "Of course it has value, an immense value at that. If microorganisms really exist in this world, what does that mean? It means there is a new world we have never seen before. The significance is enormous. If we can open this world, delve into this world, there will surely be huge rewards." Let's take organisms as an example again. Look at the food on this table. Grain is a plant that can grow, a type of organism. We have mastered its cultivation methods, so we can feed our people and they no longer have to go hungry. These chickens and ducks, we have mastered their habits, so we can raise them in large numbers to provide us with meat and plenty of eggs. Even this table, isn't it furniture we made from wood? So many organisms can be used by us to improve our quality of life. Think about it. If we can see the world of microorganisms and make these microorganisms serve us, what kind of changes could that bring to our lives? So this research has value, and it's of enormous value. Here, we can raise a few questions based on the characteristics of organisms, which will be our research directions. How many types of microorganisms are there? What do they look like? How do they grow and move? How do they reproduce? What impact do they have on the environment we share? What role do they play in that impact? What function do they serve? These are all our research directions. And to study these, we must meet one prerequisite. How can we see microorganisms? This is what you, AO need to do. We just defined a microorganism as an extremely tiny organism, invisible to the naked eye, something that can only be seen with a magnifying glass. So what you need to do is to create a super high-power magnifying glass, one that allows us to see microorganisms, one that can magnify their size by thousands or tens of thousands of times. In short, make it as powerful as you can. To distinguish it from ordinary magnifying glasses and to show its uniqueness and specialized purpose, let's give it a special name, a microscope, a magnifying glass that can reveal microorganisms, a microscope for short. The microscope is the key that will unlock the treasure trove of the microbial world for humanity. Its significance is also very important. If your color camera project isn't making much progress, you can focus your research in this direction for now. The group at the table was stunned. They never thought that such a casual discovery would be taken so seriously by the chief. But when it came to the microscope, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Good heavens, he was talking about magnifying objects by thousands or tens of thousands of times right off the bat. And what was the current level of lens technology in the Han tribe? The magnification of a common monocular telescope was only 10 to 40 times. The largest astronomical telescope could only magnify 600 times. And Han Feng was talking about thousands or tens of thousands of times. Even at the lowest thousand-fold magnification, that would be double the power of their best astronomical telescope. Seeing Ao Fei's jaw drop and his worried expression, Han Feng smiled and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't be afraid of how difficult it is. Actually, the technology for this microscope is no different from a telescope. It's just that one is for viewing scenery, and the other is for observing tiny creatures. I'll give you a hint. Microorganisms are definitely very small, so you don't need to run around with the microscope. Just like the photo you took, it might exist in a single drop of water. So you'll need a base and a stand, and on it, you'll need to install a stage, a condenser, a reflector, and so on to provide light for observation. Finally, you just put a super high-power telescope aimed at the stage on top, and that should be about it. And this microscope must not be too large. That shouldn't be a problem, because you should understand that a telescope's magnification is not related to its aperture, but is achieved through focal length and lens combinations. Go for it. I have faith in you. You will definitely be able to create this key to a new world for us. Over the course of a working lunch, a new research project was decided upon. Many researchers from other groups felt a jolt. It was simply because the optics group had been producing too many major results lately. First, the telescope, then the camera, and now they were going to create the key to a new world. If they succeeded, it would be a great merit. Meanwhile, other groups like rubber and chemistry were focused on basic materials or improving production processes. Although they had many achievements, none could match the massive impact of the camera. No matter how good you were at mining and/or dressing, or how high your metallurgical efficiency was, the common farmer couldn't see it. Now, even the Power Research Institute steam engine was more famous than them. How could they not be frustrated? But basic materials science was of paramount importance. Others might not understand this, but Han Feng knew it well. So, managing the morale of these researchers was also one of his duties. Scanning the expressions of those around him, Han Feng smiled and said, I know everyone is eager to achieve merits and hopes to produce a technological achievement that can shine as brightly as the optics groups. But in my heart, basic materials are the cornerstone of all technology. Without your rubber, we couldn't create advanced machinery and tools, nor could we have faster tires. Without your chemistry group, we couldn't produce such advanced weapons or superior steel. The road ahead of us is long. The steam engine is absolutely crucial to our future development, but it can't be achieved by the Power Research Institute alone. It requires the joint efforts of all the elites in our tribe. Without you who work on basic materials, where would we get the iron rails to carry the locomotives? Without your rubber materials, how could we produce qualified steam engines? So, just focus on your work. I see everyone who contributes to the tribe's development. You will not be denied the credit you deserve, nor the honor you are due. As long as the Research Institute produces results, I will never be late with bonuses or noble titles. There is one more thing to announce. The population of our Han tribe is growing, and scientific research is gradually getting on the right track. Therefore, the education system will also undergo a major reform. I believe you all know that the medical college is compiling medical textbooks. In the future, your achievements will also be compiled into textbooks for various scientific disciplines. Not only will your achievements be included, but your names and your photographs will be added to the books as well. I want future generations of the Han tribe to remember you, the people who have made outstanding contributions to the tribe's development. When the children in the schools open their textbooks, they will see at a glance, oh, in this year and month of the Han tribe, an academician from this research institute discovered this phenomenon and summarized this law. When they study, they will remember how great their ancestors were. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted in the cafeteria. Everyone was fired up. What were they so conflicted about? Wasn't it just that their research successes were unknown? The optics group's camera had entered thousands of households. When people took pictures, they would praise it as divine art. Who wouldn't be envious? After all, they worked just as hard as the optics group, but they always fell short in terms of honor. They didn't really care about their compensation because the chief gave the research institute the best treatment. What they wanted was to leave a name for themselves, to let others know that they had also contributed to the tribe. And what Han Feng said about printing their names and photos in textbooks was absolutely the highest level of honor. It would be passed down through the ages. So, after receiving this promise, everyone finally relaxed and laughed. Chief, our research is so miscellaneous. I'm afraid it will be hard to remember even if it's compiled into textbooks. When Nong, as the head of the chemistry group, said, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. He was sitting next to Han Feng. When they were crediting the inventors of the camera, A.O. Fei, as the main initiator and provider of the principle, was listed first. Chu Bing, who had also contributed a lot during the development process, was listed second. This was all perfectly reasonable. But when Nong had only provided some materials and theoretical support in chemistry and had not participated in the development at all, in the end, his name was added at the end, which made him feel a bit like he was receiving charity. But it was such a face-gaining, ancestor-honoring matter that he couldn't refuse. This didn't mean he didn't want to achieve some important results of his own and write his own name in the inventor's position with his head held high. But now that he thought about it, what was he doing every day? A mess of chemical experiments, producing semi-finished products or reagents that the common people couldn't use. Even if he did research something, who would know? Even if his name was written in a book, what would it say? It seemed he didn't have any representative scientific achievements to show for himself. That's easy to solve. Basic materials science has its own projects. We will definitely publish books on chemistry, biology, and the like. We'll put the successes you've summarized in them, and then we'll put your names at the front of each volume, saying that these are all your achievements. It doesn't matter if the common people don't know, as long as the students know. Once this generation of young people knows, all future generations will know. After all, our Han tribe is aiming for universal education. When Nong and the others from the chemistry group grinned foolishly. This group of Han tribe elites, cooped up on this isolated island day after day, conducting experiments, lived extremely dull and tedious lives. They worked tirelessly here, ultimately wanting to gain something. This was human nature, and Han Feng understood it very well. So, in areas where he could, he was willing to satisfy these researchers. They were all heroes of the Han tribe. After the meal, Han Feng took another tour of the Research Institute to inspect the progress of various projects. A.O. Fei's optics group, apart from improving the camera and continuing to study optical theory, didn't have much else to do. For color photography, they needed 3 color filters and color developing agents. The filters were relatively simple, but the chemical reagents for color development could only be explored through trial and error, like stumbling upon a lucky find. Moreover, Ao Fei didn't know much about chemistry, so he could only wait for Wenong's chemistry group to produce results. Now they had taken on the microscope project, so they would be busy for a while. Wenong's chemistry group was much busier. Han Feng had previously supplemented them with some outstanding students from the school, and now many of them had been trained by the chemistry group to become explosives production workers. The Han tribe's chemical industry was extremely limited, and ordinary steam industry was just getting started, let alone high-tech chemical plants. So, to produce double-base propellant and bullet primers, they could only use laboratory methods for now. The scale was small, and they had to follow a route of small quantities produced many times. But these experiments were extremely dangerous, so these recent graduates, with a certain level of education, became the best source of workers. With some serious training, as long as they learned to do those few experiments, they could start working. As for the rubber group, they were still tirelessly conducting various basic experiments. How to turn latex raw material into various industrial products. What properties would the finished rubber exhibit under different catalysts and conditions? To figure this out, without various electronic testing equipment, and without computers for analysis and calculation, they could only use the most stupid method, elimination. That is, to test one by one until they found the most suitable formula and process. It had been almost half a year since Han Feng brought back the first batch of latex raw material from the Tang tribe. The rubber group had conducted thousands of various experiments with these materials. They were definitely the department with the largest workload and the least visible results. But with Han Feng's guarantee and promise at lunch, the researchers in the rubber group were now full of morale and very enthusiastic about their work. Han Feng also spent a considerable amount of time here, selecting several experimental products with the researchers from the rubber group. He then had them trial produce high-pressure air hoses according to these formulas, just to test them out. The specific design parameters would be coordinated with the Power Research Institute later. Finally, before leaving, Han Feng gave the chemistry group another major research project. He said to Wenong, after the start of the steam industry, our demand for various higher performance alloy steels will become heavier and heavier. So I am now assigning you another long-term task. You need to set up another team within your group to specifically analyze the composition of metal ores from all over the Han tribe, then try to purify and smelt them, and then test and identify the various properties of alloy steels with different ratios. For example, which one has high bending resistance, which one has greater ductility, which one is more resistant to high and low temperatures, as well as hardness comparison, pressure-bearing capacity, and so on. All of these must be recorded in detail. This work will be very complex and tedious, probably similar to the work of the rubber group. You must be mentally prepared. But I can tell you that this work is very important for our future. Everyone must not slack off. Yes, Chief, rest assured, we will definitely complete the task. If it's really too much, we can rotate in groups. The difficulty is not a problem. If there were no difficulty, what would you need us for? Chief, don't worry, we will definitely not hold back the tribe's development. Good. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work. Han Feng patted Wenong's shoulder and left with his group of personal guards. On the way back, Han Feng was still thinking. The consequence of the development of modern science and industry was a large number of specialized scientific fields, because a person's energy is limited, and it is really impossible to be proficient in everything. Now that the optics group has started to develop the microscope, should I start planning for a third research institute, one dedicated to the study of biology? Animals, plants, microorganisms. Among the current scientific categories of the Han tribe, there is no specialized branch for biology yet. There will be another chapter later. Given the Han tribe's current state, establishing a new biology research institute wouldn't be particularly difficult. There was plenty of space. As for personnel, they could transfer some people from the Ministry of Agriculture and some from the medical college to form a temporary group. The rest would be up to their own research. Even with a biology research institute, the Han tribe would currently focus on animal, plant, and medical biotechnology. Anything too high-tech was beyond their reach for now. But with this start, perhaps Han Feng might even see the birth of antibiotics in his lifetime. But it was too early to think about that. He had to sort out the current battle for Zhu Dao first. After returning to Hanyang City, Han Feng issued several more orders. In addition to continuing to transport currency to Tohai County, he also ordered the transport of large quantities of civilian goods. This was all to stimulate the economies of Zhu Dao and the Tang tribe. First, flood the market with a large amount of currency, then dump goods. This would stimulate the local economy in a short period of time. The Han tribe had now basically taken control of Zhu Dao and the Tang tribe, and they also controlled a part of the grasslands. They had essentially incorporated all the population within the explored territories. This seemed like a good thing, as the population had clearly grown, but it also reduced the Han tribe's foreign trade market. Previously, doing business with Zhu Dao was called foreign trade, and the Han tribe could find all sorts of ways to make money off them. But that would no longer be the case. Without a foreign trade partner, the Han tribe's economy would stagnate. To maintain good economic growth, they could only shift from exports to domestic sales, stimulating domestic consumption to warm up the economy. Although Zhu Dao had not yet been formally incorporated into the Han tribe's jurisdiction, Han Feng already saw this hidden danger. So the next step was to find ways to develop civilian goods, increase national income, and put spare money in the hands of the common people to promote their enthusiasm for consumption. In short, the currency had to flow, otherwise it would lose its value. Although Han Feng, the chief, was not on the front lines, he was very concerned about the future development of Zhu Dao. Meanwhile, the soldiers fighting on the front lines had encountered a problem. Although the Han army had basically annihilated 2 of the Xian tribe's frontline corps in the D-Day battle, some had inevitably escaped. Or perhaps nearby civilians had reported the news to the Xian tribe. This led to the failure of Xue Tu's surprise attack tactic. How the intelligence was leaked was now impossible to investigate, but it was certain that the Xian tribe's leadership already knew that the Han army had landed on Zhu Dao and had occupied half of their land. The Xian tribe reacted quickly, or rather, seeing their 2 most elite corps wiped out in a single day had scared them. There were only 2 possible outcomes of their fear. Either they would choose to run, avoiding a battle with the Han army, or they would go all in, concentrating all their resources to fight a decisive battle for their survival against the Han tribe. But the result was very obvious. The Han tribe would absolutely not give them a chance to escape. Just as the Eagle Guard, Leopard Guard, and Valiant Cavalry Guard were moving into their respective garrison areas, Xue Tu also sent out a large number of scouts to reconnoiter the next target. Based on their current position and speed, Xue Tu had set the Han army's next target as Xianfeng County, the long, narrow coastal area in the north of Zhu Dao. This was the Xian tribe's sea salt production base, and its importance was self-evident to both the Han tribe and the Xian tribe. Xue Tu wanted to seize the salt pond resources there, but what the Xian leader wanted most right now was to survive. He no longer cared about the salt. He only knew that his 2 best frontline corps were gone. To stop the Han tribe's next attack, he had to form more troops. So, the Xian tribe's leadership used the Salt tribe's most scarce resources, grain and livestock, to recruit them. They did their utmost to vilify the Han army, portraying them as invaders who killed children, abducted women, and enslaved men, committing every imaginable evil. They even hired some actors to play refugees who had escaped from the occupied territories, crying and wailing about the Han army's various crimes. The men, women, old, and young of the Salt tribe were thrown into a panic. On one hand, there was the great temptation of the grain and livestock offered by the Xian leader. On the other hand, they felt the threat and pressure of the Han tribe. In the end, the entire Salt tribe, half pushed and half willing, joined the Xian leader's forces, voluntarily resisting the Han tribe's attack alongside the Xian tribe's leadership. According to the Xian leader, the Han tribe was coming. If they didn't join forces to resist, no one would survive. It was better to gather together and find a way to live than to die a cowardly death. And so, the deceived Salt tribe began a mass migration of their entire families into the Xian leader's territory. The scale and speed of the migration could be described as a scorched earth policy. When the first batch of Xue Tu's scouts arrived in Xianfeng County, they only saw the ruins of ravaged villages. They were called ruins because there was not a single person left in the villages, not even a single head of livestock. Even many of the houses and corn stalks had been burned to the ground. Village after village had been basically burned to a white wasteland. The scouts were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened here. But they were professional reconnaissance personnel, after all. They soon discovered traces of a large-scale troop movement in the villages. The direction of the tracks made it easy to know where the villagers had gone. And that direction was precisely the Xian tribe's headquarters, what the Han tribe called Jiahai County. Faced with such a major event, the scouts dared not delay. They immediately sent fast horses to report these strange findings to their superiors. When Xuetu received this news, his first reaction was, "Damn it, these bastards are trying to run." It wasn't his fault for making such a judgment. At this time, Xuetu had never heard of a scorched earth policy, so the thought never even crossed his mind. Hearing the scouts report that the entire Salt tribe, young and old, was moving towards Jiahai County, Xuetu's first thought was that the Xian leader and the Xian tribe's leadership were scared. They wanted to concentrate all their population and resources to escape Zhudao. Where they would escape to was an obvious question. The Xian tribe's leadership had no ships, so even if they wanted to run, they could only cross the land bridge to the grasslands. So, after determining the Xian tribe leadership's objective, Xuetu immediately contacted Shuda, the commander of the Fubo Guard, and requested their assistance in blockading the land bridge at the northwest end of Zhudao. Not a single person from the Xian tribe was to be allowed to escape to the grasslands. At the same time, he sent a request to the local garrisons of the 3 Honghu counties to assist in blockading the land bridge. However, the troops in these 3 counties were not under Xuetu's command, so in his letter, he could only ask them to prepare to break camp. He then sent another letter to Han Feng, asking him to order the Honghu garrisons to assist him in completing the blockade of Zhudao. However, while Xuetu was busy on his end, the Xian tribe had no intention of running. Or rather, they had thought about it, but because they had no ships and the grasslands were under the Han tribe's actual control, they were not confident they could escape even if they reached the mainland. So what the Xian tribe was actually doing was gathering all their resources and playing a game of scorched earth and staunch defense against the Han tribe. This was something Xuetu had absolutely not expected. Xianfeng County had become a depopulated, ravaged wasteland. Xuetu, of course, would not sit idle. Based on the principle of, if you don't want it, I'll take it, he directly led the remaining 4 guards to the border of Jiahai County. And he did not split off the Sea Wolf Guard, which was originally supposed to defend Xianfeng County, to garrison the area. Instead, they moved with his main army. There wasn't a single person left in Xianfeng County. What was the point of the Sea Wolf Guard staying there? They might as well prepare for the decisive battle with everyone else. Unsurprisingly, 2 days later, when the scouts from the Guanhai County direction returned, they reported a similar situation to Xuetu's day. In the long, narrow coastal area in the south of Zhudao, which the Han tribe had designated as Guanhai County, a large-scale migration of civilians had also occurred. However, unlike in Xianfeng County, the scorched earth tactics in Guanhai County were not carried out as thoroughly. Besides moving a large number of able-bodied young men and children, as well as cattle, sheep, and livestock, grain, and dried meat, the Xian tribe also left behind a considerable number of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Of course, old and weak might not be entirely accurate. Most of these people were around 40 years old, but in this era, that was already very old. The few in their 30s were either sick or had various disabilities. In short, as the scouts put it, any able-bodied person in their 30s had been taken away. When we arrived, we only saw the elderly, the disabled, and the sick sitting alone in their courtyards, lifeless. They weren't working or moving, just waiting to die. We checked the grain stores of some of the elderly, and they didn't have much food left. They seemed to have been abandoned. This situation seemed even worse than in Xianfeng County. If you're going to migrate, at least take everyone. What was the point of leaving behind a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled? But the facts were there, and the Han tribe couldn't just ignore them. Xuetu frowned deeply, lost in thought for a moment. Then he asked the scout who had reported the situation, "Did you see any ambushes?" Reporting to the marshal, we found no ambushes in Guanhai County. We did find the path of their westward migration. Before we returned, some of our brothers had already followed them to scout. We came back first to report the situation in Guanhai County. The scout replied with a salute, continuing his report. Xuetu nodded, then fell into thought again before suddenly slamming his hand on the table and roaring, "Where is the messenger?" At his roar, a messenger immediately entered from outside the tent, saluted, and stood ready for orders. "Marshal, what are your orders?" "Order the Whistling Arrow Guard. The entire unit of 2,500 infantry, along with 500 cavalry from the Valiant Cavalry Guard, is to immediately march to the Luer Mountain area, west of Guanhai County and east of Jiahai County. find a strategic pass, set up camp, and blockade the enemy in Jiahai County, preventing them from breaking out. As Shuetu finished giving the order, the scribe beside him had already written down the written command. He then brought it to Shuetu for his signature and seal, making the order official. The written order was sealed in a bamboo tube with a wax seal, and the messenger was given a command token. Only then did he have the authority to deliver the order. Furthermore, when delivering an order, the commander's token, the messenger's verbal order, and the sealed written order must all be consistent for the subordinate to confirm the authenticity of the military order and execute it. After receiving these items, the messenger repeated the order he had just heard. Once everything was confirmed to be correct, he shouted, "Yes, sir," with a salute and prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, another voice called out from behind him, causing him to stop. "Wait." The messenger turned and saw that the person who had stopped him was the Grand Marshal, Xue Qingyao. He stood there, waiting. Xue Qingyao, however, turned to Shuetu and asked in a low voice, "Marshal, the Xian tribe's actions are a deliberate attempt to spread rumors, tarnish the image of our Han army, and undermine the foundation of our future rule. Xianfeng County is one thing, since there's no one left, but we can't ignore the old, weak, sick, and disabled in Guanhai County. Otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Then what do you suggest? You're the army marshal. This is your responsibility anyway. I'll listen to you," Shuetu said bluntly. He was only concerned with fighting and didn't want to play mind games with the Xian tribe. But as the political officer in charge of the war zone's political situation, Xue Qingyao, the army marshal, couldn't ignore it. "Of course, we must uphold the righteous image of our Han army and show them with facts that we are not a cruel and bloodthirsty army of brutes," Xue Qingyao said immediately. "And how do we do that?" The military advisor, Yang Feng, asked from the side, also puzzled. "The prisoners of war. The prisoners of war are the best proof. Aren't they spreading rumors that we kill everyone we see? But now, 2 of their core have been captured by us. Not only have we not killed them, but we've also given them a chance for labor reform. These prisoners are living proof. As long as we bring these prisoners to the front lines, to the enemy's face, the lies of the Xian tribe's leadership will collapse on their own, and our army can subdue the enemy without a fight. And the old, weak, sick, and disabled in Guanhai County, they abandon them, but we can't. We will provide them with food and treat their illnesses. As long as they're not fools, they'll understand whether we are good people or not. This is the best way to maintain the image of our Han army." Xue Qingyao immediately ticked off the points on his fingers for the others. "Are you sure this will work?" Shuetu asked with a hint of doubt. "Absolutely. As long as we handle it properly, we can minimize the enemy's resistance, reduce our own casualties, and even capture a good number of prisoners." Xue Qingyao nodded affirmatively. "Then we'll do as you say? What's the plan?" Seeing his army marshal's confidence, Shuetu agreed. "It's simple. Messenger, when you notify the Whistling Arrow Guard to set out, have them bring several extra carts of grain. Find a supply point along the waterway and a landing point for subsequent supply ships. After they find a defensive position and set up camp, have their guard marshal take the logistics soldiers to distribute grain and treat the sick in the various villages. Post and proclaim our Han army's policies in their jurisdiction. We must make sure everyone knows." "Yes, sir." The messenger nodded and then turned to leave. After sending the messenger off, Xue Qingyao said to Shuetu, "For now, we also need to bring those prisoners of war over. Then, have each guard find some open-minded clan leaders and commoners from their jurisdiction. When the time comes, they and the prisoners will proclaim our policies to the enemy and shatter the conspiracy of the Xian tribe's leadership." Shuetu frowned upon hearing this, realizing that none of what Xue Qingyao said had anything to do with him. He couldn't help but complain. "This is all your responsibility anyway. You handle it. I still have to deploy troops to seal off Jiahai County first. No matter what you're planning, we have to trap the enemy first." Yes. Since you, the marshal, can't be bothered, we'll each handle our own affairs. I'll try to get those prisoners here by the time you complete the encirclement, so we can launch our propaganda offensive." Xue Qingyao smiled and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't worked with Shuetu for long and didn't know if the man was genuinely a simple-minded brute, or if he was deliberately avoiding political matters, or if he was just purely uninterested in politics. But regardless, the military system established by Han Feng was in place. Even if Shuetu completely ignored politics, the massive war machine of the Han army would still function normally, so none of that mattered. After a brief discussion, Xue Tu and Xue Qingyao quickly went their separate ways. Xue Qingyao not only had to coordinate military supplies, but was also responsible for the local political situation. Now he had to bring in prisoners of war and civilians from the rear. He was swamped. There will be another chapter tonight. Under the leadership of Xue Tu and Xue Qingyao, the Han Army's military and political operations proceeded in an orderly fashion. While the two of them were swamped with work, the letter of request for aid that Xue Tu had sent to Han Feng finally arrived in Hanyang City. The letter requested that Han Feng mobilize the garrisons of the three Honghu counties to assist them in blockading the land bridge connecting Zhu Dao to the mainland. When Han Feng read this, he let out a cry and slapped himself on the forehead. How could he have not thought of something so important earlier? He was so focused on delaying the delivery of their ships that he had forgotten about the land bridge between Zhu Dao and the mainland, which was only passable once a month. But now that he knew, he had to take remedial measures immediately. He hoped this blockade operation wouldn't be too late. After careful consideration, Han Feng ultimately decided to dispatch troops from Kaiyuan County. Although Zhongwu and Binhai counties in the Honghu region were closer to Zhu Dao, these two counties had only been established at the beginning of this year. Their defensive capabilities certainly couldn't compare to Kaiyuan County, which had been developing for 2 or 3 years. Among the three counties, Kaiyuan was the largest, had the most garrisoned troops, the sturdiest city walls, and the largest population. In terms of defense alone, even if all 3,000 of Kaiyuan County's garrison troops were sent out, the civilians within the city could still complete the task of defending the city by holding the walls. Therefore, Han Feng made a direct decision. Under the command of Chai Duoduo, the commander of the Qinyo Guard, 2,000 cavalry would be dispatched from Kaiyuan County, with 500 cavalry each from Zhongwu and Binhai counties, for a total of 3,000 men. They would go to the mainland end of the land bridge to garrison and defend, sealing off the only passage from Zhu Dao to the mainland. The operation was to begin immediately and would continue until the unification of Zhu Dao was complete, at which point they would consider whether to end it. The orders were quickly sent out, first to Kaiyuan County, then to Zhongwu and Binhai counties, and finally, a reply was sent to Xue Tu, informing him that he had dispatched 3,000 men from the mainland to block the route for him. He told them to act boldly on Zhu Dao and ensure that not a single member of the Xian tribe's leadership escaped. Although the land army from the grasslands had not yet arrived, in reality, ever since Xue Tu decided to blockade the entire Jiahai County, the Fubo Guard Navy led by Xu De had already begun to move. They had no landing troops to use, but simply parking their gunboats next to the land bridge was a powerful deterrent to the Xian tribe's leadership in Jiahai County. On the other side, the Xian tribe's leadership, facing the immense pressure of the Han army's aggressive advance, was so worried that they were losing their hair by the handful. When the Xian leader heard that the two frontline corps had been completely annihilated, his hair turned white overnight, despite being a strong man in his 30s. Several elders clamored to gather all the remaining strength of the tribe and fight a decisive battle with the Han tribe. The Xian leader didn't want to admit defeat so meekly and surrender his ancestral lands to the Han tribe either. So, in desperation, he had to agree to the elders' idea. The elders sent their trusted clansmen to the Guanhai and Xianfeng counties, as designated by the Han tribe, to create public opinion, slander the Han army, create panic, and incite them to move their entire clans to the Xian tribe's traditional territory. The entire Xian tribe's people would join forces to fight a decisive battle with the Han tribe. The people of the two regions, terrified by the Han army's alleged atrocities of killing on sight, coupled with the various promises of benefits and threats of intimidation from the Xian tribe's leadership, finally achieved their goal. The entire population of the two regions was concentrated around the Xian tribe's political and cultural center, Qingchuan Valley, preparing to fight the Han army to the death. Without weapons, they simply picked up their farm tools. The steel farm tools they had previously obtained from the Han tribe were transformed into sharp weapons against the Han army. Without armor, they made more shields, wooden, bamboo, woven rattan. All sorts of miscellaneous defensive gear began to appear in the hands of the Xian army. Bamboo bows and arrows were also indispensable strategic materials, and the Xian tribe was doing its best to prepare them. Finally, before Xue Tu completed the blockade of Jiahai County, the Xian leader had brought the populations of Xianfeng and Guanhai under his control. From these people, he selected able-bodied men, even teenagers, and formed an army of 10,000. Of course, these were irregular troops who didn't even have proper weapons, carrying hoes, axes, and the like. As for the Exian leader's own forces, he currently had only 6,000 men left who had received proper weapons and military training. And half of these 6,000 were old subordinates of Mao Dun from the grasslands. The two forces were now facing the Han army's attack together. They were like grasshoppers on the same rope. No one could escape. So, for the time being, the Exian army's internal situation was relatively harmonious. At least for now, they all had a common goal: to defeat the Han tribe, or to fight until the Han tribe agreed to negotiate with them and withdraw from their sphere of influence. Of course, that was completely impossible. Among the Exian tribe's high-level leadership, the low morale of impending doom and the unwilling spirit of resistance formed a clear mental conflict. Everyone was worried. However, as for surrendering to the Han tribe, they simply did not dare. That's right, they didn't dare, not that they hadn't thought about it. The more contact the elders had with the Han tribe, the clearer it became that the Han tribe's system simply did not allow clans to grow large and powerful. This could be seen from the Han tribe officials they had dealt with. All the officials in power in the Han tribe were leaders in their respective fields, each with their own skills. There had never been an official who was appointed because their clan was powerful. As the highest authority in the Exian tribe, the elders certainly did not want to accept the same arrangements as the common people, so surrender was simply impossible. However, there were exceptions, such as the pro-Han elder Zhu. But this man currently had no real power, so even if he wanted to change his fate, he was powerless to do so. All of this was seen by Elder Jin Tiezhen, the spy embedded in the Exian tribe's high command. As an elder with real power, he was responsible for commanding one of the 2,000-man corps. But while he commanded the corps on the surface, he was actually doing something else, keeping a close watch on the Exian leader and the other elders, strictly preventing them from trying to run when they couldn't win. Now that the war between the Han and Exian had reached this stage, he could no longer provide any intelligence to the Han tribe. Capturing the enemy leader had become the last thing he could do for his tribe. But this idea changed the moment Xue Qingyao managed to contact him. Tiezhen understood that the Han army had now completed its tactical encirclement of the Exian tribe's leadership. The next step, how to painlessly dismantle the enemy's final resistance, had become his greatest mission. In the Exian tribe's Jiahai County, 30 li east of Qingchuan Valley, the Exian tribe's main base, lay Qingqing Gorge. This was the first major pass where the Qingshui River, Zhu Dao's only large freshwater river, rushed eastward into the sea. Now, it had become the front line of defense against the Han army's attack, commanded by Elder Jin Tiezhen. Qingqing Gorge's geographical location was excellent, controlling the Han army's westward waterway. The river here was flanked by 40-meter-high cliffs. By positioning troops on the cliffs on both sides of the river, they could use arrows to blockade the entire river surface. Most of the Han tribe's boats were sailboats. If they used fire arrows, they could definitely stop the Han tribe's westward advance. On land, Qingqing Gorge's high ground also controlled a strategic point, like a natural fortress covering the river. If only conventional cold weapons were used, the attacking side would need at least 6 times the number of troops as the defending side to break through. If they wanted to avoid heavy casualties, their only option was a siege. The Exian leader, worried about losing this location, had specifically assigned the smartest and most capable Elder Jin Tiezhen to defend Qingqing Gorge. He had a force of 5,000 men, including a previously unified 2,000-man corps, which was a mixed unit of half-clan soldiers and half-herdsmen. The remaining 3,000 were basically militia with no armor or weapons, carrying various farm tools, who had just been recruited. The women and children of these militiamen were all housed in Qingchuan Valley, 30 li behind them. If they couldn't hold this position, their women and children would also be waiting to die. On this day, Tiezhen was with several of his subordinates, who were also from the Han tribe, training the newly recruited militia and assigning them defensive positions and tasks. On the mountain of Qingqing Gorge, a 500-man militia unit, some with long weapons like bamboo poles, hoes, and shovels, and others with short weapons like axes, machetes, and sickles, equipped with wooden shields, had just completed their formation drills. Just as Tiezhen announced their dismissal to return to their respective defensive areas to rest, one of the militiamen, carrying a long-handled axe, quietly followed behind him. Tiezhen immediately sensed that something was wrong. His long life as an undercover agent had cultivated a high degree of vigilance. Any unusual behavior from others made him extremely sensitive. Suddenly discovering a man with an axe following him gave him a start. Asterisk, what's going on? Does this person have a grudge against me? Or has he discovered my identity as a spy? Or is it that the Xian leader doesn't trust me and has sent someone to monitor me? Asterisk. A jumble of thoughts immediately flooded Tiejin's mind. He didn't know if the person behind him wanted to kill him, but he couldn't take the risk. After some thought, he took a winding path to a secluded spot. In secret, he had already signaled his other undercover Jinwoo guard brothers, using their usual contact code to call two of them to help him. Just as Tiejin rounded a thicket of bushes and walked into a slightly sparser patch of woods, he suddenly turned around and looked at the axe-wielding militiaman who had been following him. He said coldly, in the Zhu Dao dialect of the Xian tribe, "Who are you? What do you want following me? Does the great leader not trust me and sent you to kill me?" The militiaman was not flustered. He glanced around and saw that, at some point, two more people had appeared behind him. One was holding a bow with an arrow nocked, aiming at him, while the other was approaching him with an iron halberd. In front of him, Tiejin had also drawn his sword. He was now surrounded by the three of them in a triangular formation. Ha ha ha. I've long heard that the spies sent by the Jinwoo Guard are exceptionally sharp. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. I knew you had discovered me, and I've been watching you, but I didn't see when you called for two helpers. Impressive, very impressive. Seeing that he was surrounded, the militiaman didn't put up a futile resistance. He simply tucked his axe into his belt and laughed heartily. And he spoke in perfect, standard Han language, the kind you would hear from someone from the 8 counties of Hanya. Tiejin did not speak, but frowned deeply. He didn't know the identity of the militiaman before him, why his Han language was so authentic, and why he had blurted out the name of the Jinwoo Guard, the Han tribe's most secret military intelligence organization. He didn't know if this was the Xian leader's arrangement, if the man had heard some rumors or obtained some intelligence and was starting to suspect him, and had sent this person to test him. So he dared not reply rashly. After cautiously exchanging a glance with his two newly arrived comrades and confirming that there was no one else around, Tiejin finally replied, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in our army? Were you sent by the Han army to gather intelligence? And what do you mean by Jinwoo Guard and spy?" Seeing that Tiejin was still acting, the militiaman smiled and said, "Elder Jin, no need to be alarmed. I wonder if you recognize this Jinwoo Guard butterfly plaque? If you do, you will know my identity." As he spoke, the militiaman took out 2 gleaming gold-colored plaques from his coarse linen clothes and tossed them towards Tiejin. With a light clink, the 2 bronze plaques landed at Tiejin's feet with a crisp sound. Tiejin saw that one of them was indeed the unique butterfly plaque of the Jinwoo Guard. The character for butterfly, Dai, was a homophone for spy, Dai. It was a military token issued specifically to undercover spies to prove their identity. The butterfly plaque was made of bronze, golden in color, and shaped like a 2-petaled flower with butterfly-like patterns on the surface, but no text. However, it had a hinge on one side and could be opened from the middle, transforming into a 4-petaled flower, like a butterfly spreading its wings. Inside was written the holder's identity information. Such a unique design, exquisite hinge, and the patterns and text engraved on it. Apart from the Han tribe, no other power in the world could produce it. Looking at the writing on it, it was indeed his contact, Yang Feng. Then Tiejin looked at the other rectangular plaque and exclaimed, "You are my contact, Yang Feng, and also the military advisor of the Tiger Ben Guard, Yang Feng?" "That's right, it is I. Seeing that you, Tiejin, are safe and sound, I can rest assured." The militiaman's demeanor changed instantly. Although he was still disheveled, with messy hair, and dressed in undyed coarse linen clothes, his straw sandals caked with mud, he now stood with his hands behind his back, his posture ramrod straight. Though not burly, he could be described as tall and straight, with the air of a great general. "It really is military advisor Yang. It's been over 2 years. I can finally acknowledge my identity as a member of the Han tribe and reunite with someone from home." Sob, sob, sob. Confirming the other's identity, Tiejin was so moved that he burst into tears. He quickly walked up to Yang Feng, grasped his hands tightly, and sobbed. Yang Feng pulled him into a tight embrace, patted his back firmly, and comforted him. "Brother, you've all worked hard these past 2 years. But please rest assured, your wives and children at home are all well. The tribe has had favorable weather and bountiful harvests these past 2 years. The chief has also created many interesting things. You'll see them all when you get home." Tiezhen sobbed for a while before he managed to stop. Then, military advisor Yang, for you to personally risk danger to meet me. Is there something important you need me to do? Tiezhen will definitely complete the mission. That's right. The decisive battle between the Han and Xin is imminent. The tribe does indeed need your help. Yang Feng released Tiezhen's hands and stood with his hands behind his back, once again resuming his general's demeanor. Please explain in detail, military advisor, Tiezhen said, taking a step back and bowing with cupped hands to receive his orders. The Xin tribe is spreading false rumors to slander our Han army. Are you aware of this? Yang Feng didn't state the mission first, but asked about Tiezhen's situation. Of course I know. A few days ago, the two frontline corps were completely annihilated. Our Han tribe's military strength is formidable, and it has scared the Xin leader and the other elders. They are in a constant state of anxiety and want to form more troops to protect themselves. That's why they spread rumors to deceive the other clans into migrating here with their entire clans, forming a militia to resist the Han army together. I was just assigned 3,000 militiamen. Tiezhen reported truthfully. You're right. But the Xin tribe has indeed caused us considerable trouble. Our army is strong, and even if we were to storm Jiahai County, we would surely conquer it. But it would definitely cause significant casualties on both sides. This is not in line with the strategy proposed by the chief. We want the entire Zhu Dao and the population on it, not an empty, uninhabited island. So we don't want to kill these militiamen, and we can't. Fighting the militia would mean losing the Han tribe's population. This is something that neither the chief, nor the marshal, nor the grand marshal wants to see. I'm afraid those militiamen don't want to fight our army either, Yang Feng said with a grave expression. That's right. The militia is not enthusiastic about this battle. In fact, they are somewhat afraid of it. Tiezhen nodded in confirmation. So the Grand Marshal came up with an idea. He wants you to cooperate to undermine the enemy's morale from within and win this decisive battle without bloodshed. How do I need to cooperate? Please tell me, military advisor, Tiezhen requested again. How many troops do you have under your command? If you were to have them turn against the enemy, could you control them all? Yang Feng asked first. This might be difficult. I currently have one corps under my command, a 2,000-man regular army. I've placed all my Jinwu Guard brothers who came to Zhu Dao with me in command positions at all levels of this army. If the marshal wants me to lead them into an ambush, that would be easy. But to have them turn against the enemy would be extremely difficult. The clan soldiers in the corps are already of one mind with the elders and the Xin leader. The other half, the grassland soldiers, are remnants of Maoduin's forces and have a grudge against us. The remaining 3,000 militiamen are useless. If we were to intimidate them, they would probably surrender directly. But to have them turn against the enemy is impossible, Tiezhen analyzed worriedly. Turning against the enemy is not entirely impossible. Surrendering on the spot is the easiest. In fact, you just said it yourself. These soldiers are also afraid of fighting and don't want to fight us. If we do some ideological work on them, this matter will be settled. Here, take a look at the Grand Marshal's secret letter first. As he spoke, Yang Feng took out another letter from his robes and handed it to Tiezhen. Tiezhen took the letter and glanced through it. He found that the content was all about psychological warfare tactics, how to incite defection in the army, how to publicize policies, and what the key points of the propaganda should be. The surrender policies mentioned, such as the 3 not kills and 3 great rewards, shocked Tiezhen so much that his eyes widened. He secretly marveled at the viciousness of the plan, but it was indeed very effective. Do you understand? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me now, Yang Feng said, seeing him engrossed in reading. I understand. The Grand Marshal's plan is brilliant. If we follow this psychological warfare method, we can indeed win without a fight. After reading the contents, Tiezhen was filled with confidence. He himself had no solution, but as long as he could carry out what was written in this letter, it would not be difficult to subdue the enemy without a fight. Good. If you have no problems, then begin executing the first plan on the night 2 days from now. When our scouts see that you are in position, they will launch an attack. Remember to lead your soldiers far away to avoid friendly fire, Yang Feng said, formally giving the order now that he had agreed to the plan. Understood. Please rest assured, military advisor. And please rest assured, Marshal and Grand Marshal. Tiezhen will not fail his mission. Tiezhen immediately replied with a salute. Good. In that case, I will be heading back. After this battle is over, I will personally host a celebration banquet for you. Yang Feng nodded, returned the salute, and prepared to leave. It's dangerous here. Should I have my brothers escort you, military advisor? Tiezhen asked, still worried. No need. You should go back early. Remember to hide the letter well and not expose your identity. I have an escort. As soon as Yang Feng finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the surrounding woods. A dozen Han Army reconnaissance soldiers, dressed in black, wearing dark green crocodile skin armor, conical hats, and carrying divine arm crossbows, with telescopes hanging from their waists, suddenly appeared. These elite scouts said nothing, silently guarding Yang Feng. Tiezhen and his 2 men were startled. Although this patch of woods was relatively secluded, it was very close to their camp, less than a kilometer away. But these Han Army reconnaissance soldiers had quietly approached them without being detected. The 3 of them couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was a good thing they weren't really from the Exine tribe. Otherwise, facing such elite Han soldiers, their heads might have mysteriously disappeared in their sleep. Yang Feng turned and gave a solemn salute to Tiezhen and his 2 men, saying, "Take care." Tiezhen and his men quickly returned the salute. When they looked up again, there was no sign of the military advisor or the elite scouts, only a few dark figures darting through the woods and the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Tiezhen looked at the letter in his hand and sighed. He knew that everything that had just happened was real, not a figment of his imagination. He then took off his shoe, carefully hid the letter inside, and silently waved to his 2 comrades. The 3 of them immediately left in different directions. In an instant, the once lively woods had returned to their quiet state, with only a small deer peeking out from behind a bush, as if nothing had ever happened. Congratulations to our motherland on the successful launch of the Tianwen-1 Mars probe. Mars, here we China come. Go for it. Nujma, Wa. After returning to the mountaintop camp at Qingqing Gorge, Tiezhen secretly convened the other undercover Jinwu Guard members, the various commanders of the army he currently led, during mealtime. They held a meeting where he explained Xue Qingyao's defection plan, detailing the main policies of the 3 not kills and 3 great rewards. They then discussed specific propaganda methods. Once everything was arranged, they dispersed to carry out the mission Yang Feng had brought them. After dinner, night fell. The entire camp was under a blackout order. Apart from a few patrolmen with torches, it was pitch black everywhere. Many shelters made of bamboo and straw mats had been set up in the camp for the soldiers to sleep and rest. But the soldiers lying in these shelters couldn't sleep. With a life-or-death battle imminent, none of these men, who had never experienced war, could probably fall asleep. Thus, sighs could often be heard from the shelters. Normally, the officers patrolling at night would have shouted at them to be quiet and go to sleep. But tonight was strangely different. Some shelters were buzzing with discussion, yet no one came to intervene. In fact, some of the conversations had been deliberately started, and the topic of discussion was tonight's dinner. Their food had been reduced. In the pitch-black shelter, a stomach suddenly rumbled. It was the sound of someone's hunger. "Son, you didn't get enough to eat tonight, did you? I have a handful of roasted soybeans here. Eat them to fill your stomach. When a person's hungry, they can't sleep. It makes you anxious, sigh." A man in his 30s heard the boy on the straw mat next to him, his stomach growling with hunger. He helplessly took out a handful of roasted soybeans from his pocket and handed them over. Although the boy was called a child, he was already 13. According to the customs of Zhu Dao, he was already an adult, so he had also been drafted as a militiaman. As the saying goes, a growing boy can eat you out of house and home. At this age, a boy's appetite is at its peak. The sudden reduction in dinner rations was unbearable, so by nightfall, his stomach began to protest. "Thank you, uncle." The boy was starving. He thanked the man, took the soybeans, and began to chew them one by one. The sound of him chewing, a crunching kabong, was like cold water hitting a hot wok, exceptionally loud in the quiet shelter. As soon as he started chewing, the stomachs of the dozens of men in the shelter began to rumble in unison. Everyone was hungry. Then someone complained, "Why on earth did they cut our rations? If they don't even feed us enough, how are we supposed to fight the elite Han army?" "Didn't you hear the officer? The best places for growing grain on our Zhu Dao have all been occupied by the Han tribe. This grain is all we have stored for the year. Next year, if the Han army doesn't retreat, we won't have as much land to farm, nor as many people to farm it. So until we defeat the Han army, or until they retreat, we can only rely on these stored grains. That's why we have to eat sparingly, So we can last longer, someone in the tent suddenly explained. If we have to save, then everyone should save together. Why only cut our rations? Why are those shepherds from across the sea eating even more than usual? Another person couldn't help but complain. The shepherds from across the sea he was referring to were the grassland soldiers in the army. Exactly. Those shepherds don't even know how to farm. Why are they eating the grain we grew? And they cut our rations in half to give them more. It's not fair. Didn't the officers say they're here to help us fight the Han tribe? If you don't feed them enough, what if they leave? With just these bamboo poles and iron shovels in our hands, can we defeat the Han tribe, who are all clad in iron? This rebuttal silenced the crowd. Everyone had heard that the Han soldiers were all clad in iron armor, impervious to swords and spears. It would take several strong men to defeat even one of them. And those shepherds from across the sea were all skilled with bows and horses. Even without horses now, their bows and arrows could still make the Han army wary. So, although they felt the food distribution was unfair, they didn't dare to do anything about it. They could only curse the grasslanders behind their backs among themselves. But just then, another voice suddenly came from a dark corner of the tent, singing a different tune. I don't think so. Who told you those shepherds are necessarily here to help us fight the Han tribe? It's possible we're the ones who got dragged into their mess. Everyone was stunned. Even the boy who had been chewing soybeans paused for a moment. The entire shelter fell silent for an instant. The old man who had given the soybeans at the beginning suddenly asked, "What do you mean by that? Do you know something?" Hearing the question, everyone pricked up their ears, waiting for the man to answer. But a self-deprecating chuckle came from the dark corner. Haha, I'm just a farmer. What could I know? Just a wild guess, that's all. Sungur, don't say that. Everyone in our village knows your family is the closest to the Han tribe. When the Han tribe came to teach us how to grow hemp and weave cloth, it was your grandfather who made the connection. You're also the one in the village who speaks the Han language the best. And the hemp cloth your wife weaves is the best in the village. You must know something. This is a matter of life and death for all of us. You can't hide it from us. If you know something, tell us quickly. Yeah, tell us. If you can save our lives, we'll all listen to you. That's right, tell us. The man's self-deprecating remark was followed by someone coincidentally exposing his identity. With the weight of life and death invoked, the crowd pressed him for answers, as if this Sun Gur could really save them. The young man called Sun Gur didn't hesitate. Seeing the crowd's questions, he sat up, looked at the dark heads in the shelter, and asked, "Do you really want to hear?" "We do, of course we do." "Yeah, hurry up and tell us." "All right, then let me ask you first. Before those shepherds came to our Zhu Dao, did the Han tribe ever attack us? How did the Han tribe treat us back then?" Sun suddenly asked in a solemn tone. "Well, those shepherds seem to have come a few months ago, and the Han tribe only attacked us in the last 10 days or so." "Hey, that's right. What you said makes sense. If the shepherds came to help us fight the Han tribe, why did they come so early? And it was only after they had been here for so long that the Han tribe started to attack us. Could it be that the Han tribe is attacking us because of these shepherds?" Sun's words immediately sparked a wave of suspicion and confusion among the crowd, with the blame pointing directly at the grassland soldiers. The old man who had given the soybeans at the beginning also said, "The Han tribe was mostly friendly to us before. The methods they taught us for growing hemp and weaving cloth were really convenient, and they taught us other wonderful production methods too. And when they sold us iron a while ago, it was very fair. They didn't oppress us. We've never had any grudges with the Han tribe. If it weren't for those shepherds, they really have no reason to attack us." "Sungur, do you know the reason for this?" What they said was well-founded. The Han tribe, or rather the delegation led by Shoya, had indeed behaved very well on Zhu Dao over the years and had a good reputation. They never argued with the local people and always appeared as a powerful, intelligent, and amiable presence, specializing in promoting production technologies that Zhu Dao had not yet mastered. So, in the minds of the people of Zhu Dao, the Han tribe's reputation had always been excellent. With no grievances between them, there was indeed no reason for them to attack. If you were to say that the Han tribe coveted their land on Zhu Dao, they wouldn't even believe it themselves. The Han tribe's land had iron ore, and they could smelt better iron tools. They had good seeds, and their rice yield was no less than their corn, and more importantly, their rice tasted better. They had all sorts of products that the Han tribe has, but Zhu Dao doesn't. To say that they coveted your land, what exactly could the Han tribe possibly want from you? Even if you said they wanted their population, the Han tribe's population was much larger than theirs. There was no need. So this group of people began to be confused. Therefore, the reason for the Han tribe's sudden attack on them could only be attributed to the sudden appearance of the grassland herdsmen. Otherwise, it was simply inexplicable. I don't really know the reason, but I've heard some things that I think everyone should know, instead of being used as pawns by those people. Sungur paused for a moment before continuing. I wonder if any of you know about the time at the beginning of the year when our great leader gathered a group of able-bodied men to go to the grasslands. I heard that 2,000 or 3,000 people went that time, all wearing bamboo armor, and they made a lot of weapons. And after they left, they never came back. I know. The voice that had coincidentally exposed Sun Gur's identity spoke up again. The two of them, as if by prior arrangement, performed a duet for the militiamen. One asked a question, and the other immediately jumped in to answer. At the beginning of the year, the great leader did indeed order all the clans and villages to prepare arrows and cut arrow bamboo. At first, I thought it was the same as usual, that they were being sold to the grasslanders. But then I realized something was wrong, because the number of arrows the great leader wanted was simply too large. Later, when I was escorting that batch of arrows to Qingchuan Valley to hand them over, I saw arrows being delivered from all over. The quantity was unprecedented, piled up like mountains. And there were other things too: bamboo slat armor, rattan shields, wooden shields, bamboo spears, bamboo ladders, all sorts of bronze spears and arrowheads. It was dazzling. It didn't look like a normal sale to the grasslanders at all. It looked more like they were going to war. That's right, and not only that. I don't know if you noticed, but when they sold those weapons to the grasslanders, the great leader also had the families of several elders send a good number of able-bodied men. They were wearing that bamboo armor and carrying those weapons, and they escorted the military equipment to the grasslands across the strait. You all know my father is a village elder, and I'm the eldest son in my family. I'm usually the one who handles things in the village, whether it's handing over grain or dealing with the Han tribe. I was the one who personally led the delivery of weapons to Qingchuan Valley that time. I saw several thousand able-bodied men from clans I knew, wearing bamboo armor and carrying bronze spears. I asked them what they were doing, and they told me that they were selling too many weapons to the grasslanders this time, and they were going to the grasslands to escort them. If all went well, they would be able to trade for a lot of good things. I felt something was wrong right then. Although the herdsman tribes on the grasslands fight among themselves every year, no single power has ever needed so many weapons. Think about the quantity. Which tribe has that many people? And I don't know if you noticed, but in that batch of weapons, there were countless tall bamboo ladders. You know, those herdsmen live in felt tents. Their tents are small, and they usually have no need for climbing ladders. So why would they need so many ladders? I saw those ladders with my own eyes. When stood up, they were taller than our usual bamboo houses. A group of herdsmen living in felt tents. Why would they need so many tall ladders when they fight? Sun Gur stopped talking at this point, instead raising several important questions to let the militiamen analyze and guess for themselves. He was merely guiding them from the side, waiting for someone else to pick up the conversation. War, and using ladders in war. These two words quickly occupied the militiamen's minds. Just as Sun Gur had said, a group of people living in tents fighting each other. What would they need ladders for? Since they needed ladders, their target must not be people living in tents. Following this line of thought, someone soon thought of something. It was the old man who had given the soybeans earlier who reacted first. He said in surprise, "I've heard that the Han tribe is skilled at building cities. They use wooden planks as frames, fill them with yellow earth, and ram it solid to make city walls to defend against wild beasts and enemy raids. The earthen walls they build are indestructible, even taller than our bamboo houses. And I heard a couple of years ago that the Han tribe has already built such a city on the grasslands, specifically for trading with the grasslanders, exchanging salt, ironware, cloth, and other goods for their cattle, horses, and sheep. The city is filled with countless treasures." Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Did the great leader really send people with those grasslanders to rob the Han tribe's city? If so, then we've really crossed a line. Even if they come to attack our Zhu Dao, we're the ones in the wrong. Hearing the heavy breathing and angry, low curses of the crowd, Sun Gur knew they had figured it out. He continued, "Brothers, you've guessed correctly. It's just as you think. Look at our contact with the Han tribe over the past 2 years. The Han tribe delegation has promoted many production technologies here. But the more advanced technologies, like shipbuilding, vehicle manufacturing, and iron smelting are also what the great leader and the elders want. The Han tribe wouldn't give them, so they tried every means to snatch them, which led to this incident at the beginning of the year. However, as far as I know, the Han tribe's strength is far greater than it appears on the surface. The great leader and the grasslanders joined forces to attack the Han tribe's city, but they didn't win. Instead, they were utterly defeated. The grasslanders were shattered, and not a single one of the 2,000 or 3,000 men our great leaders sent came back. Although the Han tribe won this time, people inevitably die in a great battle. I heard that the Han tribe also suffered many casualties. The Han tribe is so powerful, how could they swallow this insult? So the Han tribe has been retaliating. I have a lot of contact with the Han envoys. The last time a Han envoy came to promote ironware, he told me that they had built 2 new cities on the grasslands in the first half of this year. Everyone, you should be able to figure it out. The Han tribe just built a city on the grasslands to trade for livestock and sell cloth, white salt, and ironware, just like they built a delegation on our Zhu Dao, both for trade and promoting technology. When they dealt with us before, they were all friendly. Even if we got a small advantage in a trade, they never fussed. So, what does it mean that the Han tribe suddenly built 2 new cities on the grasslands? Although the Han envoy who told me the news didn't say, by my own speculation, I think the Han tribe must have been frantically retaliating against the grasslanders who attacked them in the first half of the year. That's why those grasslanders had nowhere to hide and finally fled to our place. And the great leader, fearing retaliation from the Han tribe as well, allowed those grasslanders to come to our Zhu Dao, preparing for them to help resist the Han tribe together. You all think about it carefully. If the great leader hadn't plundered the Han tribe first, why would he let these grasslanders come to our Zhu Dao, live on our land, and eat our food? How did he know the Han tribe was going to attack us? If not for this reason, it simply doesn't make sense. You tell me, are the grasslanders here to help us? Or have we been dragged into this mess by the great leader and those grasslanders? Their grudge with the Han tribe has nothing to do with us. Why should we bear the Han tribe's retaliation for the mistakes made by the great leader's clans? Now they've tricked us out of our grain and want us to die for them. And if dying for them wasn't enough, they won't even feed us properly. Instead, they let those grasslanders who committed the great crime eat their fill of the grain we worked so hard to grow. Where is the justice in that? As soon as Sun Gu'er finished speaking, the tent erupted in a chorus of curses. The common people had limited knowledge and little contact with the Han tribe. Some had never been far from their villages in their entire lives, so it was no surprise that they were easily deceived by the Xian tribe's leadership. But that didn't mean they were stupid. After Sun Gu'er's analysis, they all understood. Why did the grasslanders come half a year ago? How did they know the Han tribe would attack them? After hearing this explanation, everyone understood everything. However, the older people were always more astute and still had some doubts about Sun Gu'er's claims. After all, he had no evidence to prove what he had just said, so they couldn't help but ask, Sun Gu'er, according to you, if our great leader and the grasslanders attacked the Han tribe at the beginning of the year, why has the Han tribe only come for revenge now? Sun Gu'er was taken aback. This was a question he hadn't anticipated, but he was naturally quick-witted, and such a question didn't stump him. He said, didn't I just say? The Han envoy who came to promote ironware told me that they were building cities on the grasslands in the first half of the year. That must mean they were seeking revenge on the grasslanders in the first half of the year. Compared to us, the grasslanders are closer to them. The grasslanders are the biggest threat to them. Even if they wanted to seek revenge on us, they would definitely have to clean up the enemies at their doorstep first. On the other hand, the Han tribe is too far from us. If they take the Northwest Land Bridge, there's only one opportunity to cross each month. If the Han tribe sends too few people, they might not be able to defeat us. If they send too many, the landing time would be a problem. If they were blocked by the great leader and his men during the landing, they might drown all their soldiers in the sea. So the Han tribe had to come in the way that was most advantageous to them, which is by boat. But with so many people, even preparing the boats would take a lot of time. And then to transport the army, all the weapons, and food to the other side of the sea from Zhu Dao, and to prepare everything, it would take until now at the earliest. The old man nodded, accepting Sun Gu'er's explanation. It was indeed flawless, having considered all aspects. But now there was one last question. What you've said is very reasonable, and it does seem to be the case. But we can't just turn against the great leader and his men based on your speculation alone. The women and children of our people are still in Qingchuan Valley. How can you prove that what you've said is true? The The tent suddenly fell silent. That's right. They didn't want to get involved in whatever grudge the great leader had with the Han tribe. They just wanted to go back to their homes and live a good life with their women and children. So what to do next was the most important thing. No one wanted to die in this damn war and leave their women and children as widows and orphans. Sun Gur knew how to answer this question. Tiezhin and the other Jinwu Guard members had already thought of how to prove his claims and had come up with a rigorous plan. So when Sun Gur was asked this question, he was very calm. However, he deliberately pretended to ponder for a moment, as if trying to think of a solution before suddenly saying, "Hey, I've got it. It's impossible for us to go and ask the Han tribe what's going on. And if we ask the elders and the great leader, they will definitely not tell the truth. The only ones who know the truth and whom we can contact are the grasslanders in our camp. Think about it. Since they were chased here by the Han tribe, they must know the specific reason. Let's secretly grab a few grasslanders from the camp and force the truth out of them. Then we'll know if what I just said is true or not, right? This, grabbing people in the camp? What if everything you guessed is wrong? Someone suddenly became afraid. What's there to be afraid of? If we guessed wrong, we'll just kill a few of them and throw them into the river at the foot of the mountain. I've had enough of them anyway. Why should they eat our grain while we go hungry? Helping us fight the Han tribe sounds nice. But who knows what's really going on without asking them personally? The Han tribe is about to attack. I say we don't delay. There's no time like the present. Tonight, I'll go grab someone. Any man with balls dare to go with me? We'll sneak up on them when they're taking a crap at night and grab a few people. It'll be silent and no one will find out. Grabbing people in the dead of night, especially when they were alone and relieving themselves, with several people ganging up on one, didn't seem too difficult. Coupled with some deliberate instigation, the militiamen in the tent quickly became incensed, rising one after another to answer the call. Facing the Han tribe is a death sentence anyway. Might as well get to the bottom of this today. Even if I die, I'll die knowing the truth. Count me in. Right, count me in too. My father went to the grasslands to trade when he was young and taught me some of their language. I can ask them what's really going on. Let's go. I may not be much, but this machete in my hand isn't just for show. After some encouragement, a dozen hot-headed youths stood up, ready to go. But just as they got to their feet, the old man who had initially offered the soybeans suddenly called out to them. Wait, you young men are still too reckless. Hearing the old man, the group stopped and turned to stare at him, waiting to hear his great wisdom. Old man, what are you still worried about? This is a golden opportunity. Who knows when the Han tribe will attack? Are we really going to let our brothers fight the ironclad Han army? Besides, it wasn't us who offended the Han tribe in the first place. Why should we be the ones to die? Sun Gur, hearing the old man's objection, feared the old fellow would ruin his plan, so he quickly added a few more words of encouragement, which the hot-headed militiaman readily agreed with. I'm not trying to stop you. I just want to ask, are you going just like this? Where will you grab them? Where will you interrogate them? And do you think you can just kill them and be done with it? When morning comes and they find people missing from the camp, they'll definitely search everywhere. What if they find you? And the last question that concerns everyone. If the result of the interrogation proves you wrong, what will everyone do? And if it proves you right, what should we do then? Seeing that the crowd was too hot-headed to listen, the old man quickly laid out his concerns, hoping the young men would calm down and at least consider the consequences before acting. The crowd listened and realized he had a point, so they stopped. The dozen or so militiamen who were ready to go all looked at Sun Gur. The idea was his, and the story about the great leader's private feud with the Han tribe was also his. The group had already come to see him as their leader. Now, being questioned by the old man, everyone was waiting for him to come up with a solution. But Sun Gur had long planned for this. Or rather, this was what Tiezhin and his group of Jinwu Guard members had taught him to do. They had already told him when and where to grab the people. They had already moved the patrol guards away, so no one would find out. They had even found a place for the interrogation and prepared a place to dispose of the bodies. So there was no problem at all, and he appeared very calm. Grabbing them is easy. There are over 1,000 of those shepherds. With so many people, don't some of them have to relieve themselves at night? We can sneak up and grab a couple of them when the patrol isn't around. It's simple. The interrogation spot is also easy. We can take them to the east side of Qingqing Gorge. That's where the Han army is active. Even if we leave the bodies there, no one will dare to go over and check. Even if they see them, they'll just suspect it was the Han army who snuck over. They won't suspect us. As for the result of the interrogation, whether I'm right or wrong, I can lead them to hide in the mountains. We have knives and bows and arrows. We won't starve even if we have to hunt. We can just hide for a while. If my guess is right, it means the Han army didn't want to trouble us in the first place. I have some connections with the Han tribe. At worst, I'll take these few people and surrender to the Han army and ask them to let us go home. If I'm wrong, and the Han army really wants to wipe us out, we can't win a fight anyway. We can just hide for a while, then try to build a raft and go to the grasslands across the sea. There's always a way to survive. Sun Gutter spoke with great confidence, having even planned for the worst-case scenario. Most of the men nodded in agreement, but some still didn't want to leave their homeland and, holding on to a sliver of hope, decided to stay behind and not participate. But the old man who had repeatedly raised objections now stood up. All right, since you've already thought of all the escape routes for everyone, then I'll lend you a hand too. I may not be as strong as you young men, but I can still keep a lookout for you. And if it comes to the point where everyone has to flee to the grasslands, I can find a better path for you. Let's go. I can't rest easy without watching over you young men. Wait. Just as everyone saw that the old man had agreed and was about to set off, someone else called out to them. They turned around and saw that the one stopping them this time was Sun Gur. Everyone was confused. What was it now? Just then, Sun Gur suddenly cupped his hands in a Han-style salute to the old man and said, "Old man, you'd better not go with us for the interrogation. If something happens, we young men can run faster. Instead of having you keep watch for us, why don't you stay here and guard the camp? That way, we won't have to worry." Everyone was stunned, not quite understanding what he meant. But the old man understood instantly. He had originally planned to just flee with these young men. He didn't really care about the Han tribe. He just wanted to escape and live. He might be old, but he was still afraid of death. But now Sun Gur was asking him to stay and guard the camp to solve their worries. Wasn't he afraid that the remaining people in the camp would go and report them? It was indeed a possibility. It wasn't a matter of which side they were on, but some people were just naturally timid. If they were interrogated, they might slip up. At a time like this, having a respected elder watch over them would be much better. At least nothing would happen before they escaped, so they could run with peace of mind. The old man stood there for a few moments, his mind racing. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "Sigh, I'm old. I can't help you much anymore. So be it. Let me guard this rear path for you. Go with peace of mind." The others were completely baffled, having no idea what the two of them were talking about. Even those who did understand wisely said nothing. After the discussion, a total of 15 people decided to go. There were skilled hunters, fishermen, raft builders, and those who could herd sheep and feed horses. Of course, those who could speak Han and the grassland language were also essential. This was all in preparation for the last resort of having to flee. They each gathered their weapons. When the patrol passed their shelter again, they quietly slipped out. They took a winding route, avoiding the few patrols and other shelters, and slowly approached the outskirts of the grassland soldiers' camp. When they arrived, they hid behind a dark thicket of bushes and, sure enough, saw some grassland soldiers coming out of their felt tents from time to time to relieve themselves. These pure-blooded grasslanders had eaten quite a bit today. Tiezhin had even deliberately given them some sour corn that had gone bad. But these guys had grown up drinking sour milk and eating sour cheese, so they didn't even notice the corn was off. But when night came, the frequency of their diarrhea began to increase. Sun Gur held his nose against the stench carried by the wind and said in a low voice to the people beside him, "Let's find a few who look timid. It'll be easier to interrogate them. There are 15 of us, 5 to a group. We'll each grab one, for a total of 3. Then we'll all head over there. Remember, don't make a sound. If one of them breaks free, kill him immediately, then run to the place we agreed on. We'll figure out what to do next when the others arrive. Do you all understand?" The dozen or so people around him nodded. Those who didn't understand had it explained to them by others. Soon, all 15 understood the plan. They then formed groups with people they knew and spread out, waiting to find their targets. Sun Gur had said to go after the timid ones. Normally, it would be hard to tell who was timid, but this time was an exception. As they waited for their targets, some grassland soldiers came out to use the toilet. Some walked casually, not even bothering to open their eyes. They just found a spot, dropped their pants, and let loose. But others were terrified to even go to the toilet at night, suspecting a ghost would pop out from every corner. These were the typically timid ones. If you scared them a little, you could probably get them to tell you when they were weaned. And so, after identifying their targets, a 5-man group finally prepared to make their move. One of them, holding a thick piece of folded linen, suddenly appeared behind a nervous-looking grassland soldier who was squatting down to relieve himself, looking around as if he saw ghosts everywhere. He reached out and covered the man's mouth with the thick linen. The grassland soldier was terrified, thinking a ghost had come for his life. He opened his mouth to scream, but it was firmly covered, and he could only let out a low, inaudible whimper. Just as he was about to resist with all his might, four more dark figures shot out from the nearby grass. One grabbed each of his arms and legs, and another covered his head. The five of them didn't even bother to tie him up. They just carried him away. The other two groups, seeing how smoothly and successfully they had done it, also relaxed a little. After finding their own targets, they also made their move, each abducting a living person. A rustling sound faded away outside the camp. The three men who had suddenly disappeared were not immediately noticed. So many people were coming out to relieve themselves at night that no one paid attention to when someone left or when they returned. Meanwhile, Sun Gur, along with the dozen or so militiamen and the three captured grassland soldiers, had already reached the wooded area they had agreed upon beforehand, the same place where Tiezhen and Yangfeng had met. As planned, the three groups tied up their captives and each found a secluded spot to conduct their interrogations. This was to prevent the three grassland soldiers from colluding and to allow them to bluff the captives by taking advantage of their separation. Most importantly, after all three groups were done, the militiamen could cross-reference their results to prevent anyone from reporting false information. Sun Gur's group began their interrogation quickly. The captured grassland soldier was tied to a tree trunk, and the five militiamen in front of him made no attempt to conceal their identities. They had no intention of letting these men go back alive, so it didn't matter if their faces were seen. The unfortunate grassland soldier, upon recognizing his captors as fellow militiamen from the same camp, was filled with a mixture of shock and anger. He couldn't understand why these militiamen were treating him this way. He could only whimper, trying to shout to attract attention, as he felt he wasn't very far from the camp. But Sun Gur wasn't about to give him that chance. He instructed the other four militiamen, "Gag his mouth tightly with the animal hide. You, tell him in the grassland tongue that we just want to know a few things. He must answer our questions truthfully, or we'll kill him here today." One of the militiamen stood behind the tree and gagged the man's mouth, while another, who spoke the grassland language, stood in front of him, translating Sun Gur's words and gesturing with the machete in his hand. The man was already timid, and this threat made his legs turn to jelly. If he hadn't been tied to the tree, he probably would have collapsed to the ground. Seeing the grassland soldier so terrified, Sun Gur couldn't help but smile. He said to his companion who was acting as translator, "Ask him this. Where did they hide the several thousand men our Xen tribe sent out at the beginning of the year? Did they kill them and frame the Han tribe to steal our goods?" "Huh? Can we ask it like that?" The companion acting as translator was stunned for a moment. "Yeah, we're just trying to bluff him. Let's see what he says first," Sun Gur said with a confident smile. "All right, I'll try. Sun Gur, you're really smart." The translator companion agreed, unable to resist a word of praise. He was truly impressed. He had never known interrogation could be done this way. After the translator relayed Sun Gur's words, the questioned grassland soldier began to struggle frantically, his face filled with grievance. He whimpered and struggled, as if trying to explain. Sun Gur immediately grabbed his throat and pointed at his nose, saying, "I'll let you go in a moment. If you dare to shout, look closely. I can definitely strangle you before you make a sound." As he spoke, he gave the grassland soldier's neck a demonstrative squeeze, nearly suffocating him on the spot. After the grassland soldier nodded to show he understood, Sun Gur finally removed the cloth gagging his mouth. The grassland soldier hurriedly began to explain, and his companion started translating sentence by sentence. "No, it's not like you said. We really didn't kill your men. The Han tribe used a divine punishment weapon. Iron balls flew for several li, and when they hit the crowd, it was a scene of blood and gore. Our allied army had already suffered heavy losses and started to flee. We had no time to deal with your men. I was running at the back and saw your 2,000 or so bamboo-armored soldiers being surrounded by the Han army. I don't know what happened after that, but I think if those men weren't all killed by the Han army, they must have been captured as slaves. It's impossible for them to come back. Damn it, Sun Gur, it's just as you said. They really did take the 2,000 men sent by the great leader to fight the Han tribe." The translator, after finishing his translation of the grassland soldier's words, couldn't help but add his own comment, now convinced that the grasslanders and the great leader had colluded to fight the Han tribe. However, to confirm his previous speculations, These few sentences were not enough. Sun Gu'er continued. Ask him, when the Han tribe attacked, why did they only care about their own escape and not our 2,000 men? Did they do it on purpose, wanting to use the Han tribe to get rid of our men so they could keep the spoils for themselves? The translator relayed Sun Gu'er's words again. The interrogated grassland soldier looked like he was about to cry with grievance. He cursed inwardly. Keep the spoils for ourselves? We didn't even touch a single hair on the city wall. What spoils? Oh right. If the cannonballs that came flying at them counted as spoils, then they had indeed received plenty. But he still had to explain. After all, he was afraid of dying. Brother, you've really misunderstood. Before we attacked Kaiyuan City, our leader had already agreed with one of your elders. We would provide most of the men, and your Ecchi tribe would provide the weapons and bamboo ladders. If we could break through the city, we would split the Han army's equipment equally, and the population in the city would also be split equally. You would get most of the craftsmen, but we wanted more ironware. There was no problem with the agreement, but that day, we didn't even get to the city wall. The Han army lined up outside the city to meet us and suddenly unleashed a super powerful long-range weapon. We were scattered before we even got close to the city wall. Everyone was running for their lives. And you talk about splitting the spoils. There were no spoils. How could we split them? At this point, Sun Gu'er didn't need to say any more. Everyone already understood what had happened. Sun Gu'er's interrogation technique was very effective. He didn't ask directly, but used his words to disguise himself as someone who already knew part of the story, tricking the man into revealing the whole truth. And the result was as expected. To save his own life and prove that his side had not harmed their Ecchi tribe companions, and to avoid provoking a conflict between the Grasslanders and the Zhu Dao people at this tense moment, the grassland soldier blurted out the entire story, blaming the annihilation of the Ecchi leaders contingent entirely on the Han tribe. This directly proved that all the speculations Sun Gu'er had shared with everyone earlier were true. The great leader, in his greed for the Han tribe's technology, had colluded with the Grasslanders to plunder the Han tribe's city. They had even discussed how to divide the craftsmen and other technical personnel in the city after their victory. But what they hadn't expected was that the Han tribe, who had built a strong city, would abandon it to fight them on the open ground outside and win. This was truly baffling. But the fact that the great leader had sent men to collude with the Grasslanders and attack the Han tribe first had been confirmed by this grassland soldier. With this, Sun Gu'er's first step was achieved. Sun Gu'er, what do we do now? What about this guy? They had asked what they needed to, and everyone knew the truth. But this unlucky fellow had seen their faces, so letting him go back was out of the question. It was better to just get rid of him. So when his companion asked this, he was really asking if they should kill him. Not yet. Let's wait until the other two have been questioned. If they don't get anything, we can have this one tell them. Also, when we deal with them, don't use knives. Just strangle them with a rope. Don't draw blood, or we'll be covered in it when we go back and someone might get suspicious, Sun Gu'er said, waving his hand and instructing the others. No one objected to strangling these unfortunate men. However, Sun Gu'er's mention of them going back startled everyone. They had killed soldiers of their own army here. Would there be problems if they went back? But seeing Sun Gu'er's confident expression, it seemed unlikely. Besides, they had agreed from the beginning that they wouldn't just run away unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that they knew the truth, their mission was to lead everyone away from this war. It didn't matter if some were afraid and disagreed. As long as there were a few leaders, that was enough. Humans are social animals, and their behavior is influenced by a herd mentality. As long as they could lead all the militiamen away from the war, they believed no one else would object. A short while later, muffled, pained cries came from a little further away. The other two groups didn't know any tricks or psychological warfare. They just asked directly, and if the captives didn't talk, they beat them. At first, it was fists and feet, but then someone had the idea to cut some bamboo strips to use as whips. They beat the two grassland soldiers until they were covered in welts and on the verge of death. Finally, unable to endure the torture, they confessed everything they knew. When the three groups gathered to compare the intelligence they had gathered, they found some minor discrepancies, but nothing major. The core story was the same. The great leader had colluded with a grassland power called Maodun to form a joint army and attack the Han tribe's Kaiyuan city. This was confirmed by all three captives. The only difference was that the three men they had captured happened to belong to different factions. Although they were all under Maodun, there were inner and outer circles, and they were all composed of smaller herdsman tribes. during the Battle of Kaiyuan, their positions in the formation were different, and they had fled in different directions and at different times, so the information they had was naturally different. But these minor details were irrelevant to them. All they needed to know was that they had been dragged into this by the great leader and the other high-ranking officials. As for what to do next, Sun Gur's idea was to go back and discuss it with everyone. The 15 men gathered together and exchanged glances. Finally, Sun Gur waved his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. The group nodded and, without a word, went back to their respective interrogation sites. They then strangled the 3 captured grassland soldiers, all without making a sound. After dealing with the 3 men, the 15 of them hurried back, winding their way around the shelters, avoiding the patrolmen, and sneaking back to their own shelter. And in the very same patch of woods where they had just interrogated the men, just a few minutes after they had left, the sound of rustling footsteps was heard again. A squad of Han tribe scouts, dressed in black battle robes and dark green crocodile skin armor, ran over. The scouts took down the 3 bodies tied to the trees, moved them together, and cut off all their heads. They then trampled around the area, leaving some boot prints, and finally hung a few red cloth strips on the surrounding tree branches and deliberately dropped a piece of paper on the ground. Written on it was a combat order from the Han Army's Tiger Vanguard Command, ordering the scouts to reconnoiter the enemy's front lines. The order was stamped with the commander's official seal. These were all genuine, of course, but they were just for deceiving the enemy. After all this was done, the group of scouts happily collected the 3 heads and left. Although they hadn't killed the men themselves, by doing a good job of creating the disguise, the heads were considered their merit. On the other side, Sun Gur had also led his small team of 15 back to their shelter. As soon as they returned, they were surrounded by the others. Everyone watched them silently, their eyes filled with tension and doubt. The old man who had promised to guard the shelter couldn't hold back and asked directly, "Well, did you find out anything? Or did you just come back without doing anything?" "How could we do nothing? We found out. It's just as Sun Gur guessed," one of them said, panting slightly as he sat down on a straw mat. "Really?" another person asked. "Of course it's true. We caught 3 people in total, interrogated them separately using different methods, and in the end, all 3 of them said the same thing. At the beginning of this year, the great leader had the elders form a bamboo-armored army of over 2,000 men, and together with a leader from the grasslands named Mao Dun, they attacked that Kai, what city of the Han tribe. But they didn't win. They were all defeated by the Han tribe. The 2,000 or 3,000 men the great leader sent were said to have been surrounded by the Han army of that city while they were fleeing. Not a single one escaped. As for whether they're dead or alive now, it's unclear. The grasslanders don't know either. Then that Mao Dun's subordinates also fled everywhere. Most of his troops and people were defeated by the Han tribe. Some were killed, some were captured, and the rest hid in various places. They are the ones who hid. Later, around the middle of this year, our great leader, fearing retaliation from the Han tribe, sent people to the grasslands again to find people, wanting to recruit an army to defend against the Han tribe. But somehow, their high-ranking officials and our great leader came to an agreement, and it became a cooperation. Those grasslanders who were hiding in various places simply brought their families to our Judao. They said they would be given land to live here, and in return, they would serve as our soldiers and fight against the Han tribe together. And that's how it's been until now. You all know the situation. Before Sun Gur could speak, another member of the small team had recounted the situation in detail. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. After all, guessing was one thing, but hearing it confirmed from the mouths of those grasslanders was another. The old man guarding the shelter turned his gaze to Sun Gur, who immediately nodded and said, "That's right. That's what we found out. We questioned 3 people separately, and they all said the same thing." "What about those 3 men? They won't say anything, will they?" someone in the shelter suddenly asked. "Don't worry, those 3 will never speak again," one of the team members said suddenly, his eyes cold. After killing a person for the first time in his life, everyone had changed somewhat, especially the few who had done the deed themselves. They seemed a bit more ruthless than before. As for any adverse reactions after killing, sorry, there were none. Not to mention that this was an era of frequent hunting, and they had killed plenty of livestock. And this time, the 3 men they had killed were strangled, so there was no blood. The psychological impact was not very significant. Someone couldn't help but shiver, feeling that the men who had just gone out had become much scarier. The bolder ones were slightly better off. "It's good that you're all okay. But now that we know the truth, what do we do next?" Should we tell all the militiamen? And then we all run away? Anyway, I, for one, don't want to be a shield for that damn great leader. He's the leader of the Ecchi clan, and he has nothing to do with my old family. The old man who had been guarding the shelter suddenly said. Everyone was silent for a moment. Indeed, that Ecchi leader, blinded by his greed for the Han tribe's various benefits, had recklessly provoked them. Now that he had lost, and the Han tribe had come for revenge, he was dragging other innocent clans to be his shield. They didn't know what others thought, but the militiamen in this shelter were unwilling to fight this battle. Knowing that fighting the Han tribe's army was a dead end, wouldn't it be better to go home and farm peacefully? After a moment of silence, everyone's eyes once again focused on Sun Gur. He was the one who had started this. Now that the truth was out, the people who didn't know what to do next once again placed their hopes on him. Do you know that the elder Jin who commands the several thousand of us here at Qingqing Gorge actually came from the Han tribe? Sun Gur, seeing everyone looking at him, suddenly dropped a bombshell. What? Elder Jin is from the Han tribe? That's impossible, right? Everyone was shocked. As commoners, they had no contact with such high-ranking elders. How would they know their origins? But the persona Sun Gur was using now was that of a knowledgeable person, so the crowd was inclined to believe him. No, you misunderstand. I didn't say Elder Jin is from the Han tribe. If he really were from the Han tribe, the great leader wouldn't have made him an elder, right? Sun Gur quickly explained. Everyone nodded. That's right. A high-ranking elder. How could he be from the Han tribe? It just didn't make sense. Then what do you mean? The old man asked again. I heard that this elder Jin, who commands us, came from the Han tribe. He only became an elder in the first half of this year. Don't be anxious. Listen to me first. It's true that he came from the Han tribe, but he's not from the Han tribe. You all know about the Han tribe delegation to the east of our Judao. They often hire local people to work for them, right? Our elder Jin is something like that. It's said that our elder Jin was from a small tribe who worked as an apprentice in the Han tribe in his early years. Later, when the former elder Shang went on a mission to the Han tribe, he brought back a group of such skilled people. Our elder Jin was one of them. I heard he knows how to forge iron and make ironware, all of which he learned in the Han tribe. That's why the great leader made him an elder, Sun Gur explained again. I see. Then what do you mean? Do you want to tell Elder Jin about this and use his identity to do something? The old man asked speculatively. That's right. Elder Jin is not a native of our Judao. He has no relatives here, no backing. Although he has the trust and appreciation of the great leader and has become an elder, he is still different from the other elders who come from old clans. You can see from the fact that the great leader has placed him here on the front lines to resist the Han army that this man, like us, is just a shield in the great leader's eyes. You tell me, in his current situation, he can't win against the Han tribe. If we tell him the truth, what do you think his reaction will be? Will he use his familiarity with the Han tribe to find a way out for us, and for himself? You mean, convince Elder Jin to lead us in surrendering to the Han tribe? No, we absolutely can't do that. Haven't you heard that the Han tribe kills everyone they see? They're here for revenge. If we surrender to the Han tribe, who knows if they'll just kill us all? You're really naive. The Han army kills everyone they see? Who did you hear that from? It was the great leader and those elders. They said that to scare us, so we would give them our grain and our people to help them fight the Han tribe. It's all a conspiracy by the great leader and his cronies. That's right. How did the Han tribe treat us before? Anyone with eyes can see. The Han people are civilized. They have their own Han etiquette. They wouldn't just slaughter people like barbarians. I think as long as we surrender and explain to them that this is all the great leader's fault and has nothing to do with us, the Han army will most likely let us go. But can you be sure of what you're saying? What if the Han army does want to kill us? Can you guarantee our lives? As soon as Sun Gur's idea was out, the people in the shelter immediately started discussing it, which gradually turned into an argument. Everyone had their own opinion. Some believed they had been deceived by the great leader and that the Han tribe was not that cruel. Others were very afraid, although they were also inclined to believe that the Han tribe was a good tribe that did not kill wantonly. When it came to a matter of life and death, who could be sure that the reality was as they guessed? Thus, an argument was inevitable. All right, stop arguing. Quiet down. Since Sun Gur proposed this plan, let's hear what he has to say first. The old man stood up and gestured for everyone to be quiet, finally looking at Sun Gur, who was sitting in the crowd. Everyone's gaze followed, waiting to hear the clever man's explanation. Sun Gur calmly asked the crowd, there are only a few possible outcomes to this matter. We don't really have many choices. Let me ask everyone a question first. Do you want to find a piece of land to live a good life? Or do you want to go and fight the Han tribe's army, which is clad in iron? The question itself was flawed, clearly a rhetorical trap. But the people in the shelter wouldn't think that much, nor did they have the brains to react so quickly. So, when given only two choices by Sun Gur, they naturally chose to live. We choose to live a good life. Who wants to fight the Han tribe? Exactly. How can we be a match for the Han army? If we really fight them, we'll all die. That's right, live a good life. Whoever wants to fight can go fight. I'm not going. For once, a unanimous answer emerged from the shelter. No one wanted to fight the Han tribe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have condoned Sun Gur's actions of capturing and interrogating the grassland soldiers earlier. All right, since no one wants to fight the Han army, we now have two paths to choose from. I'll lay them out, and you can choose again. First, the method I just mentioned. Find Elder Jean and have him negotiate peace with the Han tribe. We don't want to fight anyway. As long as the Han tribe agrees to let us go home and continue farming and living in our original places, we will agree to surrender to the Han tribe. As for the great leader's business, let him fight the Han army himself. I'm not going to be his shield. Second, if the Han tribe disagrees with our terms, doesn't accept our surrender, and is determined to kill us, then we will tell all the other militiamen the truth and the consequences. We will unite all the militiamen to go to Qingchuan Valley to rescue our families, and then we will all flee Zhu Dao together and find a new home across the sea. All right, now you choose. After getting the answer he wanted, Sun Gur proposed two new possibilities for them to choose from. At this point, the crowd became indecisive. Choosing the first option, to stay on their ancestral land and continue living, was clearly the best outcome. But whether the Han tribe would agree, whether the Xian leader would agree, and what would happen to their women and children trapped in Qingchuan Valley, these were all unpredictable unknowns. As for the second option, it might be more appealing to the young people. Uniting all the militiamen, rescuing their families, reclaiming their grain, and then going across the sea together to find a new home. It sounded thrilling. To create a new tribe, to create their own history. How tempting was that? But only the elders in the tribe would know how ridiculous it was to migrate an entire clan without a destination. They would most likely all die on the way. It was clearly suicide. Even if they were to migrate across the sea, they should first send out an elite team to find a suitable location for a new home, mark out rest areas, safe zones, supply points along the way, and a clear migration route. They would also need to prepare various supplies for the journey, as well as livestock and vehicles. After all, they weren't monkeys who could run around naked. If they were to migrate as a clan, they would definitely have to bring a lot of property, especially grain and various production tools, because they would also have to farm and live in the new place. Many of the unmarried young men immediately became excited, but before they could speak, the militiamen in their 20s, 30s, or even older, who already had their own children, immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about migrating across the sea to find a new home. It's simply impossible. We will all die on the way. That's right. I went to the grasslands with a merchant caravan when I was young. The grasslands are on the other side of the sea. The grasslands there are vast. It would probably take a month or two to walk to the other side, and that's to a place we know nothing about. And with our strength, it's simply impossible to cross the grasslands. We'd be with our women and children, and so much grain. Before we even get out of the grasslands, we'd probably be robbed by the nomadic tribes. And our people, they'd take them too. The grasslanders, there are not like the grassland soldiers in our camp. They all ride horses, and there are no mountains on the grasslands. We can't outrun them. And the places on the grasslands with the most water are now under the control of the Han tribe. I heard the Han tribe has already built 3 cities in the best parts of the grasslands, so we have no choice. Unless you're prepared to live on the grasslands like those nomadic tribes, herding horses and sheep. But there's nothing on the grasslands but grass. There's a shortage of water, so you can't grow grain. They don't even have white salt. They can only buy it from the Han tribe and us. So you should know how hard the life of a herdsman is. Hearing the choices given by Sun Gur, 2 older militiamen immediately voiced their opposition to the second option, fearing that the young men would get the idea of migrating across the sea. One directly refused, while the other told them about the situation on the other side of the sea from a more objective perspective to dispel their thoughts. But some of the young men were still not convinced. After all, young people are always prone to impulsiveness, their minds filled with various unrealistic fantasies. To put it bluntly, they hadn't been beaten down by reality yet. So someone still asked, is there no place for us to live beyond the grasslands? No. I heard that to the south of the grasslands, the part closest to us, is all mountainous terrain. There isn't much land that can be cultivated, and the key is that there's a shortage of water. And it's not just a land problem. To the west of the grasslands are all high mountains and plateaus. The ice and snow on them only melts for a very short period each year. It's very cold, and you can't farm there. To the north of the grasslands are all forests, with rivers and fertile land. But let's not even talk about whether we can get there. Even if we did, I heard that's all Han tribe territory. To the east of the grasslands is the area along the lake controlled by the Han tribe. Further east, on the other side of the lake, I don't know what's there, but do you think the Han tribe, with so many ships, would leave suitable land for other tribes to live on? The Han tribe's strength is not without reason. They control the most resource-rich territory and a lot of fertile farmland. If we go looking for a new home, even if we can reach a place beyond the grasslands, we will definitely come into conflict with the Han tribe. Instead of running so far to our deaths, we might as well surrender to the Han tribe now. That way, we can continue to live on our ancestral land. If you young people want to go across the sea to see the world, then after the Han tribe defeats the great leader, you can just ask the Han tribe if the people of our Zhu Dao can move to live in the Han tribe's territory. Since several of the older militiamen strongly opposed the plan to find a new home, the others couldn't very well choose the second option. And the middle-aged men were right. If they just wanted to go across the sea to the mainland to see the world, there was no need to risk their lives searching for a new home. Once they surrendered to the Han tribe, wouldn't it be much more convenient to take one of the Han tribe's sailboats to the other side of the sea? And then they wouldn't have to find a home themselves. It might even be possible to relocate and settle in one of the Han tribe's other cities. So, after a brief discussion, the group unanimously decided to choose the first option. First, find Elder Jean to negotiate with the Han tribe and see if they would accept their terms of surrender. If they didn't, or if the terms changed and were unacceptable, then they would implement the second plan. After all, if the Han tribe was determined to fight them and wouldn't accept their surrender, then even if there were many difficulties in finding a new home across the sea, they would have to try. All right, since everyone has made a decision, after dawn, I will secretly go to Elder Jean and tell him about this in my own name and see what he says. If he agrees, then let him negotiate with the Han tribe. If he wants to kill me, please rest assured, I will not implicate you. That's all for today. Let's sleep. After saying this, Sun Gu'er turned over and lay down on his mat. The others looked at each other, then at Sun Gu'er's back, some cupping their hands, some bowing, silently expressing their respect. The next day at dawn, Sun Gu'er bid farewell to the other militiamen in his shelter. Without even eating breakfast, he hurried off to find Elder Jean. No one from his shelter followed him, as he had requested. After Sun Gu'er left, the others gathered for breakfast. As the militiamen held their bowls of thin porridge and watched the grassland soldiers eat cornmeal, they started cursing again. But before the militiamen could complain for long, a terrifying piece of news was quickly spread throughout the entire camp by the cooks. Hey, did you hear? The Han tribe raided our camp last night. 3 grassland soldiers had their heads cut off. Their bodies were left in the woods to the east, and a lot of Han tribe stuff was found nearby. Really? How do you know? Don't try to scare us. Be careful the elder doesn't punish you. One of the militiamen who had participated in the previous night's operation felt his heart skip a beat. The ceramic bowl in his hand, ready to receive porridge, trembled, but it didn't arouse the suspicion of the cook serving the food. After all, who wouldn't tremble with fear upon hearing such news? It would be abnormal not to be afraid. Hey, what good would it do me to lie to you? We use a lot of firewood where we cook. Someone saw it with their own eyes when they went to the woods to cut firewood this morning. They came back screaming and reported it to the elder. The elder personally led people to see the scene and brought the bodies back. The cook explained animatedly. You said their heads were cut off? What did the bodies look like? And how do you know it was a Han tribe raid? Another person who had participated in the previous night's operation asked, worried they would be exposed. So he asked with extra care. Yeah, you wouldn't know. The elder said it was done by a type of soldier from the Han tribe called a scout. They're the best soldiers in the Han tribe, specializing in sneaking into enemy territory to capture people for questioning. If you don't talk, they beat you. Oh, you have no idea. Those 3 died so tragically. They were covered in bloody welts, and there were bloody bamboo strips nearby. They were all beaten before they died. After they got what they wanted, they cut off their heads. I heard that the Han tribe rewards merit based on these heads. The Han army is used to cutting off heads. When they fight, they specialize in it. They carry them in their hands, hang them from their waists, and stick them on their spears. They love heads more than their own wives. The cook chattered on while serving the thin porridge. By the time he finished, everyone around him couldn't help but shiver. Some even touched their own necks, afraid that if they ever faced the Han army, their own heads would be cut off and hung from someone's waist, swinging back and forth. How tragic would that be? And the few who had participated in the previous night's operation felt their spines tingle upon hearing this. The people from one shelter squatted in a circle on the ground with their bowls. Someone suddenly asked, "Didn't you say you strangled them? How did their heads go missing?" "We did strangle them. Who knows how their heads went missing? And cutting off heads, you'd be covered in blood. The smell would be so strong. If we came back like that, we'd definitely be suspected, right?" One of the participants said. "That's true. So how did their heads go missing? Was it really the Han tribe? I think it's very likely. Maybe some Han tribe people really did come in the latter half of the night. They saw 3 bodies on the ground and just cut off the heads to claim a reward. It's not impossible. Didn't you hear that cook say that the Han army rewards merit based on heads? It's a freebie they wouldn't pass up," one of the participants analyzed. "Oh my God. If that's the case, then we all just escaped with our lives. If we had come back a little later and run into those Han tribe people, there would probably be 18 headless bodies today. All our heads would have been gone," one person said, so scared that he sat down on the ground with a plop. Everyone was stunned. Thinking about it, it was true. They had just left, and the Han tribe scouts had come to cut off the heads. If they had left a little later and run into the Han tribe scouts, wouldn't they have just been delivering their heads on a platter? The militiamen fell silent, their hearts filled with lingering fear. At the same time, they felt grateful for their good luck, and their fear of the Han army had increased several-fold. After this incident was spread throughout the camp by the cooks, the soldiers were all terrified of the Han army's methods. The fear of battle once caused a considerable panic in the camp, but fortunately, it was still within a controllable range and did not cause a mutiny. And the militiamen from the shelter who had planned and participated in the entire operation were as quiet as quails, hiding in a corner of the camp. They hid themselves while waiting for Sun Guer's return. The Sun Guer they had placed their hopes on was currently in Elder Jean Tiezhen's tent, eating meat and learning the Han army's surrender policy, which the elder was teaching them. That's right, Sun Guer was not the only one learning at this time. To quickly control the grassroots militiamen's uprising, Tiezhen had activated many of the couriers who had previously transmitted intelligence for the Jinwu Guard. Some of these people had been explicitly recruited into the Jinwu Guard system, while others had a good relationship with the Han tribe and were helping to transport intelligence. In reality, they didn't even know what they were delivering. This part belonged to the peripheral personnel used by the Jinwu Guard. They didn't even know they were on the periphery because they had no idea about the Jinwu Guard. Even the peripheral personnel, who were engaged in covering for the Jinwu Guard and transmitting intelligence, mostly only knew that they were working for the Han tribe and did not know about the Jinwu Guard organization. Then there were some from locally prestigious clans, or the nephews of village elders and village chiefs. These people were young and accepted the Han tribe's new ideas relatively quickly. Seeing so many good things from the Han tribe, they were easily bought over. Even without their knowledge, they would reveal a lot of intelligence about the Ecchi tribe. Sun Guer was such a person. He had not lied to the militiamen. He was indeed the eldest son of a village elder and was very close to the Han tribe. Because he was a very radical pro-Han faction, he was recruited into the organization and became a peripheral member of the Jinwu Guard. But he had also never heard of the name of the Jinwu Guard organization. He only knew that he was working for the Han tribe. If he did well, he could get a noble title from the chief, a Han tribe household registration, and could settle in the Han tribe in the future and live the good life of a celestial subject. This was his motivation for being a spy for the Han tribe. That day, Sun Guer still hadn't returned by evening. The militiamen in the shelter grew anxious, worried that the matter had been exposed and they would all be in trouble. Someone asked, "Why isn't Sun Guer back yet? Could he have been killed by that Elder Jean?" "Don't worry, I don't think so. Before dinner this evening, I went to check on the Elder's main tent. It was quiet. Nothing was happening. If Elder Jean wanted to kill Sun Guer, he wouldn't do it so silently. He would definitely let the whole army know the consequences of surrendering." The old man in the shelter comforted everyone. That's right. The news of the Han army's raid and killing of 3 men only came out this morning. I think Elder Jean must be scared too. He came from the Han tribe in the first place. If he knew the truth, He probably wouldn't want to be a shield for the great leader. He probably listened to Sun Gur and sent someone to negotiate with the Han army. A round trip would take a lot of time. Everyone, be patient. It will be fine, said another slightly older militiaman who had also participated in the operation. Hearing this, everyone was indeed relieved. However, the old man still reminded them, yes, everyone needs to be patient. But we can't let our guard down. We need to take turns on watch tonight. If anything happens, we can wake everyone up to run immediately. Also, we need to find a way to get more news from the Elder's main tent. As soon as there's any news, we need to inform everyone as soon as possible. That's right, we definitely need to take turns on watch. Let's assign it now. Those who are not on duty should go to sleep early and not think too much, another person said. The group then began to assign the order of the night watch, as well as who would be responsible for gathering information. And so, they spent a restless night. The next morning, there was still no news of Sun Gur's return. It was as if he had vanished from the camp, and no one from above asked about him. The militiamen from his shelter didn't dare to ask Elder Jean directly, as that would expose them. So they could only continue to wait. That evening, after dinner, some of those who couldn't wait any longer even started suggesting a collective escape. Just then, Sun Gur returned to his shelter. As soon as he returned, he was surrounded by the militiamen. Someone automatically went to look outside the tent, then sat down at the entrance to keep watch. The others quickly surrounded Sun Gur and started asking questions. Sun Gur, are you okay? Why did it take you 2 days to come back? Tell us quickly what happened. What did Elder Jean say? Yeah, Sun Gur, tell everyone quickly. If you hadn't come back, we were all about to run away. You don't know about what happened that night. Right after we left, some Han tribe people came and cut off the heads of those 3 men. It was so scary. I don't want to stay here anymore. All right, stop arguing. Listen to Sun Gur. Here, Sun Gur, have a drink of water first. The old man gestured for the crowd to quiet down, rescued Sun Gur from the middle of the crowd, and handed him a bamboo tube of clean water. It's done. Everyone, don't worry. Listen to me slowly. Sun Gur said first, to calm everyone down. Then he drank the water in one gulp and sat down to tell everyone the story. Hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down and sat there, waiting for Sun Gur's news. That day I told Elder Jean my speculation. He was also very surprised. But I didn't dare to tell him that we had already questioned the grassland soldiers. I only told him it was my guess. So Elder Jean listened to my suggestion, tricked a leader from the grassland soldiers, lured him to a hidden place, and we interrogated him together. The result was the same as our previous interrogation. This time, Elder Jean was furious. He finally knew that the great leader had deceived us. Then he listened to my suggestion to go to the Han tribe to discuss our surrender and our terms. Then we took the interrogated grassland soldier leader as a gift of surrender and sent him to the Han tribe. Ha ha ha. Just as Sun Gur said this, he was immediately interrupted. Someone asked in surprise, Sun Gur, are you saying that you personally went to negotiate the terms of surrender with the Han tribe this time? Who else? Sun Gur asked back, then continued. Our Elder Jean has to command the entire camp, so he certainly can't go. If he suddenly disappeared from the camp, it would arouse suspicion, so he can't go. I was the one who proposed this, and I can speak Han, and I know the truth and the whole process, and I can represent most of the militiamen. So the elder sent a few people with me to the Han tribe. Really? Are you okay? The Han tribe didn't do anything to you, did they? A younger boy asked with admiration. Of course I'm fine. I'm here, aren't I? Sun Gur replied with a proud look, then continued to tell the story. I took them to the Han tribe's side. Before we even reached the Han army camp, we were surrounded by a group of Han soldiers in black clothes, holding steel knives and crossbows. I quickly said in Han that we were here to talk to their leader and to present a captive. When they saw that I could speak Han and was with a grassland captive, they took us into the Han army camp. A young man in the shelter interrupted again. Sun Gur, you're so brave, so amazing. What's the Han army camp like? Tell us about it. Shut up, don't interrupt. Sun Gur is talking about serious business. The old man slapped the boy on the head and scolded him, then motioned for Sun Gur to continue. Right, let's get back to business. Sun Gur nodded and continued to tell the crowd. They took me to the Han army's main tent. Inside were several generals in fish-scale iron armor. They asked me why I was here. I said we were deceived by the great leader, and that it wasn't us who attacked the Han tribe's city before. It was the great leader who deceived us and wanted us to fight for him. I said, we just found out the truth and don't want to be enemies with the Han tribe. If the Han tribe is willing to let us go back to our original places to farm and live, we are willing to surrender. And then, what did the Han tribe say? Someone else interjected. Don't be anxious. Let me continue, Sun Guer said, calming everyone's anxious mood, then continued. After hearing what I said, the general laughed 3 times and then told me that they had no intention of killing many people in the first place. The Han tribe's chief had told them that the one who has a grievance should seek out the one who caused it. It was the great leader's men who attacked their city and killed their soldiers and civilians. The Han chief did not want to cause unnecessary bloodshed and slaughter innocent people, so he ordered them to only punish the main culprits and not to slaughter the innocent people of Zhudao, not to mention us, who are not even considered soldiers. Even the bamboo-armored army that the great leader had created before, they didn't kill many of them. Really? The Han tribe really won't kill us? Didn't they say they kill everyone they see? I told you so. The Han tribe's delegation was so good to us before. How could they kill innocent people? It must have been the great leader and those elders who deceived us. So, the Han tribe agreed to our terms? Yes, they agreed. Sun Guer finally nodded affirmatively, giving everyone a sense of relief. Then he suddenly said mysteriously, "Guess what I saw in the Han tribe's camp?" "What did you see?" "I saw over 3,000 captive soldiers in the Han tribe's camp. It was the 2 armored corps that were stationed near the delegation before," Sun Guer said with a triumphant look. "So they're just captives of the Han tribe." "Hey, that's not right. Weren't there only 4,000 men in those 2 corps in total? How did the Han tribe capture over 3,000 of them?" the old man in the shelter asked in surprise. Sun Guer slapped his thigh and gave the old man a thumbs up, praising him. "The old man is amazing. You got the point right away. Didn't the Han tribe's general tell me? Their chief ordered them to only punish the main culprits. That is, to only kill the leading elders and the great leader. The subordinates, even their soldiers, cannot be killed at will. So of the 4,000 men, only a few who resisted during the Han tribe's attack were killed. The rest who fled or surrendered were not killed after being captured by the Han tribe, and they were not abused. Those captives are eating better than us now. 3 meals a day, 2 of corn, 1 of rice, and they even have salted fish to eat. I was so jealous I almost didn't come back. I wanted to stay there and be a captive for them." "Ha ha ha," Sun Guer said with a big laugh, immediately making everyone's mouths water. The captives of the Han tribe were eating so well, while they, who were supposed to be defending the tribe for the great leader, couldn't even fill their stomachs. The treatment given by their own people was worse than that of the enemy. Wasn't that ridiculous? Then what are those many captives doing in the Han tribe's camp? With so many people, they must need a lot of food every day. The Han tribe can't just be feeding them for free, right? The old man in the shelter asked another important question. Hearing this question, Sun Guer suddenly froze, then put on a very solemn expression, which made everyone's heart skip a beat. Someone asked, "Sun Guer, is it that the Han tribe is not treating those captives well, not treating them as human beings? Didn't you just say that the Han tribe gives the captives 3 meals a day?" Sun Guer shook his head with a solemn expression, then sighed deeply and said, "Do you all remember the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were left at home, abandoned by the village during the migration?" Hearing Sun Guer's question, everyone's expression turned solemn. Although the militiamen in this shelter did not have any old, weak, sick, or disabled family members who were abandoned, there were always some in their villages. Everyone knew that they had not been left with much food. Perhaps by now, those people were already dead. But at this moment, Sun Guer said, the Han tribe found out about this situation and immediately sent cavalry to visit each village, count the number of old, weak, sick, and disabled, and their grain stores at home. Then they sent those captives in small teams to deliver grain to each village. The people we abandoned, the Han tribe is taking care of them. They even sent their military doctors to each village to treat the elderly and the sick. But we have truly failed the elders of our hometown. A group of militiamen fell silent. Some even sobbed, as if they also had elders in their families who were abandoned at home during the migration. After a long time, the old man in the shelter suddenly said, "The Han tribe is truly a righteous army." Undoubtedly, Xue Qingyao's strategy for winning the hearts and minds of the people was quite effective. At the very least, when these militiamen learned that the Han army had not engaged in wanton slaughter and was, in fact, helping the old, weak, sick, and disabled they had abandoned, their hearts filled with admiration and gratitude. Since the Han tribe is so good, Why don't we just go and surrender tonight? That way, we can go home sooner. A young man in the shelter immediately stood up, as if ready to leave. But when he looked at the others, he found them all staring at him as if he were an idiot. Go tonight? Where are you going? You don't care about everyone else's lives? You don't want the grain that the great leader and those elders tricked us out of? You don't want your wives and children left in Qingchuan Valley? Being questioned like this, the young man scratched his head in embarrassment. He had just come of age, and with this year's events, his family's plan to find him a wife had been delayed. He was the type who only had to feed himself, so he hadn't considered the thoughts of the married militiamen. Everyone, don't panic. We need to think this through. Although the Han tribe has agreed to accept our surrender, they also have conditions. And our elder Jean here also needs our cooperation. After all, it's not just us who are leaving. The entire camp, except for the direct relatives of the elders and the leader and those grassland soldiers, all the other militiamen are leaving too. We can't leave them behind. Besides, if we leave them behind, with just us, how can we get back our wives, children, and grain? As everyone was looking worried, Sun Gur quickly stood up and said a few words to boost everyone's morale. Sun Gur, you said the Han tribe has conditions for our surrender. What are they? Didn't you just say the Han tribe treats those captives very well? 3 meals a day, with white rice for lunch, someone in the shelter asked, puzzled. 3 meals, with white rice for lunch is true, but the Han tribe can't just feed them for free. Didn't I just say? Those captives are working for the Han tribe. I heard that captives captured by the Han tribe must work for them for 5 years before they can be released to go home. It's still wartime. So those captives are helping the Han army transport supplies and deliver grain to the surrounding civilians. In short, whatever the Han tribe wants them to do, they have to do it. As long as they work honestly, they will definitely be fed well. Sun Gur immediately explained when asked about this. What? We have to work for the Han tribe for 5 years? And we can't go home. Oh my God, if that's the case, we might as well migrate across the sea. I'm already 32 this year. If I work for the Han tribe for another 5 years, I'll probably work myself to death in the Han tribe. I'll never be able to go home in this lifetime. That's right, Sun Gur, you didn't agree to this condition, did you? If they want us to farm, that's one thing. But if they send us all to the mountains to mine and carry stones, we'll all be worked to death. If that's the case, we might as well not surrender. Even if we're killed directly, it's better than surrendering now and being worked to death later. Quiet, quiet, everyone, don't panic. Sun Gur is so smart. He definitely wouldn't agree to such a request. Everyone, calm down and listen to what Sun Gur has to say. The old man in the shelter, hearing everyone's complaints, quickly waved his hand to quiet the discussion. He had a general idea of what kind of person Sun Gur was after these few days of contact, and he believed Sun Gur wouldn't be foolish enough to agree to such conditions. That's right, everyone, don't be anxious. Let me finish speaking first. I have a letter of surrender from the Han tribe's general, which is the terms of our surrender. I'll read it to you all. You can listen first and then talk. Sun Gur, coordinating with the old man's words, calmed everyone's emotions. Then he took out a folded letter from his sleeve, unfolded it, and read it to the people in the shelter. The leader of the Xian tribe has colluded with the grassland Maodun forces to attack our Han tribe first, killing countless of our Han tribe's soldiers and civilians. To avenge this, and to seek justice for the Han tribe's soldiers and civilians, our Han army has been ordered by the chief to come to Zhu Dao to punish the disloyal. However, the chief, mindful of heaven's virtue of cherishing life and the poverty of the common people, and that this matter was originally unrelated to the people of Zhu Dao, cannot bear to create wanton slaughter and cause the loss of life. Therefore, he has set forth the following terms of surrender. In this battle, the Han army will only punish the main culprits. Those who do not resist will not be killed. Civilians will not be killed. Those who surrender voluntarily will not be killed. Captured prisoners of war will not be killed. All captives will have their crimes commuted by 5 years of labor. In addition, there are the following reward regulations. Those who surrender voluntarily will have 1 year of labor waived. Those who surrender voluntarily and persuade one person to surrender will have 3 years of labor waived. Those who persuade 2 people to surrender will have all labor waived and will be granted Han tribe household registration, enjoying the same treatment as the people of the Han tribe, and will be allocated good land and a homestead. Those who report the whereabouts of enemy leaders, Xian tribe elders, or the Xian tribe leader will be granted a noble title, a plowing ox, and 100 caddies of linen cloth. Those who capture the Xian leader or his subordinate elders will be granted a noble title: 1 ox, 2 horses, a 2-wheeled cart, 10 sheep, 2 pigs, and a loom. Sun Gur read it out clearly, but the crowd didn't quite understand the first part. They only understood the latter part. That is, those captured by the Han army would still have to work for them for 5 years. Those who surrendered voluntarily could have 1 year waived, meaning they would work for 4 years. If they could persuade one person to surrender, they could have 3 years waived, leaving them with only 2 years of work. And if they could persuade 2 people, all their labor would be waived. Not only would their labor be waived, but they could also get Han tribe household registration, become citizens of the Han tribe, and enjoy the same treatment as the people of the Han tribe, with land and a homestead allocated to them. Although they didn't know what kind of treatment the people of the Han tribe had, there was no doubt that the people of the Han tribe lived better than them. Then there were the rewards. If they could tell the Han tribe where their own army leaders, or those elders and the leader were, not only could they become citizens of the Han tribe, but they could also get a noble title. They didn't quite understand what a noble title was, but the reward of a plowing ox and 100 caddies of linen cloth was very attractive. And if they could capture an elder or the leader, the reward was even higher. Not only would they be rewarded with cattle, horses, sheep, and pigs, but also a large cart and a loom. These were things that only wealthy families could afford. In other words, if they could capture an elder, it would be like striking it rich. Of course, such opportunities were rare. After all, there was only one Xian tribe leader, and only a few elders, while there were 10,000 of them, the militiamen. Who among them could possibly capture them? However, although the latter rewards were hard to get, the earlier part, about persuading just 2 soldiers to surrender to waive all labor and become a citizen of the Han tribe, was still very easy for them to achieve. And this matter was more advantageous to whoever knew about it first. After all, if someone else found out first and they became the ones being persuaded, then they would have to go and persuade others. It would only get harder and harder because there were only so many people. The term first come, first served was the most appropriate description. Is that all? That's all. That's all that's on the letter of surrender the Han tribe gave me. Sun Gur nodded affirmatively. So, we still have a chance to waive all our labor. I think it's difficult, let alone one person persuading 2. Even if one person persuades 1, half the people will still have to do 4 years of labor, and the other half will have to do 2 years. A man who was good at math immediately analyzed the drawback of this policy. Well, it's not entirely impossible. We militiamen were deceived by the great leader in the first place. I think we militiamen should just go and persuade those clans' bamboo-armored soldiers. Let them do the labor. We'll reduce our own labor. And those grassland soldiers, we can go and persuade them too. I heard the women and children of those grassland soldiers are also on our Judao. I wonder if persuading their families counts. A quick-witted person immediately started to look for loopholes in this policy, hoping to find some way to get all the militiamen's labor waived. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If that's the case, even among ourselves, we can make some arrangements. The older ones can just have all their labor waived. The young men under 20 can be assigned less, and after 2 years, they can go home quickly. It's not unacceptable, another person said again. Hearing this, Sun Gur nodded and also spoke up. That's right. Actually, if the time is short, working for the Han tribe for 2 years is not without its benefits. At the very least, you can learn some skills from the Han tribe, and when you go home in the future, you'll have another way to make a living. At the very least, you can learn some Han language from the Han tribe. Sun Gur has a point. I've heard that in the Han tribe, even if you don't farm, you can support a family just by working for the tribe. The young men can really consider it, said another man who was nearly 30. He said this, in fact, to encourage the young men. His own children were already several years old, and he didn't want to leave his wife and children to work for the Han tribe for several years. Is that it? Then what does our elder Jean think? Did he agree to these conditions from the Han tribe? The oldest man in the shelter, the old man, asked another key question. Elder Jean hasn't said what he thinks yet, but he has agreed to lead everyone to surrender to the Han tribe. Now it's just a matter of these conditions the Han army has given us. He asked me to tell everyone first and see what everyone thinks. If everyone is unwilling, Elder Jean said he would try to talk to the Han tribe again and see if these conditions can be revised. Sun Gur immediately replied when asked. The conditions can be negotiated? Why didn't you say so earlier? Then let him go and talk to the Han tribe. We were deceived in the first place, dragged into this by the great leader and his cronies. We can't bear the consequences of their mistakes. Besides, we haven't fought the Han tribe, nor have we killed any of their people, so the Han tribe can't force us into labor. We are willing to help the Han tribe capture those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, but the Han tribe must waive our labor. That's it. Otherwise, we can't agree. As for those rewards, we can do without them. We just want all our labor waived. The old man immediately made the decision for everyone in the shelter, and after hearing his decision, surprisingly, no one objected. After all, who would want to be a labor convict for the Han tribe for several years? All right, in that case, I'll go and talk to Elder Jean again and see if he can find a way to negotiate with the Han tribe again. Anyway, I'm not going this time, Sun Gura laughed helplessly, put away the letter of surrender, and turned to leave the shelter again, heading for Elder Jin's main tent in the dark of the night. Old man, do you think the Han tribe will agree to our request? A young man asked worriedly after Sun Gura left. How would I know if they'll agree? But we have to fight for it ourselves. We can't just accept our fate. If there's really no other way, we can only do as we discussed earlier. Sigh, it's all because of that damn Xian leader and his elders. Why did they have to provoke the Han tribe? The old man comforted everyone, then couldn't help but sigh. And Sun Gura quickly reported the feedback from the militiamen to Elder Jean Tiezhen. After hearing Sun Gura's report, Tiezhen couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, the organization was originally planning to use these clans for a few years of free labor. It seems that's not possible now. So be it. We'll do as the militiamen say. As long as we capture the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers in the camp, it's fine to have them do the labor. At worst, we'll just change the policy and have them work for a few more years. After thinking it through, Tiezhen immediately made a decision. He said to the few undercover agents who had come to report, "You all rest here for the night. Go back and spread the news tomorrow morning. Say that the Han tribe didn't know there was a difference between militiamen and armored soldiers here before. Now that they know our situation, they have decided to agree to the militiamen's request. As long as they are willing to surrender voluntarily and cooperate with the Han army in capturing those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, all their labor will be waived, and they will be granted Han tribe household registration and enjoy the same treatment as the people of the Han tribe. Also, after you announce this policy, publicize the treatment of our Han tribe's people, mainly our way of life, the many conveniences and benefits, especially our farming methods, and the future popularization of livestock and rice seeds, as well as farming and breeding techniques. The main point is to publicize the wealth and power of our Han tribe and the benefits that the Han tribe's takeover can bring them, to win the support of the militiamen to the greatest extent. Finally, as long as they agree to surrender and cooperate with the Han army's actions, the Han army is willing to lead them to reclaim their grain and their wives and children. Remember, this point must also be publicized. Do you all understand? Sun Gura and the others immediately stood up straight and replied, "Understood. Good, then rest. We'll talk more tomorrow morning." Tiezhen nodded at them and turned to leave the main tent. He still had to report the situation here to Yang Feng. Early the next morning, Sun Gura returned to the camp. The militiamen from his tent immediately swarmed around him, and he quickly led them to a secluded corner. "Sun Gura, how did it go? Did the Han tribe agree to our conditions?" Someone asked nervously. After all, this concerned their lives and future livelihoods. Everyone was highly invested. They agreed. Sun Gura nodded first, giving everyone a much-needed reassurance, before detailing the situation. The Han tribe said they didn't know what kind of soldiers we were before. They thought we were all the same and treated us like the regular corps. Now that they know we're coerced militiamen, they've decided to separate us from the regular soldiers. They said that as long as we cooperate in capturing the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, we won't have to do hard labor. Plus, after the war, we'll be granted Han tribe household registration and enjoy the same treatment as their citizens. On top of that, if we cooperate, they'll even lead us to Qingchuan Valley to take back our families and our grain. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Han tribe would act like that and force us into 5 years of labor. Turns out they just didn't know we were militia. One of the men breathed a sigh of relief and laughed easily. But how are we supposed to help them capture the clan and grassland soldiers? We probably can't beat them in a fight, right? What if we fail to stop them? Someone else asked worriedly. Don't worry about that. Elder Jean will be commanding and coordinating everything on our end. He'll tell us what to do. When the time comes, just follow his orders. Besides, we won't be the main force doing the capturing. The Han tribe will send their own people over. So rest easy. Sun Gokor once again soothed the crowd's anxiety, then went over some details with them, finally informing everyone that the uprising was set for that very night. Meanwhile, the other Jinwoo Guard undercover agents in the camp were rapidly spreading the news and organizing the troop deployment according to Elder Jin Tiejian's instructions. That evening, the militiamen fully took over the defense and patrol duties of the clan and grassland soldiers. Those soldiers were more than happy to slack off. They all knew about the Han Army's night raid on the camp a couple of days ago, so none of the patrolmen wanted to take the night shift, terrified of accidentally losing their heads to the Han tribe. In their eyes, Elder Jin having the militia take over their duties was simply using them as cannon fodder. In the afternoon, the clan and grassland soldiers even organized a high-intensity training session that left them completely exhausted. After the training, Elder Jin Tiejian ordered them to gather all their weapons in one place. The weapons from several tents were piled together and handed over to the patrolling and night watch militiamen for safekeeping. And so, it continued until nightfall. The Han Army's Huban Guard, Sea Wolf Guard, and Flying Bear Guard, 3 garrisons totaling 9,500 elite infantrymen, had split into 3 directions and closed in on the Xian tribe's military camp at Qingqing Gorge. They lay in wait silently, ready to swarm forward and tightly encircle the 2,000 enemy troops the moment the order was given. In the early hours of the morning, the sky was clear and a bright moon hung high. Sitting in the command post, Elder Jin Tiejian received a report from his subordinates that the Han Army was in position. He immediately waved his arm, signaling the start of the operation. Receiving the order, the personal guards and undercover agents began to spread the word, notifying the patrols and sentries of each squad to start transporting the weapons of the clan and grassland soldiers. The clan and grassland soldiers were exhausted from a full day of training and were currently sleeping soundly. Coupled with the militiamen's extreme caution, their actions went completely unnoticed. Under the bright moonlight, the militiamen carefully moved the weapons. Sun Gokor was no exception. Leading the men from his tent, he stealthily wove between the various tents. Everyone, move fast, but keep it light. No talking, no noise. Hurry, Sun Gokor whispered the key points of the operation, and everyone sprang into action. Someone lifted the straw mats covering the weapons, hoisted bundles of bamboo arrows onto their shoulders, and walked off. Seeing the arrows dwindling, others simply grabbed bundles of bronze spears nearby. However, the spears were too top-heavy, and one man nearly dropped them on the ground. Terrified, Sun Gokor rushed over to support him, stabilizing the load before it could fall. Careful, don't make a sound. You come here. The 2 of you carry this bundle with him. After steadying the man, Sun Gokor pulled a young man over, having the 2 of them carry a bundle of bronze spears together. Just as he sorted that out, he spotted another militiaman gathering the grasslanders' bows. Sun Gokor quickly stepped forward to stop him, lowering his voice to a bare whisper as he leaned in. Move the other stuff first. Leave the bows for last. Without arrows, their bows are useless anyway. Oh, right. The man agreed, setting down a few bows and moving on to other items. The militiamen throughout the entire camp were doing the same, methodically transporting the weapons. Shouldering bundles of bows, arrows, swords, and spears, they lined up and evacuated out of Qingqing Gorge. When they reached halfway down the mountain, they suddenly noticed a sea of shimmering silver reflections on the slope. Looking closely, they realized it was the iron-clad soldiers of the Han tribe. Their full-body steel lamellar armor was exceptionally striking under the bright moonlight, and the cold gleam reflecting off their spears and halberds sent chills down their spines. Someone's legs gave out, and they collapsed onto the ground with a thud, scattering the arrows they were carrying all over. This reaction startled everyone around them. Those who didn't know better might have thought the guy had been shot down by a Han tribe arrow. What's wrong with you? Get up. Everyone, don't be afraid. The Han army isn't here for us. Elder Jin has already made an agreement with them. They won't make things difficult for us. Hurry up, get on your feet, and keep moving. Once we reach the rendezvous point at the foot of the mountain, we'll be safe. An accompanying officer noticed the commotion, came over to take a look, calmed the militiamen down, and urged everyone to keep moving down. The militiamen continued their silent trek down the mountain, carrying the weapons. As they neared the foot of the mountain, they saw the people ahead tossing their weapons into a single spot, where a small hill of armaments had already formed. When they got closer, they realized a squad of Han soldiers armed with crossbows and sabers was standing guard, supervising the militiamen as they dropped the weapons. After dropping all the weapons, the crowd continued following the line forward. After walking for about another mile, they finally saw a makeshift camp. Campfires were lit, and numerous carbide lamps hung around, illuminating the entire camp as bright as day. Some of the Ecchi tribe militiamen were seeing carbide lamps for the first time and couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Even those who had seen them with the diplomatic mission had never seen so many lamps gathered in one place. They were equally amazed and envious. Life in the Han tribe was truly excellent. Even a simple military camp had so many carbide lamps. The camp was already stocked with plenty of tent materials. The bamboo poles were freshly cut, and the canvas was ready to use. Once the militiamen entered the camp, the officers began organizing them to set up their own tents and rest. Some militiamen were anxious, while others were filled with a sense of novelty, looking here and there. But overall, the mood was positive. At the very least, the Han tribe had prepared shelter for them instead of just corralling them into an open field, which would have really felt like a mass execution waiting to happen. Sun Gu'er also led his men to set up their tent. He then called 2 people to follow him. After a short wait, they returned carrying 4 large buckets. One carried cooled boiled water, while the other carried buckets full of cornmeal flatbreads and a small jar of spicy fish paste. It wasn't anything expensive, but it was great for washing down the food. When the militiamen in the tent saw all that food, they finally let out a collective sigh of relief. The Han tribe had given them shelter and food. Surely they wouldn't kill them now, right? Someone immediately rushed over to grab their share, snatching several corn flatbreads in one hand, and using another flatbread as a scoop to dig out a chunk of spicy fish paste from the clay jar, smearing it on the bread, and stuffing it into their mouth. Don't rush, don't fight over it. It's late today, so don't eat too much. We just checked the kitchen area, and there's plenty of food left. I guarantee everyone will be full every meal. Brothers, just settle down here for now. Once the Han tribe takes us to get back our families and our grain, we can all go home together, Sun Gu'er said, standing in front of the buckets, distributing food while calming everyone down. What did the Han tribe put in this fish? Why does it feel like I'm eating hot coals? Someone trying chili peppers for the first time took a huge bite without knowing what it was. The spice immediately had him hissing and panting, unable to speak. But after complaining, he couldn't resist taking another bite, muttering, "The taste is a bit weird, but who would have thought it gets better with every bite? The more I eat, the more I want." Chili peppers were indeed great for working up an appetite. One bite of the spicy pepper would set their mouths on fire, prompting them to quickly take several bites of the flatbread. Before they had eaten much of the chili, the bread in their hands was already gone. It felt like their appetites were even bigger than usual. I heard from the diplomatic mission that this is called chili pepper. Every household in the Han tribe grows it. They usually eat it with their meals, and it's delicious. It's one of the most common foods in the Han tribe. Someone who recognized the chili immediately explained to the group. Chili pepper. Can we grow it in the future too? A young man who had taken a liking to the spice asked expectantly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yes, definitely. After this battle, we'll be citizens of the Han tribe. I heard from the Han army's major that after this war, Bamboo Island will also be introduced to all kinds of Han tribe crops, fruits, vegetables, and livestock farming. Whatever they have across the sea, we'll have here too. Hearing the question, Sun Gu'er immediately stepped up to promote the Han tribe's policies, building up their anticipation and longing for their future life as part of the Han tribe. Hearing these policies, everyone couldn't help but start discussing them. I heard the Han tribe's rice has to be planted in water to grow. There aren't many places with water on Bamboo Island. I wonder how much land can actually grow this rice. Hearing this, Sun Gu'er continued to explain, once we join the Han tribe, they'll distribute a piece of land to each of us. In areas near the rivers, we can dig canals to divert water and create more paddy fields. In the mountainous areas, we can just keep growing corn and wheat. Either way, the tribe won't leave us to fend for ourselves. The Han tribe is different from our Ecchi tribe. They manage everything. The chief has appointed local officials in every city and county. There are people to teach you how to farm and raise livestock. The local officials will even organize the people to dig canals, divert water, and transform the fields. Plus, the government has plenty of draft oxen and farming tools. Even if your family doesn't have any, you can rent them from the government. The Han tribe is that good? But do they collect grain from the people like Commander Ecchi does? Someone in the crowd asked. That's right. The Han tribe distributes land based on the number of people. Adult men get 20 mu each, specifically for growing grain. Adult women also get 20 mu, specifically for growing vegetables, hemp, mulberry trees for silkworms, lacquer trees, and cotton for weaving. The seeds, the techniques, the land, the tribe provides it all. But when harvest time comes, you do have to hand over a portion of the yield to the tribe. Sun Guer continued explaining the Han tribe system. Do we have to hand over a lot? Someone asked, starting to worry. The Ecchi tribe also collected grain taxes, but there was never a fixed amount each year. Even if there were plenty of ways to work around it. This was mainly because the Ecchi tribe lacked standardized weights and measures. Without units for volume, length, or weight, how could anyone accurately calculate how much grain there was? As a result, there were many loopholes to exploit. I don't know exactly how much, but I heard from the diplomatic mission and the merchants that even after paying the agricultural tax, the Han tribe citizens still have more grain left over than they can eat. Aside from keeping enough for their own families, they even sell the surplus for money. So I imagine the tax isn't that high, Sun Gur explained. So that's how it is. That's not bad at all, as long as there's some left over, an older middle-aged man said, while sucking the spicy sauce off his fingers. Anyway, life in the future will definitely be better. Just relax. You see those lamps hanging over there? Good stuff like that. Every household in the Han tribe has several of them, Sun Gur said, pointing to the carbide lamps hanging in the camp aisle not far away. Every household has several? Does the tribe hand them out? A young man couldn't help but ask. How is that possible? The people buy them themselves. Even though these lamps aren't cheap, every family can afford them. That just shows how wealthy they are. That's what I mean. Sun Gur spread his hands helplessly. No matter how good the tribe was, they couldn't possibly just hand out everything for free. Sun Gur, what if I don't want to farm? What if I want to sail ships like the Han tribe people? I've never even been on a boat before. It would be amazing to have my own ship, a young man asked dreamily. I'm not too sure about that. If you want to learn how to sail, the tribe probably selects people to learn. If you sail for the tribe, they'll pay you. If you want to learn, just sign up when the government is recruiting later on. As for getting your own ship, that's going to be tough. I heard those ships are incredibly expensive, so they're mostly publicly owned by the tribe. Private ships are very rare. Even among the Han tribe citizens, very few can afford one. But I figure once there are more ships, the price will definitely drop. Plus, it depends on how big a ship you want to buy. You definitely can't afford a large ship, but for those small single-mast sailboats, commoners like us might have a chance. We'll just have to wait and see. Sun Gur gave a vague answer. In truth, he had no idea how much the Han tribe's ships cost either. The group continued chatting about their future lives while eating their corn flatbreads. And just like that, the militiamen were temporarily settled. Meanwhile, on the slopes of Qingqing Gorge, with the complete evacuation of the militiamen, the 9,500 elite infantrymen from the 3 garrisons commanded by Blood Butcher began their encirclement of the 2,000 Ecchi tribe corps soldiers at the summit. In the middle of the night, a bright moon hung high in the sky. At the Ecchi tribe military camp atop Qingqing Gorge, following the complete evacuation of the militiamen, the entire camp had fallen into a dead silence. Not long after, a soldier who got up to use the latrine lifted his tent flap and stepped out, only to sense something was terribly wrong. The camp was far too quiet, so quiet it was terrifying. The militiamen who were supposed to be patrolling the camp had vanished. The sentries were gone too. The man was instantly gripped by fear. He had intended to relieve himself, but now he didn't dare. Clutching his stomach, he ran back inside and immediately started waking people up the moment he slipped into the tent. Everyone get up. Get up. Something's wrong outside. Someone rubbed their eyes, rolled over on their mat, and mumbled groggily, "What's wrong? Huh? You're a grown man and you're scared to take a piss by yourself? It's not like there aren't patrols in the camp. What are you afraid of? You think the Han tribe is going to sneak in here and chop your head off?" At the mention of chopped heads, the man was so startled he instinctively touched his own neck. Growing even more frantic, he said, "That's exactly what's wrong. Get up and look. There's not a single patrol out there. Even the sentries are gone. The whole camp feels completely empty." What? The camp is empty? Could the patrols just be slacking off somewhere? Or hiding in a corner taking a nap? I don't know. Just get a few guys and come look with me. Ugh. Seriously, can't even get a good night's sleep. Fine, I'll go look with you. But if it's nothing, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. And so, a few soldiers grouped up and took a lap around the camp. Sure enough, they discovered something highly unusual. In this massive military camp, aside from the people sleeping in the tents, There wasn't a single person patrolling or standing guard outside. The soldiers immediately panicked. One of them quickly suggested, "Let's go wake everyone up. Get everyone up. Something must have happened." The men exchanged glances, realizing that something major might have occurred. They split up and went to the various tents to wake people. In no time at all, the remaining 2,000 soldiers in the camp were all roused from their sleep. After explaining the situation to each other, they began searching the camp. They quickly confirmed the reality. Aside from them, there was truly no one else left in the camp. Some of the bolder ones ran to the perimeter to check if the Han tribe was attacking. Just as the crowd was in a state of panicked confusion, a shout suddenly rang out through the camp. Everyone turned to look and saw a man stumbling toward them, screaming at the top of his lungs. "The Han army is coming up the mountain. So many of them. The Han tribe is attacking." Hearing this, the crowd erupted into panic. Someone hurriedly asked, "Which direction are they coming from? How many are there?" "I saw them to the east, right on the mountainside. There's a ton of them, probably thousands," the messenger hastily replied. "What about the north? Is anyone coming from the north?" someone pressed. "I don't know. I only looked east." Before the messenger could finish, several other soldiers came running back from different directions. They were the ones who had gone to scout the perimeter. Among them, someone immediately reported seeing the Han army to the north, while another claimed to have spotted a massive Han force to the west. The crowd stared at each other in stunned silence, standing there in a daze, completely at a loss for what to do. However, this unnatural silence was quickly broken by a question. Where did the militia go? Why are all the militiamen gone? Someone immediately voiced a bold theory. "Damn it. We might have been sold out by those militiamen. They probably led the Han tribe right to us." "No way. Do they really have the guts for that? Maybe they were wiped out by the Han tribe." "Wiped out my ass. There are more militiamen than us. If the Han tribe wanted to wipe them out, it would have made a huge racket. I'm telling you, they brought the Han tribe here. Just yesterday, I saw a dozen of them constantly running over to Elder Jin's place." "That's right. Is our elder still here?" Hearing the mention of the elder, the crowd finally snapped to their senses. A fast runner hurried to the central command camp to look for Elder Jin Tiezhen, only to find the main tent completely empty. Forget a living person, there wasn't even a hair left behind. When the man brought the news back, everyone finally realized exactly what kind of situation they were in. The situation was glaringly obvious now. The elder had taken all the militiamen and fled, leaving them behind, and had even lured the Han army here to surround them. Of course, there was another possibility. The elder had evacuated with the militia for some unknown reason, and the Han army had noticed the unusual activity and moved in to surround them. But regardless of the reason, the fact remained that they were surrounded by the Han army. The crowd scrambled to find their weapons, only to discover that the entire camp had been stripped bare. Forget swords, spears, or halberds. They couldn't even find a single arrow. The grassland soldiers who had run out holding their bows had no arrows to shoot. They could only pace around in frantic circles, cursing nonstop in their native tongue, but it was all to no avail. In the chaotic camp, someone cursed loudly, "Fuck, we've been sold out." The elder took all the militia and ran, brought the Han tribe here to surround us, and even took all our weapons. They're driving us straight to our deaths. So what do we do now? How far is the Han tribe from here? We need to think of something fast. First, find something to defend yourselves with. Use whatever you can find, wooden sticks, bamboo poles. If you really can't find anything, even picking up a few rocks is better than being empty-handed, someone suggested. The crowd finally reacted and immediately began scouring the area for anything that could serve as a weapon. Some couldn't find sticks, so they simply tore down the tents and used the support poles as weapons. Others who couldn't even grab a tent pole just picked up a decent-sized rock. Even if it came down to hand-to-hand combat with the Han army, maybe they could smash one or two of them down, right? Of course, this was merely a comforting thought. The Han soldiers were clad in heavy armor and wielded long spears and halberds. There was no way they could charge up to the Han army with just rocks. At best, they could throw the rocks from a distance and hope to knock a few down. But it was the only option they had. Some were so terrified they burst into tears, fearing they would be slaughtered by the Han army. After all, the Han army's night raid from a few days ago was still fresh in everyone's minds. 3 perfectly fine soldiers had their heads cleanly severed. No one could help but be afraid. Some soldiers began to complain. "What are we supposed to do? The Han army is about to charge up here. Are we all going to die? What's the use of being scared? Figuring out a plan is what matters right now." A plan? What plan could we possibly have? There are only two paths left for us. Fight the Han tribe to the death, or surrender outright. What else is there? Why? Can't we just run? Run? Where are we supposed to run? Someone asked, their eyes suddenly filled with hope. They truly didn't want to fight the Han tribe. They had no confidence even when they were armed. Now that they were defenseless, they had absolutely none. The man who suggested running didn't answer directly, but instead asked, which directions is the Han tribe coming from? Can't we just run in the direction where there's no Han army? The soldiers who had scouted earlier immediately reported the situation. One said there were Han troops to the east, another said the north, and another said the west. After asking around, it turned out only the south was clear of Han troops. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Someone cursed in despair. But the south is a cliff. How are we supposed to escape? If we jump off the cliff, won't we fall to our deaths? The man who suggested running immediately countered. Not necessarily. Below the cliff is the Qingshui River. Worst case, we just jump into the river and swim away. Once we evade the Han army, we can swim ashore and head to Qingchuan Valley to regroup with the other defenders. Jump into the river? You've got to be kidding me. With a cliff that high, jumping is just another way to die, someone said dejectedly. Indeed, that was true. The Ecchi tribe had originally set up their camp here precisely to hold the high ground and control the Qingshui River, preventing the Han army from advancing via the waterway. The terrain here was highly advantageous. The cliffs on both sides of the river were a full 40 meters high, about the height of a 10-story building. An ordinary person would get dizzy just looking down from that height, let alone jumping straight off. Courage aside, the main issue was that many of them couldn't even swim. Half the camp consisted of grassland soldiers. How could these nomads know how to swim? There was barely any water on the grasslands. Even if they dared to jump, they would just end up drowning in the river. Some of the Ecchi tribe's clan soldiers knew how to swim, but not many. And among those who could, even fewer actually dared to make the jump. Out of the 1,000 clan soldiers, maybe only 200 or 300 were willing to risk their lives and try to escape by jumping off the cliff into the river. But when these men finally mustered the courage to approach the edge of the cliff, they discovered that the river below was now swarming with small single-mast sailboats. The decks were packed with Han soldiers aiming heavy crossbows. The group on the cliff instantly fell into despair. The Han tribe hadn't even left them a final route of retreat. They had completely sealed off the river. Even if they did jump, it was certain death. Left with no other options, the crowd had to choose between the other two choices: fight to the death or surrender outright. But just then, someone suddenly proposed, why don't we break out? Let's pick a direction where the Han army's forces are weaker and fight our way through. They're surrounding us from all sides, so there has to be a weak point somewhere. If all 2,000 of us charge out from one spot, most of us should be able to escape. Those who don't make it, well, they can only blame their bad luck. Hearing this, the crowd felt it was a viable plan and began sending out more scouts to investigate. However, they soon discovered that the Han army's numbers were far greater than they had imagined. There were plenty of troops in every direction. There was no such thing as a weak point. Under the moonlight, the heavy armor of the Han soldiers gleamed with a cold light, looking as if a reflective silver ring had grown out of the mountainside, trapping them tightly within. The Ecchi tribe warriors hung their heads in dejection once again, plunging into despair. However, the Han army didn't halt their advance because of the enemy's reactions. Regardless of what the other side was doing or how many scouts they sent, the Han forces continued their steady, relentless march. Knowing their position was already exposed, Blood Butcher simply ordered the war drums to be beaten. The three armies advanced to the rhythm of the drums, their imposing momentum clearly stating that the Han army didn't consider them a threat at all. Hearing the war drums drawing near, the Ecchi tribe soldiers at the summit could no longer sit still. They had to make a decision now. Someone immediately shouted, "Brothers, let's break out. If there's no weak point, we'll smash one open. We'll tear a hole through them. With so many of us, whoever can escape, escapes." As he spoke, the Han army had already arrived right before them. With a cliff on one side and enemies closing in on the other three, it was a matter of life and death. Spurred by one man's hot-blooded lead, the others rallied, surging forward with the crowd toward the dense formation of ironclad Han soldiers. However, because Elder Jean Tiezhen had taken away a large number of officers at all levels, the Ecchi tribe's 2,000 men were nearly impossible to organize effectively. Some, fueled by adrenaline, charged recklessly at the Han army. The more cowardly ones either found a place to hide and play dead, or shrank back toward the cliff. Others, perhaps suffering a mental breakdown or harboring a sliver of hope, screamed as they threw themselves off the edge. From the 40-meter-high cliff, the man screamed for 2 or 3 seconds before a heavy splash echoed from below. Whether he lived or died, no one knew. They only saw Han soldiers on the sailboats below jabbing wildly into the water with long bamboo poles, while others fired crossbows into the river. It was highly unlikely the man survived. Back at the summit, the 2,000-strong army attempted a mass breakout without any leadership. In the end, only a scattered group of 700 or 800 men charged westward, completely lacking any formation. When some of them got within 30 meters of the Han army, they immediately hurled the rocks in their hands, throwing them as hard as they could into the Han ranks. But those rocks failed to hit a single target. Seeing the hail of rocks flying toward them, the junior officers immediately commanded the army to shift formation. The front row of sword and shield bearers instantly closed ranks, forming a solid shield wall in the blink of an eye. The second row rested their large shields atop the first rows, raising the wall even higher. The third row of halberdiers thrust their long weapons through the gaps in the shield wall, while the final row of spearmen rested their absurdly long, 7.5-meter spears right on top of the shield wall. With such an impenetrable formation, even if the Han tribe stood completely still and let the enemy crash into them, the attackers would likely knock themselves unconscious before they could break through. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of rocks smashing against the wooden shields was incredibly dull, causing absolutely no damage to the Han army. The enemy quickly threw another volley of rocks, but it was just as ineffective. By this time, the fastest runners had already reached the face of the Han formation. Someone raised a shield and slammed it into the Han tribe's shield wall, initiating a primal, savage contest of pure strength. However, the Exian tribe's lack of numbers was a foregone conclusion. A force of 300 or 400 men couldn't possibly overturn the Han tribe's shield wall. On the Han tribe's side, after blocking 2 waves of rock attacks, the war drums behind them beat the rhythm to advance once more. The soldiers marched forward in time with the drums. The dense formation of thousands of men pushed forward together, instantly toppling the few hundred Exian tribe men in front of them. The sword and shield bearers moved in, kicking and punching, using their heavy, solid wood shields to smash and bash. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of men at the front of the formation were completely overwhelmed. The slower Exian tribe soldiers who hadn't yet reached the front lines witnessed this terrifying scene. Screaming in terror, they scrambled backward, stumbling and crawling as they fled. With that, the encircling Han army faced no further resistance. They pushed forward steadily in one vigorous effort, only stopping when they had cornered all the remaining Exian tribe soldiers right at the edge of the cliff. The encirclement gradually tightened. After launching their breakout attempt, the Exian tribe corps was left with only about 1,500 men. The other 400 or so had either been captured by the Han tribe during the charge or had succumbed to despair and thrown themselves off the cliff. The remaining 1,500 Exian tribe soldiers were successfully cornered at the edge of the cliff. They had nowhere left to retreat. Behind them was a 40-meter drop, and worse, the river below was swarming with Han tribe ships. Right before their eyes, Han soldiers clad in iron armor and helmets, wielding large shields and steel sabers, had surrounded them 3 layers deep. Looking at their own hands, they held nothing but wooden sticks and bamboo poles. Even makeshift weapons like rocks had been completely thrown away during the breakout attempt. At this moment, despair gripped everyone's hearts. Given the situation, even if they possessed extraordinary bravery and could each take on 10 Han soldiers, the severe disadvantage of being unarmed against an endless sea of elite troops completely crushed any thought of resistance. It seemed they only had 2 choices left: be slaughtered by the Han tribe, or willingly jump off the cliff to their deaths. There were virtually no other options. But just then, the scene unfolding before them left them utterly bewildered. They couldn't comprehend what the Han tribe was doing. The Han army, outnumbering them several times over and holding absolute victory in their grasp, suddenly halted on command when the 2 sides were still 50 meters apart. "What are they doing? Are they going to shoot arrows at us?" a married teenager asked, staring at the Han soldiers in terror. The people around him were momentarily speechless, because the situation really did look like they were about to fire a volley. After all, they had nowhere to run and were packed into such a tight space. A few rounds of arrows would be no different from lining them up and mowing them down. Was this going to be a massacre? However, they guessed wrong. Not only did the Han army not fire arrows, but under the lead of their officers, they actually started chanting a slogan. Surrender and be spared. Clang. Surrender and be spared. Clang. Surrender and be spared. Once in Han language, once in the Bamboo Island dialect, thousands of Han soldiers roared the call to surrender in unison. With every shout, the front row sword and shield bearers struck their large shields with their steel sabers. The sound of thousands of blades smashing against shields merged into a single, overwhelming shockwave. The sheer intimidation factor was so intense that some of the trapped Ecchi tribe remnants literally wet their pants on the spot. The halberdiers in the back rows had nothing to strike, so as they chanted, they stomped their feet and slammed the butts of their polearms into the ground, perfectly matching the rhythm of the front row shield bearers. The Ecchi tribe remnants backed against the cliff had never seen such a display. Even more shocking was the realization that the Han tribe was actually willing to spare them and was demanding their surrender. Weren't the Han soldiers supposed to be ruthless killers who wouldn't blink at taking a life? Didn't they just chop off 3 heads a few days ago? So, had their elders and the great commander lied to them? Or was the Han tribe bluffing, trying to get them to drop their guard so they could slaughter them one by one? But they weren't idiots. If the Han tribe wanted to kill them, they could have just fired their arrows already, right? Why bother asking them to give up resistance? Resisting or not, the result would be death either way. I surrender. Don't kill me. I promise I'll never oppose the Han tribe again. Please let me go, boo-hoo. A soldier suddenly broke down crying, stumbling and crawling toward the Han formation. When he was about 10 meters away, he simply dropped to his knees and shuffled forward on them, sobbing the entire way. Seeing this, the others who wanted to surrender hesitated no longer. They rushed forward to declare their surrender. After all, someone had already taken the lead, and herd mentality is a powerful thing. Moreover, they noticed something else. If these 8 or 10,000 Han soldiers kept stomping near the edge of the cliff, they might just cause the cliff to collapse. And if that happened, wouldn't those of them standing right on the edge? They didn't dare think any further. On the Han army's side, when Blood Butcher, Xue Qingyao, and Yang Feng, the 3 highest-ranking commanders positioned at the rear, saw the Ecchi tribe remnants surrendering, they exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Xue Qingyao then waved his hand. The Han soldiers, who had been chanting their slogans, suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the previously impenetrable formation automatically parted to create 3 pathways. The halberdiers on either side of the paths tilted their weapons forward, forming a long corridor of iron halberds overhead. Looking at the 3 openings in the formation ahead, the surrendered Ecchi tribe remnants walked through without hesitation. Even though they were now prisoners, at least they were still alive, right? The 3 pathways were extremely narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass at a time, with a canopy of spears and halberds above. The surrendering soldiers consciously dropped their wooden sticks and bamboo poles. Even if they had wanted to bring them along, it would have been impossible. The Han soldiers guarding the front of the paths wouldn't have allowed it. At the rear of the formation, the other end of the surrender corridors, the soldiers of the Flying Bear Guard began receiving the prisoners and taking charge of their temporary management. They stood at the exits with ropes. For every surrendering Ecchi tribe soldier that came through, a Han soldier would tie their hands in front of them. They were tied together in strings of 10, and once a string was complete, they were escorted to an empty clearing nearby and told to squat down. The prisoners who had just emerged from the corridors saw that those before them were only being tied up and not executed by the Han army. As a result, they were highly cooperative when it was their turn to be bound, causing no trouble whatsoever. The remaining Ecchi tribe soldiers cornered at the cliff watched as more and more of their comrades chose to surrender. Influenced by the herd mentality, the rest eventually followed suit. This midnight encirclement operation, starting from Elder Jin Tiezhen leading the militia in their mutinous uprising, took barely over 2 hours from start to finish, ultimately ending in a total victory for the Han tribe. The most ridiculous part was that in this operation, or rather, this battle, the Han army suffered 0 casualties. Their enemy, the Ecchi tribe corps, also had no fatalities. There were only a few hundred injured during the breakout attempt, but they were all superficial wounds with no threat to their lives. The dozen or so guys who jumped off the cliff were all captured alive by the Han forces stationed on the river. Not a single one managed to escape, and none died from the fall. After all, The main channel of the Qingshui River was right below, and the water was quite deep. The height wasn't beyond the absolute limit for diving. A 40-meter drop with bad form might result in severe injuries, but it wasn't enough to kill them outright on impact. It wasn't until daybreak that the Han army finally finished cleaning up the battlefield, or rather, the camp, at Qingqing Gorge. Tents were dismantled, and grain was transported away. As for meals, the Han army naturally cooked for themselves, but the newly captured prisoners would have to go hungry for a couple of meals first. They needed to undergo some ideological re-education first. The main point was to inform them of the Han tribe's policy regarding prisoners of war. Simply put, work. The Han tribe would provide food, shelter, clothes, and shoes. As long as they were obedient, their lives were guaranteed. Additionally, with the previously captured soldiers stepping up to share their own experiences, this new batch of POWs was completely relieved of their panic and settled down obediently. Meanwhile, in the Han army's temporary camp at the foot of Qingqing Gorge, the three main commanders gathered together, chuckling. Yang Feng was the first to ask, "Commander, Major, what do you think our next move should be? We'll follow the commander's orders on how to proceed, but I suggest we speed things up. We've been deployed for quite a while now. This war absolutely cannot drag on into next spring. The chief will get anxious, and we can't delay his plans for next year," Xue Qingyao said, not commenting on specific details but expressing his thoughts on the timeline. Blood Butcher naturally understood the importance of time. The whole year's work depends on a good start in spring. If nothing else, spring plowing was a top priority for the Han tribe, especially on the newly conquered Bamboo Island. With so much existing farmland, they couldn't just let it all go to waste. After all, this would be Han tribe territory from now on. If they weren't going to grow crops, what was the point of conquering it? Then we execute the final decisive battle plan. First, have Elder Jin Tiezhen take that batch of militia POWs back. Then, we'll immediately lead the army to follow up. We'll coordinate an inside-out attack on that damn Commander Xian and shatter the Xian tribe's final line of defense in one fell swoop, Blood Butcher declared decisively. The operational plan to release the militiamen and send them back had been proposed long before the attack on Qingqing Gorge. The goal, naturally, was the same as this time, to have the militiamen repeat exactly what they had done at Qingqing Gorge. Of course, it wasn't about smuggling away the weapons of the clan and grassland soldiers again. Instead, it was to have them incite more militiamen to rise up and turn against their masters, while simultaneously taking back their families and grain. After all, this was the condition the Han tribe had agreed to when they surrendered. Another point was that the Han army could use the militiamen's return to plant more spies in Qingchuan Valley to monitor the Xian tribe's higher-ups and prevent them from fleeing. Naturally, sending the militiamen back wasn't as simple as just letting them go. Otherwise, how could they successfully infiltrate the enemy's ranks? So, the necessary act still had to be put on. Currently, there were 4 Han army garrisons approaching Qingqing Gorge. The Soaring Eagle Guard and the Leopard Strategy Guard were temporarily hired auxiliary forces. Their training time and combat effectiveness were much lower than the other Han tribe garrisons, so they were currently only responsible for garrisoning Yashan County and Chaoyang County. The remaining Valiant Cavalry Guard was an all-cavalry unit with immense mobility, so they were temporarily stationed in the central plains of Bamboo Island, namely Xinhua County. While defending Xinhua County, they were also responsible for supporting battles in other counties. Because the Xian tribe had voluntarily withdrawn from Xianfeng County and Guanhai County, those 2 areas were now practically devoid of population, leaving only barren land. Naturally, there was no need to garrison them. Therefore, the Whistling Arrow Guard and the Sea Wolf Guard, originally slated to station there, had followed the main force to Qingqing Gorge. Adding the Flying Bear Guard, which was always intended as the main force for the decisive battle, and the Huban Guard, the absolute elite of the main force, the Han tribe now had 4 garrisons available for the final clash, totaling 12,000 men. The Huban Guard was the central army, responsible for guarding the main command camp, so they naturally couldn't participate in putting on a show. Thus, Blood Butcher directly assigned the Flying Bear Guard to play along. The Whistling Arrow Guard and the Sea Wolf Guard would follow as the second echelon, ultimately establishing a standoff at Qingchuan Valley. They would wait for the Huban Guard and the main command camp to arrive before choosing the right moment to launch the general offensive. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded on the 30-kilometer stretch of road between Qingqing Gorge and Qingchuan Valley. Elder Jin Tiezhen led over 3,000 militiamen fleeing in the front, while 3,000 soldiers of the Flying Bear Guard chased them relentlessly from behind. The two sides put on a convincing act of pursuit and flight. Flanking the Flying Bear Guard to the rear left and right, the Whistling Arrow Guard and the Sea Wolf Guard followed closely, though their positions were further back and their marching speed was somewhat slower. The massive armies of both sides sprinted across the mountainous terrain. Neither side had many horses. Aside from key generals, everyone was on foot. After all, the Flying Bear Guard was designed as heavy infantry. But since it was an act, it had to look realistic. The Han tribe was so powerful that if they didn't catch a single person, it would look far too fake. So, during the chase, they would run for a bit and rest for a bit. The militiamen led by Tiezhen up front were genuinely running with all their might, but inevitably, some ran out of stamina and fell behind. These stragglers naturally became the Flying Bear Guard's prisoners. Calling them prisoners was a stretch. They were simply people who had run themselves to exhaustion and were picked up by the pursuing Flying Bear Guard. The guards didn't mistreat them, instead carrying them off to receive medical treatment. And so, the original force of around 3,000 militiamen dropped off one by one along the way. By the time they reached the outskirts of Qingchuan Valley and were successfully received by the Exine tribe, only about 1,700 remained. This made the whole ordeal look incredibly authentic. The corps and militia originally stationed at Qingchuan Valley didn't choose to engage the Flying Bear Guard after receiving Elder Jean Tiezhen's remnants. Instead, they fired a few volleys of arrows for cover and quickly retreated back into the valley. The Flying Bear Guard feigned hesitation, pacing around the entrance to Qingchuan Valley a couple of times before voluntarily pulling back 3 miles to set up camp. This formed a blockade at the valley entrance, creating a standoff with the Exine tribe corps. That night, the closely following second echelon arrived at their respective mission locations, sealing off the other entrance to Qingchuan Valley and completing a total blockade of the area. As for whether the enemy might climb over the mountain ridges to escape the valley, the Han tribe scouts had that covered. On the second morning after the battle at Qingqing Gorge ended, while the Huban Guard was still leisurely making its way toward Qingchuan Valley with all the supplies, Elder Jean Tiezhen and his remnant troops had already successfully infiltrated the valley. The 1,000-plus militiamen Tiezhen brought with him first went to find their respective families, wives, and children. They told them about the Han tribe accepting prisoners and their policies post-surrender. Then, they had these family members spread the word within their circles, aiming to rally the support of all the militia families. On the other side, the elite Han tribe scouts who had fled alongside the militia dispersed to monitor the activities of the Exine tribe's higher-ups. To avoid unnecessary exposure, they didn't get too close to their targets. Their only job was to prevent them from escaping. As long as the targets remained within their surveillance range, they didn't care what they were actually doing. During the downtime before receiving new orders, the militiamen who had already been turned by the Han tribe began approaching other militia units to incite rebellion. This so-called incitement plan was nothing more than the same old routine. First, spread the truth of the situation to drive a wedge between the militiamen and the Exine tribe's leadership, then promote the Han tribe's various beneficial policies. Under the immense pressure exerted by the Han tribe, it was certain they would all know which side to choose. The situation for the Han tribe was looking exceptionally bright, and their current plans were advancing steadily. In contrast, the opposing Exine tribe was in a far more miserable state. In late summer and early autumn, the Exine tribe had formed 5 mixed corps, each consisting of 2,000 men, half-clan soldiers and half-grassland soldiers, totaling 10,000 troops. Now, 3 of those 5 corps had already been captured by the Han tribe. This meant that currently, Qingchuan Valley held at most 2 regular army corps equipped with bamboo armor and iron weapons, along with nearly 4,000 unarmored militiamen armed with their own farming tools, plus the families of those militiamen. However, the actual power dynamic was quite different. According to the Han tribe's incitement plan, the 4,000 Exine tribe militiamen in the valley, the 1,700 mutinous militiamen Tiezhen brought in, and all their families would soon be turned into a force loyal to the Han tribe. As a result, even excluding the 4 Han army garrisons outside the valley, the Han tribe already held a massive numerical advantage inside Qingchuan Valley. 5,700 mutinous militiamen, plus nearly 20,000 family members, against the Exine tribe's 4,000 regular troops? With such an overwhelming disparity in forces, combined with the infiltration of the Jinwu Guard and Huban Guard scouts, the Han tribe could practically declare the Xian tribe's doom as an absolute certainty. There was simply no other possible outcome. The Han army, having already secured a comprehensive advantage, did not dawdle. Once the Huban Guard arrived at the front lines, escorting the logistics, military supplies, and the main command tent, Blood Butcher swiftly issued the order for a probing attack. The two forces blocking the valley entrances didn't make any massive moves. They simply continued a steady, relentless advance, looking as if they intended to storm straight in all at once. Relying on their advantage in large shields and heavy armor, the Han army advanced through the enemy's stray arrows and flying rocks. The two Xian tribe corps were completely helpless to stop them. Fortunately, the Han army's pace wasn't fast. The operational goal of this maneuver was merely to exert immense pressure on the Xian tribe, facilitating Tiezhen's actions inside Qingchuan Valley. While the battles at the two entrances of Qingchuan Valley saw some back and forth, the clashes on the mountain ridges surrounding the valley were much more intense. As the Xian tribe's main stronghold and headquarters, Qingchuan Valley's defense system was noticeably superior to other areas. Although the Xian tribe wasn't skilled at building fortifications, they had set up numerous hunting traps in the dense forests and mountainous terrain surrounding the valley. The Xian tribe's leadership had mobilized almost every available person for this. The able-bodied young men from the elders' families had almost all joined the corps as soldiers. Those who were too old or too young were organized into hunting party-like groups, responsible for patrolling the surrounding mountains. They used the traps set in the hills to skirmish with the elite Han tribe scouts. The two sides traded blows, but overall, the Han tribe scouts achieved far greater results. The next day, when the Han forces at the two entrances pushed to within just 200 meters of the valley mouths, the Xian tribe leadership inside was driven to the brink of madness. The two corps defending the entrances had suffered significant losses in the previous day's fighting, and that was with the Han tribe merely advancing without launching a full-scale attack. The Han tribe's ironclad army pushed their shield wall forward step by step. Even if the Xian tribe soldiers got within 30 meters to fire their arrows, they couldn't do a thing to this armored force. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a Han soldier stood perfectly still and let them hack at him, they would probably tire their arms out before doing any real damage. Their weapons were already subpar, and now their troop numbers were stretched thin. Consequently, the Xian tribe leadership wanted to mobilize the newly formed militia to the front lines to help the two corps resist the Han army's assault. However, who could have expected that the militiamen, who had previously obeyed their every command and sworn to unite and drive away the Han tribe, were now completely unresponsive to orders? How could this not make them panic? Upon inquiring, the elders and the great commander discovered that the remnant troops Elder Jin Tiezhen brought back had mingled with the Qingchuan Valley militia. No one knew what they had said, but the militiamen had suddenly begun to harbor deep hostility toward the elders. With the decisive battle that would determine the life or death of the Xian tribe looming right before them, internal strife had broken out. Wasn't this an absolute joke? Perhaps because Tiezhen wasn't originally from a native Bamboo Island clan, the Xian tribe leadership pinned their suspicions on him. Unable to mobilize the militia, Commander Xian was furious. He immediately had Tiezhen apprehended and brought before him, preparing to interrogate him alongside the other elders. Tiezhen, seeing your exquisite craftsmanship and your contributions to the tribe, I kindly made you a gold elder. Why are you trying to ruin me? Tell me the truth. What exactly did you have your men say to those militiamen? Commander Xian demanded, slamming his hand on the table in the main hall of his newly built mansion. Tiezhen, whose arms were pinned behind him by two guards, remained defiant. How should I know what those militiamen said? There are so many of them, and they have their own mouths. How can I control what they say? At most, they were just terrified by the Han army a couple of days ago and told their fellow villagers to avoid the fight. If they're cowards, what can I do about it? They're only afraid because of your incompetence. If you hadn't failed to hold off the Han army at Qingqing Gorge and fled back here with them, we wouldn't be in this mess. Commander Xian was so furious he could barely speak. I'm incompetent. Heh. With that handful of troops and those garbage weapons, you expected to fight the Han tribe's heavenly army? Is your head full of shit? If you're so capable, why didn't you go defend the line at Qingqing Gorge yourself? Because you're just as afraid of dying. What's the use of hiding at home and putting on airs as the commander? Despite having his arms twisted, Tiezhen showed no fear or guilt. Hearing Commander Xian's accusations, he craned his neck and fired right back. "Shut your mouth." With a sharp crash, Commander Xian, his face flushing red and white with rage, smashed the blue and white porcelain teacup in his hand onto the floor. The nearby white gold and yellow gold elders jumped up, pointing right at Tiezhen's nose and cursing furiously. "Tiezhen, don't think that just because you sit in an elder's seat you're actually a somebody. Take a look at what kind of bird you really are, just a savage who did some labor for the Han tribe. If our Xian tribe hadn't taken pity on you, do you think you'd be where you are today? Exactly. If it weren't for your little bit of blacksmithing skill, you think you'd be ranked alongside us as one of the 3 gold elders? Huh. Take a piss and look at your own reflection. What the hell are you?" The rice, bean, and livestock elders stood to the side in silence. These 3 managed the Xian tribe's agriculture and formed their own little interest group. They had no desire to get involved in the conflict between the 3 gold elders. The Tool elder had already died in battle. Ever since Niue was taken by the Han tribe, a new commerce elder had yet to be chosen. The construction elder, responsible for building, was pro-Han, so he also stood aside without saying a word. The current Xian tribe council of elders existed in name only. The elders were divided into factions, looking down on one another. Even now, they still didn't know how to unite, instead forming cliques and attacking each other right here. Ha ha ha, a savage? So what if I am? Even if I'm a savage, I'm still better than you bunch of dead men. When the Han tribe breaks in, we'll see who dies first. Tiezhen laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You surrendered to the Han tribe?" The white gold elder immediately looked at Tiezhen in shock and suspicion. The yellow gold elder was both shocked and furious, cursing loudly. "I knew it. I was wondering how a force of over 5,000 men at Qingqing Gorge could lose so quickly. So you surrendered to the Han tribe and sold out our core. And now you hypocritically bring 1,000 militiamen back to the valley, planning to sell us out again, aren't you?" Hearing this, the group of elders was startled. Commander Xian, equally shocked and enraged, pointed at Tiezhen's nose and demanded, "Tiezhen, did you willingly surrender to the Han tribe?" But right at that moment, Tiezhen, who was being held in the center of the hall, suddenly jerked his shoulders, breaking free from the 2 commanders' guards twisting his arms. He straightened his back and declared boldly, "Surrender? Ha ha ha, what a massive joke. Why would I need to surrender? I've been a man of the Han tribe from the very beginning. You, take him down. Kill this traitor right now." Commander Xian, pale with shock and fury, pointed at Tiezhen and barked orders at the guards in the hall. However, the very next moment, something completely unexpected happened. Tiezhen, having broken free, suddenly drew the saber at his waist with a sharp shing. He lunged forward 2 steps, a cold flash of steel in his hand. In the next instant, Commander Xian's large head went flying into the air. Hot blood sprayed from the headless corpse straight up to the ceiling. The body slumped limply into the chair behind it, then slowly slid to the floor. The head hit the ground, rolled twice, and came to a stop right at Tiezhen's feet. "Let's see who dares to touch me." Tiezhen suddenly spun around, steel saber in hand, sweeping his gaze over everyone in the hall as he spoke with absolute dominance. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the hall. The elders stared at Tiezhen, who stood holding a steel saber, and then at the headless corpse on the floor, their hearts filled with absolute terror. The timid construction elder was so frightened he collapsed onto the floor. The rice, bean, and livestock elders supported each other as they stumbled back several steps. The yellow and white gold elders looked as if their eyes would pop out of their sockets, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. You actually killed the great commander? You're dead," the yellow gold elder said, his face twitching. Guards, take down this traitor. Do not let him escape." The white gold elder, terrified, turned and bolted toward the exit, screaming for backup as he ran. Seeing the white gold elder run, the rice, bean, and livestock elders finally snapped out of their daze and hurriedly scrambled to flee as well. The yellow gold elder watched them run with considerable disdain. Instead of fleeing, he glared at the 2 commanders' guards who had just been holding Tiezhen and roared, "What are you 2 standing there for? Didn't you see him kill the great commander? Kill him right now." However, the 2 personal guards merely shot him a cold glance, showing absolutely no intention of obeying him. But just then, the commander's guards stationed outside heard the elders' calls. Gripping their weapons, they charged into the hall, ready to apprehend the traitor who had murdered the great commander. Before they could even rush inside, the two guards who had ignored the order sprang into action. But instead of attacking Tiezhen, they drew their sabers and blocked the doorway. Catching the other guards off guard, they instantly hacked down the two men leading the charge. The yellow-gold elder froze, his face a mask of utter disbelief. Staring at the two guards who had suddenly mutinied, true fear finally set in. Pointing at them, he trembled and backed away, his voice a mix of shock and rage. You two are Han tribe spies as well." The two guards completely ignored him, continuing to fend off the other guards rushing in from outside. At that moment, shouts of battle erupted in the courtyard outside the hall. The clashing of swords and sabers rang out, accompanied by the frequent thrum of crossbow volleys from all directions. The fighting inside and outside the courtyard didn't even last a minute before falling completely silent, leaving only the terrified screams of the elders who had fled outside. Who are you people? Let me go, or none of you will make it out of here alive," the white gold elder's voice suddenly cried out from outside. "Make it out alive? Doesn't matter. Even if I die here, my son will inherit my military merits and noble title. My death will be worth it." A slightly gruff voice immediately shot back. "What are you doing? Don't kill us. We are elders of the Ecchi tribe. We surrender. Don't kill us. Your chief can definitely use us. The three of us know all about the Ecchi tribe's farmlands and farming seasons. You can't kill us." Yes. We surrender. Don't kill us. I know exactly how much livestock the Ecchi tribe has, the annual meat and fur yields, and the status of the draft oxen. You can't kill me, or your chief won't spare you either. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender too. You can't kill me. In the courtyard, the rice, bean, and livestock elders screamed frantically. The bean elder was so terrified he was practically losing his mind, doing nothing but begging for mercy, without even stating what use he could be. "Traitors. You three are traitors. The Ecchi tribe has no elders like you. Go to hell, all of you. Let me go." MMPH. The white gold elder watched the other three surrender and beg for their lives. Enraged, he lunged at them and started throwing punches. But before he could land more than a few blows, he was yanked away by the Han army scouts Tiezhen had brought in. They tied him up and gagged him, rendering him unable to speak a single word. He could only writhe on the ground like a caterpillar, muffled grunts of struggle escaping his lips. The three elders who had declared their surrender weren't treated any differently. They were all tied up like caterpillars and gagged as well. The construction elder, on the other hand, was pro-Han. He highly admired the Han tribe's culture, especially their architecture. Although he had never been to the Han tribe, he had seen some buildings with distinct Han characteristics through the diplomatic mission and desperately wanted to learn from them. But faced with the current situation, he didn't know what to do. Beg for mercy like the other three? He didn't know what leverage he had, or rather, he didn't know what value he held to the Han tribe's chief. His expertise was clear. He was just a foreman who built houses. But the Han tribe's houses were far better than his, and their construction techniques were vastly superior. Compared to Han tribe architects, he was just an amateur. So he didn't have the face, nor the opportunity, to beg for his life. By this time, he too had been tied up like a caterpillar and gagged, looking exactly like the other elders. You people, you planned this all along." Inside the hall, the yellow-gold elder was completely at a loss. Fear had finally taken hold, and he no longer dared to shout as he had moments before. Whether Tiezhen and these Han soldiers could make it out of Qingchuan Valley alive, he didn't know. But he did know that even if they couldn't, they would definitely hack him to death first. You what? Just sit there and wait to die? Take him down. Tiezhen had no desire to entertain him. He gave an order to his two subordinates guarding the door, and they immediately grabbed the yellow-gold elder, tying him up like a dumpling just like the rest. Next, Tiezhen called some men over to temporarily collect Commander Ecchi's corpse, preparing to take it back to report to Han Feng. Then, he began issuing orders to execute the purge operation. The 20-plus Jinwu Guard undercover agents who had infiltrated, along with the 300 scouts who had snuck in with the militia, immediately began purging the Ecchi tribe's leadership. Led by the Jinwu Guards, with the scouts acting as the main force, they split up to clear out various locations. The Ecchi tribe's leadership wasn't just Commander Ecchi and the elders, it also included Commander Ecchi's direct relatives. Specifically, his blood relatives up and down 3 generations, his siblings, nephews, and nieces, became prime targets for capture. Now that Commander Ecchi was dead, These people were the most likely candidates to succeed him, if they lived or managed to escape. Even if the Han tribe won the war and occupied Bamboo Island, these individuals might pop up later, using their bloodline to stir up trouble. What if they incited the people of Bamboo Island to rebel everywhere? Regardless, Han Feng absolutely would not allow such a situation to occur. The elders' families were treated similarly. While it wasn't exactly an extermination of 9 or 3 generations, at the very least, direct relatives within 3 generations were not getting away. Whether they were killed or not wasn't the immediate concern. The priority was to get them under control. Once the situation was reported to Han Feng, he would make the final decision. As for the unlucky Commander Xian, he was dead, and that was that. He was going to die no matter what, so interrogating him would have been pointless anyway. Then there were pro-Han figures like the Construction Elder. He came from a large, established clan within the Xian tribe. If his direct relatives could recognize the situation as clearly as he did, Han Feng wouldn't mind sparing their lives. After all, what Han Feng wanted was a stable Bamboo Island. Appropriately promoting and utilizing some of the established local clans would have a positive impact on rapidly stabilizing the political situation. They were more familiar with the island's conditions and held more influence in the hearts of the local people. The capture operation went very smoothly. The Jinwu guards leading the way were veterans who had come to Bamboo Island with Tiezhen. They had lived there for over 2 years, and with their deliberate reconnaissance, they had long since mapped out the island's internal situation perfectly, especially regarding high-value targets like the elders and the commander. With them leading the way, combined with the fearless assaults of 300 elite Han scouts, the families of the elders and the great commander were all captured in just about 2 hours. This group totaled around 500 or 600 people, roughly 100 per family. Some of the elders' relatives had been recruited into the corps, so there weren't many direct relatives left at home to begin with. The rest would have to be identified one by one after the 2 corps were fully captured. The capture operation didn't last long before concluding, and it didn't trigger any major backlash. The Qingchuan Valley militia and their families had already been turned by the militiamen Tiezhen brought in, having been deceived by the Xian tribe leadership and forcibly tied to their war chariot. These people hated the higher-ups too much to even consider stopping the Han tribe's actions. The 2 regular corps defending the valley entrances hadn't even heard the news. They were still nervously. 2 days later, in Hanyang City of the Han tribe, Han Feng received a war report from the Bamboo Island front. In fact, he received reports from the front lines every day. It was an order he had specifically given. Since he wasn't personally commanding the troops, but wanted to stay updated, he had instructed Xuetu and the others to report at least once a day. Thus, Han Feng had known for several days that the war was entering its final stage and had been eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Based on the reports from the past 2 days, the Han tribe held a massive advantage in the decisive battle against the Xian tribe, so he wasn't particularly worried. He was really only concerned about one thing. Not a single member of the Xian tribe's high command could be allowed to escape. Otherwise, even after the war ended, they would face endless trouble. Just suppressing future rebellions would be a major headache. Fortunately, when the final victory report arrived today, Han Feng could finally rest easy. In this campaign, all 5 of the Xian tribe's regular army corps, totaling 10,000 men, were captured. Only a small number died in battle. The militias of Xianfeng, Guanhai, and Jiahai commanderies had all been turned. No, it should be called coming over to the right side. Furthermore, the families of the militiamen were largely unharmed, though a considerable amount of grain and cloth had been consumed. Most importantly, regarding the Xian tribe's leadership, the Xian chieftain had been executed on the spot. His body was reportedly being preserved with lime, so it could be kept for some time. His entire family was also captured. All of the Xian tribe's elders were captured as well, with most of their families rounded up. The report mentioned that they were in the process of identifying the few family members who had been mixed in with the captured army corps. Finally, the report detailed Xuetu's defensive deployment plan and Xue Qingyao's plan for governance. Xue Qingyao also reported a specific matter. Elders Mi, Do, and Sheng had proactively offered to surrender. All 3 claimed they were valuable and willing to serve the chieftain. Although Elder Zhu said nothing, the Han tribe knew he was pro-Han and could be won over from among the former Xian leadership. Xue Qingyao directly asked Han Feng how to handle these individuals. He also offered his own suggestion. If possible, re-employing some of the old Xian officials would help stabilize the local situation quickly. He then asked for Han Feng's opinion. This aligned perfectly with Han Feng's own thoughts. He had schemed to take Bamboo Island, but what he wanted was a stable, developing Bamboo Island, not one plagued by constant rebellion and suffering, which would require a continuous drain of resources from the Han tribe to maintain. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? Han Feng was determined not to take a loss. Otherwise, what would that make him? My husband, is the war at the front not going well? Xiao Dai asked, her pregnant belly showing as she entered Han Feng's study. She and Zhang Ying were pregnant again, both 3 months along, and their baby bumps were now visible. Ahem, no, not at all. The war is going very smoothly. The fighting is over, and our Han tribe has won a great victory. That Exian chieftain has been dealt with, and the other elders have all been captured. The Tiger Pounce Guard's military quartermaster, Xue Qingyao, is asking me what to do next. I was just thinking about it. It's nothing to worry about. Han Feng stood up and helped Xiao Dai to a chair, gently stroking her belly as he spoke. Oh, it's good that we won. Were our casualties heavy? Xiao Dai placed her hand over Han Feng's, and together they caressed the unborn child within her. How could we possibly have casualties? I spent so much money and grain to forge the best armor for them. Even if our soldiers just stood there, what could the Exian tribe do to me? Han Feng ruffled Xiao Dai's long hair like he was petting a cat. His wife clearly had no idea just how powerful the Han tribe's military was. Then why don't you look very happy? Xiao Dai voiced her confusion. The Han tribe had achieved such a massive victory, successfully opening up 6 new commanderies and absorbing over 100,000 people. Shouldn't Han Feng be overjoyed? Why was he so calm? I'm not unhappy. But how happy am I supposed to be? Should I laugh maniacally at the sky and run a few laps around the courtyard? I'm a father now. I can't be so unrestrained. Besides, I have an idea. The war on Bamboo Island has just ended, and everything needs to be rebuilt. I was thinking of going to see it for myself, but I'm worried about you and Jianing. You're both at a critical stage, and I can't feel at ease leaving. Han Feng said, standing behind Xiao Dai and wrapping his arms around her. If you wish to go, my husband, then you should. Sister Jianing and I will take good care of ourselves. Besides, Mother often comes to visit me, and we have so many maids to look after Chang'er and Lan'er. You don't need to worry about us, Xiao Dai said, ever the understanding wife. Han Feng continued to gently stroke her hair. After a moment's thought, he ultimately abandoned the idea of going to Bamboo Island. No, forget it. I won't go. I was being too hasty and forgot about the journey. Even if I set off today on the fastest sailboat, it would take at least a month. By the time I got to Bamboo Island, I would have missed the spring planting. What would be the point of going then? Besides, we have plenty to do here. The research projects at the 2 institutes are at a critical stage. If I leave, there will be no one to oversee them and provide direction. So, let's just forget it. I'll stay here and travel around the 8 commanderies of Hanyang. It's closer, and I can keep an eye on you too. All right then. Thank you for your concern, my husband. Xiao Dai shook her head happily, nuzzling against Han Feng's hand. He had indeed been too eager. He always wanted to handle things personally, forgetting that this wasn't his past life with high-speed trains and airplanes that could cover vast distances in a day. The Han tribe only had horses and boats. Even if he left for Bamboo Island now, by the time he arrived, the weather would be warmer and the Exian chieftain's corpse would probably be rotting. What would be the point? It was pointless. He might as well stay home and command remotely. Having given up on his plan to go south to Bamboo Island, Han Feng began to write his reply, instructing Xue Tu and Xue Qingyao on their next steps. First was the matter of administrative division. The 6 commanderies on Bamboo Island were already set and didn't need changing. However, the general name Bamboo Island had to be changed. This was partly to erase the Exian tribe's influence and partly to make it more Han, conforming to the Han tribe's administrative system. Furthermore, Bamboo Island was too far from the Han tribe's current political center for Han Feng to manage in detail. To create a more complete administrative system for the future, Han Feng decided to introduce the concept of the zhou, or province. The Han tribe's current administrative divisions were commandery, city, county, township, and village, a 4-tier system. But now, with more and more commanderies, having Han Feng manage them all directly from the center was becoming a bit cumbersome. So, he wanted to add a provincial-level administrative unit above the commandery, the zhou. A zhou could govern multiple commanderies, with its borders determined by geography. An isolated overseas territory like Bamboo Island, with its 6 commanderies, was perfectly suited to be designated as a single administrative zhou. Han Feng decided to name it Xiongzhou. Plagiarism. This was blatant plagiarism. But he couldn't help it. It was easy to remember. Bamboo Island was a large island located in the sea at the southernmost tip of the Han tribe's continent. Wasn't that geographically the Hainan Island of his world? What else would he call it but Xiongzhou? Why waste brainpower thinking of a new name when a perfectly good one was available? As for the government officials, he would also borrow from the historical Qin and Han dynasties. During the Western Han, Emperor Wu established 13 inspectorates, zhou, across the empire, each with a sishi, or inspector general. The character ci meant to inspect and question, while shi was synonymous with envoy, indicating a supervisory role similar to the censors of the Ming and Qing dynasties. It also implied being an emissary of the emperor. A sishi would typically carry a staff of authority, symbolizing their role in governing a region on behalf of the Son of Heaven. Historically, the power of a sishi, especially during the Three Kingdoms period at the end of the Eastern Han, was immense. They often controlled both military and political power. Since a zhou was a large territory, this often led to these sishi becoming warlords, ruling their regions independently and ignoring central commands. Han Feng naturally wanted to avoid such a situation. He had gone to great lengths to make Bamboo Island a territory of the Han tribe. If he appointed a sishi only for that person to declare independence, Han Feng would probably explode with rage on the spot. Therefore, the Han tribe's sishi must have their military and political powers separated, allowing them to supervise and counterbalance each other. Each zhou would have one sishi, responsible for the political situation of the province. He would hold a staff of authority, oversee the conduct of officials, and inspect the commanderies under his jurisdiction at least twice a year, a spring tour and an autumn tour. He would also be responsible for the performance evaluations of commandery officials, providing the central government with a basis for promotions. Under the sishi would be 8 departments: the Department of Justice, the Department of Rights and Education, the Department of Agriculture and Husbandry, the Department of Personnel, the Department of Taxation and Households, the Department of Construction, the Department of Warehouses, and the Department of Salt and Iron. Each department would be led by a secretary and 4 deputy clerks, with 8 staff members. The Department of Justice, as its name implied, was responsible for promulgating, updating, and publicizing national laws, as well as handling various criminal cases within its jurisdiction. The Department of Rights and Education handled matters related to official attire, sacrifices, holiday celebrations, schools, and examinations. The Department of Agriculture and Husbandry was more straightforward, mainly responsible for planning agriculture and animal husbandry within its jurisdiction. While not managing the specifics, it would handle overall planning and supervision. For example, it would set acreage targets for each commandery, which the commanderies would have to meet. It would also assess the conditions of each commandery, climate, soil structure, water resources, and terrain, to rationally plan crop varieties and balance the ratio of grain to cash crops. The Department of Personnel was mainly responsible for supervising the bureaucracy, including official attendance, leave, merit accumulation, and performance reviews, as well as executing and overseeing appointments, retirements, and dismissals. The Department of Taxation and Households was similar to a Ministry of Revenue, managing the region's farmlands, residences, and household registrations, and was responsible for collecting various taxes as required by the central government. It was a department that managed people and money. The Department of Construction was responsible for local construction projects, including repairing roads, waterworks, warehouses, docks, ports, lighthouses, government offices, schools, and bridges, as well as special projects assigned by the central government. This was a department that specialized in spending money. The Department of Warehouses was quite important, responsible for the strategic reserves of the entire zhou. The most crucial reserve was grain. They could be short on anything, but not grain. The specific reserve levels would be mandated by the central government. Next was cotton, to ensure the people were fed and clothed. Then came other strategic reserves, such as energy, typically coal. Southern provinces might also need to add rubber to their reserves, another key item. Finally, there were weapon reserves, with a focus on consumables like arrows and gunpowder. The Department of Salt and Iron, as the name suggests, was responsible for salt refining, iron smelting, storage, and sales. These 8 departments covered almost every aspect of political and civil life. Each had its own independent leadership, all working together to assist the sishi in managing the province. Regarding the military administration of a zhou, each province would have a dahofu, or Governor General's office. The commander would be the Zhou Dudu, or Governor General, holding the rank of general. His deputies would be a Vice Dudu, a Sima, and a Kanjun, a leadership team of 4. The Dahofu would command the local armies of the Zhou and be responsible for defense, training, conscription, retirement, promotions, and punishments, the daily management of the military. With the joint authorization of both the Sishi and the Dudu, the Dahofu could mobilize all troops within its jurisdiction. Without the Sishi's authorization, the Dudu could only mobilize a single garrison. However, their weapon reserves were controlled by the Sishi's Department of Warehouses. The Sishi also had the authority to independently mobilize one garrison unit from within his jurisdiction without going through the Dahofu. He could choose any unit he wanted, but only one. This way, the military and civil authorities would check each other. If a Sishi wanted to rebel, he could only mobilize one garrison, which would be no match for the Dahofu. If the Dahofu wanted to rebel, their weapons were controlled by the Sishi, and without the Sishi's authorization, they too could only mobilize one garrison. To mobilize all forces, they needed authorization from both. If they still managed to rebel under these conditions, it would mean both officials had turned traitor, a situation that was generally unlikely. The central government could make appointments based on the relationship between the two officials. Han Feng certainly wouldn't put 2 men who were thick as thieves and shared a single mind in charge of the same province. Why would he create trouble for himself? While he didn't necessarily want them to be at each other's throats, it was enough that they didn't join forces. These were major regional appointments. In the end, wasn't it up to Han Feng, the central authority, to decide who got the job? For the first Sishi of Cheongzhou, Han Feng decided to appoint Xue Qingyao. He was already responsible for the entire political situation on Bamboo Island. Making him Sishi was merely formalizing his position and giving him an official title. Another reason was that as the military quartermaster for the Bamboo Island campaign, even though he was in charge of logistics and politics, his military merits were undeniable. Conquering Bamboo Island was equivalent to expanding the Han tribe's territory and opening up 6 new commanderies. With such a monumental achievement, no one could object to his promotion to Sishi. Once the personnel for the Sishi's office and the Dahofu were sorted out, the rest was relatively easy. As soon as the entire island of Cheongzhou was stabilized, all that was needed was a large injection of start-up capital and resources. The population of Cheongzhou was already there, as was the farmland. Their farming tools had been newly replaced just this summer. What they needed now were seeds for various crops and a complete local management system to integrate the people of Cheongzhou into the Han tribe's framework. Han Feng wrote down all the necessary instructions in a letter, then had a complete set of seals, official robes, and other tokens of office made for the Sishi's office and the Dahofu. He bundled everything together and entrusted it to an Azuka giant eagle for delivery. An Azuka giant eagle could easily carry a deer over long distances in the air, so a single package was no problem at all. After handling the reply, Han Feng summoned his personal guard captain and had him draft a victory announcement to be copied and distributed to every commandery and county in the Han tribe, so that all its people could celebrate this victory together. It wasn't a festival, but winning a battle with virtually no casualties was tremendous news. First, it meant that family members serving as soldiers were still alive. Second, victory meant that many soldiers would earn merits. For any family with a soldier, this could mean another promotion in rank. How could that not be good news? It was certainly worth a grand celebration. After arranging for the victory announcement, Han Feng began planning other matters. The currency intended for wide circulation on Cheongzhou and in the Tang tribe's territory had already been shipped out nearly a month ago. It was expected to reach Tuahai Commandery within half a month at the latest. From there, distributing it to the surrounding areas would be much easier. It had to be said that Tuahai Commandery was the center of the south. It was the closest point to Cheongzhou, the 8 commanderies of the Tang tribe, and the 3 commanderies of the grasslands Great Lake. It was indeed perfectly suited to be developed as a capital city. Han Feng quickly arranged for the remaining supplies. Grain seeds, vegetable seeds, silkworm eggs, cotton seeds, and even breeding stock like rabbits and pigs all needed to be sent to Cheongzhou. It was still winter in the Han tribe's lands, so if the supplies were loaded onto ships now, they would certainly arrive on Cheongzhou before the spring planting next year, ensuring no delay in local production. However, there was one more issue to address: how to appoint the governors for Cheongzhou's 6 commanderies. The Sishi was already chosen. For the Dudu of Cheongzhou, Han Feng planned to appoint Yang Feng, the the adjutant of the Tiger Pounce Guard. As one of the 3 top commanders in the high command during this war, Yang Feng had also made significant contributions. Furthermore, he had been responsible for liaising with the Jinwu Guard agents embedded within the Exine tribe, so he had a clearer understanding of the situation on Xiongzhou than others. Han Feng felt very confident making him the Dudu. The Tiger Pounce Guard had seen major promotions this time. As the absolute main force, one of its 3 commanders was promoted to Sishi and another to Dudu of Xiongzhou. It wouldn't be right to give the last one nothing, but Xuetu definitely couldn't leave the Tiger Pounce Guard. If all 3 main commanders of a military unit were transferred at once, the unit would essentially collapse. Appointing a new general would lead to the absurd situation of soldiers not knowing their general and the general not knowing his soldiers. So, Han Feng decided to recall Xuetu along with the Tiger Pounce Guard. The Tiger Pounce Guard had no garrison duties, so there was no need for them to remain there. Han Feng planned to transfer Xuetu back to the Han tribe's heartland and make him a Dudu there, preparing him for a future position in the Ministry of War after the nation was formally established. Next were the governors of Xiongzhou's 6 commanderies. The most suitable candidate was Tai Jun. He had been undercover in the Exine tribe for nearly 3 years and had even served as an Exine tribe elder for half a year. He was extremely familiar with the actual situation on Xiongzhou. Moreover, during the war, he had led the Exine tribe's militiamen and ensured their survival, becoming their benefactor. And the militiamen were, of course, the common people. Now, these people who had returned to their fields were grateful to him and trusted him, giving Tai Jun prestige and personal credibility among the populace. Combined with his immense military merits, there was absolutely no problem with him becoming a commandery governor. Next was Shoya, who had initially been sent to Bamboo Island as an envoy of the Han tribe. Now that the Exine tribe was gone and Bamboo Island had become the Han tribe's Xiongzhou, his diplomatic mission was complete. As for having Shoya stay on as a commandery governor, Han Feng never even considered it. Shoya hadn't been home in 3 years. It was time for him to reunite with his family. Han Feng had other plans for his promotion. There was plenty for him to do back in the Han tribe's territory, so finding him a position would be easy. This left him a bit short on candidates for governor. Han Feng began to search his mind for suitable people. The Exine tribe's elder Zhu was a good choice. Although a bit old, he was pro-Han and worth winning over. If he was willing to cooperate, Han Feng wouldn't mind making him a commandery governor. It didn't matter if he didn't know how to govern. He could learn. Besides, a governor had a host of subordinate officials to handle official duties. Elder Zhu could even serve as a figurehead, and it would still work. As long as he sat in the governor's seat, it would be a guarantee of stability for the local people. Han Feng mentally put a checkmark next to his name. He was a viable option. There was another person who could be appointed, Niu Wei, currently serving as the county magistrate of Shuefu County in Riyang Commandery. Niu Wei's situation was quite familiar. The fact that the Han and Exine tribes had reached this point was largely thanks to him. He was formerly the merchant elder of the Exine tribe, fluent in the languages of the Han, Exine, and Mu territories. He had once led a diplomatic mission to the Han tribe and had also studied there, making him familiar with their ways. Now, having served as a county magistrate for over half a year, he was also well-versed in the Han tribe's methods of local governance. Coupled with the fact that he was originally from the Exine tribe and understood the situation on Xiongzhou better, he was perfectly qualified to be a commandery governor. Thus, Han Feng added him to the list of candidates. Tai Jun, Niu Wei, Elder Zhu, that was 3 spots filled. As for the captured elders Huang Jin and Bai Jin, those 2 were useless. They were diehard followers of the Exine chieftain and should just be executed. The 3 elders Mi, Do, and Sheng were different. They were timid and had willingly surrendered. They had also previously managed the entire agricultural and pastoral industry of Xiongzhou, which made them a decent fit for the agriculture-focused Han tribe system. Unfortunately, they were a bit too old to start learning governance, and they still harbored some resentment towards the Han tribe. After all, they had offered plenty of advice on how to deal with the Han tribe in the past. So, even making them figureheads without real power felt inappropriate. Faced with this situation, Han Feng had no choice. They certainly couldn't be made governors. It was better to send them to the Sishi's Department of Agriculture and Husbandry to serve as advisors. The Han tribe could consult them about Xiongzhou's historical climate changes. As for agricultural techniques, the Han tribe had no need for their expertise. Their own methods were far superior. That left 3 more spots to fill. After much thought, Han Feng decided to include Jiang Xian of the Yujiang clan. The Yujiang clan had been part of the Han tribe for over 2 years, and their former leader, Jiang Xian, was very loyal. He loved the Han tribe's culture and way of life. Although he was past the age for formal schooling, he was a quick self-learner. Being only in his early 20s, he was at the prime age for learning and could now read and write Han characters without issue. Moreover, he had been the leader of a farming tribe before and had become familiar with the Han tribe's daily administrative systems after joining. With some assistance, he was perfectly capable of being a commandery governor. And so, Han Feng added his name to the list. Thinking about the large tribes that had joined the Han tribe in recent years, Han Feng remembered another person. Someone from Zhang Ying's family, the former Zhan tribe, the one that had brought glutinous rice to the Han tribe. The former leader of the Zhan tribe, Zhan Mao, had also integrated relatively quickly in the 3 years since joining. With Zhang Ying's connection, they had no choice but to be ambitious. She would push them from time to time. However, because the Zhan tribe had once tried to use Zhang Ying as a human sacrifice, throwing her into a river as an offering to a river god, Han Feng had been displeased with them and had never given them any significant opportunities. To this day, the Zhan clan remained unremarkable. If not for Zhang Ying becoming the chieftain's wife, their clan would have likely faded into obscurity. But seeing as they had worked hard these past few years, and since Han Feng was genuinely short on people, he could give them a chance. Whether they could seize this opportunity depended on their own sense and ambition. For the last spot, Han Feng scanned the roster of current commandery and county officials and decided to give the position to Jing Yun. This man was a clansman of Jing Yin, the current governor of Dongxing Commandery. Ever since Jing Yin became governor, he had been intentionally selecting and cultivating elites from his clan. Jing Yun was one he had personally mentored, having served as a junior official by his side. At the beginning of the year, Han Feng had tasked Jing Yin with expanding Dongxing Commandery by 2 new counties, which became Pingyao and Dachang counties. Jing Yin had recommended Jing Yun to be the magistrate of Dachang County. A year had passed, and because Jing Yun had prior administrative experience as a junior official under his brother, he had done a decent job as magistrate. He was also a reliable person, a candidate worthy of promotion. With that, the preliminary list for Cheongzhou's 6 commanderies was complete. They were Niu Wei, Taizhun, Elder Zhu, Zhan Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jing Yun. Each of these 6 had their own unique strengths, and overall, all were qualified to be governors. With the political situation in Cheongzhou just beginning to stabilize, an experienced Sishi above them to command and supervise, and diligent junior officials below to assist, these 6, though several lacked governing experience, were usable. Their appointments would be fine. As for the future, it would depend on how well they learned. Han Feng had given them the opportunity. Whether they could grasp it and make the most of it was up to them. Having made his decision, Han Feng summoned Chu Bing, who was currently serving as his personal guard, and sent him to deliver the orders to Niu Wei, Zhan Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jing Yun. They were to pack their things, prepare for their new posts, and were permitted to bring their families. After all, they couldn't be expected to live separated from their families for long periods in such a distant place. As for Elder Zhu and Taizhan, they were already on Cheongzhou, so there was no need for them to return. However, to accommodate Taizhan, Han Feng specially arranged for his family to be sent over to him. Upon receiving their orders, the men immediately came to report to Han Feng. They received their new letters of appointment and official seals, then returned home to pack and gather their families. They would then assemble in Luoyang Commandery to board the supply ships heading south to Cheongzhou. While Han Feng was busy with the appointments for Cheongzhou, good news came from both of the Han tribe's research institutes, exciting him once again just after the victory report. From the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lakehart Island, A.O. Fei, the head of the optics team, sent word that he had successfully built the first optical microscope according to Han Feng's instructions. It could magnify up to 1,500 times, reaching the level of a middle school microscope, which was no surprise since it was designed based on one. A.O. Fei had even conducted an experiment. Following a suggestion Han Feng had once made, he had taken a set of photographs of mold under the microscope. They were black and white, of course, but it was still a huge leap forward in physics. At the very least, the Han tribe was now at the forefront of optical research. Meanwhile, the Dynamics Research Institute in New Steel Commandery also sent good news. Although they hadn't built a steam locomotive yet, they had created the necessary tools, the air compressor and various pneumatic tools that Han Feng had suggested. With this set of equipment, even without electric motors, the Han tribe could now use pneumatic hammers, drills, drivers, saws, and even pneumatic rivet guns and hot rivet hammers. The advent of pneumatic tools signified that the Han tribe's tools were entering an era of automation, a great step forward. Although the range of these tools was still very limited, they were perfectly suited for fixed stations on a factory assembly line. If they needed to be used in the field, they would have to be hauled on a large cart along with the air compressor, a steam engine, and fuel. The Han tribe's current air compressors were all powered by steam engines, so moving them meant dragging a steam engine along wherever they went. Han Feng couldn't do much about this situation. Besides, now was not the time to pursue miniaturization and convenience. The first step was to solve the problem of existence, then to strive for perfection. That was the true path of research and development. The next afternoon, Niu Wei, Jiang Xian, and Zhan Mao came to Hanyang City together to report to Han Feng. He gave them a few brief instructions, handed over their official robes and seals, and sent them on their way. As for Jing Yun, he was currently in Dongxing Commandery, which was a bit far from Hanyang City, so he didn't make the trip. He would simply be picked up when the southbound fleet docked at Dongxing Commandery's port. After sending the three men off to their new posts, Han Feng immediately set out for the Comprehensive Research Institute on Lakehart Island. He was going to personally inspect the new microscope and also to get the institute started on something new. A day later, he arrived at the institute and finally saw the newly crafted microscope. Ao Fei personally led Han Feng to the laboratory and began to introduce the optical instrument. Chieftain, this is the optical microscope I built according to your specifications. The entire body is made of bronze. At the bottom is the base, in the middle is the stage, and on the side is the arm, which holds the lens barrel. As you requested, I installed a small, adjustable mirror, the reflector, in the base. In the center of the stage, there's a condenser with a short focal length to focus the light from the reflector onto the glass slide. Look here, Chieftain. The stage also has two steel clips to hold the slide in place. And this arm, which is integrated with the base, has a knob. Turning it allows for coarse adjustment of the lens barrel's height, which changes the focus. There's another way to adjust the focus as well. You see, Chieftain, while the eyepiece is fixed, the objective lenses below can be changed. I've equipped this microscope with 6 objective lenses of different magnifications, all stored in a small wooden box. To change one, you just unscrew it by hand and screw on another. Furthermore, each objective lens has a thumb wheel on the side. This small knob allows for fine adjustment of the lens's height within the objective barrel, enabling fine-tuning of the overall focus. It looks pretty good. I wonder how well it works, Han Feng said, nodding with satisfaction. To be honest, the design of this microscope was based on the ones he remembered from his middle school biology class. The basic functions and appearance were almost identical. The only real difference was the structure of the lens barrel itself. The microscopes he remembered from his past life had a revolving nosepiece that allowed for quick changes of the objective lenses. The one Ao Fei had built required them to be installed manually, which, while achieving the same effect, was certainly more cumbersome. Chieftain, would you like to try it out and offer some suggestions? Seeing that Han Feng seemed pleased, Ao Fei boldly invited him to test it. Sure. What have you observed with it so far? Han Feng nodded and asked casually. I've only taken a picture of green mold. You know, the kind that grows on rice when it's left out for a long time. To the naked eye, it looks flat, but magnified 1,600 times, it looks like peanuts, like little spheres growing on intertwined roots. I also used it to look at my finger. Skin that looks smooth normally reveals many ridges under the microscope, fingerprints, actually. Ao Fei spoke eloquently, listing off his observations. It was clear that in the time before Han Feng's arrival, he had used the microscope to look at many things. After all, these researchers were among the most curious people in the Han tribe. Now that they had a window into a new world, they were naturally eager to see everything. Did you see anything alive? Han Feng asked curiously. The kid had looked at so many things. Had he not seen any moving bacteria or cells? Well, no. Ao Fei answered honestly. All right then, we'll talk about experiments later. Let's discuss something else first. I want you to build a specialized portrait camera, an ultra-compact one. I'm thinking of rolling out ID cards with portraits for everyone, Han Feng said, setting the microscope aside for the moment. ID cards with portraits? For everyone. Ao Fei's interest was immediately piqued. If this succeeded, wouldn't everyone know that he invented photography? This was the best kind of publicity. Not for everyone, just for adults. Children grow too quickly. Their appearance changes every year, so a photo wouldn't be a reliable reference. An adult's appearance is mostly fixed, but they'll still need a new photo at least every 10 years. For the elderly, maybe every 20 years. That should be sufficient. Adding a photo to an ID card is for identification purposes, to prevent people from using someone else's ID to fraudulently claim tribe benefits or commit other crimes. Understand? Hanfeng briefly explained the purpose of photo IDs. I see. So, what material does the chieftain plan to use for the ID cards? Our current photography uses photo paper. Should we use that? The cost would be quite low, Ao Fei suggested after a moment's thought. No, paper is easy to forge and not durable enough. It would be damaged within a few years, making the 10 or 20-year validity meaningless. It's also easy to counterfeit. While photography isn't widespread now, if we start selling civilian cameras in the future, the possibility of ordinary people making fakes will increase, Han Feng said, flatly rejecting the idea of paper-based IDs. Paper-based IDs could work, mainly because they were cheap. But the Han tribe had no plastic, and thus no lamination technology. This made preservation a problem, so Han Feng immediately dismissed the idea. So the chieftain means we should use metal, like with the original silver plate wet photography? Ao Fei asked tentatively. Exactly. I want to use copper sheets to make the ID cards, about the size of a card. We'll plate a small rectangular area in the top right corner with silver, then use the silver plate wet photography technique to develop the photo directly onto that silver layer. The blank spaces will be stamped with the person's name, household registration, and other information using steel dies. I've roughly calculated the cost. Excluding the camera equipment, the base material for the ID card itself would be no more than 5 won, the price of a meal. The amount of silver needed for plating is even less. A single silver coin could probably plate several hundred of these IDs. This is a price all our people can afford. Even if the tribe covers the cost instead of the people, we can afford it. I've thought it through. Everyone will be required to get an ID card upon reaching adulthood. The first one will be free, with the cost borne by the tribe. Any subsequent replacements will be paid for by the individual. After all, in the 10 years after becoming an adult, they will have likely married and had children. This small expense, the cost of a single meal, won't be a problem for them, Han Feng explained, laying out the idea he had been considering for some time. That's not a problem. Silver plate photography is a technique we've already phased out, so we're just picking it back up. We'll just need to redesign the camera. The main challenges are the small size of the photo and its off-center position on the plate, which will require redesigning the lens's light path. After hearing Han Feng's idea, Ao Fei quickly began to analyze it from a technical perspective. Yes, that's why I came to you. I plan to stay here for a few days. I need you to have it ready within a week. In the meantime, I'll be studying this microscope you've built, Han Feng said with a satisfied nod. All right, no problem. Don't worry, chieftain. I won't even need a week. I can get it done in 2 days, Ao Fei declared, readily taking on the task. Good. Let's go to the office first. I'll draw up the dimensions of the copper ID card and the photo placement for you. Then you can design the camera based on the size of the plate and the photo's position. With that, Han Feng led Ao Fei to the Institute's office and began sketching with a pencil on paper. The copper ID card was the same size as a modern second-generation ID card, about the size of a bank card. On the right was the silver-plated area for the headshot. The information on the left was also similar to a modern ID, with name, gender, date of birth, and address, changed to place of origin, ethnicity, changed to noble rank, and an ID number. The back would have the issuing authority and the expiration date. Such an ID card was far superior to the previous bamboo slip household registers. Bamboo slips could only record text, and their size limited the amount of information. Moreover, they had virtually no anti-counterfeiting features. Even if someone wanted to forge one, the officials themselves had little ability to tell a fake from a real one. With the style and dimensions of the ID card clearly drawn and marked, Ao Fei quickly had someone start making a sample. He first created a wooden template of the same size, cut out a space for the photo, and inserted a piece of ground glass of the same dimensions for optical experiments with the camera. He also had some photo paper cut to the same size for other tests. Then, he began sketching out the camera's structure on paper. As for the actual ID card sample, Ao Fei delegated it to another team at the Institute. When they first started with silver plate wet photography, they had used copper plates as the base, plated the entire surface with silver, and then treated it with chemicals to make it photosensitive for shooting. This was essentially the same process, still using a copper plate, but changing from full surface plating to partial plating. There was no other difference. The Comprehensive Research Institute had its own metal and mechanics team, and they even had a hand-cranked metal rolling machine. Although inefficient, it was perfectly capable of producing the copper plates. Once the mechanics team received the required dimensions, they quickly began trial production. The two teams worked in parallel. AO-Phase Optics team completed the design on paper that same day and began contacting the materials team to gather the necessary components, preparing to build a prototype the next day. The mechanics team, meanwhile, produced trial copper plates according to Han Feng's required dimensions, making several sets of different thicknesses for him to choose from. Han Feng compared the sets of copper cards, all the same size, but with varying thicknesses, and ultimately chose the 1 mm thick version. A 1 mm thick card was slightly thicker than a bank card, but for better long-term durability and resistance to bending, it was a more suitable choice. The cost was not high either. A single copper card of this size weighed less than a 5-won coin. For stamping the text, Han Feng had a new set of steel movable type, cast using the original set of metal type molds. He chose the smallest font size, with each character being 5 mm in height and width. Paired with a manual press, the card would be fixed in a prefabricated slot. The corresponding hardened steel characters would be placed in the stamping template above, and the desired text could be pressed onto the ID card by hand. The mechanics team produced this manual stamping device and 100 blank copper cards that very day. The hardened steel type, however, would have to wait until the next day, as the molds were kept in Hanyang City and needed to be sent over. Han Feng had forgotten to bring them. The next morning, AO Fei began working with the carpentry team's masters to build the camera based on his drawings, while the mechanics team started casting the hardened steel type using the molds. As per Han Feng's request, they were to cast at least 2 sets of commonly used characters. This was for people with names using an ABB structure, like Chai Duo Duo, the commander of the Thousand Ox Guard. His name, Duo Duo, used the same character twice. With only one set of type, such a name would be impossible to stamp. Having extra sets of common characters was a basic precaution. By the next day, AO Fei and the carpentry team had built a specialized camera and began testing it with glass plates and photo paper. The mechanics team had also cast enough movable type and started plating the copper cards with silver. When it came to silver plating, the person most familiar with the process in the entire Han tribe was probably Chu Bing. It was he who had accidentally discovered chemical silver plating during an experiment with photographic development. This time, Chu Bing had come to the institute as Han Feng's personal guard. Hearing that they needed to plate copper sheets, he immediately started offering advice. Since we're not plating the entire surface, we need to restrict the flow of the chemical solution. I suggest we use gelatin to create a frame around the portrait area. Other materials could work too, but the main thing is to create a border, and this border must not react with the chemicals. The members of the other team knew Chu Bing, as he was one of the original developers of photography, so they cooperated fully. By dinner time that day, they had produced a batch of properly plated silver copper cards. Now, all that was left was to test them with AO Fei's specialized camera, and they could be officially put into use.